Chapter 1. I am Vegeta. In the world of Dragon Ball. Year 762 of the Age of the Universe. Frieza's planet 79 base. A man, with hair standing like flames and an air of aloofness and pride, strode through a pedestrian corridor of the base. "Hey, Vegeta!" Suddenly, a figure with purple skin, covered in lumps, and sporting a catfish-like face obstructed his path. "What's the matter? You look utterly miserable." "Ha! Are you, Koei?" Vegeta inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. "I heard that Raditz and Nappa are both dead. I wonder who could possibly possess the strength to defeat the invincible Saiyan," Koei remarked with malicious glee. "Purple-skinned freak, what do you want from me?" Vegeta disregarded Koei's taunts, for it was not his current self who had been bested on Earth. Indeed, that is correct. The present Vegeta was no longer the unfortunate, prideful second fiddle from the original Dragon Ball saga, but rather a glorious transmigrator. Though he himself was perplexed about how he had crossed over, he had been diligently typing away at his company's computer. Somehow, he had dozed off and, upon awakening, found himself transformed into Vegeta, battered and submerged in a medical liquid chamber. Alas, it seemed he had succumbed to exhaustion at his workstation, a lamentable existence of a corporate drone. After some mental turmoil, he accepted his current identity. Regardless, as a fervent anime enthusiast, what a splendid fortune it was to be reborn in the realm of Dragon Ball. The newly born Vegeta had no choice but to embrace reality. However, in the original narrative, Vegeta had always been relegated to the role of a supporting character to Goku, forever overshadowed by a lower-class warrior despite being the prince of the Saiyans. Perhaps it was due to Goku being the protagonist, the fated child of fortune within the Dragon Ball universe, the favored son of the veteran. The sole instance where Vegeta had decisively defeated Goku was during the invasion of Earth, while subsequent encounters with Frieza, the androids, Cell, and even Majin Buu saw Vegeta perpetually overshadowed by Goku. This was indeed a perplexing situation. As for whether this world belonged to Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT, that remained uncertain for now. In any case, Vegeta had no interest in retaining the title of Eternal Second Fiddle. He would leave that for Goku. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he was endowed with a golden finger, which simply meant he could view his own attributes on a data panel, although he had yet to discover any other applications. Character: Vegeta. Race: Saiyan. Battle power: 72,000. Click to expand remaining content. 72,000? My battle power is actually 3 times higher than the original Vegeta's during this time period. Could this be a consequence of my transmigration? There is an additional line of text beneath the battle power. Click to expand remaining content. Vegeta followed the prompt on the data panel and clicked to open it. This is transformation skill. Super Saiyan 1 requires a battle power of 3 million to use this skill. No other conditions needed. Does this mean that once my battle power reaches 3 million, I can transform into a Super Saiyan without any prerequisites? This indicates that unlike other Saiyans, I do not need to be enraged to transform. This is immensely advantageous for me. As I am no longer the original Vegeta, my thoughts and mindset have undergone significant changes, and moreover, I do not have anything that would provoke me to such fury. The primary objective now is to increase my battle power. I can seek out the Grand Elder of Namek to unlock my potential, though I wonder how much my battle power can increase. I must also acquire the Dragon Balls. If I do not go to Namek, Goku and his companions may perish at the hands of Frieza. Frieza, the ultimate antagonist of the Namek saga. Currently, my battle power is not enough to confront Frieza. The disparity is still too great. As Vegeta pondered, he continued his stride through the corridors of the base, only to encounter the obstructive purple-skinned Koei. Purple-skinned freak? Koei was visibly taken aback by this appellation. "How dare you? Vegeta, you audacious wretch. Do you have business, or are you just wasting my time? If it's the latter, kindly step aside." Vegeta replied impatiently. "How dare you, Vegeta? You are exceedingly arrogant." Initially, Lord Frieza was quite displeased with your reckless assault on Earth. However, out of his magnanimity, he has forgiven your indiscretion, for your discovery is of great value. And then, Vegeta gazed at the purple-skinned creature with exasperation. He is elated. Perhaps he will achieve immortality. This is all thanks to you, Lord Frieza has already departed for Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Are you also hoping to use the Dragon Balls to attain immortality? Abandon that thought. Once Lord Frieza's wish is fulfilled, he will eliminate all the Namekians, Kuei proclaimed, his expression brimming with arrogance, as if he were the one destined for immortality. Is that all? Nothing more? Vegeta scoffed dismissively after hearing Kuei's incessant prattling. Vegeta, how dare you remain so insolent? While Lord Frieza has temporarily spared you, I, Kuei, shall not let you off so easily. Fool! With that, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Kuei's abdomen. Bang! Seizing the opportunity as Kuei doubled over in pain, Vegeta grasped his head with both hands and executed a knee strike directly to Kuei's chin. Thud! Ugh! Vegeta glanced at the writhing Kuei, then surveyed the surrounding Frieza soldiers, who appeared utterly astonished. This height of 164 centimeters is truly disadvantageous. Without leaping, I cannot strike the purple freak's chin in one blow. Should I wish for a height increase from the dragon? I intended to eliminate Kuei directly, but I fear the Ginyu Force may still be lurking in the base. I am currently not a match for Ginyu. Vegeta turned on his heel and made his way toward the spaceship launch pad, muttering to himself. Curse! That damn Vegeta! Just you wait, I will not let you off. Kuei, after a moment of recovery, was seething with rage and hurried towards the base's spaceship launch pad. Thus, two spaceships departed from Frieza's Planet 79, one after the other, heading for Namek. Time passed, though the duration was uncertain. On a certain plane of Namek, beside a crater caused by the landing of a spherical spaceship, Vegeta looked up at the sky. Oof, that purple-skinned freak has followed me. I had hoped to evade Frieza's detection and quietly locate Gohan and the others, however, it matters not. Vegeta flew to a nearby small hill, crossing his arms and waiting quietly. Boom! After a while, a spaceship descended and outstepped none other than the purple-skinned Kuei. Hee Vegeta, you dare to wait for me right here. Kuei exclaimed excitedly as he beheld Vegeta in the distance. Enough with the chatter. Come here and die, purple freak. Damn you, Vegeta. Soon, you will know what true suffering is. Before Kuei could finish, he launched a surprise attack on Vegeta, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of energy blasts engulfed Vegeta's position, the continuous explosions shrouding the area in dust. This Vegeta has assimilated the soul of the original. So the original Vegeta's soul has not departed to the afterlife, and this new Vegeta will not exhibit the same arrogance and pride as in the original, but rather a more composed demeanor. Chapter 2. The Battle on Namek. Seeing that the detector could no longer sense Vegeta, Kuei believed he had effortlessly disposed of him, and he burst into laughter. Haha, what utter trash. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already met your end, Vegeta. Yet as the dust settled, Vegeta stood unscathed, adhering to the law of being unharmed amidst chaos. Impossible. Vegeta, how are you unharmed? Kuei exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Open your eyes wide and behold the readings on your detector. Take a good look at the battle power of your lord. Vegeta, he declared, and then began to unleash his energy, revealing his battle power. Is your power even remotely comparable to mine? 20,000, 21,000, 22,002. Beep, 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 boom. The detector Kuei wore exploded after only a few beeps. How? How is this possible? Your battle power cannot have skyrocketed so. Kuei was left astounded, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Bang! Suddenly, Kuei was struck from behind, sent flying several dozen meters away, crashing to the ground in a heap. Humph! With your meager attack power, you think you can harm me? Not in 100 years, Kuei. Vegeta swiftly maneuvered behind Kuei and delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring. Wait, Vegeta. I have a brilliant idea. Let's negotiate. As Kuei scrambled to his feet, he pleaded for mercy for Vegeta. In a flash, Vegeta darted towards Kuei like lightning, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Caught off guard, Kuei could only take the blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Vegeta twisted his body and raised his leg to kick Kuei's waist. Chio-E, having received a devastating kick, doubled over in agony. Without hesitation, Vegeta launched a relentless barrage of attacks, striking with precision and ferocity. Hud, hud, hud. In excruciating pain, Chio-E struggled to withstand the tempestuous onslaught of Vegeta. Ultimately, with a powerful punch, Vegeta sent Chio-E crashing to the ground, poised to follow up with a ki blast that would consign Chio-E to the depths of hell to meet Yama. Wait, Vegeta. You cannot kill me. If you do, King Frieza will surely exact his vengeance upon you. Frieza? Rest assured, I will deal with him in due time, and I shall send him to hell to reunite with you, Vegeta retorted, unleashing a ki blast that sent Chio-E to his demise. I should engage in combat to acclimatize to this world, lest I be shackled by the moral constraints of my previous life. However, Chio-E is indeed a pitiful weakling without restraining my strength. He could hardly withstand even a few of my blows, Vegeta mused, surveying the chaos that lay before him. In the original narrative, Chio-E's combat power was comparable to that of Vegeta during his invasion of Earth, both hovering around 18,000. The disparity in combat prowess between the two individuals was negligible. Nonetheless, Chio-E exhibited audacity in frequently provoking Vegeta, clearly relying on Frieza's backing. Unfortunately, during the Namek saga, he remained woefully weak, merely serving as a supporting character to accentuate Vegeta's formidable strength. During my recent skirmish with Chio-E, I utilized only half of my power, ensuring that Frieza and his cohorts could not detect my full capabilities. At the very least, they would not immediately summon the Ginyu Force. However, I am still ill-equipped to confront Frieza. I must first locate Son Wukong, Krillin, and the others, and then have that Namekian named Dandy guide us to the Grand Elder, where I can unlock my potential and elevate my combat strength once more. In the original narrative, at this juncture, Son Wukong and Krillin should have encountered Frieza's forces. From there, we merely need to await Dodoria's pursuit. After contemplating for a moment, Vegeta soared into the heavens, utilizing his energy-sensing abilities to adjust his flight path. Time passed, and suddenly, Vegeta seemed to detect a fluctuation in energy emanating from the southeast. There appears to be a disturbance in energy from afar. It seems to be Son Wukong and Krillin. Accompanied by Dandy, being pursued by Dodoria. After confirming the direction, Vegeta sped towards it. Indeed, it was not long before he spotted a small bald-headed individual and a child, together with a Namekian child, racing through the air. Pursued by a rotund figure with pink skin. Seeing this, Vegeta accelerated to intercept them. Damn it. Wukong, you hold on to Dandy. I shall deal with that fatso. All right, Uncle Krillin. Uncle Krillin, look ahead. Son Wukong suddenly noticed Vegeta in front of them. What's ahead, Vegeta? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting Vegeta's figure. Both were momentarily taken aback, hastily halting their flight. Upon seeing Vegeta, despair washed over Krillin and Wukong. What were they to do? Caught between a wolf and a tiger. Vegeta, your timing is impeccable. Block those brats. Dodoria, in pursuit, also recognized Vegeta's presence and called out urgently. Yet, the only response he received was a ki blast from Vegeta's hand, prompting Dodoria to swiftly evade. Hey, you lot. Don't even think about fleeing. I will assist you in dealing with your pursuer, but you must offer me compensation afterward. Vegeta warned the fleeing Krillin and the others. Compensation? The small, bald-headed Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words. You demand compensation from us. You slaughtered so many of my comrades back on Earth. How dare you utter such demands? Indeed. What exactly do you mean by compensation, once I have dealt with this fatso? We can discuss it further. Don't even think about fleeing. Even without a scouter, I can sense your energy, Vegeta threatened. Damn you. Vegeta. How dare you attack me? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Such hubris. Dodoria, disheveled and furious at Vegeta's audacity, roared. What is there to fear? When I battled Chio-E, did your scouter not register my power level? That was a malfunction of the scouter. There is no way you possess such immense power. Just as in the original story, Dodoria refused to believe the scouter's readings, hastily rebutting. Vegeta chuckled coldly. He then swiftly approached Dodoria, and before the latter could react, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Dodoria let out a pained wail. His body propelled backward. Vegeta followed closely behind. unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. His fist struck Dodoria with the force of a hammer, leaving the latter defenseless and entirely unable to retaliate. As the onslaught intensified, Vegeta's gaze remained tranquil. He seemed to revel in the act of pummeling Dodoria. Infusing each blow with formidable strength, Dodoria's face contorted in disbelief. He never anticipated that the once timid Vegeta would now reduce him to a mere punching bag. Rendering him powerless, Dodoria believed he was trapped in a nightmare. Yet the pain inflicted by Vegeta's relentless strikes was all too real. He could only passively endure the assault, his body trembling under the force. Fear and despair clouded his features as he struggled to comprehend how Vegeta had grown so powerful. All he knew was that he might perish at Vegeta's hands. Wait, Vegeta, spare me. I possess a secret regarding your Saiyan homeworld. Planet Vegeta, Dodoria blurted out in desperation. A secret? You mean that Planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteor impact, but rather by Frieza? Vegeta mocked Wayu. How did you know that? Have you known all along? Dodoria inquired, his expression one of incredulity. Vegeta did not respond to Dodoria's question. Instead, he gathered energy once more and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful ki blast towards Dodoria. The ki blast struck the still-dazed Dodoria, engulfing him entirely. Following a violent explosion, Dodoria's corpulent form was completely obliterated, leaving only a wasteland of debris and smoke in its wake. As the battle concluded, Vegeta steadied his breathing, only to discover that Krillin and Son Wukong had vanished. It seemed they had seized the opportunity to flee amid the chaos, yet it mattered little. Vegeta had been tracking their energy and knew precisely the direction they had taken. Chapter 3. Persuading the group in a modest cave on Namek. A moment of astonishment unfolded. What, father, is coming? This is simply marvelous. Wukong is still undergoing rigorous training. This is fantastic. We have hope now. Son Wukong and Krillin exclaimed in delight, having just received news from Bulma and Dr. Reefs, who had contacted them to share that Son Wukong would arrive on Namek in approximately 6 days. The group erupted into jubilant cheers, realizing how crucial it was to have a powerful ally in this unfamiliar and perilous environment. Is it true? Son Wukong will reach Namek in 6 days? A cold voice suddenly inquired. Vegeta had appeared unannounced within the cave. Upon seeing him, Krillin and the others were rendered speechless. Vegeta? They gasped in disbelief. Krillin and Son Wukong stared incredulously at Vegeta, unable to fathom how their hiding place had been discovered. Bulma and Dandy stood by, equally dumbfounded. Vegeta, can you also utilize ki? Krillin questioned, puzzled. Isn't that a simple feat? Fear not. I shall not harm you. I am merely here to collect my compensation. Vegeta replied with a disarming smile. Compensation? What exactly do you want? Krillin stammered, beads of sweat forming on his bald head. You slaughtered our comrades on Earth, and now you demand compensation from us. I mentioned I would not harm you. Besides, I just saved you. Did I not? Come inside. Let us converse calmly. Vegeta gestured towards the capsule house created by Bulma, inviting the group to enter. Exchanging glances, Krillin and the others reluctantly complied and entered the house. Inside the capsule home, after devouring an astonishing quantity of provisions, Vegeta felt satiated enough to pause, observing the anxious expressions of his companions. Sipping leisurely on his drink, he began to outline his plans. So, what you mean by compensation is an alliance. You want Dandy to guide us to the Grand Elder to enhance our strength and assist in gathering the Dragon Balls? Krillin inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Precisely at present, I am ill-equipped to contend with Frieza. That I require your cooperation, along with Son Wukong's, to have any hope of success. The dragon on Namek can grant 3 wishes each time. A single wish from me is not excessive. What? Dandy, is this true? The dragon on Namek can grant 3 wishes. Krillin asked Dandy excitedly. Yes, it can indeed grant 3 wishes, but how do you know that the Grand Elder can aid us in enhancing our power? Dandy queried curiously. That question is inconsequential. What matters is that I need you to guide us to the Grand Elder so we can elevate our strength to confront Frieza. We must also acquire a Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder. Vegeta responded calmly to Dandy's inquiry. Krillin turned to Dandy once more. Why yes, that is correct. Dandy nodded rapidly, perplexed by Vegeta's apparent knowledge. Then there should be no issues. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Vegeta, having finished his drink in one gulp, spoke. Vegeta, I am uncertain of your intentions, but if Frieza is indeed as formidable as you claim, we may need to collaborate for the time being. The wish of the dragon can be granted to you as well, provided you refrain from launching any further attacks on Earth. Krillin, the small, bald-headed warrior, fell silent for a moment before earnestly addressing Vegeta. Rest assured, it's quite possible I might even settle on Earth in the future, Vegeta responded, eliciting surprise from Krillin and Gohan. Observing their dialogue from the sidelines, Bulma gazed at Vegeta with curiosity, pondering to herself how he didn't seem so malevolent after all, that he appeared rather decent, and she found it hard to believe he would engage in the kind of invasion he had previously orchestrated. Noticing Bulma's gaze, Vegeta fixated on her, causing her to blush and quickly avert her eyes to escape his penetrating stare. Up close, Vegeta is rather handsome, and that cool demeanor, what a pity he is a bit short, but could it be true that he intends to settle on Earth? Bulma mused internally, stealing glances at Vegeta. Bulma, she is truly not bad looking. No wonder she is regarded as the most beautiful among Dragon Ball enthusiasts. However, I currently lack the time to pursue romantic interests. Once the situation on Namek is resolved, I'll need her assistance in constructing the gravity chamber, Vegeta contemplated as he regarded the lavender-haired Bulma. Let us depart promptly, Vegeta declared as he noticed the others were nearly ready. In the original story, there was a village possessing Dragon Balls that Vegeta had annihilated. However, it seemed that now, one of Frieza's minions had discovered it, and undoubtedly, Zarbin would be dispatched to resolve the matter. Unable to locate Vegeta and the others, but it mattered little, the Dragon Balls would eventually be gathered, and they could simply resurrect the fallen when the time came. In Frieza's spaceship base, within the main hall of Ship 1. A diminutive figure seated in a hovering infant carriage inquired of a nearby shadow. You say there's no sign of Dodoria? We can only bring back the 6th Dragon Ball for now. Yes, Lord Frieza, we have not located those 2 Earthlings either. A green-haired man standing respectfully beside him hastily explained. Very well, let us not concern ourselves with them for the moment. Zarbin, notify the Ginyu Force to bring the latest model of the detector to Namek. Frieza replied after a moment of contemplation. Zarbin, surprised, asked, Lord Frieza, why the Ginyu Force? Dodoria may have been killed by Vegeta. Even so, I, Zarbin, can handle Vegeta without the need for the Ginyu Force, correct? I have an unsettling premonition. I have been reflecting. The powerful Saiyans we have trained seem to be turning against us. Initially, I believed it to be Vegeta, but now I have my doubts. Frieza spoke, his expression revealing a hint of anxiety. As if foreseeing an impending dread. Lord Frieza, you worry unnecessarily. Besides Vegeta, there is only that Earthling left, who is not even as formidable as Vegeta, Zarbin asserted. Are you implying that my premonition is flawed? Quickly informed the Ginyu Force. Frieza's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Zarbin. Understood. Zarbin, sensing the murderous intent in Frieza's eyes, broke into a cold sweat and hastily complied. Chapter 4. The Grand Elder of Namek in a remote plain on Namek. A stone mountain rose majestically. Atop the mountain sat a white edifice, where a large, elderly Namekian reclined in a chair, seemingly dozing. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned to a young Namekian beside him. Neru, please go outside and greet Dondi and the others. He instructed. Yes, Grand Elder, the young Namekian replied respectfully. Upon stepping outside the building, Neru waited for a moment before spotting several figures soaring towards them. It was none other than Vegeta and his companions, who had journeyed for several hours. There it is, the Grand Elder's residence. Ah, Neru is waiting for us there, Dondi exclaimed, being carried by Vegeta due to his slow flying speed. Finally arriving, Vegeta remarked, this Grand Elder lives quite far. Doesn't he? Right, Gohan, Krillin and Gohan, after such a prolonged high-speed journey, felt the strain. Neru, you've finally arrived. The Grand Elder is waiting for you upstairs, Neru informed Dondi. Our village was attacked, and thankfully, these 2 Earthlings saved me, Dondi recounted. Knowing the Grand Elder was likely already aware of the situation. Come, let us go inside. Krillin and Gohan exchanged astonished glances as they observed the young Namekian. Neru, Gohan, don't you think this Neru looks remarkably similar to Piccolo? Krillin whispered to Gohan. Indeed, he looks almost identical to Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, fixated on Neru's resemblance to Piccolo. Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan followed Dondi and Neru into the presence of the Grand Elder. Welcome, esteemed guests from Earth. And you as well, Saiyan, the imposing Grand Elder greeted them politely. Wow, what an enormous Namekian, Krillin and Gohan exclaimed, taken aback by the Grand Elder's size. Ha ha, I am somewhat aware of the situation. Earthlings, I thank you for aiding Dandai. It was no trouble at all. Krillin and Gohan responded quickly, offering their gratitude as they conversed with the Grand Elder. Upon hearing that Piccolo had been slain by Vegeta and Nappa, they cast bewildered glances at Vegeta. The Grand Elder then beckoned Krillin to stand beside him, placing his hand atop Krillin's head to glean insights from Krillin's memories regarding recent events on Earth. I see, foolish one. To divide one's strength into halves, if only he could have fused again, perhaps he wouldn't have perished, the Grand Elder mused. Fuse? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Earthlings, you have my assistance. Here, take this Dragon Ball. However, your wish may be difficult to fulfill, the Grand Elder said as he retrieved a Dragon Ball from atop his seat and handed it to Krillin. Why? Krillin asked urgently. My lifespan is nearly at its end. Can you retrieve the Dragon Balls in such a short time? Otherwise, they will vanish with my passing. The Grand Elder sighed. That's so well. We'll protect this Dragon Ball at all costs. We will not allow Frieza to succeed, Krillin declared resolutely. Currently, I am unable to act if Frieza invades. Naru cannot withstand him. I shall help awaken your latent powers. The Grand Elder, having spoken, placed his hand back on Krillin's head. After a few seconds, Krillin felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, realizing his strength had significantly increased. Wow, my power has become tremendously strong. Vegeta was right, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Next, the Grand Elder also awakened Gohan's potential, resulting in a notable boost to Gohan's strength as well. Gohan stared at his hands in disbelief, feeling the surge of power within him. The Grand Elder then turned to Vegeta, contemplating before directly asking him how he knew he could assist in awakening their potential, and why he was aware that the Dragon of Namek could grant 3 wishes. Vegeta merely smiled without providing an answer. Very well. If you choose not to respond, that is acceptable. Although you committed misdeeds on Earth, since your arrival on Namek, you have not harmed my kin, and for that, I must express my gratitude for aiding my people, the Grand Elder concluded, gesturing for Vegeta to stand beside him. The Grand Elder sensed that the current Vegeta did not exude the same malevolent aura that Krillin had described. Despite his cold demeanor, he radiated a sense of tranquility. This transformation seemed exceedingly strange, yet as long as his intentions were benevolent, and he was indeed assisting the Namekians, there was no need to dwell excessively on the past. Let me remind you, do not attempt to pry into my memories, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. After Vegeta issued a stern warning to the Grand Elder, he positioned himself directly beside him. Vegeta was determined to keep his identity as a time traveler a secret, even from someone as close to death as the Grand Elder. One could never know if he might inadvertently expose him in the afterlife. He chuckled inwardly, assuring himself, rest assured, I shall not do so. The Grand Elder, with a beaming smile, placed his large hand upon Vegeta's shoulder. It took a full 10 seconds before Vegeta felt a formidable force erupt from within him, unleashing an invisible wave of immense energy that impacted those and everything around them. At that moment, the Grand Elder gradually withdrew his hand from Vegeta's shoulder. Huff, huff. The Grand Elder appeared to be exhausted from the effort of awakening Vegeta's potential. Panting heavily, Vegeta slowly reined in his newfound power, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, and excitedly clenched his fists. He hastily summoned his attribute panel to examine his battle power. Battle power, 700,000. How astonishing. My battle power has nearly increased tenfold. Vegeta's heart raced with exhilaration, a grin spreading across his face. This unexpected boost was beyond even his own expectations, given the Grand Elder's abilities and his current strength. He had anticipated a mere 5-fold increase. Clearly, being a time traveler endowed him with extraordinary potential. With such power, he felt undaunted even against Frieza's first form, though he remained wary of Frieza's subsequent transformations. Nearby, Krillin and Gohan were equally stunned by Vegeta's might, realizing that this strength surpassed that of Frieza, igniting hope for reclaiming the other Dragon Balls. However, they were also apprehensive that Vegeta's immense power might wreak irreparable havoc upon Earth. Chapter 5, Battle Power Assessment. The formidable Mr. Vegeta, your potential is truly admirable. Our people may yet be saved, the Grand Elder reverently remarked, gazing at the significantly empowered Vegeta. Vegeta reveled in his newfound strength. He shook his head in response to the Grand Elder's praise. Not enough. This level of power is insufficient to confront Frieza. What? The crowd was taken aback by Vegeta's declaration. How can that be? Is Frieza's strength even greater than yours now? Krillin exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. Indeed, the current Frieza is not in his true form. His actual might would easily overpower even 100 of my present self. Vegeta replied with a calm demeanor. You must be jesting. How could such a terrifying monster exist in this world? Krillin lamented, feeling utterly drained by Vegeta's words, dropping the Dragon Ball he had been holding. Fortunately, Gohan was quick enough to catch it before it hit the ground. As Vegeta observed the disheartened expressions of those around him, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Thus, I previously stated the need for cooperation. Once Kakarot arrives, there is hope. Vegeta spoke slowly. Really? So, as long as Dad arrives, we can defeat Frieza? Gohan asked, excitement lighting up his face at Vegeta's high regard for Goku. Upon hearing that Goku's presence could turn the tide against Frieza, Krillin's spirits lifted as well. He believed in Goku's ability to achieve the miraculous. The Grand Elder and the three Namekians, Naru and Dend, also regained their hope upon hearing Vegeta's words. However, you must not rely entirely on Kakarot. Upon returning, I will train you all to enhance your strength as much as possible before his arrival, Vegeta stated coldly, observing the rejuvenated duo. Dend, you should also awaken your potential and accompany us back. Your healing abilities will be invaluable during training, Vegeta added, addressing the still-standing Dend. Do I really have to? Dend questioned, confusion evident on his face. The Grand Elder chimed in. Dend, you should return with us and contribute to saving our people. Subsequently, Dend's potential was awakened, significantly enhancing his healing capabilities. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Vegeta led the group back to Bulma's location. Due to the increase in their powers, their return journey was markedly quicker than their initial departure. And soon they arrived at the cave where Bulma was hiding. Time flowed like water in the blink of an eye. Nearly 5 days had passed since Vegeta and the others had awakened their potential with the Grand Elder on Namek. During these days, Vegeta became accustomed to his skyrocketing battle power and began training Krillin and Gohan. Although he found their strengths rather lacking, he deemed them suitable as sparring partners, allowing them to develop some self-defense capabilities for future battles. One day, after enduring a rigorous session at Vegeta's hands, Krillin and Gohan collapsed to the ground, unable to continue. Dend, who had been watching, was about to step in to heal them, but was swiftly met with their adamant refusals. Dend was left bewildered. Why would they refuse treatment? Were they not in pain? The truth was that as soon as they were healed, Vegeta would drag them back into training, which they found more akin to being living punching bags. Throughout the training sessions, they had endured relentless beatings, feeling utterly powerless to retaliate. Nonetheless, the days of training under Vegeta had not only stabilized their newfound strength, but had also led to a slight increase in their battle powers. Sharpening their combat instincts and teamwork significantly, as Vegeta observed the two sprawled on the ground. He paid them no further mind and approached Bulma, who was engrossed in a book. Bulma, have you finished modifying the new model of the scouter I requested? Vegeta inquired. Vegeta, could you not speak to me so brusquely? You do realize you need my assistance, right? A little courtesy wouldn't hurt. Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes as she set her book aside. Nevertheless, she rose to retrieve a handheld scouter from the capsule house. Presenting it to Vegeta, I didn't bring any tools or materials when I came to Namek, so I could only convert the ear-mounted version into a handheld one. It has increased in size. But the maximum power detection limit now reaches 5 million. Bulma explained with a shrug. That's fine. It will suffice for now, Vegeta replied, accepting the device. Humph. If I had sufficient materials and tools, I could create one with a 1 billion limit. And if size were not a concern, I could easily construct one with a limit reaching 10 billion. Bulma declared proudly, crossing her arms and waiting for compliments. Impressive. Truly, you are the universe's foremost genius scientist. The beautiful Miss Bulma, Vegeta complimented, fully aware he was merely flattering his woman. Bulma, basking in Vegeta's praise, smiled contentedly. Oh, it's nothing really, just a little something, ha ha ha. Vegeta then turned his attention back to the scouter, examining it closely. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan, who were still on the ground, quickly asked Dend for healing before joining Vegeta to inspect the scouter. They were eager to discover their current battle powers. The trio took turns testing their strengths with the scouter. Vegeta, approximately 720,000. Gohan, approximately 30,000. Krillin, approximately 20,000. Vegeta compared the scouter's readings against his attribute panel, finding little discrepancy, though he believed the latter to be more precise. Achieving a battle power nearing 1 million without a gravity chamber would be a formidable challenge. As for the Saiyan near-death revival power-up, Vegeta deemed it too taxing on the body, akin to prematurely exhausting one's potential. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to avoid such measures, favoring the gradual, reliable growth that came from training in the gravity chamber. Primarily due to his aversion to pain. Conversely, Krillin and Gohan's current battle powers were still relatively low. However, they had seen some improvement after a few days of training, surpassing their strengths from the original storyline. As Krillin and Gohan engaged in casual conversation, Vegeta suddenly sensed 5 energy signatures approaching Namek. Glancing up at the sky, he spotted 5 spaceships descending toward a designated location. It seems that Ginyu and his crew have arrived. Kakarot should be nearing as well, Vegeta mused to himself. Vegeta pondered for a moment before instructing Bulma and Dandy to hide, while he, accompanied by Krillin and Gohan, proceeded toward the location where Ginyu and his comrades were descending. Carrying the Dragon Balls the trio journeyed. They deliberated on their forthcoming strategy. Chapter 6. The Ginyu Force. Vegeta, is the Ginyu Force truly as formidable as you claim? Will Gohan and I be a liability? Krillin inquired, his voice tinged with concern. Vegeta offered no response, as several figures in the distance rapidly approached their position, blocking their path in the blink of an eye. Rikwam, Berta, Jais, Guldo, Ginyu. The Ginyu Force has arrived. They announced in unison, striking an ostentatious pose that was almost comical. Vegeta observed their antics with a mix of curiosity and amusement, finding them even more absurd than their animated counterparts from his previous life. "Hello, Vegeta," called the lead figure, a purple-skinned oddity, greeting him with an overly familiar tone. That the final Dragon Ball in your possession? Hand it over. With a smirk, Vegeta replied, "Ginyu, you desire the Dragon Ball? Very well. Take it." That he tossed the Dragon Ball to Ginyu, adhering to their plan to initially surrender the Dragon Balls, knowing that Frieza would soon realize he could not summon the Eternal Dragon and would depart in search of the Grand Elder. They would then eliminate Ginyu and reclaim the Dragon Balls. How accommodating of you, Vegeta, but I must still send you to hell. Ginyu sneered as he caught the Dragon Ball. "Captain, I object. It's always you who takes the spotlight." "It's our turn to attack first," exclaimed several of Ginyu's subordinates in eager agreement. Faced with their complaints, Ginyu resignedly took the last Dragon Ball and headed towards Frieza, while his underlings decided the order of combat through a game of rock, paper, scissors. As in the original narrative, the victor was the simpleton Rikwam, followed by the telekinetic midget Guldo. Vegeta opted to assess the prowess of Gohan and Krillin, permitting them to engage Guldo while he observed from the sidelines. As anticipated, without Vegeta's intervention, Krillin and Gohan, having trained under him for several days, proved more than capable of dispatching Guldo. Even his psychic abilities could not simultaneously restrain both of them. Alas, Guldo has been defeated by those 2 little brats. How infuriating. With 1 member down, Captain Ginyu must redesign our combat formation for 4. The remaining members of the Ginyu Force were astonished by the capabilities of Krillin and Gohan. However, their excitement stemmed from the realization that their current adversaries were more resilient and not so easily vanquished. A large, red-haired brute stepped forward, taunting Vegeta. "Vegeta, it's our turn now. Let Rikwam entertain you." Vegeta remained unperturbed, arms crossed, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Rikwam, incensed by Vegeta's indifference, felt a vain throb on his forehead and charged at him. However, Krillin and Gohan swiftly intercepted him, declaring, "Fool, we will be your opponents." "Oh, 2 overconfident fools. Very well, I shall demonstrate the true might of the Ginyu Force." Rikwam grinned at them. Yet, his fellow team members were displeased, arguing that the little brats should be their prey. Rikwam feigned helplessness. "Perhaps I'm just more popular. There's nothing I can do." "Ha! Just remember, Rikwam, you owe us chocolate ice cream after this." "Of course. No problem." Seizing the moment while Rikwam was still bantering, Krillin and Gohan dashed forward, executing a flawless combination attack. Almost simultaneously, they struck Rikwam with powerful punches to his abdomen. The tremendous impact sent Rikwam hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Without pause, Krillin and Gohan launched a more ferocious barrage. Krillin concentrated energy into a potent Kamehameha, while Gohan prepared to unleash his Masenko. Kamehameha, Masenko, the combined waves of energy surged toward Rikwam. who seemed utterly defenseless against the onslaught, relying solely on his body to absorb the blows. Boom! The ground shook with the deafening explosion, a brilliant beam of energy shooting skyward. Smoke enveloped the area. Yet Krillin and Gohan did not relent in their assault. They charged toward Rickewam, unleashing a new wave of attacks upon him, their fists and feet raining down relentlessly, forcing him to retreat. However, as a warrior boasting over 40,000 in battle power, Rickewam quickly regained his composure and seriousness. He roared with fury, emanating an overwhelming aura of energy. With powerful arms, he deflected the attacks from Krillin and Gohan, retaliating with a devastating punch. Faced with Rickewam's unleashed power, Krillin and Gohan felt an unprecedented pressure. They could barely withstand his onslaught, consistently on the defensive. Their bodies were battered back by Rickewam's strikes until they fell to the ground. Unable to rise, "The game is over. Allow me, Rickewam, to send you both to the underworld." He laughed, preparing to finish them off. Yet, just as he was about to strike, Vegeta, who had been observing, finally intervened in an instant. He appeared before Rickewam, delivering a punch to his abdomen. This strike, seemingly ordinary, caused Rickewam to lose his balance, staggering several steps back before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Ugh! Rickewam's abdomen felt as if it had been torn apart, the excruciating pain forcing him to spew blood. His eyes reflected sheer terror and despair, unable to comprehend the magnitude of Vegeta's strength, which had rendered him powerless with a single blow. Vegeta stood over Rickewam. Coldly gazing down at him, he slowly raised his hand, fingers spread wide, gathering energy for a final strike. Rickewam's eyes filled with dread and helplessness, as if pleading for mercy, but Vegeta's gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of compassion. Wait. Boom! Rickewam's plea was cut short as he was obliterated by Vegeta's energy blast. Chapter 7. Goku arrives on Namek. How is this possible? Vegeta dispatched Rickewam with such ease. Jais and Berta, watching from afar, were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Yet, before they could react, they saw Vegeta, having effortlessly dealt with Rickewam, vanish from sight in an instant. They frantically searched the surroundings until they heard Vegeta's voice, cold as death, behind them. "Now it's your turn." Jais and Berta turned in terror, their hearts racing. Frieza's spaceship base. Frieza gazed at the Dragon Balls before him, troubled. He hadn't anticipated that utilizing the Dragon Balls on Namek would require some special incantation or code. It seemed that he had annihilated all the Namekians on this planet. What now? Frieza swiftly activated his scouter, searching for any surviving Namekians. In the region 8829401, there appear to be 2 Namekians still alive. Excellent. We have not attacked that area. Ginyu, you and Guldo stay here and guard the Dragon Balls. I shall handle this personally. Frieza instructed Ginyu and Guldo. Yes, as you command, Lord Frieza. Frieza pivoted and settled into his baby carriage, soaring rapidly towards the horizon. Simultaneously, having effortlessly dispatched Guys and Bert, Vegeta was poised to return the unconscious Krillin and Gohan to Bulma for Dandy's healing touch. Suddenly, Vegeta halted, casting his gaze skyward, where a spherical black and white spaceship was descending. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. The vessel, emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation insignia, gradually touched down on level ground. Its hatch creaking opened and a man donned in an orange martial arts uniform, sporting a crab-like hairstyle, emerged from the craft. At last, I have reached Namek. I must locate the 3 of them quickly. I hope Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma are all safe. I sense Gohan's energy, and Krillin's too. They appear to be injured. Their auras faint. Hold on. I'm on my way. The crab-haired man shot into the sky towards the location of Krillin and Gohan. Upon arriving, he was taken aback to find Vegeta standing nearby. That he immediately exclaimed, "Vegeta, what are you doing here? I didn't detect your energy just now." "Heh, Kakarot, you finally made it," Vegeta coldly replied to the crab-haired man. The latter scratched his head, saying, "Just call me Son Goku. I'm not used to being called Kakarot." "And did you hide your energy? I couldn't sense you at all. When did you learn to do that? Have you become even stronger? If you keep chatting like this, your son and that little bald-headed kid may very well perish." Vegeta interjected, noticing Goku's idle banter. Hearing this, Goku hastily administered a Senzu bean to both Gohan and Krillin. They instantly revitalized, springing back to life. The 2, now recovered, eagerly recounted their experiences on Namek to Goku. I see. Vegeta, I don't understand why you've changed so much, but I must thank you for helping Krillin and Gohan. However, you seem to have grown even stronger. I'm not sure I could match you now. Goku exclaimed, filled with excitement that I'd also like to have a match with you. But not at this moment, we must first reclaim the Dragon Balls. Krillin, Gohan, you two go fetch Dandy, Kakarot, and I will head off to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Vegeta instructed succinctly before he and Goku set off towards Frieza's spaceship at the Frieza spaceship base. Captain Ginyu and Guldo were engaged in a casual conversation when they suddenly spotted two figures approaching at high speed. It seemed guys and the others had dealt with Vegeta, taking longer than expected. Wait a moment. Captain Ginyu sensed something was amiss and quickly activated his scouter. He discovered that the figures approaching were not his teammates, but rather Vegeta and a man with a crab-like hairstyle. Captain Ginyu, startled, exclaimed, Vegeta, how could it be you? Have all my men been? Ignoring Jinyu's inquiry, Vegeta turned to Goku, stating, Kakarot, I'll give you the opportunity to choose your opponent first. But make it quick, we don't have much time. Goku was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected kindness, noting how he had transformed since their time on Earth. Without further hesitation, Goku opted to confront Ginyu. While Vegeta faced the astonished Guldo, you insufferable Saiyan, how dare you underestimate me? Captain Ginyu, even if you've disposed of my entire team, it matters not. As long as I, Captain Ginyu, remain, I can assemble a new Ginyu Force at any time. Ginyu fumed, his anger flaring at their dismissive attitude. Beep, beep, beep. Your power level is only 5,000. Captain Ginyu refrained from attacking immediately, opting to verify Goku's power level with the scouter first. What? Only 5,000? Ginyu, are you sure you're not mistaken? That level of power is insufficient to deal with my men. Guldo questioned, astonished. It seems the scouter's readings are inaccurate. His power likely surges dramatically in battle. His actual power should exceed 60,000. Ginyu analyzed coolly. Impossible. How could a Saiyan's power reach 60,000? Guldo seethed. Nothing is impossible. He is probably an exceptional warrior. Humph. This battle should be quite entertaining. Come, let me experience your strength. Ginyu declared, striking a combat stance. Though you've praised my prowess, it was Vegeta who defeated your men, not me. Goku replied sincerely. What? It was Vegeta. Both Ginyu and Guldo could scarcely believe their ears, astonished by Vegeta's newfound strength. Enough chatter. I have no time for your nonsense. Kakarot, hurry and defeat your opponent, or I'll ensure you don't get the chance to fight. Vegeta snapped, unable to tolerate their incessant discussion, aware that Frieza was nearing. Chapter 8. Captain Jinyu's body change technique. No sooner had Vegeta spoken than he dashed towards Guldo like a bolt of lightning. Guldo, caught off guard, was sent flying by a powerful punch. Vegeta followed up with a ki blast, reducing him to ashes. Witnessing Vegeta's ferocity, Goku quickly turned his attention to Captain Ginyu to prevent him from being taken out alongside Guldo. 100,000. Vegeta's power skyrocketed in an instant, leaving Ginyu astonished as he observed the scouter's reading. Yet there was no time to dwell on it. The crab-haired man's fists were flying at him like bullets. Goku closed in, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches towards Ginyu. Reacting swiftly, Captain Ginyu, drawing on his extensive combat experience, expertly parried Goku's strikes. His movements were imbued with strength, showcasing his formidable defensive capabilities. In this intense clash, both displayed remarkable power and speed. Goku's motions were as lightning fast as they were dazzling, while Jinyu's defense stood resolute and impenetrable. Their strengths and speeds were evenly matched, creating a stalemate. However, the battle did not last long. Ginyu, with keen observation, noticed that Goku was not fighting at full capacity. A smirk crept across his face as he taunted, Kid, you haven't shown your true abilities. Do you look down on me? Unleash your full power and let us have a serious fight. Goku smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Then keep an eye on your scouter and see just how powerful I really am. I suspect your maximum power is around 100,000. Kaioken. Goku inhaled deeply, his entire being seeming to coalesce before erupting with force. The tremendous energy enveloped the arena, heralding the arrival of a storm. Jinyu's expression shifted. He sensed an overwhelming strength. Goku was surrounded by a crimson aura, and as his energy surged, so too did his combat power. Jinyu's scouter flickered wildly, revealing an astounding figure, 180,000. It was a power level greater than any warrior Ginyu had ever encountered. This is impossible. Is this truly your full strength? Ginyu stammered in disbelief. Truth be told, my explosive power is even higher than this. What did you say? Ginyu could hardly believe his ears. Could this boy be a Super Saiyan? If you think you can't defeat me, then leave this planet at once, and I won't lay a finger on you, Goku stated calmly. How can this be? No. I, Captain Ginyu, am the strongest, second only to Lord Frieza. Captain Ginyu bellowed furiously at Son Wukong. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Ginyu instantaneously lost the desire to continue fighting, his mind swirling with confusion as he pondered how to navigate the dire situation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He recalled a secret technique he had kept in reserve, and his expression immediately shifted to one of calm. Not far off, Vegeta, who was guarding the Dragon Balls, observed Jinyu's demeanor and allowed a slight smile to creep across his lips. Son Wukong, noticing Jinyu's sinister grin, inquired with bewilderment, "While I have yet to change my mind, you should leave this planet at once." "I shall spare you." "Spare me? Indeed. You are undeniably powerful. Your combat prowess far exceeds my own, but I find your body rather appealing." Ginyu retorted with a smirk. Son Wukong, still oblivious to Jinyu's intentions, watched as the captain removed the scouter from his head and placed it on the ground. Then, with a single punch, he struck his own heart, blood gushing forth in an instant. Ginyu spread his arms wide, adopting a pose reminiscent of a starfish. With great effort, he shouted 2 words, "Change." In that fleeting moment, a brilliant light enveloped Ginyu, forming a beam that surged towards the still-dazed Son Wukong. Just as in the original tale, their bodies exchanged. Vegeta, witnessing the successful swap, wore a satisfied expression and declared, "Excellent. It is now my turn to take action." However, Ginyu, having just acquired Son Wukong's body, had yet to familiarize himself with his new form when he noticed Vegeta approaching. "Humph, Vegeta, just in time. I shall use you to test my newfound strength." "Whoa." Before Ginyu could finish his taunt, he was met with Vegeta's attack, a powerful fist crashing into his face. The impact forced Ginyu to cover his face, tears and snot erupting uncontrollably. "How despicable. You ambushed me. I was careless and did not evade." "Just you wait. Witness the might of this body." Alas, Ginyu attempted to unleash the incredible power within Son Wukong's body, but quickly realized he was incapable of harnessing Wukong's previous strength. He could not comprehend why this exchange did not yield the anticipated results. Vegeta scoffed. "Ginyu, do you truly believe that by seizing Kakarot's body, you would inherit his power? You are sorely mistaken." Without mercy, Vegeta launched another assault, his punches and movements imbued with strength and precision. Faced with such an opponent, Ginyu could only struggle defensively, utterly unable to retaliate. His strength paled in comparison to his original form, let alone matching Son Wukong's prowess. In no time, Ginyu was left battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground, nearly immobilized. "Ginyu, is this all you are capable of?" Vegeta stood over Ginyu, mercilessly taunting him. At that moment, Ginyu was engulfed by despair, unable to fathom his current state of vulnerability. How could this happen? How could this happen? Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration struck Ginyu as he gazed at the battered Vegeta, a wicked thought forming in his mind. That insufferable Vegeta is far too powerful. I have made up my mind. I shall exchange your body, Ginyu silently vowed. "Vegeta, spare me. I will immediately relinquish the Dragon Balls to you, and then I shall depart from Namek." "Oh, really? Certainly. I, Ginyu, am a man of my word." "Well, I might consider it." As Ginyu observed Vegeta's gradually relaxing demeanor, he knew the moment had arrived. "Vegeta, your body is now mine." "Huh?" Chapter 9. Shinran Porunga. Seeing the opportune moment, Ginyu unleashed his body-switching technique upon Vegeta. "Watch out." Vegeta, Son Wukong, gravely injured, shouted urgently as he lunged towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta, having anticipated Jinyu's intentions, had been leading Ginyu towards Son Wukong all along. Just as the body-switching beam was about to strike Vegeta, Son Wukong intervened just in time, and their bodies reverted to their original states. As Vegeta witnessed Son Wukong successfully reclaim his body, he wasted no time in preventing Ginyu from attempting the technique again, swiftly sending him to the afterlife. "Ginyu, as you journey to the underworld, remember to enjoy yourself. Yet, Ginyu still wished to plead for mercy. Boom! A cloud of smoke enveloped the area as Jinyu's form disintegrated into ashes, gradually dissipating in the wind. Vegeta. Why go to such lengths? He has already begged for mercy. Simply let him leave Namek in peace. Son Wukong, battered and bruised, expressed a hint of compassion. Heh, you remain unchanged. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. What do you mean by that? At that moment, Krillin and Gohan arrived with Dandy in tow. With Dandy's healing magic, Son Wukong quickly recuperated, avoiding the need for treatment in a medical pod as in the original tale. Dandy, this is my father. Hello, Dandy. I am Son Wukong. Thank you for your healing. Son Wukong and Dandy exchanged pleasantries while Vegeta, along with Krillin and Gohan, placed the 7 Dragon Balls in an open area. Preparing to summon Shenron, Gohan and Krillin were filled with excitement, having finally gathered the 7 Dragon Balls after their arduous efforts. After many days of toil, their efforts bore fruit. Dandy recited the incantation to summon Shenron. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant glow, darkening the sky above. The radiance from the 7 Dragon Balls converged, transforming into a colossal green dragon, Porunga, towering hundreds of meters high. The great dragon, Porunga, stirred its massive body, its 2 enormous red eyes locking onto the group. Speak your wishes, possessors of the Dragon Balls. Within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes, the immense dragon intoned in a thunderous voice. The group gazed in awe at the magnificent dragon in the sky, collectively marveling at its grandeur. For my first wish, I wish to resurrect all those who were slain by the Saiyans on Earth. Krillin hurriedly requested Dandy to translate for Shenron. However, just as in the original tale, the Namekian dragon could only revive 1 person at a time. Next, they decided to contact King Kai so that Piccolo could be revived first, thereby restoring the functionality of the Dragon Balls on Earth. However, the second wish was not to bring Piccolo to Namek. Vegeta had previously conferred with Krillin and the others, determining that the second wish must be reserved for himself, fearing that the elder Namekian might not survive until the third wish was granted, thus causing the Dragon Balls to become ineffective. For my second wish, may I acquire the ability of immortality? Vegeta tentatively proposed. Apologies. That wish is beyond my capabilities. Shenron Porunga replied that it seemed that such a request could only be fulfilled by the Super Dragon Balls, akin to Zamasu's situation. Then please, within your power, enhance my body to its most perfect state. Understood. Please wait a moment. After a brief pause, Shenron Porunga's eyes shimmered with a red light. Vegeta immediately felt a transformation occurring within his body. His form trembled uncontrollably as if undergoing rapid maturation. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced like a powerful engine, and every joint and bone in his body crackled. Originally standing at 164 cm, he gradually grew to around 180 centimeters. His weight increased by over 10 kilograms, yet his muscles remained proportionate and firm that a fluffy tail sprouted from his back, curling and twisting with vigor. His skin became taut, and even his aura intensified. Vegeta, what is happening to you? Son Wukong and the others stared in astonishment at the now towering Vegeta. Wow, Vegeta, you seem to have grown taller and stronger. I can't wait to test my skills against you. Son Wukong gazed at Vegeta with palpable excitement. Vegeta, indifferent to the onlookers, meticulously observed the changes in his own body. All right, the second wish has been fulfilled, and now there remains but one final wish. Speak quickly, urged the dragon Porunga. Dragon, for my third wish, I wish to transport the recently resurrected Namekian, Piccolo, back to Namek, shouted Krillin, recalling Piccolo's earlier communication through King Kai and the others. Din promptly translated the final wish to Porunga. Done, the last wish is granted, and until next time. Suddenly, the Namekian dragon's words were cut short as he vanished, the sky returning to its normal state, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, falling to the ground. Oh no, this means the Grand Elder has passed away, Din exclaimed in shock at the scene before him. How could it happen so swiftly? Krillin and the others were engulfed in sorrow. But, why don't we see Piccolo? Did he not make it in time to be transported? Krillin wondered, scratching his bald head in confusion. Din quickly explained, perhaps he did not specify the location for the transport and was randomly sent to some place on Namek. Wukong, what's wrong? Krillin asked helplessly, only to turn and find Son Wukong staring into the distance with eager anticipation. Wukong remained silent, having sensed a powerful energy approaching at remarkable speed. Here it comes, he suddenly announced. Perplexed, Krillin inquired, "What's coming?" "You pitiful ants! How dare you shatter my dream of immortality?" A cold yet furious voice interrupted. The diminutive figure appeared not far from them, adorned with two sharp horns on either side of its head and a thick tail trailing behind. Its expression was icy, with eyes radiating a fierce and brutal demeanor, emanating an aura so chilling it seemed to freeze the very air around. Chapter 10. The Wrath of Frieza. Krillin and Gohan recognized the figure and felt a wave of unease wash over them. However, upon remembering that Wukong was present, their anxiety somewhat abated. "Vegeta, you traitorous Saiyan, how delightful to see you here. Watch as I torment you all," Frieza hissed, his gaze fixed on Vegeta with venomous intent. Vegeta did not respond to Frieza's threats. Instead, he glanced at Wukong. "Kakarot, this time I'll let you take the lead. Make it count." "Really? I thought you were going to compete with me." Wukong's eyes sparkled at the prospect. "Of course, I'll take a rest for a bit." "Just be careful not to die," Vegeta said, turning to leave with dent. "Damn that Vegeta, he seeks his own demise." Frieza seethed, infuriated by Vegeta's demeanor, and unleashed a death beam from his fingertip aimed at Vegeta. With a swift motion, Wukong intercepted the beam with a single slap, sending it soaring into the sky. Damn it. You, also a Saiyan?" Frieza squinted at Wukong. Wukong did not reply, instead turning to Krillin. "Krillin, you and Gohan should follow Vegeta and keep your distance." "I'll handle Frieza. Just be careful." "Wukong, you can do it," Krillin urged, while Gohan added, "Dad, I believe you can defeat Frieza." They hurried toward Vegeta's direction. "Oh, by the way, are you that Saiyan who was sent to Earth all those years ago?" "What is your name?" Frieza inquired, intrigued by Wukong, who resembled the Saiyan that had once stood against Frieza's army alone. "I am Son Wukong, but they all call me Kakarot," Wukong replied, maintaining a calm smile. "Kakarot, indeed a Saiyan name. Since you are so perceptive, allow me to share a secret before your demise. Your home planet, Planet Vegeta, was not destroyed by a meteor. I annihilated it myself." Frieza chuckled maliciously. "I've heard that from Vegeta. Thus, I shall defeat you," Wukong responded, still wearing a tranquil smile. Frieza, observing Wukong's unwavering demeanor, roared in fury, "How arrogant! Despicable Saiyan! I shall tear you limb from limb to quench my rage." In an instant, Frieza unleashed his full power. His energy skyrocketing, he then lunged at Wukong with a powerful punch, only to find it effortlessly caught by Wukong. Frieza quickly threw another punch, which met the same fate. Wukong appeared remarkably composed in the face of Frieza's onslaught. After effortlessly blocking two of Frieza's punches, Wukong's aura flared dramatically, his power surging. Beep, beep, beep. Boom. Frieza watched in disbelief as the readings on his scouter skyrocketed, Wukong's power escalating to the point that it destroyed Frieza's scouter. "Impossible! A mere Saiyan possesses such strength," Frieza gasped in astonishment. "Indeed, I am quite surprised myself. It feels almost surreal. When I first arrived on Namek, my power was worlds apart from what it is now," Wukong remarked, clenching his fists in contemplation. Once Frieza regained his composure, he smugly declared, "Humph, do not get too cocky. My power goes far beyond this. Is that so? Then would you kindly demonstrate?" Wukong replied, his excitement palpable. "Certainly, after I transform, you shall witness true power," Frieza proclaimed, promptly tearing apart his battle suit. "Is this the transformation?" Wukong wondered, his face a mix of confusion and curiosity. Frieza merely smiled, not responding, and began to channel his energy, which intensified dramatically. "Ha! Ah!" Frieza let out a primal roar as his form began to change. First, his body grew larger, then his limbs expanded, and finally, his head and horns morphed into thick, sharp, bull-like protrusions. Once the transformation was complete, Frieza stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, his energy amplified significantly. "Incredible! You look completely different. You seem so powerful," Wukong exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. "Are you frightened? This formidable power is quite challenging to control. My battle strength exceeds 1,000,000 now," Frieza boasted. Yet, Wukong showed no signs of fear. Rather, his eagerness puzzled Frieza. "Let us begin our match. I can hardly wait." "Foolish Saiyan, you will regret this." Boom, boom, boom. In a certain plain on Namek, Wukong and Frieza were locked in a fierce battle. Wukong moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, swiftly dodging Frieza's attacks. His movements appeared chaotic, Yet each strike precisely avoided Frieza's blows while allowing him to counterattack. Frieza's second form was imposing. With enhanced muscles and strength, he swung his massive fists toward the ground, shaking the earth beneath them. However, Yukong gracefully leapt into the air, flipping as if unaffected by the tremors below. In midair, Yukong suddenly altered his attack trajectory, bringing his feet crashing toward Frieza's face. Bang! However, Frieza's reaction speed was remarkably swift. He deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful knee strike. Goku, unable to leverage his strength in midair, braced himself against the blow. Merely taking a slight step back, sustaining minimal damage, he continued to showcase his distinctive combat style, alternating between rapid movements that rendered him nearly undetectable to Frieza and slowing down to create illusions. Before launching lethal strikes, after evading one of Frieza's attacks, Goku suddenly launched an assault from the opposite side, unleashing a potent energy blast directed straight at Frieza. Yet, Frieza was not one to yield easily. He countered with a wave of energy. The clash resounded with a thunderous roar. The two energies collided mid-air, erupting in a brilliant display of light. Chapter 11. Vegeta's decision. The outcome of this collision was that Goku was pushed back only a few meters, while Frieza staggered nearly 10 meters. The apparent power balance between them seemed evenly matched, yet Goku had yet to unleash his full potential. That he reveled in the thrill of the battle, rather than rushing to conclude it. "Hey, Saiyan, you're quite impressive. To think you could hold your own against this form of mine," Frieza proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Yes, that's so. You're formidable as well. I have yet to encounter an opponent as powerful as you," Goku replied, brimming with enthusiasm. "Foolish creature, do you think this is all my strength? I can transform again. Prepare to witness the power of my second transformation." "Tremble," Frieza declared, his tone dripping with arrogance. Goku, undeterred, inquired, "Really? Show me." Frieza, incensed by Goku's bravado, wondered why this Saiyan displayed not a trace of fear. Around the battlefield, objects began to tremble noticeably. Frieza commenced his second transformation, his aura intensifying, muscles swelling further, his physique expanding laterally, and large bone spikes protruding from his body. The bony armor on his shoulders extended outward, and his head took on an even more grotesque appearance, his tongue elongating eerily, rendering him almost alien. The surrounding air currents swirled violently in response to Frieza's escalating power. Goku, sensing Frieza's amplified energy, was filled with exhilaration. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilled he became. His fervor for battle stemmed from the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. Meanwhile, somewhere on Namek, a white figure was hastening toward Goku and the others. In the distance from the battlefield where Goku and Frieza clashed, Vegeta, having secured Dandi in a safe location, turned his attention inward to assess his own body. Gohan and Krillin had also gathered around Dandi. Vegeta, feeling the changes within himself, realized that the wish he made with the Dragon Balls had not only enhanced his physical prowess, but had also made his form more suitable for combat. It was perplexing, considering that Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, possessed exceptional talent and lineage, yet he was perpetually overshadowed by Goku, who had firmly held the position of second place for ages. This was particularly baffling during the Namek saga, when Goku's power escalated at an unreasonable rate. Pondering this, the only explanation that emerged was that as the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Goku was endowed with a protagonist's halo, a divine blessing from Akira Toriyama. This left Vegeta feeling helpless, compelled to rely on the Dragon Balls to augment his strength in hopes of surpassing Goku's monstrous progress. Vegeta sensed the power derived from the evolution of his Saiyan genes and quickly summoned his attribute panel. Battle Power, 800,000 Transformation Skill. Great Ape Transformation Super Saiyan 1. Requires 3 million battle power to utilize this skill, no other conditions necessary. The transformation skill had expanded to include Great Ape Transformation, slightly enhancing his power by several tens of thousands. Yet he remained far from the 3 million mark. Was he left with no choice but to resort to that maneuver? Vegeta gazed at the panel, troubled. Thus, he resolved his course of action, for as the old adage states, only those who endure great pain can rise above others. Vegeta appeared to have made a determined decision as he turned toward Krillin and the others. Goku is truly impressive, while Frieza is formidable. I feel Goku is handling it with ease, Krillin remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for Goku's performance. Indeed, Uncle Krillin, Dad has become incredibly strong, Gohan chimed in, his face alight with pride. Hey, bald kid, come hit me until I'm severely injured. Huh? What? Vegeta, what are you talking about? Krillin responded, bewildered, thinking he had misheard that we Saiyans possess a unique trait. When on the brink of death, our power significantly increases upon recovery. Hitting oneself is ineffective. One can only rely on external attacks, Vegeta explained with a serious expression. Why go to such lengths? With Goku dealing with Frieza, isn't that unnecessary? What do you know? We cannot rely solely on Kakarot. Frieza has even more powerful transformations, and we could all be killed. Vegeta warned ominously, then, but how could I possibly injure you enough with my strength? Krillin stammered, panicking slightly. It's simple. I'll lower my power to the minimum. And you can injure me severely, then have Dondi heal me, Vegeta instructed, turning to Dondi with further commands. Well, all right, just let me know when you can attack. Krillin conceded helplessly. Of course, prepare yourself. I'm ready. Boom. Before Vegeta could finish his sentence, Krillin unleashed an energy blast that pierced through Vegeta's abdomen. Gohan and Dondi looked on in shock at the unfolding scene. Ouch, that hurts. Damn bald kid. I hadn't even finished my sentence. Vegeta clutched his abdomen, groaning in pain and cursing. Wait, didn't you say you were ready? Krillin retorted defensively. Uncle Krillin, that's not the point right now. Dondi, quickly heal Vegeta. Gohan snapped back to focus, urgently pulling Dondi toward Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta, I will assist you immediately. Dondi exclaimed, rushing to help. That moment, a tall figure cloaked in a white cape appeared above the group. That energy? Piccolo, Gohan suddenly exclaimed, sensing a familiar presence. Gohan, are you all right? A towering figure materialized before them. Piccolo, we've been waiting for you. Krillin and Gohan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Piccolo. That you've all endured much, especially you, Gohan. You've grown stronger. Well done, Piccolo remarked, looking at Gohan with admiration. Hearing this, Gohan wiped a tear from his eye and replied, Piccolo, I'm just glad you're back. Nothing else matters. That is that creature currently battling Goku, the infamous Frieza? Piccolo inquired, glancing toward the battlefield where Goku and Frieza were locked in combat. Yes, that's correct. Truly astonishing to think such a monstrous force exists in this universe. Piccolo marveled, reflecting on his own journey of growth after training with King Kai and assimilating with his Namekian counterpart, Nail, only to find himself still outmatched by Frieza's sheer might. Chapter 12. Power level reaches transformation threshold. Gohan. I apologize. I wasted a wish to teleport here to Namek, but I cannot be of much assistance. My power is insufficient to confront Frieza. We must rely on Goku, Piccolo expressed with a hint of resignation. That's all right. As long as Goku is here, we have hope, Krillin quickly reassured. Yes, Uncle Piccolo, I believe my dad can defeat Frieza. You must be Dondi, right? Piccolo asked, turning his gaze to the Namekian behind Gohan and the others. Dondi, who had just finished healing Vegeta, looked at the tall Namekian who bore an uncanny resemblance to Nail with curiosity. I am Dondi. Who are you? How do you know my name? Because he assimilated with Nail. Vegeta interjected, now recovered enough to chime in. You know of this, Saiyan? Piccolo narrowed his eyes at Vegeta, puzzled as to how he possessed such knowledge. Vegeta, you've recovered from your injuries? That's splendid. Little bald-headed Krillin and Son Wukong turned their gazes towards the remarkably revitalized Vegeta. At that moment, Piccolo discerned that Vegeta appeared considerably taller, seemingly surpassing Son Wukong in height. Piccolo, somewhat perplexed, regarded Vegeta, as he recalled that this Saiyan should not be so tall. However, it was of little consequence. After all, he was still not as imposing or powerful as Piccolo himself. Having trained under King Kai for a time, coupled with his assimilation with Nail, Piccolo's battle power had approached a staggering 1.5 million, bolstering his confidence immensely. The Saiyan who had previously invaded Earth could be dealt with effortlessly by him. Saiyan, have you forgotten the misdeeds you committed on Earth? He thought. Coincidentally, I have yet to make a move since arriving on Namek. While I cannot contend with that monster Frieza, eliminating you poses no challenge. Piccolo's expression hardened, his gaze fixated on Vegeta, contemplating that he could finally stretch his muscles a bit and avenge his fallen comrades on Earth. However, his primary motive was to seek vengeance for his own demise. Wait a moment. Piccolo, Vegeta is no longer our enemy. Krillin interjected urgently as he noticed Piccolo's intent to confront Vegeta. That's right, Uncle Piccolo. Vegeta has been our ally on Namek, assisting us all along. Son Wukong hastily explained. What are you two saying? Have you forgotten the havoc he wreaked on Earth? Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glared at Krillin and Son Wukong. Subsequently, Krillin and Son Wukong quickly recounted their experiences on Namek, detailing how Vegeta had aided them. Piccolo hesitated, struggling to believe that the Saiyan who had once rampaged on Earth had truly turned over a new leaf and transformed into a good person. Although he remained skeptical, he trusted that Gohan and the others would not deceive him. Resigned, he addressed Vegeta. Even so, I shall not lower my guard against you, Saiyan. Think what you will, it matters not to me. After all, your current strength is far too feeble to pose any threat, Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk, showing no need for courtesy towards someone who harbored such hostility. What did you say? Saiyan? Piccolo exclaimed. What? If you doubt me, then eliminate Frieza, and I shall entertain you, Vegeta replied, dismissing Piccolo and turning his attention to studying his attribute panel. Piccolo, just let it go. Don't be so agitated, Krillin advised. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo. Our true enemy is that villain Frieza, Gohan chimed in, attempting to calm Piccolo. Character. Vegeta race. Saiyan battle power. 3.2 million transformation skills. Great Ape transformation. Super Saiyan after this near-death experience. His battle power had astonishingly surged to 3.2 million. Incredible. He could transform into a Super Saiyan directly now. Vegeta felt an overwhelming rush of exhilaration. However, he grimaced at the memory of the excruciating pain when his abdomen was pierced. He wondered if the subsequent transformations into Super Saiyan could be triggered directly as well. This was something he needed to thoroughly investigate when time permitted. As Vegeta composed himself, he resumed watching the battle unfolding in the distance. The clash between Frieza and Son Wukong continued unabated. At this moment, Frieza's third form boasted a battle power exceeding 2 million. That the two stood locked in confrontation, with Son Wukong wearing a relaxed smile, as though he were in complete control of the situation. Conversely, Frieza wore a sinister expression. His third form appeared even more imposing, yet he remained unable to shake the Saiyan before him. Frieza abruptly swung his arm, unleashing an energy wave towards Son Wukong, who simply sidestepped with ease, evading the attack. Son Wukong chuckled mockingly, as if to say, such an attack is merely child's play to me. Damn Saiyan monkey. Frieza roared, incensed by Son Wukong's contemptuous demeanor, and launched another assault. This time, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves, attempting to corner Son Wukong. Yet, Son Wukong danced around each attack with effortless grace, evading them all. Then, Son Wukong counterattacked, launching himself towards Frieza and delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Although Frieza managed to block in time, he was still forced back several steps, astonished at the sheer strength of the Saiyan before him. There was no denying it. Son Wukong's battle power had dramatically increased since his time on Namek, having reached 3 million after his battle with Captain Ginyu, not to mention that he had yet to unleash the Kaioken technique. As for transforming into a Super Saiyan, that would likely have to wait for Krillin's sacrifice. Kamehameha. In an instant, a massive blue energy wave erupted from Son Wukong's hands, hurtling towards Frieza, who quickly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong pressed forward, launching a relentless flurry of punches against Frieza, each strike infused with immense power. Although Frieza retaliated, his attacks were effortlessly neutralized by Son Wukong, and at this juncture, Frieza found himself wholly on the defensive. He realized that despite transforming into his third form, he could not triumph over this Saiyan. Damn monkey. Has he already become a Super Saiyan? No. Such a legendary transformation cannot exist. I, Frieza, am the supreme being of the universe. Chapter 13. The wild nature of Son Goku Saiyan. Your power is indeed formidable, but it pales in comparison to mine. Can you grow even stronger? Son Wukong discerned the implication in Frieza's words. Of course. Very well. Then, hurry up and transform. I am eagerly awaiting your display. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Frieza. Frieza, noticing this, smirked in satisfaction. Prepare yourself to witness what true power of the universe looks like. With a booming roar, Frieza's body radiated blinding light, enveloping him in a colossal white aura. From a distance, Piccolo sensed something ominous as he watched Son Wukong's actions. That Frieza's energy was escalating again. What was Son Wukong doing? Why wasn't he taking the opportunity to eliminate that monster Frieza? Piccolo's expression darkened as he shouted in frustration, Goku, what are you thinking? Krillin lamented helplessly. Only Gohan expressed confidence, stating, I believe in Dad. He will surely defeat Frieza. Vegeta attributed the situation to the Saiyans' inherent warlike nature, deeming it incurable. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the battlefield that a beam of light shot into the sky from Frieza's location. Slowly dissipating into the atmosphere, smoke enveloped the area. A powerful aura swept through. Dispersing the mist, a diminutive white figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura. Though its appearance bore no elaborate changes, this Frieza instilled a sense of pressure in Son Wukong. The evil emperor of the universe, Frieza, had finally revealed his ultimate form, emanating a chilling yet potent energy from his seemingly petite frame. This your true strength. Remarkable, Son Wukong exclaimed in awe as he beheld Frieza's final form. Humph, are you feeling intimidated? The last time I transformed into this form was in front of my father and that wretched brother of mine. You had better tread carefully. I can hardly control my power in this state. Frieza sneered at Son Wukong. Not a problem. I will give it my all as well. Son Wukong replied with a smile, positioning himself for combat. In the distance, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan gazed in shock at Frieza's ultimate transformation. They could sense the horrific energy emanating from him, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Good heavens! What manner of creature is this? Such a suffocating power, Krillin muttered, clutching his bald head in disbelief. Uncle Piccolo, do you think Dad can defeat Frieza? Gohan inquired anxiously. I'm not sure. This power is too overwhelming. Even Son Wukong might struggle against it. Piccolo replied, his expression somber. Both of them are monsters, aren't they? Only Vegeta remained composed. Recognizing that Frieza's power was currently no more than 10 of his full strength, approximately around 12 million with the Kaioken technique, Goku could still manage to confront this challenge. However, if Frieza unleashed more than 50 of his power, Goku would find himself at the mercy of the assault, unless he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet, aside from Krillin, it was uncertain whether Goku could achieve this transformation himself. With this thought, Vegeta cast a glance at the bald-headed Krillin. Boom! On the battlefield, Frieza charged at Goku like a bolt of white lightning, moving at a speed perceptible only to Vegeta and Goku. For Piccolo and the others, it was as if they were blind. Bang! Frieza hurtled towards Goku like a cannonball. Goku hastily sidestepped, but Frieza's tail whipped around like a whip, striking Goku with an unstoppable force, sending him crashing into a distant small hill. The stone mound crumbled instantly under Goku's impact, debris flying and dust swirling. Frieza, with a triumphant smirk, taunted, my apologies, it has been a while since I utilized this form, and I seem to have lost control of my strength. Kaioken times 4, Goku's resolute voice emerged from the rubble, and he shot forth like a red flash, lunging straight at Frieza. Bang! The collision of their fists reverberated across the battlefield. They commenced a fierce exchange. With Goku's strikes as swift as lightning, each blow aimed precisely at Frieza's vital points. Frieza, refusing to be outdone, skillfully evaded Goku's onslaught, while retaliating with energy blasts. They ascended from the ground to the sky, clashing relentlessly, emitting dazzling light and deafening sounds. The entire battlefield was enveloped by their overwhelming auras, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. Their movements were so rapid that they were nearly impossible to track, leaving only Vegeta capable of discerning their actions clearly. Each punch from Goku carried immense force, driving Frieza back step by step. However, Frieza was no ordinary opponent. He utilized his formidable defensive capabilities and reflexes to withstand Goku's attacks. Simultaneously, Frieza began to unleash a ferocious counteroffensive. His energy waves surged towards Goku like a tempest, aiming to obliterate him entirely. Goku, with his exceptional agility and tactical acumen, deftly evaded these assaults while seeking opportunities to strike back. As time elapsed, Frieza recognized that his current strength was insufficient to swiftly vanquish Goku. Saiyan, you truly are a formidable adversary, he sneered. However, I shall now unleash 50 of my power. Be careful. What? You can become even stronger. A grave expression finally crossed Goku's face, realizing the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Frieza gathered all his might, a terrifying aura erupting from him as he amplified his battle power, with the release of 50 of his strength. His power surged to approximately 60 million, causing the very ground to tremble. Goku sensed Frieza's power intensifying dramatically, and his heart sank. Kaioken times 10, Goku shouted, his crimson aura flaring once again, his energy skyrocketing. Yet, the burden of utilizing the Kaioken times 10 weighed heavily on his body, beads of sweat cascading down his face. With this transformation, Goku's power reached about 30 million, yet he still found himself overshadowed by Frieza's 50 power. The two resumed their relentless clashes, but it was evident that Goku was at a disadvantage. Despite this, he refused to yield. Gritting his teeth, he persevered in his struggle against Frieza. Chapter 14. The mighty Frieza. Goku continually adjusted his tactics, striving to discover an opening. However, the disparity in strength gradually pushed him into a corner. Frieza's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each energy wave striking Goku with immense pressure. The strain from the Kaioken times 10 weighed heavily on Goku. He acutely felt his energy waning at an alarming rate, each punch and dodge becoming more strenuous, his defenses crumbling. Ultimately, during a collision, Frieza struck Goku down with a powerful swing of his tail. Goku struggled to rise, but the fatigue and loss of strength left him gasping for breath. Frieza stood nearby, coldly observing him. "Saiyan, this is where it ends. You are no match for me," he declared, brushing dust from his attire. Goku stared at Frieza without responding. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily retrieved a bag from his person and poured out a bean. From a distance, Gohan gasped, "A Senzu bean! Dad has another Senzu bean. That's wonderful." Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. However, Piccolo maintained a grim expression. Upon consuming the Senzu bean, Goku's condition improved instantly. Though he had not been on the brink of death, the bean merely restored his energy and injuries. Frieza, taken aback by Goku's sudden recovery, exclaimed, "What did you eat to restore your state so quickly?" "A Senzu bean, a rather remarkable item," Goku replied nonchalantly, "but it matters not. Even if you're back to full strength, you remain no match for me," Frieza proclaimed arrogantly. Goku, hearing Frieza's words, could only manage a resigned smile, for the truth was undeniable. There's no choice left. I must attempt the Kaioken times 20, though my body may not withstand it. Yet, if Frieza is indeed only using half his strength, I am left with no other recourse. Goku pondered anxiously. Frieza, brimming with confidence, taunted, "What are you standing there contemplating? Regretting your challenge? Too late, my friend. Ha 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 ha." "Kaioken times 20, Goku bellowed, as an even more intense red aura surged forth, veins bulging on his forehead, and even his hair stood on end from the energies forced. He then propelled himself towards Frieza like a human missile, landing a powerful punch that sent him reeling. Before Frieza could react, Goku seized his tail and spun him around, launching him into the sky. Kamehameha, a powerful, red-hued Kamehameha wave erupted from Goku's hands, hurtling towards Frieza suspended in midair. As Frieza regained his balance, he noticed the formidable energy wave approaching and quickly extended his left hand to defend. Ugh! Ugh! As Frieza's left hand made contact with the Kamehameha, he felt an overwhelming force surging through him, prompting him to extend his right hand for additional defense. Boom, 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 boom. The colossal energy sphere exploded in midair, unleashing a violent shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. Goku's eyes were fixed on the sky, watching the dissipating smoke reveal Frieza's white silhouette, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. How could this be? The full force of my Kaioken times 20 Kamehameha had no effect. He's truly too powerful. Goku stared in shock at Frieza hovering above, muttering to himself. The others watching from a distance, including Piccolo, were equally stunned. This is truly unbelievable that Goku's immense power just now couldn't even scratch Frieza. Krillin stammered, beads of sweat streaming down his bald head. This is bad. Dad's energy is starting to wane, Gohan exclaimed, sensing Goku's diminishing strength. Piccolo, wearing a face of despair, remarked, "It's over. It seems the Kaioshin was right. No matter what, we should never have confronted Frieza." Frieza gazed down at Goku, a hint of trepidation in his voice. That was close. This guy can unleash such tremendous power in an instant. He glanced at his hands, still steaming, with dark scorch marks covering his palms. Damn Saiyan. Frieza seethed, clenching his fists tightly as he swiftly descended closer to Goku. "Kid, you hurt me. Now feel the sting of pain yourself." With that, Frieza charged at Goku head first. Bang! As Sun Wukong's physical exertion reached its limit, He found himself unable to react in time. The headbutt from Frieza struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air until he crashed to the ground, tumbling in a disarrayed heap. Just moments ago, he had been so audacious. How had he fallen so low, struggling to rise? Son Wukong was met with a swift kick from Frieza, propelling him backward once more. It is time to bring this to an end. Allow me to escort you to the afterlife, Frieza declared, advancing slowly towards Son Wukong. Ignoring Frieza, the beleaguered Son Wukong stood tall and raised his hands high into the air. What are you doing? Surrendering. Frieza regarded him with curiosity. In the distance, Son Gohan, who had intended to rush in for aid, was intercepted by Piccolo. Wait, Gohan. It seems Wukong still has other means at his disposal. But his remaining strength is dwindling. What can he possibly do? Piccolo pondered, his eyes fixed on Son Wukong's elevated hands. This, Wukong is preparing to unleash the Spirit Bomb, exclaimed Krillin in astonishment. Spirit Bomb? What on earth is that? Piccolo inquired, baffled. Well, it's a technique taught to Wukong by King Kai, and he previously utilized it to, defeat Vegeta, Krillin explained, glancing at Vegeta, who showed no reaction, and breathed a sigh of relief. This technique absorbs energy from all living beings on a planet, animals, plants, microorganisms, even humans, and gathers it together to form the Spirit Bomb, which is then unleashed upon the enemy. Is that so? I can't believe King Kai kept such a technique hidden from us during our training. Piccolo remarked, perplexed at perhaps he deemed it too challenging for you all. Krillin speculated, wondering if it could be that King Kai simply forgot. In truth, the reality was that King Kai had indeed forgotten about this technique. Chapter 15. The Spirit Bomb. Son Gohan asked with concern, but can this truly confront Frieza? There are so few life forms on this planet. There is no other choice. Wukong must be aware of this as well. Given the circumstances, we have no option but to take a gamble, Krillin replied, his expression one of resignation. What? What do you intend to do? With such depleted strength, do you still wish to attack me? Frieza questioned, perplexed, as he observed Son Wukong's raised hands. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, a blue energy sphere began to swell in size. Vegeta, sensing the Spirit Bomb's emergence, glanced upward. Piccolo noticed Vegeta's movement and quickly followed suit, spotting the gathering Spirit Bomb. Krillin, is that energy sphere in the sky the Spirit Bomb? Indeed, Piccolo, it is the Spirit Bomb, but it's significantly larger than what it was on Earth, Krillin replied, astonished, noting that this Spirit Bomb appeared to be over 50 meters in diameter. Frieza remains oblivious. Why has Wukong launched the Spirit Bomb yet? Piccolo queried. To eradicate Frieza, sufficient energy must be amassed. Wukong is merely taking the necessary time to prepare, Krillin explained. Son Gohan cheered for his father, urging, come on, Dad. You can do it. This is troublesome. If this continues, Frieza will surely grow suspicious. Piccolo fretted that if you wish to assist, you can channel your energy into the Spirit Bomb, Vegeta suggested, observing the anxious trio. What? That is possible? Krillin and Piccolo asked in unison. This should work, I suppose. Piccolo quickly responded. Gohan, Krillin, let us lend our energy to Wukong and bolster his strength, but remember to conserve some for your own safety. All right, Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan eagerly agreed, ready to support his father. Thus, the three of them, driven by urgency, extended their palms, transferring a significant portion of their energy into the Spirit Bomb. Vegeta watched silently, showing little concern. As he understood that their efforts were ultimately futile, even with his own power added, the Spirit Bomb would be incapable of defeating Frieza. The only viable solution lay in transforming into a Super Saiyan. As Son Wukong had now reached the threshold required for the transformation, in the original narrative, a pure and stable heart was essential for enhancing the S cells within, which would then explosively increase from intense anger. Enabling the transformation, all Saiyans possess some S cells, albeit in limited quantities. The offspring of Son Wukong and Vegeta can easily transform into Super Saiyans due to their inheritance of abundant S cells. Characters like Son Goten and Trunks could transform at a very young age without extensive training. Likely because Son Wukong and Vegeta were already capable of transforming during their conception, resulting in a rich supply of S cells. The key to increasing S cells lies in maintaining emotional stability, a challenging feat for Saiyans. Comparatively, the environment on Earth is more conducive to the enhancement of S cells than that of planet Vegeta. Of course, the current Vegeta, as a time traveler, has bypassed this hurdle entirely, thanks to his unique advantages. Enough? How long do you intend to remain in that position? Frieza glared at Sun Wukong with a menacing expression. What is it to you? Humph, Sun Wukong retorted defiantly. You fool. You're courting death, Frieza seethed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Sun Wukong flying once again. What? Are you still not attacking? Humph, can't wait. Can you, Frieza? Sun Wukong taunted. Frieza, incensed by Sun Wukong's defiance, retaliated with a punch that launched him several dozen meters away. Damn it, Wukong, keep fighting. Piccolo and the others continued to encourage him. It's done. The spirit bomb is complete. Sun Wukong, finally managing to rise, realized that the spirit bomb had indeed materialized, thanks to the energy lent by Gohan and the others. Frieza, observing Sun Wukong's invigorated demeanor, was suddenly filled with confusion. Frieza, your doom is upon you. Ha! Sun Wukong proclaimed, gesturing toward Frieza with both hands raised high. What nonsense are you spouting? Frieza replied, bewildered. Suddenly, he felt an immense weight descend upon him, prompting him to look up in alarm. What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, the colossal spirit bomb descended upon Frieza, forcing him to brace himself with both hands against its overwhelming pressure. No, this cursed thing. Ugh. Frieza struggled, but his resistance proved futile as the spirit bomb inexorably forced him into the ground. With a thunderous roar, a gargantuan mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, visible even from outer space, marking the catastrophic explosion of Namek. Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Den were violently swept away by the shockwave. After what felt like an eternity, they regained their footing and turned their gazes back to the battlefield. Where the spirit bomb had detonated, no land remained. A massive crater had formed, while the surrounding seawater rushed in to fill the void. What unfathomable power! Piccolo stared in awe at the immense pit before him. Piccolo, Gohan, Den, everyone is unscathed, right? Krillin inquired, scanning the group. That I'm fine, Uncle Krillin, but I'm worried about Dad that he was so close to the explosion, Son Gohan expressed, his face etched with concern as he looked toward the massive crater. Mr. Vegeta is missing, Den exclaimed, searching for Vegeta in vain. Humph, that guy probably fled this place, Piccolo remarked with disdain, still harboring significant prejudice against Vegeta. Look, what is that in the sky? Son Gohan pointed upward at two figures. It's Vegeta and Wukong. Krillin squinted, recognizing them with surprise that it turned out that in the moment of the spirit bomb's explosion, Vegeta had rushed to Son Wukong's side, saving him from the impending blast. Vegeta brought Son Wukong before the others and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. Dad, are you all right? Gohan and the others rushed to his side. Thank you, Vegeta. Had it not been for you, I might have met my end once more. Ha ha. Son Wukong weakly expressed his gratitude to Vegeta. Come back to Earth with us. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Vegeta, however, did not respond to Son Wukong's cheer, his gaze fixated on a particular direction. Do you think this is where it ends? Do you believe that Frieza has been defeated by you? What do you mean? Son Wukong inquired with a hint of confusion, following the direction of Vegeta's intense gaze, where a battered white figure stood out starkly. Chapter 16. Super Saiyan Vegeta, that is Frieza. Son Wukong gazed in disbelief at the figure hovering in the sky, astonished that even the spirit bomb could not obliterate him. What? Frieza? Piccolo and the others exclaimed in shock, as none, including Son Wukong, could fathom that Frieza, struck by the formidable spirit bomb, remained unvanquished, merely sustaining superficial injuries, with his energy level hardly diminished. How could this be? We're doomed. We will all perish here, Krillin lamented. Frieza descended upon a nearby hill, taunting. Did you think I was dead? Foolish. I, Frieza, am not so easily dispatched. A look of unprecedented fury contorted Frieza's face as he gritted his teeth. Kakarot, watch closely. I shall show you what a Super Saiyan truly is. With a dismissive remark, Vegeta soared towards Frieza. Vegeta, do you wish to be the first to meet your demise? Very well, I shall oblige. Frieza shot a deadly beam from his finger directly at Vegeta, only to have it swatted away effortlessly. Frieza, enough of these petty tricks. Unleash your true power, or you shall find no opportunity to do so. Vegeta scoffed. You audacious fool. Vegeta, you seek death. Frieza, incensed by Vegeta's brazen demeanor, unleashed a torrent of formidable energy. Heh! Is this all you've got? Open your eyes and behold the true form of the Super Saiyan you dread. Vegeta clenched his fists, his aura vanishing in an instant. Aha! With a mighty shout, a wave of potent energy surged from him, radiating outward. The clear skies of Namek darkened with thunder, followed by a flash of lightning striking towards Vegeta. In that moment, his hair and eyebrows transformed to a brilliant gold, his eyes gleaming emerald, surrounded by a halo of golden flames that at last, the Super Saiyan had emerged, his golden form akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Vegeta, feeling the surge of his newfound power, quickly summoned a display panel. Battle power, 160 million. Super Saiyan level 1, 50x multiplier. Excellent. With a 50-fold increase, my battle power has finally reached 160 million. Vegeta beamed at the data on the panel. Is this the Super Saiyan? Such overwhelming strength. In the distance, Son Wukong gazed in awe at the newly transformed Vegeta, filled with longing. Super Saiyan, this power is incredible. Piccolo and the others stared in disbelief at the golden figure. What is this? Frieza murmured, observing Vegeta's golden form. What is happening? How can Vegeta transform like this? Aren't Saiyans supposed to only turn into giant apes? Frieza, are you ready to meet your end? Vegeta taunted, now a Super Saiyan. You insufferable Vegeta, do not think I will fear you just because you look different. I, Frieza, am the most powerful in the universe. Die. With a roar, Frieza attempted to fire a death beam, only to have Vegeta seize his wrist, rendering him helpless as he struggled to break free. How have you become so powerful? Have you truly? Vegeta coldly replied. Indeed, I am now the Super Saiyan you fear. Frieza, drenched in cold sweat, shook his head in disbelief. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Reluctantly, Frieza accepted the reality of Vegeta's transformation, for he, as the Emperor of Evil, could not deny it. No. Even if you are a true Super Saiyan, you cannot defeat me. Frieza, despite his denial, began to reconcile with the truth. Gradually, his expression calmed as he declared, I, Frieza, am still the ultimate being in this universe. Aha! Frieza, realizing his hand was trapped by Vegeta, hastily unleashed a powerful energy wave. Boom! Piccolo, witnessing the unfolding chaos from afar, thought, this is bad. Vegeta has overextended himself. Being so close to such an attack is dangerous. Son Wukong, however, chuckled, do not worry. Vegeta is far from weak now. He can rightfully claim to be the true champion of the universe. Seizing the opportunity while launching a surprise attack, Frieza finally freed himself from Vegeta's grasp and retreated several meters. Let this serve as a lesson. I, Frieza, am the strongest. Die. Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Vegeta's position. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke and chaos as Frieza ceased his assault. The dust gradually began to settle. Suddenly, a powerful gust of energy swept through, clearing the haze that Vegeta's form emerged, dusting off non-existent dirt from his attire. How is this possible? Vegeta, you are completely unscathed. He sneered at the astonished Frieza. Is this the extent of your abilities? Merely stirring up dust. Watch closely, Frieza. Witness what it means to be the true champion of the universe. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden lightning, appearing before Frieza in an instant. Bang! With a powerful elbow strike, Vegeta struck Frieza squarely in the face, sending him careening backward. Frieza barely had time to react, his hands instinctively reaching for his wounded face as tears mingled with blood. Bang! Ugh! Vegeta pressed forward, delivering a crushing blow to Frieza's abdomen, causing him to regurgitate the acid from his stomach. Frieza, momentarily dazed, struggled to maintain his footing, but with a quick push, he retreated swiftly from Vegeta. With a fierce howl, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing behind Frieza, delivering a devastating punch that sent him crashing through several hills. Chapter 17. The Demise of Frieza. The power of a Super Saiyan. From the shattered mountains, Frieza struggled to rise, blood trickling from his mouth. The terror in his eyes had faded, replaced by a fierce rage and humiliation. Yet, Vegeta offered no respite, charging at Frieza once more. With relentless punches, each infused with cataclysmic force, Vegeta moved with blinding speed, appearing above and below Frieza, his attacks raining down like a torrential storm, leaving Frieza with nowhere to evade. Each strike sent tremors through Frieza's body, filling him with a profound sense of dread. Grabbing Frieza by the tail, Vegeta spun him around 360 degrees, flinging him to the ground. As Frieza slowly rose, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the golden figure in the sky. He murmured in disbelief. When did the universe's most formidable evil emperor, Frieza, find himself utterly defenseless against a Saiyan? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Accursed Saiyan! Frieza roared in fury, his aura intensifying as he unleashed his hidden power. Piccolo, observing Frieza's escalating energy, exclaimed, "This, Frieza has concealed such formidable strength. Perhaps Frieza himself could not fully harness his own power. Yet, I sense that Vegeta has yet to unleash his full potential." As Son Wukong gazed intently at the battlefield in the distance, he offered his astute observations. Vegeta, witnessing Frieza unleash his full power, felt a gradual smile creep across his lips. Excellent. At last, I've compelled Frieza to exert 100% of his strength. Now, let me test just how formidable I am in my Super Saiyan form. With Frieza's power maximized, his physique became impressively robust, particularly his upper body, where his muscles swelled to an almost absurd degree. Vegeta, thank you for granting me the time to unleash my full potential. As a token of my gratitude, I now invite you to meet your demise. Frieza, emboldened by his newfound strength, spat venomous words at Vegeta. "Do. Is that so? I have yet to properly thank you. You have finally become a worthy punching bag." Boom! In an instant, the two adversaries clashed once more, the resounding impact reverberating across the battlefield. Truly remarkable, Frieza, in his full glory, was astonishingly powerful, yet Vegeta effortlessly overpowered him. The Super Saiyan truly this formidable? Son Wukong, who had been healed by Dandi from afar, murmured in awe as he observed the scene. The battlefield, a desolate expanse of 10 kilometers, was littered with devastation. In the sky, a white figure looked on in trepidation at the golden silhouette in the distance. How absurd! How could it be? The universe's sovereign, Frieza, has been bested by a Saiyan. Frieza, battered and bruised, roared in defiance. The disgrace, an unimaginable humiliation. Never has anyone dared to insult me in such a manner. That scoundrel is a Saiyan. It cannot be. This must be a nightmare. I am Frieza, the mightiest in the cosmos. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck Frieza, and he erupted into laughter. Vegeta, I concede you are stronger than I. Indeed, the Super Saiyan is formidable. However, you are destined to perish here, on this Namekian planet, while I, Frieza, remain the supreme ruler of the universe. Frieza cackled maniacally, his hands secretly gathering cataclysmic power behind him. Humph, Frieza, do you believe I am unaware of your intentions? Gallic Gun. In an instant, a formidable energy blast erupted from Vegeta's hands, hurtling towards Frieza. No, wait. Frieza, witnessing the impending onslaught, hastily attempted to plead for mercy, but it was far too late. Boom! Frieza's form was instantly vaporized by the overwhelming energy blast. Erased from existence. Phew! It is finally over. Staring at the spot where Frieza had once stood, Vegeta exhaled softly, reverting to his normal state. Yay! I have finally defeated Frieza. Indeed, splendid news. Dandi, Namek is saved. The bald-headed Krillin and Son Gohan celebrated alongside Dandi. Suddenly, Piccolo turned to Son Wukong and inquired, Son Wukong, can you also transform into that golden form? Son Wukong shook his head at first, but then nodded towards Vegeta, who had returned to the group, saying, I may not be able to now, but I believe I will achieve it in the future. Hearing this, Vegeta broke into laughter. Just like Kakarot, of course, you can do it. It's merely a matter of time. Really? Vegeta, you think I can do it? Will you teach me? Son Wukong eagerly pressed, his cheeks flushed with determination. Well, I suppose I could, but now that the Namek situation is resolved, I must journey to a distant planet. Vegeta replied with a hint of exasperation, eager to depart. Son Wukong scratched his head and tilted it, asking, Are you planning to invade another planet? Vegeta? That seems unwise. Kakarot, are you a fool? I am going to that planet to train. What? Train? May I join you? I want to learn how to become a Super Saiyan from you. Vegeta ignored Son Wukong, turning towards Frieza's spacecraft. Hey, Vegeta, wait for me. If you're going to that planet to train, remember to take me with you. Son Wukong shouted as he chased after Vegeta. The remaining onlookers could only sigh in resignation. With Frieza's defeat at Vegeta's hands, peace finally returned to Namek. The subsequent events unfolded as the King Kai and the deity of Earth communicated, using Earth's Dragon Balls to wish back the Namekians who had perished due to Frieza and his henchmen. The Grand Elder was also resurrected. However, due to his advanced age, he appointed a new Grand Elder and, shortly thereafter, passed away peacefully. Vegeta and the others deliberated, determining that Namek was no longer safe to safeguard against potential retribution from Frieza's minions. They resolved to utilize Frieza's enormous spacecraft to transport all Namekians to Earth. Although the Namekian Dragon Balls could not be used immediately, they would be available again after a waiting period of 130 days, significantly shorter than the 1-year wait required for Earth's Dragon Balls. After resurrecting Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Tien, they would simply need to wait another 130 days to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to transport the Namekians to a suitable planet AS for Vegeta. After brief instructions to Bulma, he boarded the Ginyu Force's spaceship, heading towards the planet he initially intended to invade. Naturally, Son Wukong accompanied Vegeta on this journey to by the way, Vegeta, what is the name of the planet we are heading to? Yadd, I've never heard of it. Vegeta, why are we going there? Is there some powerful being residing on that planet? Chapter 18, Planet Yadd. In a distant galaxy, two small spaceships were gradually making their way towards their destination. After what felt like an eternity, the two vessels finally landed on a yellow planet. Judging by the various structures on the planetary surface, it was evident that this world possessed a highly advanced civilization, replete with cutting-edge technology far surpassing that of Earth. Bang, bang, the two spaceships touched down in the bustling center of a high-tech city, creating two massive craters upon impact. In no time, the vicinity was swarmed by pink-skinned aliens, who pointed and chattered excitedly in an unfamiliar tongue. Suddenly, the doors of the spaceships swung open, and two dark-haired men emerged, gracefully ascending from the craters. Phew, we've finally arrived. Hey Vegeta, is this the planet Yadd? The man with a crab-like hairstyle glanced around and inquired of his companion. It is indeed Yadd, you imbecile cockroach. The other, more stoic man retorted. Indeed, after resolving matters on Namek, Vegeta and Son Wukong had arrived at Yadd. Observing the pink-skinned aliens below, Vegeta recognized that this was the very planet where Son Wukong learned the instantaneous movement technique. Suddenly, the crowd below stirred, and a group of small green beings pushed their way through, waving excitedly at the two men in the sky, seemingly greeting them. Vegeta and Son Wukong exchanged glances before descending slowly to meet the small green beings. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to one another, differing only slightly in height, as if they were all cast from the same mold. Familiar with the original story, Vegeta understood that these small green beings, resembling slimes, were actually the same individual, utilizing a technique to create clones. This technique appeared remarkably sophisticated. Even with his ability to sense energy, Vegeta could not discern which was the original, as each clone seemed to possess its own consciousness. Greetings, esteemed visitors from afar. Welcome to Yadd. May I inquire how to address you both? A larger green being, presumably the leader, welcomed Vegeta and Son Wukong courteously. Hello, Yadd. Ian's, haha. My name is Son Wukong, and this is Vegeta. Son Wukong cheerfully extended his hand to the leader, as if greeting an old friend after a long separation. Greetings, Mr. Son Wukong and Mr. Vegeta. You may call me Namek. The leading little green figure responded politely. You Yaddritarians show no caution in the face of these sudden, unfamiliar visitors. Aren't you afraid we might be here to invade Yadd? Vegeta inquired, observing the curious Yaddritarians gathering around. Haha, I can assure you that you are not malevolent beings, despite your spacecraft resembling that of the last reconnaissance vessel belonging to the Ginyu Force, which was ultimately driven away by Elder Pibra. The little green being named Namek explained with a hint of distress. However, they did mention their intention to rally a large force and return to launch a forceful assault on Yadd. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong smiled broadly and quickly interjected. Hee, I understand now. You can sense whether others harbor ill intentions, correct? And as for the Ginyu Force you mentioned, they have been dealt with by Vegeta, so they can no longer invade your planet. Is that truly the case? We are immensely grateful to you for saving our Yadd, Namek exclaimed. But what do you mean by chi? What is that? What we refer to as chi is what you Yaddritarians call Spalito, Vegeta explained. I see. In gratitude for your assistance to our Yadd, I have prepared a lavish feast for you, Namek said excitedly. Food. Where is it? I'm quite hungry, Son Wukong exclaimed, saliva involuntarily escaping from the corner of his mouth. After a hearty meal, Namek asked, by the way, Mr. Son Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, may I inquire what brings you to Audrat? As the two finished nearly all the food stored for 100 people, they finally set down their utensils. I have come to Audrat to cultivate and learn to harness chi, or as you call it, Spalito, Vegeta replied as he wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Son Wukong, swallowing the last bite of food, added, I came along with Vegeta to learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan, but I am also very interested in what Vegeta mentioned. I understand. Shortly, I will take you to meet Elder Pixa, the most knowledgeable individual regarding Spalito on Audrat, Namek said. Inside a massive structure in the central region of Audrat, a tall, blue-skinned hydration, nearly 3 meters in height, greeted them with a smile. Welcome to our esteemed guests who have aided Audrat. You may call me Pixa. I hear you wish to learn how to control Spalito, he continued. Indeed, not only mastering Spalito, but I also wish to learn instant transmission, Vegeta said, his excitement palpable as he looked at Pixa, thinking that he would finally acquire that teleportation skill. Though I may not fully understand, I wish to learn whatever Vegeta learns. Son Wukong declared, confident that following Vegeta would yield no issues. Even no instant transmission? Well, we don't possess many techniques. We merely grasp skills that arise through the process of learning to control Spalito. As Pixa spoke, Namek suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear several dozen meters away. That is instant transmission. Soon after, multiple identical figures of Namek emerged beside him, akin to a cloning technique. This is multiplication, Pixa explained. Then, with a mere utterance, his towering 3-meter frame shrank to match Namek's height before returning to its original size. All of this is achieved through the movement, division, and expansion of Spalito. Such feats can be accomplished by every iteration. Once you comprehend the structure of Spalito, it will not merely be instant transmission. You shall undoubtedly discover your own path, or technique. Understood, I shall devote myself to training with you, Master Pixa, Vegeta respectfully addressed him, believing it wise to honor the one teaching him. Master? Ha! I quite like that title. I shall teach you with utmost dedication, Pixa replied, laughing heartily. Thus, Vegeta and Son Wukong commenced their training on Audrat. Chapter 19. Crisis on Earth. In the year 763 of the Age of the Universe, on Earth. 1 year after the Namek incident, at Son Wukong's home on Mount Payas, Son Wufan sat at his desk, a pen clenched in his mouth, gazing out the window, lost in thought that it's been a year already. Why hasn't Dad returned? Does he not wish to come back to Earth? Suddenly, Son Wufan jolted, sensing 2 powerful energies rapidly approaching Earth. Ring, ring, at that moment. The phone beside him rang. Hello? Ah, Uncle Krillin, Son Wufan quickly answered, realizing it was Krillin calling. Wufan, did you feel that? A terrifying energy. Yes, an unsettling presence. And it is swiftly nearing Earth. You must have sensed it too. These 2 energies bear a striking resemblance to Frieza. Krillin's voice was tinged with unease. But Uncle Krillin, wasn't Frieza defeated by Vegeta? Indeed, we witnessed it ourselves. What could this mean? I am uncertain, but one of these energies is even more powerful than Frieza was. Son Wufan looked up at the ceiling, his gaze seemingly piercing through the house to behold the formidable, terrifying presence beyond Earth. What are we to do? How could this happen? Wukong and Vegeta are both absent from Earth, Krillin said despondently. Meanwhile, other warriors on Earth, such as Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, also sense the impending crisis approaching Earth. In outer space, a colossal circular alien spacecraft slowly approached Earth. Father, the planet ahead is Earth, a small figure in the spacecraft told the imposing figure seated on the throne. Such a diminutive planet. I could obliterate it with a single punch, the large figure replied lazily. That would be too merciful. I want them to witness the might of our frozen demon clan. Hee, radar detects the Ginyu Force's ship. Those 2 Saiyans are likely still on that Audrat, but they will surely return to Earth if we seize this planet first, or destroy it before their very eyes. I wonder what expressions will adorn their faces at that moment. The small figure mused, gazing at the blue planet outside the ship with a sinister smile. After an undetermined amount of time, the warriors on Earth gathered near the site where the ship was expected to land. The situation appears dire. Is it truly Frieza? Tien Shinhan, with his three eyes, asked anxiously that it is highly likely, though I have never encountered Frieza myself. Yamcha replied, his face pale. Uncle Piccolo, what do you think we should do next? Wufan, to be honest, I am uncertain. Piccolo's green visage appeared even darker. What are we to do? Wukong and Vegeta have yet to return. Krillin fretted, buzzing around like an ant on a hot stove. Suddenly, a small aircraft descended from the sky, landing gently nearby. Hi, everyone. A striking figure with a fashionable hairstyle hopped out of the small plane. Greeting the crowd. Bulma? What are you doing here? Yamcha exclaimed, startled to see Bulma. I just wanted to see Frieza. I didn't get a chance back on Namek. What? You came just to see him. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is here? Of course I know, but if Frieza truly intends to destroy Earth, there's no place I can hide. Ultimately, I would meet my end. I simply want to witness this universe's greatest villain. Bulma spoke with a somewhat forced tone. But, noticing that Yamcha seemed poised to utter more, she quickly interjected, Yamcha, I broke up with you a few days ago. I am no longer your girlfriend, so refrain from pointing fingers at me. Upon hearing this, Yamcha was rendered speechless. The others present, observing the scene, immediately grasped that Yamcha was undoubtedly up to his old habits of flirting around. Unable to shed his playboy nature at that moment, the formidable Piccolo suddenly jolted, exclaiming, they're coming, what? Indeed, a massive, circular spaceship appeared in the sky, gradually descending towards a distant plane. This doesn't quite feel like Frieza, does it? Krillin remarked, being one of the few present, aside from Piccolo and Gohan, who had faced Frieza directly. Sensing something amiss, however, who else could possess such a potent energy? Gohan echoed his confusion, speculating is futile. We should head over and see for ourselves, Piccolo suggested, striving to prevent the group's morale from waning. By the way, everyone, remember to suppress your energy. They likely have scanners that can detect our presence, so we need to approach cautiously. Krillin recalled their encounter on Namek and quickly reminded the group. Meanwhile, in a secluded area near the spaceship's landing site, a purple-haired youth, wielding a sword upon his back, fixated intently on the massive ship as it touched down. As the ship landed, and a cloud of dust settled. Its hatch opened, and a group of aliens slowly emerged. Each of these aliens bore a fearsome countenance, their appearances as diverse as they were grotesque. Yet, they were merely foot soldiers. The focus lay on the two figures leading them. One large and one small. The environment is quite pleasant, remarked the smaller of the two as he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, it is not bad at all. Should we relay our arrival on Earth to those two Saiyans through the Ginyu Force's ship? The larger one inquired after taking in the scenery. Of course, we must notify them. Father. This way, they will rush back in a frenzy. However, as for those who have offended our Ice Demon clan, I shall ensure they suffer. A sinister smile spread across the smaller one's face. Why not present them with a grand gift first? Let them experience the taste of suffering by annihilating all the Earthlings. 3 hours should suffice, even with the considerable population on this planet. The larger one cautioned, wiping out the Earthlings may be simple, but we must devise a way to eradicate the Super Saiyans completely. Our clan is the mightiest in the universe. They must be eliminated. With my father and I joining forces, it will be a cinch. Perhaps my father won't even need to intervene. I can handle them myself, the smaller one confidently replied, gazing at the drifting clouds on the horizon. Chapter 20. Gula and King Cooled. Savaiza, Dre, Nez, you three stay behind. The rest of you go and exterminate the Earthlings, the smaller one commanded, turning to the henchmen behind him. Yes, at your command, King Gula. Just as the henchmen were about to set off, a purple-haired youth donned in a blue jacket, bearing a sword on his back and bearing a striking resemblance to Vegeta, appeared before the invaders. Indeed, everyone recognized this purple-haired youth as Trunks, the son of Bulma. Hailing from the future, from a distance, he had not yet noticed, but upon getting closer, he realized that this individual seemed somewhat different from the Frieza his mother spoke of. However, the larger one was undoubtedly cooled. Trunks regarded Gula and King Cooled with curiosity. Gula, intrigued by the sudden appearance of the Earthling, inquired, Earthling, what brings you here? The other henchmen halted their advance, glaring intently at Trunks. I have come to eliminate you, Trunks declared resolutely. Although he was uncertain whether these aliens were indeed related to Frieza, anyone who invaded Earth and disrupted its peace deserved to be eradicated. whether they were these aliens before him or the two malevolent demons that reveled in slaughter. It mattered not. Trunks' declaration left the invaders momentarily stunned. Eliminate us? Such audacity. Ha! You are truly unaware of your impending doom. Gula laughed heartily at this proclamation. Trunks shook his head, stating, though I do not know who you are. You are undoubtedly connected to Frieza. To think that our ice demon clan's name, and that of the useless Frieza, would reach even the planets of the Milky Way, Gula replied with a grin. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gula, and this is my father, King Cooled, the father of that waste, Frieza. Gula gestured towards himself and King Cooled. So, he is Frieza's brother, Trunks mused, realizing this contradicted everything his mother had told him. She had never mentioned Frieza having such a sibling. All right, enough pleasantries. Savaiza, deal with him. The rest of you go eliminate the Earthlings as you command. King Gula, one of the aliens, resembling Ginyu Force's good with yellow hair and blue skin, advanced towards Trunks at a power level of merely 5. Surely you possess more strength than this to stand before us, Savaiza remarked slyly, eyeing the power level readout on his scanner. Boom! As soon as Savaiza finished speaking, a wave of energy shot from his hand towards Trunks. Slap! Unexpectedly, Trunks effortlessly deflected Savaiza's energy wave with a single hand. What? Wow! Before Savaiza could react, Trunks closed the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Seizing the opportunity as Savaiza doubled over, Trunks gathered energy in his palm and pressed it against his head. With a thunderous explosion, Savaiza's headless body slowly toppled backward. Gula's expression turned dangerous as he watched Trunks dispatch Savaiza in the blink of an eye. Dre, Nez. As Gula's words fell, 2 more figures charged at Trunks, joining forces to attack. The remaining henchmen prepared to assist in encircling Trunks on a hillside not far from the spaceship. The Earth Warriors, en route to the landing site of Gula and King Cooled, suddenly felt a jolt, as if sensing something amiss. What is happening? You all? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, stating, a powerful energy just appeared, and in the blink of an eye, many energy signatures vanished. What? What is going on? Bulma asked anxiously, regretting her decision to join the fray. That it seems something has gone awry over there. Gula remarked, I didn't expect him to possess such strength. King Cooled observed Trunks, who was slowly retracting his sword, with a smile. He, by the standards of Earthlings, quite impressive. He has eliminated all my subordinates. Gula's expression darkened as he contemplated the loss of his hard-won elite forces, each boasting a power level exceeding 150,000. Competent subordinates were not easily found, and it was impossible not to feel pained by such losses. As for the other lowly henchmen, their demise mattered little. However, recalling his father King Cooled's previous promise that once the Saiyans were dealt with and vengeance for Frieza was exacted, he would step down from the throne, handing over the dominion of the Ice Demon clan to him, Gula refrained from displaying too much anger. After all, his father had always favored Frieza, the shame of their clan who was vanquished by the Saiyans. Once he ascended to the throne, the territories ruled by Frieza, combined with those of his father King Cooled and his own, would form the most formidable force in the universe. At that point, even that detestable cat would not dare to underestimate him. Yet, the thought of that hairless cat made Gula shudder involuntarily. Perhaps it was best not to provoke that creature. Trunks turned his attention to the remaining father and son, declaring, now it is time to deal with you too. Oh, what a surprise. Did you hear that, Gula? He claims he will deal with us. Father, I shall take care of him. The furious Gula, having suffered the loss of numerous subordinates, desperately sought an outlet for his rage. I will annihilate you in the blink of an eye. Do you understand? You had better unleash your full power. Trunks declared without a hint of courtesy. Except for that Super Saiyan, who may give me a bit of trouble. As for you. Gula appeared exceedingly relaxed, as if the Super Saiyan was nothing to be concerned about. A Super Saiyan, you say? Are you referring to Sun Wukong? Gula, intrigued by the mention, retorted to Trunks, Sun Wukong. Is that the name of the Super Saiyan? It seems one of those 2 Saiyans is indeed called Sun Wukong, while the other should be named Vegeta, if I recall correctly. Regardless, it matters not which of those 2 is the Super Saiyan. They must all be eradicated. Trunks, perplexed by Gula's words, felt a sense of confusion, especially as he mentioned his father. You have miscalculated. It is you who will be obliterated, for there is not just one Super Saiyan. There is still another, and that is me. What? You are also a Super Saiyan. The moment Trunks uttered these words, both Gula and his son Kurter were taken aback in shock. Huh! With a fierce shout, Trunks' hair began to stand on end, gradually transforming from purple to golden. His eyes shifting to a vibrant green, enveloped in a radiant golden aura. You too, prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 21. Trunks vs. Gula and Kurter. Meanwhile, on the side of the Earth warriors, Wah! What is happening? Such formidable energy, they exclaimed in astonishment. This sensation is reminiscent of when Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan on planet Namek. As a Saiyan, Gohan was most attuned to this kind of aura. Upon hearing his words, Krillin hastily inquired, "Is that so, Gohan?" Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction of the spaceship's landing site, a colossal mushroom cloud rising slowly into the sky. The battle has commenced over there. We must hurry. Well done, Gula. Humph. This Super Saiyan is hardly impressive, King Kurter observed as the youthful Super Saiyan was struck by a powerful shockwave from Gula. Yet, Gula furrowed his brow, gazing towards a distant rocky mountain. Sure enough, a golden figure stood there, gathering energy in both hands, preparing to unleash a ki blast. Father, this Super Saiyan is not to be underestimated. No sooner had Gula spoken than he hurled a ki blast towards the mountaintop. Colliding with the ki cannon fired by Trunks. Boom! The two energy waves clashed. Gula's ki blast instantly shattered, while Trunks' ki cannon surged forward. Another colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Gula and King Kurter quickly leaped into the air to evade the fierce assault. However, this played directly into Trunks' strategy. He drew his sword from behind, transforming into a golden flash as he charged towards Gula and King Kurter. Swish! A beam of sword light sliced through the air, saturating the atmosphere with a thick scent of blood. With Gula's anguished cry, his tail was severed by the boy's swift strike. How could he evade that? Trunks pondered in confusion. He had aimed directly at Gula's head. Yet somehow he had managed to dodge. Boom! Trunks could not comprehend, but his body instinctively reacted, releasing a powerful shockwave from his palm directed at Gula. Gula had no time to react and was struck, plummeting like a kite with its string severed into the forest below. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, look over there. The arriving Earth warriors witnessed this scene unfold. Huh, that person doesn't seem to be Frieza. Piccolo remarked, a hint of confusion in his voice. My goodness, that individual just defeated someone nearly as strong as Frieza in an instant, Gohan exclaimed, gazing upward in awe. Your vision is quite sharp. How come I cannot see at all? Is it Goku? I never expected him to be so formidable, dispatching his opponent so swiftly, Bulma murmured, peering into the sky. Earth has been saved by him once again. Krillin, momentarily stunned, remarked, no, he is not Goku, but he appears to be a Super Saiyan as well. We must go see. Piccolo, feeling perplexed by the sudden appearance of this young Super Saiyan, hastily took to the skies, followed by the others as they made their way to the battlefield. On the battlefield, as Gula was brought down, King Kurter and Trunks simultaneously descended to the ground. King Kurter glared at Trunks with a dark expression. Remarkable. This was beyond my expectations, to defeat Gula in mere moments. Take Gula's place as my son. You are the strongest in the universe. Only you are worthy of being one of our Ice Demon clan. You could even possess dominion over all planets. Seeing that Trunks was not easily swayed, King Kurter attempted to persuade him with words, but to no avail. Not interested, Trunks coldly replied, thinking to himself, is this person out of his mind? I just defeated your son. And you're saying this to me? Very well, you truly do not know your place. However, I am rather intrigued by that sharp sword of yours. Might I take a look? Trunks regarded King Kurter's request with a look of disdain. What? Afraid? Do you fear? Just as King Kurter finished his sentence, Trunks unsheathed his sword from behind and tossed it toward him. King Kurter caught the sword, weighing it momentarily. Indeed, it is extraordinarily sharp. That it must be with this sword that you managed to defeat Gula. Correct? Slowly, King Kurter swung the sword, pointing its tip at Trunks. What do you mean by that? Hearing this, King Kurter's intentions became clear. He swung the sword towards Trunks, shouting, what I mean is, without this sword, you would be doomed. Smack! Unexpectedly, the sword was instantly caught by Trunks with one hand. King Kurter, upon realizing this, attempted to wrest the sword from Trunks' grip, only to find himself utterly unable to do so. as if it were welded in place. So this is how you see it. Trunks smirked with a look of utter contempt. You, wait. Boom. By the time the Earth Warriors reached the battlefield, Trunks had already cleanly dispatched King Kurter. The Earth Warriors stared in shock as Trunks, after defeating King Kurter, unleashed another key cannon to obliterate the spaceship. Exhaling softly, Trunks reverted from his transformation and surveyed the gathered crowd. Odd. Why isn't my father here? My young mother is present. And that fellow named Gula. Why do the histories of the past and future differ so greatly? Trunks felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could my memories be mistaken? Or has time itself become warped? Whatever the case, I must head to Goku's landing site. I am going to greet Goku. Will you all join me? Trunks called out to the Earth Warriors. What? How does he know about Dad? Gohan queried. Filled with curiosity at Trunks' words, Trunks continued, he should be nearby. Follow me. Just then, a towering figure appeared behind Trunks. Who is that? The Earth Warriors, facing Trunks, immediately noticed the looming figure standing behind him. Be careful. They attempted to warn Trunks, but it was already too late. The figure had already made its move, swiftly drawing the sword from Trunks' back and striking down towards his back. Hearing the warning from the Earth Warriors, Trunks realized too late, his heart sinking. He desperately tried to transform into a Super Saiyan once more, but alas, it was too late. With a piercing scream, Trunks felt a deep, bone-exposing wound inflicted upon his back by a sword. Chapter 22. The Return of Vegeta and Son Goku. Trunks hastily distanced himself from the spot, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. In a series of swift movements, he arrived before the gathered warriors on Earth. His gaze gravely fixed upon the assailant. The individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Cooler, albeit with a taller and more robust physique. 4 horns extended backward from his head, his mouth obscured by a mask, and his eye sockets were devoid of pupils, shrouded in crimson. Additionally, his shoulders jutted out like armor, and 2 horns sprouted from his back, while his arms resembled bladed protrusions. Moreover, his aura was vastly more potent than that of the previous Cooler. Who are you? Trunks inquired, his expression laden with gravity as he regarded the figure wielding his own sword. To me. Just a moment ago, you used this very sword to sever my tail. Have you forgotten so soon who I am? The man flicked the blood from the sword with a derisive laugh. Cooler. How is this possible? I thought I had. Trunks replied, disbelief etched across his face. Internally, he lamented his earlier miscalculation. He had indeed defeated Cooler, but had failed to deliver a finishing blow. The form you vanquished was indeed defeated by you, but I can transform into this state now, making me at least 3 times stronger than before. Cooler announced with a smile. What? How can this be? How are you so powerful? Trunks sensed Cooler's energy and struggled to comprehend how his might surpassed that of Frieza and King Cold by such a margin. Cooler's current strength possibly eclipsed that of Trunks in his Super Saiyan form, and though not as formidable as those 2 androids, he was still beyond Trunks' capacity to confront. There is nothing impossible. As a genius of the Frost Demon lineage, I am not to be compared with my worthless brother and father. Trunks, already pale from blood loss, appeared even more ashen. This is dire. I may not stand a chance against Cooler alone. And the remaining warriors on Earth are even less capable. Goku won't return for several hours. He realized that his only option was to buy time. Cooler seemed to perceive Trunks' intentions, coldly remarking, Don't think I'm unaware of your plan to stall for that other Super Saiyan to return. Dream on. I shall eliminate all of you before he sets foot on Earth, and then I will deal with him. Huh? Cooler laughed maniacally. At that moment, Krillin stealthily approached Trunks, producing a pouch and offering him a bean. Quick, consume this bean, and your injuries will heal. Is this a Senza bean? Trunks took the bean from Krillin's hand and promptly swallowed it. How do you know about this? Who are you, really? I'm sorry. I can't tell you for now. As Trunks ingested the Senza bean, he felt the wound on his back begin to mend, his stamina and vitality slowly returning. What did you eat? Your condition has suddenly improved. Cooler, from a distance, observed Trunks with a puzzled expression. No comment. Cooler smirked, it matters not. No matter how much you recover, you will ultimately perish at my hands. Demon Flash. Demon Beam Cannon. Kamehameha. Ki Blast. Numerous powerful energy waves surged towards a location on the battlefield. Boom! The immense explosion sent shockwaves radiating in all directions. You can feel the gap between us now, can't you? Cooler brushed off a bit of dust from his attire and laughed mockingly at Trunks. Damn it! How could I be so useless? I can't handle those two demons, and now I can't even contend with this cooler. Despite being battered and bruised, Trunks returned to his normal state and stood resolutely before the warriors of Earth. According to the original setting, Cooler's fourth transformation possesses a combat power of approximately 470 million, while Trunks' base combat power upon entry is 4 million, and in his Super Saiyan form, it is only around 200 million. The remaining warriors on Earth, aside from Yamcha, who had hastily evacuated Bulma, included only a barely able Piccolo. This situation is truly dire. I never anticipated that Frieza would have such a formidable sibling. Goku, if you don't return soon, Earth will be doomed. Krillin lay on the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the sky, murmuring. Trunks turned to the Earth warriors behind him, then addressed the grim-faced Piccolo. Mr. Piccolo, I will hold Cooler off. You should take everyone as far away as possible. No, it's futile. Even if we escape for a moment, we cannot evade forever. We might as well fight with all our might. Piccolo, fully aware that the warriors on Earth could not flee, knew they would be systematically annihilated unless Goku and Vegeta returned swiftly. Damn it! I am Piccolo the Demon King. Why do I find myself thinking this way? Why do I always wait for someone to save me? Piccolo pondered this dilemma incessantly. Yet the harsh reality remained. He was simply too weak. Enough games. Let us wrap this up. I still have to eliminate that other Super Saiyan. Cooler coldly announced the impending demise of the gathered warriors. Just then, a disdainful laughter echoed from a distant part of the battlefield. The assembled warriors quickly turned towards the source of the sound, spotting two figures clad in identical attire slowly approaching. Cooler, what were you just saying? Planning to eliminate me? One of the taller figures scoffed at Cooler.is. Is that Vegeta and Son Goku? The sharp-eyed Piccolo immediately recognized the newcomers as Vegeta and Goku.at that moment. The other Earth warriors also lifted their heads, realizing who the figures were, and gasped in astonishment. Hey Goku, Dad is back. Hearing Piccolo's remark, Krillin and Gohan, who were sprawled on the ground, scrambled to their feet. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu also wore expressions of excitement. They had finally returned. Is that my young father? Why does he look different from the pictures? Trunks fixed his gaze intently on Vegeta, scrutinizing his features. That he noted that while Vegeta looked like the one in the photos, his physique and height were markedly different. Who are you? Vegeta? The Prince of Saiyans. Cooler looked at the two newcomers with a puzzled expression. Correct, but sadly, there is no reward for you. I didn't expect the illustrious king of the Frost Demons, Cooler, to recognize me. Vegeta replied with a mocking expression. Vegeta, you dealt with Frieza on Namek. Allow me to handle this one. Chapter 23. Son Goku vs. Cooler. Goku, upon noticing the state of the Earth warriors, hurriedly requested Vegeta's assistance. He was concerned that this rare opportunity for a worthy opponent, no, he meant a formidable foe, would be swiftly eliminated by Vegeta. During Goku's training on planet Yadd with Vegeta, it was euphemistically referred to as training, though in reality he was often used as a human punching bag, enduring intense beatings that left him barely clinging to life, all under the guise of it being for his own good. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Yardratians, Goku might have perished on their planet, unable to return to Earth. As you wish, but it would be best not to show mercy. Otherwise, Vegeta was well aware of Goku's intentions, having thoroughly taught him a lesson on planet Yadd. Now, Goku held a modicum of trepidation towards him. No problem. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Goku replied with a grin. Damn Saiyans. Do you have any idea how little you regard me? Cooler roared in fury upon hearing himself so belittled. You think I'm like that useless Frieza? Easily dispatched by you. Your so-called Super Saiyans are nothing special. Look at that kid. He just another one of my defeated foes. You mean him? Vegeta pointed at Trunks, a look of confusion on his face. Indeed, he is also a Super Saiyan, yet he was still vanquished by me. You two are. Wait. Don't you realize he is just a minor child? Vegeta interrupted Cooler, a look of disdain upon his face. And so what? Gulatin was instantly engulfed in fury. Could this possibly be related to age? Do you realize that the so-called minors you speak of have slaughtered my father and his entire entourage? Who in the universe has ever witnessed such ferocity in a juvenile? Thus, I declare that you, the Ice Demon Clan, are nothing more than offspring born of a father without the nurturing of a mother. What skill is it to bully minors? Kakarot, let us go. Splendid. Vegeta, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Watching Vegeta and Gulatin engage in their verbal sparring, Son Wukong had grown increasingly impatient. Beside him, Trunks gazed in astonishment at Vegeta. Pondering how this father seemed so utterly different from the portrayal his mother had painted, the proud, arrogant, face-saving, and aloof Vegeta, who seemed only to care about competing with Son Wukong, was nowhere to be found. Instead, this youthful father appeared remarkably articulate and audacious. Yet, this version of his father from this timeline seemed more dependable and trustworthy. Vegeta paid no heed to Trunks' inquisitive and fervent gaze, focusing instead on the clash between Son Wukong and Gulatin. Aha! Son Wukong began to unleash his power. His hair stood on end, transforming into a radiant golden hue. Enveloped in a golden aura that a formidable presence surged across the battlefield. This is magnificent. Wukong has finally achieved Super Saiyan status. The onlookers from Earth, resting at a distance, gasped upon witnessing Son Wukong's transformation, which mirrored that of the purple-haired youth. Incredible. Father has finally become a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong was equally exhilarated. After his transformation, Son Wukong appeared even more formidable than before. Just how powerful was Vegeta, who could transform back on Namek? Piccolo, with his astute mind and keen observation, recognized that Vegeta must undoubtedly surpass Son Wukong in strength. This realization deepened his disdain for his own inadequacy. Boom, bang. On the battlefield, two figures, one golden, one purple, collided like bolts of lightning, separating and re-engaging. Kamehameha, Super Death Ray. Boom, two shockwaves violently clashed, resulting in a colossal mushroom cloud rising in the center of the battlefield. The powerful gusts of energy battered everything in the vicinity. Among the spectators, only Vegeta and Trunks remained rooted in place, while the others had retreated 10 kilometers away. Trunks surveyed the chaotic battlefield. Astonished by the overwhelming strength Son Wukong possessed as a Super Saiyan, far exceeding his own, rivaling even Son Wukong from 20 years hence, Mr. Vegeta, may I inquire about something? He ventured, suppressing his excitement at meeting his father for the first time, and mustering the courage to speak to Vegeta. What do you wish to ask, Trunks? Vegeta glanced back, considering that from such a distance, the tumult of the battle rendered it unlikely Piccolo could hear. Oh, I merely wanted to, huh? Trunks suddenly resembled a startled mouse confronted by a cat. His expression shifting dramatically, cold sweat broke out upon his brow as he thought, what is happening? How does my father know my name? I don't believe I've ever told you my name. Surely there has been a mistake. Trunks forced himself to remain calm, hastily questioning Vegeta. As a father, is it not natural to know your son's name? Vegeta replied with a smile directed at Trunks. What did you say? That can't be right. I can't possibly be your son, Trunks exclaimed in a panic, vehemently denying the claim. Rest assured, Bulma will still be with me. In the future you will indeed be born without issue, Vegeta remarked, regarding this unexpected son with a strange shift in sentiment, recalling the hardships he endured in the future timeline, eliciting a twinge of sympathy for Trunks' plight. How do you know all this? Can you foresee the future? Trunks, taken aback, pondered aloud, suspecting that perhaps his father too had traversed time. According to your logic, it's somewhat accurate. You may choose to believe that. Vegeta replied, disinterested in elaborating further on the matter, recognizing he could not explain his own circumstances. Father, Trunks felt a sense of acceptance wash over him, no longer dwelling on the shock of his father acknowledging him as a son, especially with time travel established as a reality. Good son, Vegeta mused, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, deciding it best to refer to Trunks by name for the time being, as the title of son still felt foreign. Father, if you can foresee the future, does that mean you are aware of everything that will transpire? Trunks inquired, now eager to discuss the future events to avert potential tragedies. Are you referring to the two androids that will appear 3 years from now? At which point Son Wukong will succumb to a heart disease, leaving only Son Wufan and the rest of us to perish at their hands. Vegeta articulated the grim future with precision. Trunks fell silent, contemplating Vegeta's revelations, realizing that his father indeed possessed the ability to foresee future events. Indeed, father, you are correct. I have even brought the special medicine to cure Son Wukong's heart disease. Surely, you are aware of this. Of course, I had long anticipated your arrival here, though Gulatin's appearance on Earth was somewhat unexpected. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, observing Gohan engaging Son Wukong in fierce combat. Father, do you understand? Since the androids appeared, the future Earth has become a living hell. Androids 17 and 18 are nothing short of monsters. They exhibit no humanity, wreaking havoc and slaughter resulting in a population decline of nearly 90%. Trunks recounted the atrocities of the two androids, his grip tightening to the point where his nails pierced his palms. Thus, to alter this tragic history, I traveled back 20 years in my mother's time machine to deliver the medicine to Son Wukong. Vegeta listened in silence as Trunks detailed the dire circumstances of the future. He sighed heavily, his expression growing serious as he addressed Trunks. Trunks, what I am about to say may require you to remain composed. Is that acceptable? Trunks nodded, eager to hear why his father appeared so grave. Truthfully, history that has already transpired cannot be altered, or rather, any potential alterations would only affect parallel timelines, leaving the history that has already unfolded unchanged. Vegeta concluded his statement with earnestness, fixing his gaze upon Trunks. Father, do you mean to say that even if I alter the history of this timeline, the future of my original timeline will remain unaffected? Trunks asked, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. Precisely. While history cannot be changed, the future can. Alas, Father, I am fine. I have long been mentally prepared for this. Trunks exhaled deeply, though a sense of disappointment lingered within. The power of time is not something mere mortals can wield at will. Trunks, what are your plans moving forward? For me, once I deliver the medicine to Son Wukong, I shall return to the future. Trunks murmured, his demeanor heavy with dejection as he gazed at the clouds on the horizon. Cheer up, Trunks. What do you think you look like? Did I not just say that the future can be altered? Vegeta admonished, his voice rising to rouse Trunks from his despondency. Father, I am too weak. After my brother Wufan's death in the future, I am no match for the androids to protect Earth. Here, I cannot even defeat Gohan, so how can I safeguard our world? Trunks began to wallow in self-pity. Fool, snap out of it, Vegeta exclaimed, seizing Trunks by the collar and delivering a sharp slap to his face. Father, you Trunks gasped, holding his reddened cheek in disbelief, astonished at his father's unexpected display of aggression, having never been struck by a family member before. There's no rush for you to return to the future. Stay here and train with me. Whenever you pass my trials, you may return to your timeline. Vegeta observed as Trunks appeared to regain consciousness, at which point he released his grip on his collar. Training? Indeed. Once you attain the strength to vanquish the androids, you can return to alter the future. Vegeta patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Can I really do it? Father, Trunks asked with a hint of uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Vegeta let out a hearty laugh. Of course, I am the mightiest Super Saiyan, Vegeta. Moreover, you are the son of me, Vegeta, the heir of the Saiyan prince. Trunks gazed at Vegeta's radiant smile, and a smile crept onto his own lips. Yes, I believe in you, Father. I will train hard and become stronger alongside you. That's the spirit. That's my good son. Rest assured, your father will guide you in your training diligently. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks continued their father-son bonding on the sidelines. On the battlefield, Goku and Cooler were engaged in a fierce struggle. Their powers were nearly equal, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange. In the original story, Cooler's fourth transformation possesses a fighting power of approximately 470 million, while Goku, during his time on Namek, had a base power of 3 million. During his training on the planet Yadd, he not only learned to transform into a Super Saiyan under Vegeta's guidance, but also raised his base fighting power to nearly 10 million. Bang! After yet another intense clash, both combatants quickly retreated. Ha! Ah! Ha! Both Goku and Cooler were significantly exhausted, gasping for breath. That you're quite formidable, stronger than Frieza. Even, Goku compared Cooler to Frieza, which only infuriated Cooler further. Baka, do not compare me to that worthless disgrace. I, Cooler, am a genius of the frozen demon clan. Heh. Don't be so petty. I'm merely praising you. Goku replied playfully, and no need for that. Saiyan, today shall be your demise. Cooler's rage surged, and his aura began to intensify. I will annihilate you, Saiyan, and obliterate this entire planet along with you. Huh? Cooler laughed maniacally. Destruction Ray. Cooler's crimson eyes unleashed two beams of purple energy, hurtling towards Goku. This is bad. Kamehameha. Goku quickly joined his hands together, unleashing a Kamehameha as a counterattack. Boom! Rumble! The two forces collided in midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Taking advantage of the ensuing smoke obscuring Goku's vision, Cooler soared into the sky, extending his left hand. He began to rapidly gather a sphere of energy with his index finger pointed upwards. Just as Goku's sight cleared, he realized Cooler's scheme. Huh? What is this? Do you intend to destroy Earth? Damn it, but it was too late. Cooler's planet-destroying technique had reached its full charge. Ha ha ha. Farewell. No. Until next life, Saiyan. Cooler cackled wildly, the massive golden energy sphere he conjured brimming with unfathomable destructive power. This is bad. That guy Cooler intends to obliterate Earth alongside it. Distantly, Piccolo and the others exclaimed in alarm. The cataclysmic energy within the golden sphere sent chills down everyone's spines. Humph. Kakarot. That fool. Vegeta scoffed, watching Goku's helpless figure in the sky. Father, what should we do? Cooler is going to destroy Earth. Trunks exclaimed, his expression betraying his concern. Saiyan, prepare to die. Chapter 25. Gallic Gun. Go. Supernova Destruction Ball. Cooler let out a long howl, hurling the energy sphere toward Goku. This is bad. Full power Kamehameha, Goku shouted, channeling all his energy into his hands. Immediately, an unprecedentedly powerful Kamehameha erupted from Goku's palms. The immense blue shockwave surged toward Cooler's Supernova Destruction Ball. The blue Kamehameha stood firm against the descending golden sun-like Supernova Destruction Ball, creating a classic standoff between the two formidable forces. Wah! Ah! Goku and Cooler found themselves locked in a struggle, each pouring energy into their respective attacks, striving to push the other's assault back. Thus, they commenced a battle of endurance, each determined to outlast the other. Kakarot, you disappoint me greatly. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced Goku's ears. Hey, Vegeta, I haven't. Goku stammered, his heart skipping a beat at Vegeta's words, eager to explain no need for explanations. At this rate, Earth will be caught in the crossfire. Vegeta's icy words brooked no contradiction as he turned to Trunks and declared, Observe closely, Trunks. Witness the true extent of a Super Saiyan's power. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. Whoosh! Thud! Ah! In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Goku and kicked him away. Without Goku's support, the Kamehameha could no longer withstand Cooler's Supernova Destruction Ball, which pressed down relentlessly. The two energies converged, hurtling toward Vegeta. Ha! Foolish Vegeta! Die, Saiyan! Cooler, seeing this, intensified his energy output, aiming to obliterate both Vegeta and Earth. Father, be careful! Trunks yelled anxiously. This is not good. Vegeta might not be able to withstand this attack. That reckless Vegeta has gone too far. Piccolo berated Vegeta from a distance. Just when everyone thought Vegeta had miscalculated and that Earth would meet its end, our Prince Vegeta, however, wore a relaxed and contented smile. He slowly extended his right hand, palm facing the energy wave. Cooler, when you descend to the underworld, do me a favor and say hello to Frieza for me, Vegeta said with a grin. What? Cooler, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief. Did Vegeta have some sort of mental affliction? He was the one about to be obliterated alongside Earth, not I, the great Cooler. Gallic Gun. Vegeta's aura surged dramatically as he gathered a formidable amount of energy in his right hand, transforming it into an incredibly powerful shockwave, which he launched directly at the Supernova Destruction Ball. This? What? Cooler, the first to sense the overwhelming force, was momentarily stunned. How could Vegeta possess such terrifying power, surpassing even that of Goku? Alas, Vegeta has made his move from a distance. Goku, who had been kicked away by Vegeta, looked upon the scene with resignation that he recalled the events on planet Yardrat, where Vegeta had continuously surprised and astonished him, leaving him immune to Vegeta's current display. The disparity between himself and Vegeta remained vast. Upon returning, he would have to train doubly hard to keep up, striving to endure a bit longer against Vegeta in the future. Is this truly the power of a father? It is undeniably overwhelming. As a fellow Super Saiyan, he far surpasses both me and Goku. Trunks realized that comparing himself and Goku to Vegeta might mean that even their combined efforts would not suffice to match Vegeta's might. Not to mention, at this level of power, any individual android would meet their demise against him, unless two androids work together to offer any semblance of resistance. Damn it, that Vegeta has grown even more powerful. This force is beyond what Goku can rival. From afar, Piccolo gaped in astonishment at Vegeta on the battlefield, his heart filled with an unsettling feeling and oh, it cannot be. Gula exerted himself to the utmost, striving to amass more energy for a counterattack against Vegeta. However, all his efforts were in vain. Vegeta's Gallic Gun, combined with his Supernova destruction sphere, struck Gula's body directly, under the forceful impact of the shockwave. Gula was propelled straight out of Earth, hurtling towards the Sun.No. I cannot accept this. Damn it. Boom. Tragically, Gula's last words were cut short as he, along with the two waves of energy, was engulfed in the explosive fury of the sun's surface. Thank you all for your hard work. There are plenty of drinks in this refrigerator. Please help yourselves. Don't be shy. Trunks retrieved a capsule from his pocket, pressed the button, and tossed it onto the ground, instantly revealing a small refrigerator. After the fierce battle, everyone gathered together, and Trunks warmly invited everyone to quench their thirst with drinks. Without hesitation, they each took a beverage, sipping and chatting casually. Have we met before? Bulma inquired curiously, gazing at the young man with hair color identical to her own, feeling somewhat intrigued. No, not at all. Trunks, noticing Bulma's keen interest, hastily clarified. Then what is your name? I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. What? Is it really necessary for you to be this secretive, even about your name? Krillin, equally curious, regarded Trunks with a puzzled expression. Indeed, is there truly a need for such mystery? What about your age? Bulma continued to press for answers. I am 17 years old. I apologize. However, I still cannot tell you my name. Trunks was sweating profusely, feeling rather helpless. Not even a name. Indeed, there is absolutely no need for such concealment. Tien and Yamcha also regarded Trunks with great curiosity. Oh, let's not put him on the spot. After all, he is the one who saved the Earth. Bulma, noticing Trunks' reluctance to answer, kindly interjected on his behalf. Ahem, you may call him Big Trunks. At that moment, Vegeta, observing his son Trunks' embarrassment, quickly chimed in to bestow him a nickname. After all, Dragon Ball fans often refer to the Trunks from the future timeline in this manner. Big Trunks. The others on Earth pondered this unfamiliar name with curiosity. Big Trunks? Absolutely. You may call me Big Trunks. Trunks, however, was quite fond of the nickname his father had given him. Chapter 26. Instant transmission. By the way, so Big Trunks, how did you know that Goku and the others would arrive on Earth in this vicinity? The inquisitive Krillin asked. Yes, I want to ask if you're also a Saiyan. I noticed you can transform into a Super Saiyan too. Little Gohan, the curious child, added his question. Oh right. Big Trunks, I see you're wearing the Capsule Corporation logo on your attire. Are you an employee of the company? The inquisitive Bulma joined in the interrogation. Mom, didn't you just say not to pressure me? Trunks stared at them in disbelief, silently lamenting his mother's inconsistency. Trunks found himself at a loss amidst their enthusiastic inquiries, casting a pleading glance at Vegeta. Ahem. Vegeta, feeling somewhat exasperated, noticed his son's desperate gaze and knew he had to step in. Big Trunks, let me clarify. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone turned to him with eager expressions. Even the usually aloof Piccolo appeared intrigued. Ahem, everyone, listen to me. First and foremost, regarding Big Trunks' identity, Vegeta cleared his throat and began to narrate Trunks' story, revealing that he was a time traveler from the future. Though he refrained from disclosing the finer details of his true origins, he did not mention androids 16, 19, 20, or Cell, but he truthfully informed them of various events that transpired in the future. Incredible! Big Trunks, you are actually from the future, Yamcha exclaimed, somewhat dazed. A time machine. How fascinating. Bulma's attention was captivated by the marvelous time machine. Wait, Big Trunks, in the future, does that mean everyone on Earth, except you, perished 3 years later? Krillin asked, struggling to believe his ears. Oh no, I can't believe I died from a heart disease before even getting to fight. How unfortunate. Will this medicine cure it? Goku's mood sank as he looked at the miraculous medicine Trunks had handed him. Excuse me, Mr. Big Trunks, does this miraculous medicine mean my father can cure his heart disease? Gohan asked gravely, shocked to learn that his father might die from something as trivial as a heart ailment. Are the androids truly that terrifying? Even Vegeta from the future would succumb to them. Piccolo expressed his doubts, pondering how powerful those androids must be to defeat someone as formidable as Vegeta. Indeed, Mr. Goku's illness has already been cured in the future, and this medicine is guaranteed to work. Big Trunks hesitated, wanting to express how terrifying the androids truly were, but reconsidered, knowing that his father's current strength could easily take down any individual android. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful Vegeta would become after 3 more years of training. Seeing Big Trunks hesitate, Piccolo's gaze intensified, eager to learn how Vegeta met his tragic end at the hands of the androids. All right, if you don't believe me, then enjoy yourselves. I will continue to train diligently in preparation for the battles to come in 3 years, Vegeta declared loudly, interrupting their conversation. I will also train. I will too. 3 years from now, I refuse to die. Me too. Tin, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu all voiced their determination. By the way, Vegeta, Goku, where is the spaceship you used to return to Earth? Bulma suddenly noticed this detail. Yes, I also want to ask how you two appeared so suddenly. Piccolo and the others were curious, having not seen a spaceship upon their return from outer space. Hee. Vegeta and Goku exchanged a knowing smile. That's because we didn't use a spaceship, Goku replied excitedly to the group. You didn't use a spaceship? Did you perhaps use magic to arrive? Young Gohan's imagination ran wild with possibilities. You guessed half right. What we used wasn't magic. It's called spirit control, which we refer to as ki. Goku affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair. Ki. Indeed, the technique we use to teleport is called instant transmission. Instant transmission? The others were intrigued by this novel term Goku had introduced. That's right. Allow me to demonstrate. Goku, like a child with a new toy, eagerly showcased his newfound ability. First, you must focus your mind on the person you wish to meet and sense their energy. Then you will arrive at their location. Goku pressed his index and middle fingers against his forehead. Where should I go? Master Roshi's Turtle Hermit House. I can sense Master Roshi's energy. Found it. Whoosh. As soon as Goku finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. Where did Goku go? Krillin and Gohan quickly scanned the surroundings, unable to sense their father's energy nearby. Whoosh. Hello. I'm back. Just then, Goku reappeared beside them. Goku, where did you go just now? How come we couldn't sense your energy? Krillin curiously asked, only to suddenly notice Goku was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Those sunglasses seem somewhat familiar. They look like the ones Master Roshi often wears. Indeed, they are Master Roshi's sunglasses. I just teleported to the Turtle Hermit House. Sun Wukong, with a cheerful grin, removed his sunglasses, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth. Came house. However, that place is at least 10,000 kilometers away. You must have made that round trip in less than 10 seconds, right? Yamcha gazed incredulously at the sunglasses in Sun Wukong's hand, utterly astonished by the feat. Krillin, could you kindly return the sunglasses to Master Roshi when you get back? Sun Wukong handed the sunglasses to Krillin. Oh, I see now. Did you teleport to Earth with Vegeta from the planet where you were training? Krillin inquired as he accepted the sunglasses. Actually, it was Vegeta who teleported me to Earth. My instant transmission can only cover short distances for now, and I haven't mastered such a vast range yet. Sun Wukong admitted with a sheepish laugh, scratching the back of his head at that moment. Sun Wukong's mastery of instant transmission was not as proficient as depicted in the original story over the past year. He had been learning the Super Saiyan transformation from Vegeta, and he had only just begun to grasp instant transmission. As for Vegeta, even in the original narrative, his innate talent surpassed Sun Wukong's by a significant margin. And now, Vegeta had become so adept that he mastered instant transmission in merely 3 months. Chapter 27. For the peace of the future, what? It's Vegeta. Krillin stared in shock at Vegeta, marveling at how formidable his talent was, always staying steps ahead of Wukong. Vegeta is the Prince of Saiyans, and he even taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. At this point, Vegeta represented both mentor and friend to Sun Wukong. Trunks, standing nearby, gazed at Vegeta with admiration. Now, remember, on May 12th, 3 years from now, around 10 in the morning, the androids will appear on a small island approximately 9 kilometers southwest of South City. Make sure to remember. If you're afraid of dying, then don't go. Vegeta ignored the astonished looks from the crowd and reiterated the time and place of the android's emergence. I agree. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged glances and sighed. By the way, I have a brilliant idea. Why not eliminate Dr. Gero, the creator of the androids, right now? Bulma suddenly raised this issue. But we have no idea where Dr. Gero is. Krillin lamented, shaking his head. That's not a problem. Don't forget we have the Dragon Balls. We can simply ask Shenron to locate his hiding place. and then we won't have to struggle with a fight 3 years from now. Brilliant idea. We can resolve the issue without any combat. Krillin suddenly realized. Indeed, it is a good plan. But do you think everyone else will agree? Vegeta interjected. Disagree. How could that be? You all. Bulma was about to rebut Vegeta when she noticed Son Wukong's somewhat uneasy expression. Wukong, don't you think this is the best way to handle it? Bulma implored, shaking his arms excitedly. That I'm sorry. Bulma, to be honest, I hope for a fight. Besides, Dr. Gero hasn't done anything yet. How can we kill him? Son Wukong replied earnestly, meeting Bulma's gaze. How infuriating. Bulma felt exasperated. Everyone, there's no need to take such a risk. Saiyans are naturally combative. If we die this time, we won't be able to resurrect. Bulma appealed to the surrounding Earth warriors. I also want to fight, to test my strength. Even if I die, I'd accept it willingly. Tien Shinhan contemplated for a moment, but didn't support Bulma's approach. Why is everyone like this? Bulma looked around in disappointment as none supported her stance. All right, Bulma, we will strive to become stronger and save the Earth. Krillin quickly consoled Bulma, noticing her despondent mood. Krillin, you too. Forget it. Do as you wish. After all, as ordinary citizens, we have no choice but to follow your lead. Bulma sighed, reluctantly acquiescing to their decision. Very well. Let us fight for the peace of the future. With Bulma no longer opposing, Son Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically. Hooray! Krillin and Gohan echoed his cheer. Humph, you are all battle maniacs. Although I disagree with your approach, I will still join you. Bulma glared fiercely at those present. As expected of Bulma, well, those with confidence, remember to gather at the designated location on May 12th, 3 years from now. At 9 in the morning, Son Wukong announced to the group. Thus, having confirmed the meeting point for 3 years hence, everyone went their separate ways. Southeast Mountain Range, Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong's home. After a friendly exchange between Son Wukong and Chi-Chi, she finally agreed to let Son Gohan train with Son Wukong. Remember, 3 years from now, Gohan must not practice martial arts any longer. Chi-Chi warned Son Wukong. All right, no problem, Son Wukong eagerly promised Chi-Chi. And Son Gohan assured her that he would study diligently in 3 years. The next day, in a forest near Baozi Mountain, Piccolo, Son Wukong, and Son Gohan were training together. By the way, Wukong, after a year of training on that planet, did you only learn this instant transmission technique? Haven't you learned anything else? Piccolo asked curiously. Yes, I'm just too slow. A year is far too short. That I spent about 6 months learning how to transform into a Super Saiyan with Vegeta. And another 6 months mastering instant transmission. What about Vegeta? What did he learn in that year? Piccolo was still full of curiosity about Vegeta, eager to know how he had become so strong. Vegeta, he's incredibly intelligent and talented. He mastered instant transmission in less than 3 months, and spent another 3 months learning the multiplication technique and giant transformation, then spent the remaining 6 months training solo. Son Wukong reminisced about his training on Yadd, recalling how he felt like he was living in hell during those 6 months under Vegeta's rigorous training, solo training. That's right. Do you know how powerful he is now? Piccolo continued to press Son Wukong for answers. How powerful? Actually, before I returned to Earth, I sparred with Vegeta, and without transforming into a Super Saiyan, I was no match for him at all. Son Wukong recalled those days of receiving a beating. Then, what about when you transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan chimed in, intrigued. After transforming into a Super Saiyan? Well, then I stand no chance against Vegeta at all. I couldn't even retaliate. I was left to passively endure the blows. So, to put it this way, Vegeta's strength when he defeated Cooler was not his true power. What? Vegeta? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment that I suspect that even if 2 of me attacked Vegeta together, it would be futile. Son Wukong now held immense respect for Vegeta, viewing him as a motivating force to push himself to grow stronger, an emblem of inspiration that he aspired to surpass him and engage in a battle of equal footing. Dad, is Vegeta really that powerful? Son Gohan was still trying to grasp the extent of Vegeta's might. Yes, Gohan, that's why we must train hard. We need to enhance our strength, so perhaps one day we can surpass Vegeta. Son Wukong said, affectionately ruffling Son Gohan's hair. Absolutely, Gohan, you are a Saiyan. With diligent training, you will surely surpass Vegeta in the future. Piccolo encouraged Son Gohan as well. No problem, Dad, Uncle Piccolo. I will train hard, Son Gohan pledged confidently. Chapter 28. Gravity Room West City, Bulma's home. Here, this room will be your bedroom from now on, and the adjacent one belongs to Trunks. Bulma led Vegeta and Trunks into a well-decorated guest room. Very nice. Thank you, Bulma. Vegeta remarked, I never expected you would come to live on Earth. Bulma gazed up at the towering figure of Vegeta, her eyes seemingly aglow with a peculiar light. Ahem, Vegeta, where is the gravity chamber I asked you to construct back on Namek? Vegeta paid no heed to Bulma's enigmatic gaze. Standing nearby, Trunks observed the interaction with a sense of wonder, contemplating how delightful it was for his parents to coexist in harmony, suddenly intrigued by the unfamiliar term. He inquired, Gravity chamber? What is that? A gravity chamber, you say? Allow me to show you, Bulma replied, wrapping her arm around Vegeta's as they made their way toward the chamber. Although Vegeta initially intended to extricate his arm from her embrace, the softness of her touch compelled him to acquiesce. The trio arrived at the entrance of a unique chamber. This is the gravity chamber you requested, though it was primarily constructed by my father. Brief. I merely assisted, Bulma explained to Vegeta's eyes fixated on the imposing door made of a special alloy. His eagerness to enter and commence training palpable. It was revealed that prior to his journey to planet Yadd, Vegeta had discussed the gravity chamber with Bulma after vanquishing Frieza. The ship that had transported the Namekians, once abandoned, became a project for Bulma and her father to dismantle and study the alien technology. With their combined intellect, it was certain that they would maximize its potential. Trunks, filled with curiosity, reached out to touch the grand door. Under Bulma's guidance, Vegeta entered the gravity chamber, which boasted an expansive interior of approximately 500 square meters. Slightly larger than a standard basketball court, with walls adorned in the same special alloy. To the left of the entrance stood a control display, where Bulma elucidated the chamber's operations. The gravity levels could be manually adjusted. And for safety, voice control was also an option. Currently, the chamber could simulate up to 1,000 times Earth's gravity, but Bulma expressed concern, fearing that even 100 times the gravity would be overwhelming for ordinary beings. Given Vegeta's weight of around 70 kilograms, 100 times that would amount to 7 tons, and 1,000 times would be an astonishing 70 tons, comparable to the weight of a whale. Such immense weight could only be sustained in buoyant waters. On land, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Surprised, are you? Bulma remarked as she noticed Vegeta staring into the vacant chamber, mistakenly believing he was awestruck. Indeed, I am quite taken aback. Thank you, Bulma, Vegeta replied, a smile replacing his initial contemplative expression. In truth, he was not dazed but rather assessing his own attributes. Character: Vegeta race, Saiyan combat power, 21 million, normal state, transformation skills, Ozu. Super Saiyan 1, full power. Super Saiyan 2, requires a combat power of 100 million to master. Having achieved full power in the Super Saiyan state, my next objective is to enhance my base combat power in its normal state, followed by mastering Super Saiyan 2. After resolving his training focus, he turned to Bulma, who was gazing at him intently. Bulma, I shall astonish you in the future, Vegeta proclaimed with a grin, but I don't fight. You'll never have the chance to surprise me, Trunks interjected, observing the playful banter between his parents with a smile. And while using the gravity chamber, you too must exercise caution. If you find it unbearable, activate the voice control to shut it down. Understood? Bulma advised with concern. Of course, Bulma, I will be careful, Trunks replied, nearly slipping up by almost calling her mom. Ahem, rest assured, Bulma, you need not worry about me. I am aware of my limits and will not act recklessly. Vegeta reassured her gently. Humph, who is worried about you? I merely don't want you and Goku to perish in my home, Bulma retorted, her gaze softening as she looked at Vegeta's handsome visage. Haha, right, no one is concerned for me. I was merely overthinking it. Just know, don't get any ideas with me, for I, Bulma, am the most beautiful girl in West City. Those who wish to pursue me would line up from West City to East City. Bulma's radiant face turned a shade of crimson. Yes, dear Miss Bulma, you are indeed correct, Trunks observed with satisfaction as Vegeta treated Bulma with such tenderness, feeling reassured that this version of himself would indeed come to be. Vegeta, of course, would indulge Bulma, for she was destined to be his future partner. He knew there would be ample opportunities for her to submit to him in due time. Sensing Vegeta's eagerness to train, Bulma excused herself from the gravity chamber. Father, I still do not comprehend the utility of the gravity chamber for our training, Trunks expressed, having pondered this question for quite some time. Trunks, do you know what is most crucial for us Saiyans in battle? Is it becoming a Super Saiyan? Trunks replied uncertainly. No, you've only partially grasped it. While transforming into a Super Saiyan is indeed our greatest reliance at present, our base power in its normal state is equally paramount. In the following chapter, Vegeta patiently elucidated various aspects of the Super Saiyan transformations to Trunks, detailing the importance of enhancing their foundational combat strength and the differences among the three stages of Super Saiyan 1, culminating in the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Father, I understand now. I will strive diligently to attain the full power of Super Saiyan and reach Super Saiyan 2, Trunks declared enthusiastically, thrilled to learn that there were numerous levels beyond Super Saiyan. He was determined to grow stronger under his father's guidance, to defeat all the androids, and to bring enduring peace to Earth, not only for Master Gohan and his mother, but for all those who had fallen victim to the android's wrath. Thus, Vegeta and Trunks settled into Bulma's home, embarking on their training within the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Earth, amidst the frigid expanse, lay one of the four major cities, North City, several hundred kilometers to the north. Hidden within a secluded mountain range, an undisclosed secret laboratory concealed itself. Inside the facility, an array of peculiar mechanical devices cluttered the space, with nearly 10 coffin-like contraptions positioned in the central area. 3 of these chambers stood ajar, yet remained empty, while the doors of the remaining 4 were sealed, each marked with numerical symbols. At the heart of the laboratory, a colossal computer system dominated the room. Before its screen stood an elderly man with snow-white hair, clad in a white lab coat emblazoned with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army, none other than Dr. Gero himself. Damn it. Androids 13, 14, and 15. These permanent energy-type androids refuse to obey my commands and are far too prone to backlash. They must be destroyed, Dr. Gero fumed, his fists clenched as he banged them against the gigantic computer. At this rate, I cannot activate androids 16, 17, and 18 either. They must remain dormant for now. It seems that the subsequent models of artificial humans can only be modified to absorb energy. Dr. Gero gazed dejectedly at the data displayed on the screen. Beep. Suddenly, the screen before Dr. Gero began to flicker incessantly. This is a message relayed by the spy robot number 857. Dr. Gero opened the information on the screen, and a video unfolded before his eyes. Upon witnessing the content of the video, Dr. Gero's expression changed drastically. The footage revealed Trunks, Guldo, King Cold, Vegeta, and Son Goku among others. Who is that golden figure? Such immense power. Even those 2 formidable aliens are no match for him. Dr. Gero observed the visuals with astonishment. What? That diminutive alien has transformed, and his strength has surged immensely. Son Goku, you have finally made your appearance. And Vegeta, what? Son Goku can also assume the golden state. As Dr. Gero beheld Son Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, he was taken aback. The sight of Vegeta effortlessly dispatching Guldo left him utterly flabbergasted. After a considerable moment, Dr. Gero finally regained his composure. It appears my plans must undergo further modification. Simply relying on the energy-absorbing model No. 19 will likely render us inadequate against them. Dr. Gero paced back and forth in the laboratory, contemplating countless dilemmas. Suddenly, he tripped over a cable on the floor, tumbling onto the hard surface with a jolt of pain radiating through his body. Curse it, I'm growing older. My body is increasingly frail and weak, struggling to rise. Dr. Gero slowly made his way to the lounge, dragging his weary frame. Seated on the sofa, he disinfected the wound on his knee with alcohol, the sharp sting causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Gazing vacantly at his hands and feet, it seemed he had come to a momentous decision. Alas, it appears I must also undergo transformation into an artificial human. Otherwise, this body will not endure much longer. However, I must first complete the creation of number 19, and then he can assist in modifying my body. As for that plan, the embryo should be activated as well. Dr. Gero glanced toward the basement entrance, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Yet, the growth of the embryo requires an extensive duration, at the very least around 20 years for successful development. Dr. Gero pondered as he returned to the colossal computer. He stared at the images on the screen, sinking back into contemplation. After a considerable interval, A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Dr. Gero's mind as he began to manipulate something in front of the computer. Time slipped away unnoticed. Finally, Dr. Gero ceased his activity and rose slowly, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the diverse data displayed on the computer screen. Abruptly, he burst into laughter. "Ha! Splendid, let us proceed with this plan. Ha! Son Goku, if I can execute this plan flawlessly, your demise is inevitable. Ha!" Cough, cough, cough. As a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero was once again consumed by a frenzied scheme. Laughing uncontrollably, in a mysterious, unknown area of the seventh universe, an immense inverted triangular object floated in the void, upon which stood a colossal leafless tree. This locale served as the residence of the god of destruction. Beerus. The structure resembled a conical flower pot containing a tree, where Beerus and the angel Whis resided within the tree's interior. This realm was eternally devoid of day and night, illuminated solely by an everlasting radiance cascading from the sky. Surrounded by a multitude of floating celestial bodies of various sizes, gods are perpetually unique. Even time holds no significance for deities. Their lifespans are boundless, enveloped in an endless void. Each god possesses their own means of coping with this emptiness. For instance, Beerus prefers to pass the time in slumber, whether it be for a decade, a century, or even a millennium. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, Beerus shall not awaken. The reasons for his awakening are typically hunger or the destruction of a planet. As for the angel Whis, he was not in slumber. At that moment, he sat upon a lavish couch, intently observing the black crystal orb atop his staff. Whis gazed curiously at the crystal, seemingly engrossed in some intriguing spectacle. Chapter 30. Father and Son Clash Roar. Is this what a Super Saiyan truly is? Quite impressive indeed. Whis marveled at the dark crystal orb. Vegeta is rather fascinating. Previously, Frieza met his demise at his hands. And now an even more powerful foe, Frieza's brother, has also fallen to him. Such strength is among the rarest in the seventh universe. However, I wonder if he can become even stronger in the future. As Whis mused, he glanced toward Beerus's chamber, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Perhaps one day, Lord Beerus will also take notice of you. Vegeta, do your best. Roar. In West City, at Bulma's residence, inside the gravity chamber. Vegeta and Trunks stood poised for confrontation, both in their ordinary states, untransformed into Super Saiyans. Vegeta occupied the center of the arena, his muscles taut and powerful under the immense gravitational pressure. His gaze was resolute and icy, reminiscent of a predator ready to pounce. Opposite him, Trunks, though still bearing a hint of youthfulness on his face, exhibited unwavering determination in his eyes. Suddenly, Vegeta sprang into action. His figure shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. Hurtling toward Trunks, his fist, propelled by fierce wind pressure, aimed to strike Trunks with force. Trunks swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a punch of his own. Their fists met mid-air, producing a resonant thud. Heh! Vegeta scoffed, his body vanishing in an instant. Trunks's pupils contracted as he sensed that familiar energy rapidly approaching, but he quickly turned, only to find Vegeta materializing behind him, delivering a punch to his back. Trunks had no time to react, gritting his teeth to endure the blow. Bang! Struck hard in the back, Trunks was propelled like an arrow, hurtling toward the special alloy walled in a moment of desperation. He flipped and braced his foot against the alloy wall, then rolled to the ground. Not bad, Trunks, your reflexes have improved. Vegeta nodded approvingly at Trunks. A satisfied smile gracing his face, he recognized that Trunks was evolving through combat, far surpassing his initial training days. Trunks remained silent, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He understood that this was merely the beginning of their training. He must give his all to live up to his father's expectations. Father, be careful. I want to hold back from here on out. Trunks realized that without exerting his full strength, it would be challenging to inflict damage upon his father. Vegeta responded with hearty laughter. Ha! Bring it on. Trunks, swish. Trunks swiftly maneuvered to Vegeta's front, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Vegeta's lower body. To his dismay, he found only air, for Vegeta had long vanished from his position. This is bad, Trunks thought to himself, hastily flipping backward to evade. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had anticipated his maneuver and was already blocking his retreat path. Bang! Ah! Trunks felt another heavy strike from Vegeta to his back, the intense pain eliciting a cry. Trunks, is this what you call holding back? Vegeta remarked. shaking his head as he observed Trunks scrambling away. "Father, Trunks slowly looked at Vegeta, momentarily at a loss for words. He had just boasted about not holding back, only to be swiftly proven wrong. "Trunks, heed this. The battle is far from over. Be cautious." As soon as Vegeta's words fell, he swiftly charged towards Trunks, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Under the immense gravity of the training chamber, the force of the blow was magnified several times, reminiscent of a meteorite crashing down. Trunks was sent hurtling backwards, colliding against the chamber's wall. The impact left him feeling as though his very organs had been jolted, and he nearly coughed up blood. Nevertheless, Trunks refused to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise to his feet, fully aware that in such an environment, training alongside his father meant that every setback was an opportunity for growth. Taking a deep breath, Trunks steadied himself, preparing to face Vegeta's next onslaught. Observing Trunks's performance, a flicker of admiration flashed in Vegeta's eyes that he showed no mercy, launching another attack. This time, his strikes were even more rapid and ferocious. As if testing Trunks's limits at first, Trunks could only endure the blows, but gradually he began to evade some of Vegeta's assaults. Although his movements were still somewhat unrefined, his speed and strength were steadily improving. As time passed, Trunks adapted to the relentless tempo of Vegeta's high-intensity attacks. He no longer fell victim to Vegeta's strikes as easily as he had at the beginning. Instead, he managed to endure longer, and on occasion, even launched counterattacks against his father that he began to take the initiative, leveraging his speed and agility to seek openings, which was also facilitated by Vegeta holding back his full power. Trunks' technique in both punches and kicks grew increasingly adept and precise, with each of his strikes eliciting a hint of surprise from Vegeta. He learned to exploit the unique environment of the gravity chamber to hone his reaction speed and control over his strength. However, Vegeta, being a seasoned warrior, did not let his guard down due to Trunks' progress. On the contrary, he focused even more intently on the battle, continuously adjusting his tactics and strategies that at times he struck with the swiftness of the wind, while at others he remained as steadfast as a mountain, leaving Trunks unable to predict his next move. Thus, the father and son engaged in an intense contest within the training arena. Their battle was not merely a test of strength, but also an examination of wit and courage. Each transition of attack and defense was fraught with tension and excitement, compelling onlookers to cheer for their display. Such training would not only render Trunks significantly stronger, but also equip him with greater composure and confidence for future battles. Their figures darted across the training ground, their fists and footprints intertwining into an extraordinary tableau, each collision and clash embodying a fusion of power and skill. Witnessing Trunks' growth filled Vegeta with immense satisfaction. He understood that Trunks had gradually mastered the techniques and essentials of combat under extreme gravity. Under the oppressive force of such gravity, not only had Trunks grown, but Vegeta had also gained considerable insights. Nevertheless, this confrontation was merely a microcosm of their daily training. Within the gravity chamber, both their strengths would advance at an astonishing pace. Chapter 31. Trunks returns to the future. Time flowed like a swift river, and a year had passed since Vegeta and Goku returned to Earth to In West City. In the backyard of Bulma's home, a peculiar machine loomed on the ground. It was the time machine that Trunks would be piloting. "Daite, are you really going to leave?" Bulma asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Unbeknownst to her, she felt a special connection to this young man, as if they were inexplicably linked. Even her parents sensed this unusual bond. Feeling as though they were family to Bulma's mother, Briefs even speculated whether Daite might be a distant relative or an illegitimate child of her husband. However, Bulma clarified that Daite was from the future world. "Yes, I'm a bit worried about my mother in the future," Trunks replied with a smile. "Well then, there's nothing we can do about it. The time machine has been thoroughly repaired by my father. Dr. Briefs, and the energy source has been replenished sufficiently for your round trip. I would love to meet your mother. It's impressive that she could build a time machine herself," Bulma remarked, gazing at the intriguing machine beside her. "Haha, Daite, remember to send my regards to your mother when you return to the future. Indeed, it's truly remarkable that one person could create such an extraordinary time machine," the Briefs couple chimed in. "No problem, I'll convey your greetings. Daite, be cautious of those androids when you return. Don't push yourself too hard," Bulma advised, recalling what Trunks had previously mentioned about the future. "Don't worry. Under Mr. Vegeta's guidance, I have trained rigorously and my strength has increased significantly. I'm confident I can handle those two fiends, Trunks said, patting his chest with assurance. After a year of rigorous training alongside Vegeta in the gravity chamber, Trunks had made remarkable progress that he had already mastered the full-power Super Saiyan form. And with continued effort, achieving Super Saiyan 2 was surely within reach. Daite, once you deal with those two androids, remember to take care of that guy I mentioned before. Dispose of him too. Vegeta reminded Trunks that I understand. Mr. Vegeta. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with everyone, Trunks boarded the time machine and departed from this timeline. The onlookers watched as the time machine transformed into a beam of light before gradually vanishing without a trace. The Briefs couple then left the backyard to attend to their own affairs, leaving only Vegeta and Bulma behind. Vegeta, do you think Daite will successfully resolve the crisis in the future? Bulma gazed into the sky, lost in thought. Rest assured, currently, Daite is the strongest fighter aside from myself. Vegeta replied with certainty. Over the past year of training together, Trunks' strength had multiplied greatly. Vegeta estimated that Trunks now surpassed even Goku. He had mastered the full-power Super Saiyan form, unless an enemy of the caliber of Perfect Cell appeared. There was no need to worry about Trunks getting hurt in the future. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. By the way, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Bulma suddenly inquired. Vegeta, curious, looked at Bulma and asked, I don't have any particular plans. I believe in balancing work and rest, so I intend to take a few days off. Perfect. Tomorrow, Vegeta, you should accompany me for a stroll. Upon hearing Bulma's suggestion, Vegeta fell silent for a moment. He pondered that for the past year, he had been staying at Bulma's house, and she had never invited him out before, since he had been so focused on training with Trunks. He hadn't had the time to consider Bulma's romantic life. However, based on his understanding of the original storyline, Bulma and Yamcha should still be together at this point. Why would she suddenly invite him out? Though Bulma was destined to be his woman, he did not wish to engage in any underhanded tactics to steal her away from Yamcha. He preferred to wait until they had separated before deepening his relationship with Bulma. And then foster a closer bond with her. What? Are you unwilling? Bulma noticed Vegeta's hesitation and felt a surge of irritation. She thought to herself, here I am, a vibrant and beautiful young woman inviting you. And Vegeta hesitates. If it weren't for your strikingly handsome and aloof demeanor, I wouldn't even bother. And that fickle Yamcha, he truly infuriates me. Of course not. I'm thrilled, the lovely Miss Bulma. Vegeta complimented, observing the storm clouds gathering on Bulma's face. After all, flattering his woman was no disgrace. Humph. Then remember to come find me tomorrow morning, Bulma said, somewhat haughtily. As Vegeta looked at Bulma, he mused, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I intend to make you submit beneath me. The next day, early in the morning, Vegeta arrived at Bulma's door and gently knocked. Bulma, are you in there? Coming. The door to Bulma's room swung open, revealing a stunning figure that captivated the eye. It was the height of summer, and Bulma adorned herself in a white spaghetti strap dress, the hem embellished with delicate lavender stripes that harmonized beautifully with her flowing violet hair. Vegeta, are you really going out in that outfit? Bulma assessed Vegeta from head to toe, astonished to find him clad in a black tank top paired with oversized shorts and flip-flops adorning his feet. While she radiated elegance, Vegeta's attire was nothing short of an eyesore. Is there a problem? It's hot out, and this is quite comfortable, Vegeta retorted, asserting that his summer muscle-bound style was perfectly acceptable. Of course, there's a significant issue. Your outfit is just too, Bulma began to counter. Yet she found herself reconsidering. Perhaps there was something charmingly masculine about his look. To what? She pressed. Never mind. I'll take you shopping for some new clothes later, Bulma sighed, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. All right, let's go, Vegeta replied, pleased that Bulma was willing to buy him clothes. They descended the stairs side by side, and as they passed through the garden, they encountered Bulma's mother, Brief. Dressed in gardening attire, she was tending to her flower beds. Upon hearing footsteps, Brief looked up to see Bulma and Vegeta. Good morning, Bulma and Mr. Vegeta. What brings you here? She inquired cheerfully. Good morning, Mrs. Brief. Vegeta greeted her kindly. Good morning, Mr. Vegeta. You are too kind. Just call me Brief, she responded with a smile. Bulma chimed in. Mom, Vegeta and I are heading out. Brief noticed the closeness between them and curiously asked, Oh my, Bulma, are you going on a date with your new boyfriend, Mr. Vegeta? Mom, what are you talking about? Although Bulma harbored feelings for Vegeta, she felt a bit embarrassed by her mother's insinuation. "Isn't Mr. Vegeta your new boyfriend?" Brief asked with a playful smile. Bulma quickly clarified, "Not at all. Mom, don't misunderstand. I'm just taking Vegeta out to buy some clothes." "I see. So, have you broken up with Yamcha? I haven't seen him around lately," Brief inquired. "Mom, please." Bulma attempted to interrupt her mother's incessant chatter, but to no avail. "Yamcha mentioned he enjoyed my lemon black tea and rose honey tea." Bulma's patience wore thin as she finally shouted, "Enough, Mom. Yes, I've broken up with that fickle Yamcha. Fickle is indeed a major issue, much like your father in the past. But when will you start dating Mr. Vegeta?" Brief's excitement was palpable as she pressed on. "Oh, Mom, just let it go, all right? Vegeta, let us go." Bulma could no longer endure the conversation and hurriedly took Vegeta's hand to leave. "Goodbye, Mrs. Brief," Vegeta called as they walked away. "Goodbye. Be sure to have a lovely date with Bulma." Brief waved farewell to the departing couple, her thoughts filled with youthful exuberance. "Mr. Vegeta is quite handsome, with a physique even more alluring than young Brief's." At the entrance of Bulma's home, she said, "Don't mind my mother. She has a penchant for exaggeration." As Bulma vented about her mother, she rummaged through her bag, retrieving a small box. Opening it, she extracted a portable capsule, pressed a button, and tossed it onto the ground. With a loud pop, a sleek convertible appeared before them, emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation's logo, evidence of Bulma's own company. "Bulma, what are you doing?" she asked. "What do you think? Of course we're driving." Bulma replied, "That isn't this a hassle? I could just take you flying there," Vegeta remarked, puzzled. "Vegeta, we're going shopping, not into battle. Taking our time is part of the experience. Now hop in." "I'll drive," Bulma commanded as she opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. From her bag, she produced a peculiar card, which she swiped against a sensor in the car's console. Igniting the engine, Vegeta effortlessly leaped into the passenger seat. Bulma then pressed the accelerator, causing the car to launch forward towards the commercial center. Bulma, didn't you say we were going to take it slow?" Vegeta questioned, bemused at her sudden change in demeanor. "True, but I've decided I want to experience the thrill of flying," Bulma exclaimed, reveling in the gust of wind that tousled her hair as they sped along. In no time, they arrived at West City's grandest shopping district. After parking the car, Bulma eagerly pulled Vegeta towards the largest department store. They embarked on a shopping spree, Bulma enthusiastically purchasing various outfits for him. "Hurry up, Vegeta, come out and let me see," she called, knocking on the fitting room door of a high-end brand. Moments later, Vegeta emerged, standing tall and straight in front of Bulma. Not bad at all, truly. One's attire does make a difference," she remarked as she admired him. Vegeta wore a loose-fitting white t-shirt and relaxed black cropped pants. Complemented by functional sneakers, Bulma's gaze was fixed on him. She felt this ensemble suited him remarkably well, enhancing his already striking appearance. "You've said that at least a dozen times," Vegeta replied, slightly exasperated by Bulma's infatuation. "Well, how could I not? You look stunning, and besides, this outfit conceals those muscles of yours," Bulma teased, playfully touching his arm, her mind racing with possessive thoughts. Vegeta's muscles were for her eyes only. She wouldn't let other women see them. "Bulma, if you keep this up, I might just have to retaliate," Vegeta warned with a mischievous grin. "Retaliate? What do you mean?" Bulma asked curiously. Leaning closer, Vegeta whispered in her ear, "If you keep touching me, I might just have to touch you back." What do you mean by that?" Bulma stammered, caught off guard by his boldness. She had spent her own money on his clothes. What was wrong with a little touch? But as she felt his warm breath against her ear, an unexpected shyness washed over her, causing her cheeks to flush. Bulma, accustomed to such situations, had never felt this way even during her time with Yamcha. Sensing her flustered state, Vegeta swiftly embraced Bulma, capturing her lips with his. "I'm just trying to help you, and you?" Vegeta growled, no longer interested in playful banter. The employees at the clothing store stood frozen, shocked by the public display of affection. "Seriously? Right in front of me? Can't they keep their romance private? I just broke up." Bulma initially resisted, but slowly began to reciprocate his kiss. Time slipped away, and eventually, they parted, gazing into each other's eyes, love radiating between them. "Bulma, will you marry me?" "Yes." Chapter 33. Piccolo, Gohan vs. Goku in the serene and picturesque Baozi Mountain. Nestled within the southeastern mountain range, a paradise untouched by the outside world. The landscape is breathtaking, teeming with abundant natural resources and wildlife. At this moment, several kilometers away from Goku's home, on a clear patch of ground, three figures of varying heights were engaged in combat. The tallest among them, alongside the shortest, was coordinating an attack against the third individual. Bang, bang. In an instant, the trio exchanged nearly 100 blows in rapid succession. Boom. The three warriors separated from their intertwined skirmish, with the tallest and the shortest converging together. Gohan, you will attack Goku's lower body while I target his upper body, instructed the tallest figure. Understood, Uncle Piccolo, replied Gohan eagerly. Indeed, it was the formidable Piccolo and his student, Gohan, the son of Goku. The afternoon sun blazed overhead, casting a glaring light upon the sandy ground of the training area. Goku stood at the center, his gaze sharp as an eagle, emanating a powerful aura. Clad in his striking orange martial arts uniform, the contours of his muscular arms were accentuated in the sunlight. Resembling a perfect sculpture, Piccolo and Gohan stood firmly opposite him, their eyes sharp like two swords, fixated on Goku. As if fully prepared for the impending clash, the battle was about to commence. Gohan, make your move, Piccolo shouted, initiating the attack. He thrust his fists forward, infused with a formidable energy, aiming directly at Goku's face. Gohan followed suit, leaping into the air with a graceful flip, pouncing toward Goku's lower body and delivering a fierce kick to his calf. Their attacks struck almost simultaneously, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept across the entire training ground. With a smile on his face, Goku did not evade. Instead, he met their assault head-on. His fist collided with Piccolo's, producing a thunderous roar. At the same time, he deftly rolled in midair, narrowly avoiding Gohan's strike. Goku grinned slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Be careful, Gohan, Piccolo warned. I know, Uncle Piccolo. Suddenly, Goku materialized behind them, his fist propelled with the force of a tempest, crashing down toward Piccolo's back. However, Piccolo was prepared. He swiftly pivoted to engage in a fierce exchange with Goku. Gohan was not idle either. He quickly maneuvered to Goku's side, aiming to launch an attack from the flank. Bang, bang. Goku remained undeterred, continuously adjusting his tactics, seeking an opening to counter the duo's relentless assault. Piccolo and Gohan synchronized their attacks, unleashing a relentless barrage akin to a tidal wave crashing upon Goku. Piccolo's powerful strikes combined with his energy were like a tempest, while Gohan's agile form darted around like a wraith. Under their combined onslaught, Goku found himself gradually ensnared. A flicker of seriousness crossed Goku's eyes. He realized that if he did not unleash his true power, he might struggle to escape the duo's siege. Drawing a deep breath, his energy surged dramatically. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted around him, his hair standing on end, transforming into a golden hue, enveloped in an ever-burning golden aura, his power multiplying exponentially. In his normal state, Goku could hardly contend with the combined might of Piccolo and Gohan. Thus he had to transform into a Super Saiyan. A wave of overwhelming pressure washed over Piccolo and Gohan, causing their expressions to shift in surprise. Piccolo, Gohan, I will suppress half of my power, but you must remain cautious, Goku warned as he transformed. No sooner had he spoken than his figure became a blur, vanishing from sight. Gohan, stay alert. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Bang! Goku, appearing like a specter, suddenly materialized behind Piccolo and Gohan, his fists striking like cannonballs. Caught off guard, Piccolo and Gohan were slammed, rolling away from the impact. Only after a moment of absorbing the force could they regain their balance and swiftly counterattack Goku. The battle raged on with fervor, their figures intertwining in the air as the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed around them. Goku, with his remarkable agility, leapt and rolled, skillfully evading the duo's relentless strikes. Special Beam Cannon, Instant Transmission. Piccolo and Gohan simultaneously unleashed energy blasts at Goku, two powerful techniques soaring toward him. The air around them rippled with intense energy, causing even the nearby trees to bow under the pressure. Goku stood firm, not flinching as he extended his left hand in front of him. Boom! The two powerful energy blasts collided against his palm, resulting in a tremendous explosion that enveloped him. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, Goku remained unharmed, standing resolutely in place, not having moved an inch. Piccolo and Gohan stared in disbelief. Although they knew Goku would be formidable in his Super Saiyan form, The fact that he could effortlessly block their combined attack with a single hand left them feeling incredulous and somewhat dissatisfied. Piccolo, Gohan, now it's my turn to strike, Goku declared, charging toward them. Piccolo and Gohan, caught off guard, hastily launched their attacks. Though they fought in tandem, Goku skillfully deflected their various assaults, while he began to take the initiative. His primary focus remained on evading their blows, retaliating only sporadically. However, in his Super Saiyan form, Goku's punches and kicks exhibited an overwhelming might. His fists crashed down upon Piccolo and Gohan with the force of a tempest. In contrast, the duo's counterattacks appeared feeble before him. Unable to withstand his onslaught, they could only muster every ounce of strength to resist, yet their efforts seemed trivial against Goku's might in his transformed state. Goku resembled an invincible golden deity, effortlessly breaching their defenses. Bang! Bang! Ugh! Ultimately, Goku landed a single punch that sent both Piccolo and Gohan hurtling through the air. Their bodies traced parabolic arcs before crashing heavily onto a patch of grass in the distance. Standing tall in the sunlight, Goku's figure appeared even more imposing. Piccolo and Gohan struggled to rise, gazing at Goku with eyes that reflected admiration. Despite their defeat, they bore no significant disappointment. On the contrary, excitement sparkled in their eyes, for they understood that battling such a powerful adversary as Goku was, in itself, an invaluable opportunity for growth. Chapter 34. Vegeta vs. Goku. After Goku's trio concluded their sparring session, they gathered on the grass to discuss their respective shortcomings in the recent battle. Goku, your Super Saiyan form is truly remarkable. Indeed, Dad, the Super Saiyan is incredibly powerful. It allowed you to defeat both Uncle Piccolo and me in an instant. Both Piccolo and Gohan expressed their admiration for Goku's prowess. Hehe, you both have made significant progress in your training this past year, Goku replied cheerfully, acknowledging that had he not transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would have struggled against both Piccolo and Gohan. Kakarot, you still haven't changed. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of the three. Vegeta, what brings you here? Goku exclaimed in surprise as he noticed Vegeta standing behind them. Vegeta? Uncle Vegeta! Piccolo and Gohan echoed in astonishment, wondering how Vegeta had arrived at their location. Kakarot, it's been a year since we last met, and I have come to assess how much your strength has increased. Vegeta stated slowly. What? You want to spar with me? Goku's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of a match, eager to gauge the progress he had made over the past year. After all, he had only managed to suppress his normal state against the combined might of Piccolo and Gohan. That's right, Kakarot. Let me see just how much you've improved. In truth, Son Wukong had long harbored the desire to challenge Vegeta. Yet he always felt an inexplicable uncertainty that held him back from seeking him out casually. However, now that Vegeta had presented himself, explicitly requesting a match, it was indeed an opportunity he could not refuse. Vegeta and Son Wukong sought out a spacious arena, one that would allow them to unleash their full potential in combat. Eagerly, Son Wukong assumed a fighting stance, ready to engage Vegeta at any moment. Kakarot, aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired, observing Son Wukong in his base form. That I want to test my strength in my normal state first, Son Wukong replied, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. His muscles taut, and his inner power surging, poised to erupt at any instant. Kakarot, if you don't transform, you won't be able to withstand my blows, Vegeta cautioned, knowing that his current strength far exceeded what it had been on planet Ardetra. With his base power already surpassing 100 million. In contrast, Son Wukong's power upon returning to Earth barely reached 10 million. Even after a year of arduous training, it was unlikely his power now exceeded 30 million. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would be no match for Vegeta's prowess. That's alright. I want to see just how much I have improved. Son Wukong resolutely decided against transforming, prompting Vegeta to relent. Then let us begin, Kakarot. As Vegeta's words fell, Son Wukong vanished from his original position, leaving only an afterimage. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged at Vegeta, his fist imbued with the force of a tempest aimed squarely at Vegeta's face. However, Vegeta's strength far surpassed Son Wukong's expectations. Even in his base form, he was beyond Son Wukong's reach that he effortlessly evaded the attack and countered with astonishing speed, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch straight to Son Wukong's chest. In an instant, Son Wukong felt a tremendous force penetrate his body, causing searing pain in his chest. The impact sent him hurtling like an arrow, crashing through dozens of towering trees before finally coming to a halt. What just happened? Wukong was sent flying so far by Vegeta with just one punch. Piccolo stared in disbelief at the battlefield, recalling how he and Gohan had to work together to inflict damage on Son Wukong in his base form. Could the disparity between the two Saiyans be this vast? Uncle Vegeta is incredible. He knocked Dad back in an instant. Gohan marveled, equally astonished at Vegeta's overwhelming strength. Well, aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Kakarot, Vegeta coldly questioned, gazing down at the disheveled Son Wukong. I'm in no rush. I want to hold out a bit longer. Son Wukong grinned as he struggled to rise from the rubble. Humph, you never change. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Boom. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, transforming into an almost imperceptible shadow as he charged directly at Son Wukong. Tenfold Kaioken. Although Son Wukong had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, he unleashed the Kaioken technique. Instantly, crimson energy erupted around him, a powerful aura radiating from his being, sweeping through everything in the vicinity. Humph, so you've resorted to using the Kaioken, which burdens your body immensely. Truly reckless, Vegeta derided, knowing the technique was one of the causes of his heart condition. Bang! Bang! In a flash, Vegeta and Son Wukong collided, their formidable energies clashing against one another. Boom! In the astonished gaze of Piccolo and Gohan. The two warriors exchanged blows hundreds of times. The shockwaves from their combat rippled across a radius of over 10 kilometers. Gallic Gun, Kamehameha, the two powerful energy blasts collided with ferocity. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion shook the surrounding mountains. Piccolo and Gohan had long since retreated to a safe distance, and as the dust settled, they discovered that Vegeta and Son Wukong had ascended into the sky, entangled in battle. Kakarot. Despite being able to transform into a Super Saiyan with fewer side effects, you still choose to use the Kaioken, which burdens your body. Have you forgotten about your heart condition? Vegeta grunted as he absorbed a kick from Son Wukong, staggering back several meters. Haha. Indeed, the side effects are severe. But I want to see if my body is truly that frail, if it would succumb to heat on the battlefield. Son Wukong gazed at Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. A look of perplexity crossing his features. During his training on the planet Yadd, after mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan alongside Vegeta, his confidence surged immensely, eager to engage in combat with Vegeta. He found that initially, Vegeta paid him no mind. However, after several persistent attempts at engaging him, Vegeta, exasperated by Wukong's relentless pursuit, finally consented to a duel. The outcome was a decisive victory for Vegeta, leaving Wukong feeling disgruntled, prompting him to challenge Vegeta repeatedly. Yet, each encounter ended in the same manner. He was no match for Vegeta and found himself merely a punching bag in front of him. Eventually, Vegeta, unable to tolerate Wukong's incessant harassment any longer, struck him with lethal force during one of their matches, rendering Wukong unconscious. Subsequently, Vegeta secluded himself in a remote area of Yadd for further training, and Wukong, acknowledging the disparity between their powers, ceased his pursuits. Yet, he could not help but ponder why Vegeta exhibited a different demeanor after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Unlike him, Vegeta lacked the fervor and combative spirit. His aura remained remarkably stable, devoid of fluctuations. Unlike Wukong's, which radiated uncontrollably like steam escaping from a boiling kettle. Hey, Vegeta, how can you remain so composed post-transformation? Wukong inquired bluntly. Want to know? Engage me in a full-force battle, and I shall enlighten you. Vegeta replied with a smirk. Really? Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course. I, Vegeta, am a man of my word. Vegeta coldly chuckled. Status panel. Appear. Vegeta finally summoned the long-unseen attribute panel. Character. Vegeta race. Saiyan battle power. 5. 1 billion. Super Saiyan full power. 50x multiplier. Transformation skills. Great Ape transformation. Super Saiyan 2 excellent. With my base power exceeding 1 billion, the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 has been unlocked. Even if the likes of Perfect Cell were to appear before me, I would be confident in defeating him. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Wukong, his hair standing upright and turning golden. His expression shifted to one of exhilaration, and his muscles began to swell. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, an immense aura radiated from Wukong, spreading outward like a shockwave. With a roar, Wukong surged forward towards Vegeta like a streak of yellow lightning. Vegeta immediately sensed a formidable force rushing toward him, feeling an intense pressure enveloping him. Wukong unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta's chest, but Vegeta deftly sidestepped. In a swift motion, Vegeta seized Wukong's arm and executed a shoulder throw. Slamming him into the ground, Wukong hit the ground. He barely had time to register the pain in his back. Boom! Vegeta then delivered a crushing kick to Wukong's chest, forcing him to cross his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself. The impact of Vegeta's kick left Wukong gasping in pain. Enduring the agony, Wukong retaliated with a kick aimed at Vegeta's head. However, Vegeta effortlessly blocked the strike, seizing Wukong's leg and executing a 180-degree spin. Flinging him into the air and unleashing a barrage of small energy blasts toward him. Wukong, caught off guard by the onslaught, could only brace himself and defend against the incoming attacks that Vegeta's energy blasts rained down like a tempest. Overwhelming Wukong. After barely managing to fend off Vegeta's initial assault, Wukong caught his breath, only for Vegeta to close in like a phantom, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen that in an instant, Wukong was sent flying. His body tumbling through the air as Vegeta continued his relentless assault without mercy. Wukong attempted to evade Vegeta's strikes, but each time, Vegeta effortlessly pursued him. Vegeta's combat prowess far surpassed Wukong's, his attacks swift and merciless. Wukong could only muster all his strength to resist, desperately searching for an opening, yet each attempt was easily thwarted by Vegeta. His form spun through the air, and Wukong exerted every ounce of his being in an effort to breach Vegeta's defenses. However, Vegeta stood like an unyielding mountain, steadfastly parrying Wukong's every attack. Chapter 36. The disparity between Super Saiyans. It was evident that despite both having transformed into Super Saiyans, Wukong was no match for Vegeta. Piccolo furrowed his brow, observing the two figures on the battlefield. Uncle Piccolo, how can this be? Why is there such a vast difference between my father and Uncle Vegeta? Gohan's expression reflected his dismay, as he grappled with the overwhelming disparity in power he witnessed. Who knows? Perhaps it's because Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans, while your father is merely a low-class warrior. Piccolo struggled to come to terms with the situation. Previously, Wukong could easily defeat both him and Gohan in tandem, yet now, he faltered against Vegeta in mere moments. If he were to face Vegeta himself, it would take but a single strike for Vegeta to vanquish him. On the battlefield, Wukong silently mused. It seems Vegeta has reached a realm beyond that of a Super Saiyan. Truly impressive, since returning to Earth from Yadd. It had been a year since Wukong last felt such pressure. Realizing that he was no longer a contender against Vegeta. Even though he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he remained outmatched, the gap between them still immense despite a year of training. Wukong could distinctly sense the magnitude of the disparity. Vegeta's strength eclipsed his own by at least 3 or 4 times. Yet, Wukong refused to concede defeat. He yearned to give it one last effort. Aha! With a mighty shout, Wukong's aura surged dramatically as he unleashed his full power. Determined to discover the extent of his limits, in an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving behind an afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already behind Vegeta. He unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Vegeta's back, while simultaneously launching a punch toward his head. Vegeta sensed the immense force approaching from behind and instinctively leaned forward. He skillfully evaded Wukong's attack, swiftly readjusting his stance in preparation for Wukong's next onslaught. Wukong's strikes radiated with apocalyptic energy, yet Vegeta remained chillingly composed, executing each attack and defense with precision and ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of blows, their battle reaching a fevered pitch, their forms intertwined in the air, each collision emitting brilliant flashes of light, while the resounding booms echoed across the battlefield. However, despite Wukong's valiant efforts, he could not escape Vegeta's overwhelming dominance. Vegeta's might was insurmountable, leaving Wukong overwhelmed and passive, akin to a mere training dummy. In a fierce clash, Wukong was struck squarely in the chest by Vegeta's fist. His body spun through the air, utterly exhausted, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, immobile. Wukong lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his martial arts uniform tattered and torn. Gazing at Vegeta, who had reverted to his normal state above him, he understood that he had faced a complete defeat in this battle. Yet, he felt no overwhelming despair or despondency. Instead, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. For he knew that failure was but a temporary setback. With relentless training and determination to enhance his strength, there would come a day when he would challenge Vegeta once more and emerge victorious. "Dad, are you all right?" Gohan and Piccolo rushed to Wukong's side as the battle concluded. "Gohan, quickly give Wukong a Senzu bean to restore his strength," Piccolo exclaimed, nearly forgetting the precious healing beans. Son Wukong retrieved a cloth bag from his person, from which he extracted a bean and offered it to Sun Wufan. In no time, Sun Wukong regained his strength and rose to his feet. "Hey, Vegeta, would you care to partake in a Senzu bean as well?" he inquired, his spirit invigorated. "No need. I haven't exerted much energy," Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Both Piccolo and Sun Wufan gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, taken aback by his seemingly unweakened aura after such an intense bout with Sun Wukong. As if he had not fought at all. "Haha, truly, the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta, is far superior to me." Sun Wukong laughed heartily at the revelation. "All right, Kakarot, you needn't flatter me any further. You're merely curious about why my transformation into a Super Saiyan is stronger than yours, aren't you?" Vegeta deftly pierced through Sun Wukong's intentions and spoke directly to Da. "Could you enlighten me? What is your training regimen like?" Sun Wukong asked eagerly. "Not so fast. Let me pose a question to you first," Vegeta replied with a calm demeanor. "A question? Go ahead, ask away," Sun Wukong urged impatiently, while Piccolo and Sun Wufan looked on with keen curiosity. "Hey, do you know how many times your power increases when you transform into a Super Saiyan?" I believe it's an increase of several dozen times." Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering for a moment. 50 times, approximately, when one transforms into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression changed to one of shock. "No wonder. Your power becomes so terrifying post-transformation, with a 50-fold increase. As for whether one can fully harness that 50-fold increase, that remains a question. What do you think, Kakarot?" Vegeta turned to inquired. This. Sun Wukong fell into deep thought, contemplating the matter. "So, Vegeta, are you saying that you can perfectly harness the 50-fold increase in power in your current Super Saiyan state?" The astute Piccolo immediately recalled Vegeta's transformation, precisely, with a swift motion. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his muscles slightly swelling as his energy radiated outwards, engulfed in a continuously burning golden aura. This is the first stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, akin to Kakarot's previous state. Sun Wukong observed Vegeta with curiosity, noting the similarity to his own transformation. "It looks no different from my transformation. What's next?" Piccolo and Sun Wufan watched Vegeta intently, awaiting his next move. "Well, next is the second stage of the Super Saiyan transformation." Chapter 37. Enlightenment. As the words left his lips, Vegeta clenched his fists. His aura surged once more, the golden flames around him igniting fiercely. His hair began to lengthen slightly, and his muscles expanded dramatically, transforming him into a more imposing figure. A more powerful wave of energy radiated outward from Vegeta. This. The transformation that surpasses the Super Saiyan level. Sun Wukong gazed in awe at the now even more formidable Vegeta. Astonished that a Super Saiyan could further evolve, the wind whipped around Piccolo and Sun Wufan, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. "Incredible. This aura is significantly stronger than his previous form," Sun Wufan marveled, drawing a comparison between Vegeta's two states. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained silent, his expression serious as he scrutinized Vegeta. "While this transformation is indeed more powerful, it comes with its drawbacks," Vegeta stated, feeling the changes within himself. "The second stage of the Super Saiyan transformation has its flaws. Not only does the energy dissipate more rapidly, but the stamina consumption is also greater than in the first stage. Of course, the advantage is clear as well. The overall power increases significantly, though it remains limited. To quantify, it's approximately a 60-fold increase in normalcy. However, in the original story, it was trivial for dealing with the androids and the second form of Cell. This state is not suitable for prolonged combat due to excessive energy depletion. It is not a perfect form," Vegeta calmly explained. Sun Wukong, brimming with impatience, inquired, "So, is the next transformation the state you were in during our battle?" Not quite. The next is the third stage of the Super Saiyan transformation. The third stage. There's still more to evolve? Piccolo was utterly astonished by Vegeta's display. Ah! Boom boom! Vegeta shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy, a more formidable presence surging from within him. His aura soared dramatically. The surrounding energy waves crashing violently. Under the astonished gazes of Son Wukong and the others, Vegeta's form began to change once more. The veins on his forehead and neck protruded, and his golden hair grew considerably longer. His muscles expanded at an alarming rate, as if they were inflating. The tips of his golden aura began to flicker like lightning, and he loomed like a mighty giant. Such incredible power! Unbelievable! Piccolo was utterly awestruck. Realizing the terrifying nature of the Saiyan race, Son Wukong, equally astonished, managed to exclaim, "This is just too amazing! Vegeta, you are truly remarkable. You have ventured far down the path of the Super Saiyan." Son Wukong gazed at Vegeta in shock. Truly impressed by the Prince of Saiyans, receiving their admiration, Vegeta paid little heed, continuing, "While this state boasts significantly developed muscles and enhanced strength, it also comes with a drastic reduction in speed and a rapid depletion of stamina. Possessing immense power is futile if one cannot strike the enemy. Therefore, when considering all aspects, the first stage of the Super Saiyan is the most balanced." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Son Wukong fell into contemplation. After a while, he emerged from his thoughts, noticing that Vegeta had reverted to a state akin to the first stage of Super Saiyan. "Hey, is this state the first stage of Super Saiyan? Why does it differ so greatly from my transformation?" Son Wukong questioned, perplexed at the absence of the golden aura enveloping Vegeta. "This form I currently possess can be termed Super Saiyan Full Power," Vegeta explained, elucidating the nature of the Super Saiyan Full Power state. "This form of Super Saiyan is truly astounding that it lacks the overwhelming aura and restless energy typically associated with transformations that it allows for the prolonged maintenance of the Super Saiyan form, making it the most ideal iteration of the Super Saiyan state in terms of speed, strength, and all other aspects, compared to the various forms of Super Saiyan I. The full power state's primary advantage lies in overcoming the rapid stamina depletion that typically occurs during combat. It maximizes the latent combat potential of Super Saiyan I while mitigating the energy loss that occurs even without engagement in battle. That it enables perfect and stable control over one's form, and one's demeanor tends to be more composed. The only drawback is that achieving the next level of Super Saiyan 2 requires considerable effort, as it primarily necessitates an emotional surge of anger to catalyze the transformation, just like in the original story, where Son Wukong ascended to Super Saiyan 2 out of rage against Cell. However, Vegeta need not worry about such matters. Endowed with innate advantages, he bypasses that step. The state of being a Super Saiyan in its normalized form, the full power state, the most perfected version of Super Saiyan, enhanced baseline combat power. Through Vegeta's explanation, Goku and his companions gained a clear understanding of various aspects of the Super Saiyan transformation. Goku fell into deep contemplation once more, while Piccolo and Gohan mulled over Vegeta's words in their minds. After a considerable pause, Goku seemed to have an epiphany, springing to his feet with urgency. He turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, is there a possibility of further transformation beyond the full power state?" Truly, you are Kakarot. Indeed, there exists an even greater transformation," Vegeta replied with a smile, recognizing Goku's quick intellect when it came to matters of combat. "Then, have you attained that state?" Goku asked eagerly, his eyes wide with excitement as he awaited Vegeta's response. However, Vegeta did not rush to answer. Instead, he regarded Goku with a bemused expression. "Hey, Vegeta. Stop just smiling and tell me already. Have you truly reached it?" Goku pressed, noticing Vegeta's silence. "Regarding that query, Kakarot, I shall reveal it to you once you have mastered the Super Saiyan Full Power perfectly," Vegeta stated, leaving Goku feeling displeased. "Vegeta, you are so stingy. What difference does it make if you tell me now?" Goku exclaimed. "Kakarot, are you a fool? Whether I choose to disclose it is entirely my prerogative," Vegeta retorted, clearly irritated. "Just stingy, stingy," Goku shot back, while Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances. Bemused by the bickering between the two. Chapter 38, The Wedding Invitation. Piccolo noticed a glimmer of joy in Vegeta's expression, prompting him to inquire, "Vegeta, is there another reason for your visit to Capsule Corp?" He suspected that Vegeta had not come solely to instruct Goku, but had ulterior motives. "What are you talking about, Piccolo? Isn't Vegeta here to guide my training?" Goku asked, his naivety evident. Haha. Indeed, I have come to Capsule Corp on an important matter, and assisting Kakarot is merely a secondary objective, Vegeta clarified, producing a red card from his possession and handing it to Goku. What is this? Goku asked, curiosity piqued as he received the card. Isn't it written on the invitation? Vegeta replied, an invitation? What does it say? Goku murmured, peering at the text on the card. Only to be struck dumb by its contents, he examined the card thoroughly, exclaiming in astonishment. Ah, you are marrying Bulma? What? Piccolo echoed. Equally astonished, though he reasoned that Goku, being a Saiyan, marrying a human was not entirely unbelievable. Uncle Vegeta is marrying Aunt Bulma. Dad, let me see, Gohan exclaimed. His eyes wide as he eagerly snatched the invitation from Goku's hands to scrutinize it closely. It is truly hard to believe that you, Vegeta, would marry Bulma. Goku sighed, reminiscing about his past encounters with Bulma. Wait, wasn't he Bulma with Yamcha? How could this happen? Goku blurted, his thoughts spilling forth without filter. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances filled with exasperation, silently questioning the necessity of such an inquiry. Vegeta shot Goku a cold glare, his demeanor darkening. It's of no consequence, not at all, Goku stammered, hastily adding. Vegeta, your expression is a bit intimidating. The wedding is set for 3 months from now at Bulma's home, and the details are clearly outlined on the invitation, so do not forget, Vegeta stated, regaining his composure and reminding them. Haha, no worries, Gohan and I, along with Chi-Chi and Piccolo, will certainly attend, Goku said, scratching his head and grinning widely as Vegeta prepared to depart. He suddenly recalled something and pulled out a small box, from which he retrieved a portable capsule and tossed it to Goku. What is this? Goku asked, catching the capsule with curiosity. A gravity chamber. You should have used one before, Vegeta explained. A gravity chamber? I used one aboard the spaceship when we traveled to Namek. Goku recalled, examining the capsule in his hand, uncertain of Vegeta's intent. What you hold is a gravity chamber that can exert a force equivalent to 1,000 times that of Earth, powered by solar energy. Vegeta elaborated, noting that while the 1,000 times gravity chamber no longer significantly benefited him, it would serve as an excellent training resource for Goku and the others. After all, Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, had already upgraded their gravity chamber to 1,500 times. He simply wished to enhance Goku's strength, ensuring he could at least qualify to serve as his sparring partner. Really? Thank you so much, Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, elated, as he eagerly examined the capsule, itching to train in the gravity chamber immediately. The invitation has been delivered, and the gravity chamber is yours. I must take my leave, Vegeta said. All right, see you in 3 months. At Kame House, situated upon a small island in the Southeast Sea, 2 figures clad in turtle school martial arts uniforms stood poised in confrontation. Krillin, the bald warrior, and Yamcha, the charming rogue. Go, Krillin, you can do it. Yamcha, give it your all, cheered 2 anthropomorphic earthlings from the shade of a nearby tree. Krillin and Yamcha faced each other from opposite ends of the arena, their eyes brimming with determination as if seeking to penetrate each other's very souls. Krillin clenched his fists, his muscles taut and ready to strike, while Yamcha subtly shifted his weight, adjusting his breathing to achieve optimal readiness. A gust of wind swept through. Both combatants sprang into action simultaneously. Krillin charged at Yamcha with blinding speed, throwing a punch aimed at his opponent's abdomen. Anticipating the assault, Yamcha deftly sidestepped the blow and attempted to trip Krillin with a swift kick. Krillin evaded effortlessly, countering with a rapid knee strike. Yamcha leaned back to avoid the potentially devastating attack, their figures intertwining in midair. Upon landing, both fighters swiftly assumed battle stances, the distance between them a mere few feet. Krillin inhaled deeply, gathering his energy into his fist, which began to radiate a brilliant light. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a punch with thunderous force directed at Yamcha. Yamcha, unwilling to take the hit, leaped backward, thrusting his palm forward to unleash a powerful blast of energy toward Krillin. Anticipating this, Krillin executed a graceful roll in midair, skillfully evading the energy wave. Once on solid ground, he followed up with a swift spinning kick aimed at Yamcha. Yamcha nimbly sidestepped the kick and retaliated with a fierce straight punch. However, Krillin, moving even faster, seized Yamcha's wrist, locking them in a stalemate. Thus, their bout concluded in a draw. Heh, Yamcha, you've made significant progress lately, Krillin remarked with a grin, surprised that Yamcha had dedicated the past year to training rather than chasing after girls. Ha! You're impressive too, Krillin, though you haven't truly gone all out yet. Have you? Yamcha replied with a chuckle, acknowledging Krillin's prowess, for he was undeniably the strongest human on Earth. As they exchanged pleasantries, a figure suddenly appeared on the island. Sensing the presence, Krillin and Yamcha turned their attention to the source of the energy. Vegeta, what brings you here? They queried, puzzled by the arrival of the Saiyan prince. Vegeta, ignoring their questions, produced a red invitation card and handed it to Krillin. Bulma and I are getting married. Be sure to attend our wedding. The time and place are detailed on the invitation. Vegeta spoke in a calm tone. Originally, it was Bulma who was supposed to personally deliver these wedding invitations, but due to unforeseen circumstances at Capsule Corporation, he had to teleport himself to deliver them. What did you say? Yamcha was taken aback by Vegeta's words. You are marrying Bulma. Krillin was equally astonished. Bulma, who was previously dating Yamcha, was now with Vegeta? With this thought, Krillin hurriedly opened the invitation to scrutinize it. Meanwhile, Yamcha was still in shock, looking at Vegeta with disbelief. Say that again. Bulma is marrying you? Indeed, the date and location of the wedding are clearly stated on the invitation. Vegeta responded with indifference, secretly looking down on Bulma's former boyfriend. How could he, with such a beautiful, wealthy, and intelligent girlfriend like Bulma, still dare to flirt around? If he were in Yamcha's position, he would have long ago settled down and started a family with Bulma. No. How could this happen? Bulma, Yamcha murmured, his expression forlorn. Sigh. Yamcha, you need to come to terms with this. It's not my fault you can't shake off your playboy ways. Krillin could only offer a word of comfort while inwardly thinking. You heartless fool. You deserve this. Nearby, Oolong and Puar rushed over to console Yamcha. Master Roshi, hearing the commotion, emerged from the Kame house and took the invitation, examining it closely. Haha, congratulations, Vegeta. Rest assured, we will definitely be there on time. Master Roshi said with a glance at the dejected Yamcha, chuckling, I shall take my leave then, old man Roshi. With a swift motion, Vegeta teleported away from the small island of Kame House, subsequently delivering the invitations to Tien, Kaiatsu, Launch, and others. Even Korin and the warrior Yajirobe, as well as the gods of the other world, received invitations. Of course, whether they attended or not was entirely up to them. Chapter 39, The Future Time Arc. The end of the demons in the year 783 of the age. 20 years into the future, West City, once one of the 4 prosperous cities on Earth, now lay in ruins as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, gusts of wind would stir the dust of the abandoned metropolis. In this vast expanse of West City, not a single living person or animal could be seen. Capsule Corporation, the high-tech enterprise founded by the former global tycoon Dr. Briefs 2 decades ago, had long since become a derelict building. Suddenly, a peculiar aircraft appeared in the sky above Capsule Corporation and slowly descended onto a vacant lot below. A purple-haired boy, wielding a sword, jumped out of the aircraft and surveyed his surroundings with a sense of nostalgia. It was Trunks, having just returned to the future timeline. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, I'm back. Earth, comparing the present to the Earth of 20 years ago, filled Trunks with an overwhelming sense of desolation. Androids, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you demons, I should be happily living with my family right now. Thoughts of Gohan flooded his mind, igniting a blaze of anger within him. He stood there for a long moment, slowly calming himself before heading towards the basement. Mom, I'm home. Trunks entered the basement and saw the frail figure of his mother still tinkering with machinery. His heart ached, realizing how hard she had been working. She had been so youthful and radiant in her younger days. Trunks, you're finally back. Bulma turned to face Trunks, her anxious heart finally at ease. She rushed forward to embrace him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mom, I'm sorry. I stayed in the past for a year before returning. Trunks gently wiped the tears from Bulma's eyes, filled with remorse. Trunks, did you know? I was so worried. I thought something had gone wrong with the time machine and you would never return. Mom, I met Dad though. You saw Vegeta? Yes, he knows I traveled back from the future. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Bulma immediately inquired, What? Did you tell him? Trunks shook his head. No, he figured it out on his own. He then recounted all his experiences in the past timeline to Bulma. After understanding the situation, Bulma was perplexed as to why this Vegeta was so different from the one she knew, especially when she learned he had the ability to foresee the future, a fact she was completely unaware of. It was truly baffling. However, she decided not to dwell on it. What mattered most was that Trunks had returned safely. Trunks, no matter what, I am so glad you're back from the past. Mom, peaceful days will come soon. Very soon, Trunks declared, clenching his fists in assurance. Are you going to confront those two androids? Trunks smiled brightly. Indeed, Mom, the end of those two demons is nigh. Can you manage it? Rest assured, Dad and I have trained for so long in the gravity chamber for the sole purpose of defeating those two fiends. Trunks answered confidently. In a dilapidated city, the sound of explosions echoed throughout the abandoned urban landscape. Boom, rat-tat-tat. A handsome boy with black hair wrapped in a red scarf was furiously firing energy blasts ahead. Hey, number 17, why are you in such a rage? It's just a game you lost. A coldly beautiful blonde girl with blue eyes remarked. Number 17 scowled. Quit the chatter. Number 18, I'll do as I please. Haha, you really are just a big kid at heart. Number 18 shook her head in exasperation and turned to touch up her makeup. Just then, a powerful energy blast hurtled towards the two androids. Bang! Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the area where the two androids stood. However, the attack inflicted no damage on them. They swiftly dodged and descended into the sky. Damn it! Who was that? Which scoundrel dares to ambush us? Number 17 bellowed in fury. Number 18, with a dark expression, pulled out a mirror to inspect her now smudged face. It was me. A clear voice echoed in the ears of the androids, and number 17 turned sharply to see Trunks standing not far behind him. Trunks, you're not dead? You really are a fool, always engaging in futile endeavors. Are you here to be our punching bag again? Number 17 sneered, secretly thinking how delightful it was to have a new human target to toy with. How dare you? Number 17, don't you dare touch him. He has ruined my freshly applied makeup. This time, I won't hold back. I'm going to kill him. Number 18's face darkened to an ashen hue. She was determined to eliminate this insolent little brat. Number 18, if you do that, we'll lose out on some fun later, but do as you wish. Number 17 shrugged. It's fine, after we deal with him. I'll look for new fun with you. Number 18 said cheerfully while stretching her limbs. That's a promise. No backing out. Don't worry. Hey, have you two finished your chit-chat? Stop wasting my time and come at me together. Trunks declared coldly, for he knew that whether it was one android or two, they were no match for him. What? Number 17 and number 18 could hardly believe their ears. This was the same Trunks they had once defeated like a dog. Now he was speaking so boldly. Had he forgotten how he had been humiliated before? Were it not for the belief that intriguing phenomena on Earth are all too scarce, I would not have shown such leniency towards Trunks on numerous occasions. Had I truly wished to eliminate him, he would have been dealt with many years ago. Are you so eager to meet your demise? Android 18 was already seething with anger, and Trunks' words only served to stoke the flames further. Did you not hear me clearly? Allow me to reiterate. Trunks' gaze gradually darkened with murderous intent as he enunciated each word. This time, I shall obliterate you two fiends. Let us face off together. As Trunks finished speaking, he transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. Chapter 40. The Future Timeline Arc. Defeating androids 17 and 18. Trunks' purple hair stood erect, morphing into a brilliant golden hue. His azure eyes fixated intently on the two androids. Yet, his form was devoid of the golden aura typically associated with Super Saiyans. His presence was remarkably restrained, clearly embodying the full power of a Super Saiyan. Trunks, I suspect there may be something amiss with your intellect, Android 17 mocked, recalling how Trunks had once been left on the brink of death. Android 18 scowled fiercely, stating, spare him your banter. Once I shatter his limbs, let us see if he can still utter such words. The battle was imminent, with Android 18 launching the first strike. She extended her right hand, conjuring a searing energy beam that hurtled directly towards Trunks. Trunks smiled faintly, his body vanishing from sight, leaving only a faint afterimage in his wake. Boom! The beam struck the distant ruins, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. When Trunks reappeared, he was already behind Android 18. He delivered a powerful kick to her midsection, sending her hurtling away. Just then, the previously spectating Android 17 transformed into a blur, launching an attack from behind Trunks. He coalesced an energy blade in his right hand and swung it towards Trunks. However, Trunks seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. He swiftly grasped 17's wrist with a reverse grip. 17's expression shifted instantaneously as he attempted to break free from Trunks' grasp. But it was futile. In the distance, the flung android 18 rushed to assist 17, her feet gathering immense energy as she advanced towards Trunks. Unperturbed, Trunks stepped into the void as if on solid ground, utilizing the reaction force to leap and evade android 18's assault. Meanwhile, his other hand formed a fist, crashing down onto 17's chest. 17 let out a muffled groan, being propelled away to crash heavily against the distant ruins. Witnessing this, android 18 roared in fury and charged at Trunks. She gathered energy in her hands and unleashed a barrage of energy beams towards him. Trunks, agile and nimble, dodged each attack with ease. Weaving left and right, he sidestepped to android 18's side and delivered a kick to her waist, sending her tumbling away. Trunks pursued her, fists clenched, raining down blows upon her. Bang! Bang! Each punch resounded like thunder, rendering android 18 unable to retaliate. In the distance, 17 struggled to rise, his eyes burning with rage and disbelief. How is this possible? Even with 18 and I joining forces, we cannot overpower Trunks. It has only been a year. 17 could hardly believe the scene before him. Feeling as if he were trapped in a nightmare, overwhelmed by fear, he muttered, "No. Impossible. We are the strongest beings." Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, and 17 quickly turned his gaze towards android 18. His eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Trunks delivering a punch that pierced through 18's chest. Boom! In the next moment, Trunks executed a swift hand strike, severing her head, while his right hand unleashed a ki blast that reduced her body to ashes. No! 18. As 17 watched 18 perish at Trunks' hands, a chilling dread began to envelop his heart. No, I do not wish to die. I must flee. Terrified by the unfolding scene, 17 hastily sought to escape, in an instant. He transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the horizon. Trunks merely smiled faintly, declaring, "You cannot escape." 17. Grasping 18's severed head in his left hand, Trunks concentrated energy into his right palm. Super explosive wave. A powerful energy blast erupted from Trunks' hand, hurtling towards the fleeing 17. 17 glanced back at the rapidly approaching attack, despairing. No. Please, no. Boom. Thus, 17 was eradicated by Trunks in a single strike, and with that, the two demons responsible for 20 years of chaos in the future timeline, androids 17 and 18, had been vanquished. Trunks inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling, murmuring, "Gohan, and everyone else, I have avenged you." At long last, the Earth of the future timeline was poised to embrace a long-awaited peace. In West City, within Bulma's research lab, Bulma was diligently operating a computer while Trunks assisted nearby. "Hurrah! I have finally decrypted the information contained within the android's head." Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling a wave of relief. Trunks exclaimed excitedly, "Mom, is it true?" Through Bulma's extensive research, they had finally managed to extract information from the head of android 18 that Trunks had brought back. Indeed, although Dr. Gero was a villain, he was undeniably a genius. It took me considerable effort to decipher this data successfully. Bulma harbored immense disdain for Dr. Gero, the architect of all their calamities, yet she could not help but admire his intellect. Having engineered such formidable androids, even the intricate designs within the android's head that Trunks had brought back would occupy Bulma's research for quite some time. Were he a decent individual, he could have made significant contributions to the advancement of technology on Earth. So, can we now determine the location of that scoundrel Dr. Gero's laboratory? Trunks inquired eagerly, recalling the tales his father had shared in the past timeline regarding the existence of that monster. Unable to remain at ease knowing such a potential threat lingered, Trunks was restless. After hearing Vegeta speak of that monster capable of absorbing androids 17 and 18 to augment its power, Trunks was left in shock, following his training in the past timeline. He had hurried back to the future timeline. Upon his return, he had rushed to eliminate androids 17 and 18 to prevent that monster from successfully absorbing them. According to Vegeta's account, should that monster succeed in absorbing both androids, its power would surge to an alarmingly formidable level. Even Trunks, at his peak, would not stand a chance against it. His strength was already nearing the limits of Super Saiyan power, almost crossing into the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. Unless Trunks could attain Super Saiyan 2 or Vegeta accompanied him to the future timeline, they would be unable to confront it. Chapter 41. The Future Timeline Arc. Awakening Android 16. However, Vegeta reassured Trunks not to be overly alarmed. According to the timeline of the original story, that monster should not yet be fully developed. Even if it had reached its insect form, it would require at least 3 more years to evolve into a form capable of attacking humans. Furthermore, due to the android's impact, the human population in the future timeline was nearly extinct, leaving insufficient humans for it to absorb and strengthen itself. If that monster lacked the strength to contend with both androids, it would not be foolish enough to seek its own demise. Yet, the inherently kind-hearted Trunks could not bear to witness any remaining Earthlings perish at the hands of that monster. The sooner it could be dealt with, the better to protect the dwindling human population from further harm. After Vegeta's counsel, it became apparent that they might locate Dr. Gero's laboratory by analyzing the android's brains that I should be able to do it. Let me try. Bulma's fingers resumed their rapid dance across the computer keyboard. Eureka! The location of Dr. Gero's laboratory is hundreds of kilometers northeast of North City, nestled within an unnamed mountain range. Excellent. Mother, could you please send me the precise coordinates of the laboratory to my communicator? I am about to set off immediately. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Trunks couldn't help but display a look of joy on his face. He turned, grasped the sword resting on the table, slung it over his back, and dashed towards the entrance of the research facility. Wait, Trunks. It's exceedingly cold in North City right now. Perhaps you should change into warmer clothing before you depart, Bulma urged as she observed Trunks hastily making his way out. No need, Mom. I'll be back in no time, Trunks replied without looking back as he sped towards North City. North City, situated in the frigid northern region of the Earth, was once one of the 4 prosperous metropolises. However, due to its proximity to the emergence of the androids, it became one of the earliest cities to be devastated. The howling cold winds carried a flurry of snow, sweeping through this abandoned city, which lay strewn with remnants of crumbling walls that a figure was hurtling through the sky towards this location, none other than Trunks, who had come from West City. The dilapidated city ahead must be North City. Though he still had to fly several hundred kilometers northeast, Trunks glanced at the information Bulma had sent him via communicator, confirming he was on the right path. Suddenly, a gust of frigid wind rushed towards Trunks. It is indeed rather cold here. I should have heeded my mother's advice and donned thicker clothing. The chilling wind made contact with Trunks, causing him to involuntarily shiver. With a swift motion, Trunks accelerated his flight towards the northeastern mountains of North City. After what felt like an eternity, Trunks finally arrived at the location marked on his communicator's map. It was an utterly unremarkable rocky mountain. Trunks circled the mountain and soon discovered a cave nestled within the cliff face. Just a few dozen meters above the ground, he flew straight into the cavern, only to find it expansive and cavernous. An enormous, deformed alloy door lay collapsed on the ground. Trunks cautiously stepped inside. His gaze rapidly scanning the area, he quickly realized there were no signs of life within. It appeared to have been deserted for quite some time. What is this? Trunks suddenly noticed several devices resembling dormant pods to the right of the laboratory. However, these peculiar devices had their doors ajar, revealing empty interiors. If I am not mistaken, these devices were once used to house androids 17 and 18. Trunks observed that the doors of these pods were each labeled with numbers corresponding to the 2 androids' code names. There is another pod here, labeled 16. He gazed at a solitary pod, astonished to find it marked with the number 16. This aligned with what his father had mentioned. Indeed, there was a 16th android. Trunks regarded the dormant pod of android 16 with a grave expression, musing that his father from the past was not merely a mind reader, but rather possessed the foresight of prophecy. He slowly approached the pod, peering through the window to discover a tall male android lying within. Initially intent on destroying android 16, Trunks recalled the words of Vegeta. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the button to open the pod. With a hiss, the internal pressure of the pod began to equalize, and the door slowly opened. Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, bracing himself for any hint of hostility from this android. After a moment, Android 16 gradually opened his eyes and unhurriedly climbed out of the pod. His gaze wandered in confusion, and he stood silently, seemingly lost in thought. The laboratory fell into an eerie silence. Hey, are you Android 16? Trunks asked, his eyes fixed warily on 16. After a prolonged silence, Trunks raised his voice. Do you wish to destroy the Earth and wantonly slaughter humanity? No, I do not. Android 16's response was deliberate, as if he had not spoken in a long time. Not, were you not created by Dr. Gero to wreak havoc, destroy the Earth, and indiscriminately kill, just like Androids 17 and 18? Trunks retorted sharply, energy already gathering in his hands, ready to eliminate 16 at a moment's notice. Why should I destroy the Earth? I am different from 17 and 18. Android 16 spoke more fluently, His gaze finally met Trunks's. Humph. That remains to be seen. All androids are evil demons. If you doubt my words, you may strike me down immediately. After all, I am no match for you. Android 16 replied coldly, resembling a robot devoid of desire. Indeed, he could be considered a robot. Or at least a half-robot. Trunks found himself momentarily speechless, yet he recognized the truth in 16's statement. If he truly wished to eliminate Android 16, it would require only a few moves. What do you intend to do now that you have awakened? Where do you wish to go? Trunks pondered for a moment before calmly posing the question. To find Goku at Mount Payas and then eliminate him. But Goku has been dead for 20 years. That opportunity is lost to you. Trunks furrowed his brows, regarding Android 16 with concern. This android posed a degree of danger. Should he eliminate him? Oh, then I have nothing else I wish to do. Android 16 replied with an expression of tranquility. Honestly, you are quite something. Very well. Once I resolve matters here, you shall accompany me back to West City. Trunks gazed at 16 as if he were a fool. Contemplating, it would be safer to bring Android 16 back to West City, allowing him to stay by his side, and perhaps his mother could study him to see if he could be transformed into a benevolent android. Android 16 did not inquire why he was to be taken to West City. Instead, he coldly replied, "Very well." Trunks sighed in resignation, murmuring, "What a peculiar individual. I am an android, with an acute sense of hearing." Android 16 could perceive even the faintest of sounds. Trunks suddenly wore an expression of exasperation. He quickly shifted the subject. By the way, Android 16, do you know of Cell? Cell? I have not heard of him. Is that so? I shall search for him myself. Trunks approached a massive computer, connecting his communicator to its port. He intended to copy all of Dr. Gero's data from the computer to take back for Bulma's research. Where is the basement? Trunks inquired, searching for the entrance to the basement within the laboratory, while Android 16 remained silently standing in place. Aha! Found it. At last, Trunks discovered the entrance to the basement beneath one of the devices. He opened the cover to reveal a ladder leading down to the depths. Android 16, do you wish to descend? No. On the 16th, he remained standing with an expression of tranquility, gazing towards the azure sky beyond the cave. Trunks leapt gently, descending slowly to the ground below. Tap, tap, tap. The lights in the basement activated automatically, instantly illuminating the entire subterranean space. It was coo, 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 beep, 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 hiss, hiss. A cacophony of peculiar sounds filled the basement, revealing two extraordinary mechanical devices. The larger of the two was equipped with several mechanical arms whirring into action, while the upper half of the other was a glass container brimming with liquid. Within the liquid floated a creature resembling a cicada. Seemingly still in slumber, however, its size was nearly at the limits of the glass container, and it would not be long before it emerged out of a cultivation tank. Could this possibly be Cell? Trunks mused curiously at the object within the glass container. Was this the being created by Dr. Gero through the fusion of numerous cells? No wonder I sense so many familiar essences emanating from it, Trunks murmured, turning to discover several blueprints on a nearby table. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the design schematics for androids 17 and 18, but although I have already vanquished them, these schematics could serve as valuable reference material for Mom should she decide to modify Android 16. Trunks then retrieved his communicator and connected it to the nearby computer, downloading all of Dr. Gero's information regarding Cell to take back to Bulma. After a considerable wait, once the copying was complete, Trunks approached the glass container and drew the sword from his back. With a swift motion, he cleaved the glass container in two. The liquid spilled out, and the cicada-like Cell plummeted to the ground. Coo! The cicada form of Cell stirred awake, its eyes slowly parting to reveal a narrow slit. Bewildered, it surveyed its surroundings, and when its gaze fell upon Trunks, its eyes widened in astonishment, staring intently at him. Coo, coo, coo! It seemed to call out hurriedly. Humph! How annoying! Swish! Boom! Trunks stepped forward, effortlessly slicing Cell in half with his sword, followed by a powerful energy blast that reduced him to ashes. At last, this threat has been eradicated. It is time to return, Trunks murmured to himself. Subsequently, Trunks destroyed all the equipment in the basement. Upon returning to the surface, he unleashed several powerful energy blasts, utterly obliterating Dr. Gero's experimental facility, before making his way back to West City with Android 16 in tow. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks, when do you plan to return to 20 years ago? Bulma inquired, sipping her coffee. Perhaps after I return from New Namek, Trunks replied. Huh, why is this coffee so bitter? He grimaced after tasting it. You dare complain. If it weren't for you burdening me with so much work, I wouldn't have to endure such dreadful coffee. Bulma retorted with annoyance. Trunks handed over all the materials he had retrieved from Dr. Gero's lab for Bulma to examine. In addition to studying these documents, Bulma also needed to assist in removing the bomb from Android 16's body. Ultimately, she would need to construct a spacecraft to allow Trunks to journey to New Namek. But Trunks, how did you come to the idea of seeking the Dragon Balls on New Namek? Trunks responded, "It was my father who informed me. The past Vegeta. How does he manage to desire everything?" Bulma mused, intrigued by the differences between the past Vegeta and the one she knew, realizing how they seemed like entirely different individuals. Could it be that Trunks' time travel had caused this? Sigh. Time travel is not something mere mortals can easily master. After some time, the spacecraft was finally ready for launch. With Android 16, now free of his internal bomb, Trunks boarded the ship crafted by Bulma and set off for New Namek. Following several days of space travel, Trunks and his companion arrived at New Namek. After revealing their origins from Earth and engaging in conversation with Elder Muri and others, they learned of the events that had transpired on Earth over the past 20 years. The Namekians were deeply saddened and quickly gathered the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the eternal dragon Porunga. The current dragon on Namek had enhanced wish-granting abilities, capable of resurrecting many individuals. The first wish was to bring back the good souls who had perished due to the androids on Earth. However, only those whose bodies had been preserved could be revived. Those who had not were already reincarnated. This meant only those like Gohan and Piccolo, who had remained intact due to King Yema's special consideration, could be brought back. Naturally, the Vegeta from this timeline, who had also perished fighting the androids, was revived as well. As for Goku, he succumbed to the natural cycle of life and death. The Dragon Balls could not revive him, as he preferred to continue his training in the other world. The second wish was to restore Earth, which had been devastated by the androids, to its former glory. The third wish was to rejuvenate Bulma, restoring her youth and vitality, alleviating her from the weary visage of a middle-aged woman. With all wishes fulfilled, Trunks and Android 16 spent a day on New Namek before piloting the spacecraft back to Earth. Chapter 43. The wedding in the primary timeline, West City. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon the bustling streets of this vibrant metropolis. Today marked the joyous occasion of Bulma and Vegeta's wedding, and the entire Capsule Corporation was enveloped in an atmosphere of celebration and well-wishes. In Bulma's garden, vibrant flowers flourished, and colorful ribbons fluttered in the breeze. Servants busily moved about, making final preparations for the impending ceremony. In an exquisitely decorated room, Bulma donned a pristine white wedding gown, her head adorned with a delicate floral crown, her face radiating with joy. She stood before the mirror, holding a bouquet, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. "Bulma, that wedding dress suits you perfectly," exclaimed Launch, meticulously adjusting Bulma's makeup and attire, recalling the timid Tian Shinhan who had never dared to express his feelings, leaving her with a tinge of unexplainable melancholy. "Indeed, Bulma, you look absolutely stunning," exclaimed Chi-Chi, gazing enviously at Bulma while reminiscing about her own wedding with Goku. "Yes, Aunt Bulma looks incredibly beautiful today," Gohan chimed in, equally impressed. "Haha, Gohan, are you suggesting that I'm only beautiful today?" Bulma teased with a playful grin. No. Aunt Bulma is beautiful every day," Gohan stammered, flustered. Laughter and merriment echoed throughout the room, resonating in the corridor. In a nearby room, Vegeta had already changed into a crisp white suit, standing before the mirror, adjusting his attire and hairstyle. Despite appearing calm on the surface, his heart was filled with a mix of anticipation and nerves. Whether in this life or the last, it was his first marriage, and he wanted to present himself to Bulma in the best possible light. "Hey, Vegeta, when can we spar again? I still struggle to maintain my Super Saiyan form for long. Could you give me some pointers?" Goku inquired persistently. Ever since he began training in the gravity chamber provided by Vegeta 3 months prior, Goku's strength had significantly increased, and he felt ready for a challenge, though he might not be a match for Vegeta. He considered him the only worthy opponent on Earth. "Kakarot, on this joyous occasion, do refrain from provoking me," Vegeta snapped, casting a glare at Goku. "You truly are a martial arts fanatic, a battle maniac, from dawn till dusk. All one knows is the art of cultivation and combat." Ever since Vegeta solidified his relationship with Bulma, he has scarcely engaged in any training. For the past few months, he has been inseparable from Bulma, as if they were conjoined twins, sharing meals, journeys, and slumber. A harmonious balance of work and rest, yin and yang. Beneficial for both their physiques, the bond between Vegeta and Bulma has flourished rapidly, growing ever closer with each passing day. Alas, Vegeta, you truly lack excitement. Speaking of which, I am famished. I shall go have something to eat. After being scolded by Vegeta, Sun Wukong reluctantly exited the room. As the sun rose higher, guests began to arrive at the courtyard in succession. Master Roshi strolled leisurely with his turtle, admiring the scenery surrounding the garden. Naturally, he could not resist the temptation of teasing the lovely maid, while the turtle clung desperately to his clothing, attempting to prevent his mischief. Krillin, Tien, and Chaos were engaged in lively conversation while enjoying refreshments. Kiki's father, the Ox King, sat quietly nearby, awaiting the commencement of the wedding. Piccolo, on the other hand, found a secluded corner, choosing solitude. Yamcha, as Bulma's ex-boyfriend, also made an appearance at the wedding. Dressed in an elegant suit and holding a glass of wine, he stood alone, a somewhat stiff smile on his face, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Dong dong dong, as the sound of bells rang out. The priest announced the official beginning of the wedding ceremony. With the gentle strains of music filling the air, Bulma, adorned in a flowing white wedding gown, took her father Dr. Brief's arm and gracefully approached the open-air grassy altar. Her radiant face beamed with happiness, as if the entire world celebrated her joy. Oolong and Puar were brought in as flower girls, dressed in formal attire, scattering petals in Bulma's wake. Vegeta stood tall at the altar's center, awaiting his bride. Vegeta, I entrust Bulma to you, Dr. Brief said with a smile, placing his daughter's hand into Vegeta's. Very well, father-in-law. Vegeta joyfully grasped Bulma's hand, their eyes locking in an intimate gaze. The priest then commenced the ceremony. And before the witnesses present, Vegeta and Bulma exchanged rings, their vows echoing through the air. Vegeta gazed lovingly at Bulma, promising to forever protect her and share every moment of life together. Bulma smiled, expressing her willingness to weather all storms with Vegeta, embracing a lifetime together. Ahem, let us bestow the most sincere and beautiful blessings upon this couple. With the priest's words, applause and well wishes erupted from the crowd. Everyone offered their blessings to Vegeta and Bulma. Dr. and Mrs. Brief looked on at their daughter in her wedding gown, their faces aglow with joy. Their eldest daughter, Tights, was still traveling through the universe and could not attend her sister's wedding. Yamcha, still smiling, stood aside quietly, observing Bulma and Vegeta's happiness, feeling both blessings and a tinge of regret within. Following the ceremony, the wedding banquet commenced in the courtyard. The tables were laden with exquisite food and fine wine. The air filled with delightful aromas and laughter. Guests raised their glasses in celebration, toasting to the couple's happiness. Vegeta and Bulma weaved through the crowd, expressing gratitude to each well-wisher. Their faces radiated joy, as if the entire world rejoiced in their happiness. At the height of the banquet, Bulma's father took the stage to deliver a heartfelt speech. He reflected on Bulma's journey of growth, extending his best wishes for her future. He thanked Vegeta for the happiness and warmth he had brought to Bulma's life, hoping the couple would walk hand in hand toward a beautiful future together. Vegeta stood nearby, gazing at Bulma with deep affection in his eyes. As night fell, the wedding gradually came to a close. Guests departed one by one, and Bulma and Vegeta stood in the courtyard, bidding farewell to each of them. Bulma, may you find happiness, the last to leave. Yamcha suddenly approached the couple. Bulma smiled, saying, Thank you, Yamcha. I hope you two find someone to share your life with. Huh? Let us hope so. Vegeta, you must take good care of Bulma, or I will risk my life to teach you a lesson. Yamcha warned Vegeta with a serious expression. Vegeta chuckled, replying, Rest assured, you won't have the chance to be so reckless. Yamcha said nothing further and turned to leave. Oh dear, Vegeta, why are you picking me up? Why, of course, it's for that. Vegeta lifted Bulma and carried her toward their bedroom. Tonight, Bulma would undoubtedly find it impossible to sleep. Ahem, those who understand will understand. Chapter 44, The Deity and the Dragon. In West City. At Bulma's home, the day after Vegeta and Bulma's wedding. What, you want to take me on a honeymoon, to space? After a night of passion, Bulma lay exhausted beside Vegeta. Hearing his proposal, she was momentarily taken aback. Earth is far too small for us, with nothing of interest to explore, so, you wish to take me to space? Bulma gazed at Vegeta with her panda-like eyes. Indeed. Isn't interstellar travel wonderful? We could experience the unique customs of different planets. Vegeta spoke enthusiastically, ultimately convincing Bulma to agree to the space honeymoon. Good wife, Come give me a kiss. Suddenly, Vegeta pulled Bulma in for a kiss. Whoa. Hey, what are you doing? Bulma noticed Vegeta's restless hands exploring her. What else could a married couple do? Come on. We didn't sleep at all last night, and now you're at it again. Bulma feebly protested against Vegeta's advances that it's perfectly normal for newlyweds. Have you forgotten? I previously mentioned I would surprise you. What? Is that what you meant? Oh dear, be gentle. Soon, the room was once again filled with the warmth of spring. Dr. Brief, upon learning that Vegeta and Bulma had decided on an interstellar honeymoon, hurriedly prepared a spaceship for the couple. Bulma busied herself gathering essentials for their extended journey through space. Meanwhile, Vegeta was diligently using the Dragon Ball radar to collect the Dragon Balls. Within half a day, Vegeta successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls but did not return to West City. Instead, he headed straight to Korin Tower to visit Master Korin. Vegeta, what brings you here? Master Korin looked curiously at the sudden appearance of Vegeta, wondering why this divine being had come to his humble abode. Could it be because I didn't attend his wedding, yet Yajirobe did and brought my blessings? Or perhaps Yajirobe's foolishness provoked him? Master Korin pondered. Master Korin, how many Senzu beans do you have left? Vegeta ignored Korin's musings and got straight to the point. What? You came just to ask for Senzu beans? Indeed, did that fatso eat them all? Vegeta turned to glare at the quaking Yajirobe, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Yajirobe replied, trembling, and no, I didn't eat them all. There are still some left. He then shouted to Master Korin. Old cat, he wants Senzu beans, so hurry up and give them to him. Why are you being so stingy? You fat fool. Who are you calling stingy? If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have eaten the last of them. Did I say I wouldn't give you any? Master Korin retorted defiantly. Old cat, then hurry up and hand them over. You fat fool. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. Master Korin grumbled as he retrieved a small jar from the storeroom and handed it to Vegeta. Here, this is the last of the Senzu beans. If it's not enough, you'll have to wait until next year. Vegeta opened the jar to find about 30 Senzu beans inside and cursed inwardly. That fatso Yajirobe can really eat. Doesn't he ever get tired of eating Senzu beans every day? All right, this will suffice. And this is for you. Vegeta put away the Senzu beans and tossed a capsule to Master Korin. What's this? The curious Karen Sage gazed at the capsule in his hand, which contained an array of delectable treats. Predominantly various kinds of fish. Karen Sage. Fish. Yajirobe. Delicious. Both the man and the cat instantly perked up, huddling together to examine the wondrous capsule. Vegeta, noticing their eager anticipation to activate the capsule, simply departed. Soaring toward the temple, navigating through the dense layers of clouds, it wasn't long before Vegeta arrived at the temple, only to discover that Piccolo was also present, seemingly engaged in conversation with the Supreme Kai. Old man, what exactly do you want me here for? Piccolo inquired with a hint of impatience, as he still had to train with Goku and the others in the gravity chamber. The Supreme Kai, maintaining a serene expression, replied, Piccolo, my lifespan is dwindling. I have but a few years left, and then, what are you trying to say? Piccolo, once I perish, you too shall not survive. You should be aware that we can fuse. I can merge with you before my life fades, ensuring your survival. The Supreme Kai spoke slowly, as if death and fusion were of little consequence to him. Humph, I won't fuse with you now. Tell me when you're on the brink of death. Piccolo retorted coldly, turning to leave the temple, only to find Vegeta standing there. Vegeta, what are you doing here? What brings you to this place? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles finally recognized Vegeta's presence. I came to seek the Supreme Kai. Are you planning to fuse with him? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. Piccolo, bewildered, asked, how do you know about this? Who told you? Hiki, you needn't concern yourself with how I found out. Piccolo scoffed. It must have been that Namekian elder who spilled the beans. Cough, cough. Vegeta, what business do you have with me? The Supreme Kai asked, intrigued, as he believed he had no significant connection with Vegeta. I'm actually here regarding your fusion. However, let me summon the dragon first. Vegeta retrieved a universal capsule from his possession and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding boom, a square box materialized. From within, Vegeta extracted 7 orbs and placed them on the ground. Dragon Balls. What wish do you intend to make? The Supreme Kai and Piccolo gazed at Vegeta in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. As Vegeta summoned the dragon, the 7 orbs emitted a dazzling light that shot skyward, darkening the heavens in an instant. The ascending brilliance transformed into a colossal azure dragon, hundreds of meters long. The dragon coiled and writhed, its massive body undulating as its eyes, the size of automobiles, turned toward the gathered individuals. Possessor of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Within my power, I can grant you one wish. The immense dragon boomed. This was Vegeta's first encounter with Earth's dragon, which, compared to the Namekian Porunga, bore a more aesthetically pleasing and formidable resemblance, reminiscent of the Chinese dragon. Dragon, my wish is to be transported to Planet Wampa. Chapter 45. The next Supreme Kai candidate, Planet Wampa. What kind of place is that? Piccolo and the Supreme Kai exchanged puzzled looks. The planet Wampa, you say? Very well, please wait. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, with the dragon's declaration. It dissipated into a beam of light. The 7 Dragon Balls scattered in various directions. What is Vegeta up to? Piccolo pondered in bewilderment, scratching his head in confusion. The Supreme Kai asked, Piccolo, have you ever heard of Planet Wampa? No, I have never heard of it at all. Just as Piccolo and the Supreme Kai were engulfed in confusion, Vegeta reappeared. Phew, Planet Wampa is even farther from Yadd. It will take some time to locate Earth. Vegeta muttered to himself, grateful for having mastered instant transmission. Although he had been transported to Planet Wampa, Vegeta did not immediately seek out the individual he had in mind, given his current capabilities. He deemed himself temporarily unprepared to confront that person. It was wise to exercise caution when necessary. There was no shame in it. Vegeta estimated that he would need to attain either Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue before he could decisively overpower that individual. While he was not yet a match for them, that person would serve as an excellent training partner. Much like Goku, Vegeta recognized that, aside from himself, there was no one on Earth capable of pushing Goku to his limits. He understood that he could not continuously battle those weaker than himself. Such an approach would impede his growth in strength and combat skills. Merely training in the gravity chamber would result in only a one-dimensional enhancement of his power. To truly progress, he needed to engage in battles with opponents of comparable strength. Fighting stronger adversaries would facilitate a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. Vegeta still had ample room for growth. And the individual on Planet Wampa was notably powerful within the original Dragon Ball narrative. If that person were to unleash their full fury, it would take at least Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta to subdue them. They would serve as an ideal sharpening stone for Vegeta, as he could always use instant transmission to return to Earth if he were overmatched. What exactly are you doing, Vegeta? Piccolo could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Vegeta dismissed him. Nothing much, just finding myself something to do. By the way, when do you plan to fuse? Piccolo and the Supreme Kai were rendered speechless. Unsure of how to respond, Vegeta continued, what's the holdup? There's no time like the present. How about today? Why should it matter to you whether we fuse or not? Stay out of our business, Vegeta. Piccolo replied, his expression darkening. The Supreme Kai queried, Vegeta, why do you want us to fuse so urgently? I'm doing this for your benefit. If you, Supreme Kai, exhaust your lifespan, Piccolo will perish alongside you. Vegeta stated slowly, I just mentioned this to Piccolo earlier. We can make him the primary personality, but he, the Supreme Kai, shook his head helplessly, pondering why Piccolo was so resistant to the idea of fusion despite being essentially the same entity. Piccolo, you and the Supreme Kai are essentially one being. By fusing, not only can you avoid death, but your power will also increase significantly. What, you know about that too? Piccolo exclaimed in surprise as he regarded Vegeta. That's nothing. However, if you fuse, the Dragon Balls may become inactive, so we need to find someone to succeed the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai sighed. Indeed, I've considered having Piccolo take over, but he refuses. Piccolo, with a haughty demeanor, replied, I, King Piccolo, will not assume this so-called Supreme Kai position. I was born to fight. But with your current strength, you couldn't even defeat that cockroach fellow, Vegeta. You. Piccolo's expression darkened as he realized that he was indeed too weak to contend with the Saiyans. His growth had stagnated, as if he had hit a plateau. Forget it. I won't concern myself with when you two will fuse. My focus lies on the next Supreme Kai and the Dragon Balls. Humph. Piccolo scoffed, turning away to brood alone. The Supreme Kai inquired, so, Vegeta, do you have any recommendations for the next Supreme Kai? Of course, I have someone in mind who is exceptionally suited for the position. Vegeta grinned, hinting that anyone familiar with the original narrative would recognize the candidate. Really? Who is it? Where can I find them? I can meet them. Or I could go see them myself. Upon hearing Vegeta's response, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted to one of agitation. With his own lifespan dwindling and Piccolo refusing to take up the mantle, he found himself in quite the predicament. lacking suitable successors. The mere thought of no one stepping into the role of Supreme Kai filled him with dread, as it would mean facing his former master in the afterlife without any semblance of dignity. If only there were a worthy candidate to succeed him, he could impart some knowledge before his demise, ensuring a smooth transition into the responsibilities of the Supreme Kai. Calm down. I know you're anxious, but there's no need to rush, Vegeta consoled with a hint of mischief. The Supreme Kai, somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, is this even human conversation? Ahem, he is no longer on Earth, not on Earth. Then where is he? The Supreme Kai's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, fluctuating wildly. His face displayed a myriad of complex expressions. And had he been able to match Vegeta's strength, he would have long since taken action. Nearby, Piccolo overheard their conversation, nearly bursting into laughter, and internally mused, "Humph, the old man has met his match. Vegeta's tongue is as sharp as ever." Vegeta slowly continued, "Namek, or as it is now called, New Namek." Piccolo was taken aback. "What, New Namek?" Furrowing his brow, the Supreme Kai inquired, "New Namek, are you suggesting that my kin should take over as the Supreme Kai?" "Exactly. Since the next Supreme Kai should rightfully be a Namekian, it would be best if one of our kind took over." "You make a valid point." The Supreme Kai fell into contemplation, mulling over the implications. "Even if my kin are indeed suited for the role, how can you be certain that any of them would be willing to leave their homeland of Namek to become the Supreme Kai on this distant planet called Earth?" While the Supreme Kai was aware that there were certainly capable individuals among his race, he understood that not all would be inclined to abandon their home for the responsibilities that came with being the guardian of this world. Despite the Supreme Kai's powers being rather diminished in this era, was he to shy away from challenges simply due to his own weaknesses? Rest assured, there will be those among your kin who are willing to come to Earth, Vegeta asserted confidently. Dondi will undoubtedly be among them. The Supreme Kai asked, "When can we journey to New Namek to meet a potential successor?" "Anytime. I can transport you there using instant transmission." "Instant transmission? Is that the technique you used to return from that? What was it called? Venpastar?" The Supreme Kai regarded Vegeta with curiosity, intrigued by this remarkable ability. "Indeed. Let me check the coordinates for New Namek." Vegeta retrieved a communicator to ascertain the location of New Namek. The information regarding New Namek's position was something Vegeta had previously entrusted to Bulma during his training on Yardrat, leading her to create a device capable of interstellar navigation, which was then given to the Namekians who relocated to the new planet. However, due to the vast distance from Earth or possibly some malfunction with the device, Bulma had only received one signal, providing merely an approximate location. Before Trunks returned to the future, Bulma had briefed him on New Namek's general whereabouts. Subsequently, Trunks' ability to locate New Namek was largely due to luck and the assistance of Android 16. "Is this the right direction? Let's sense it and see." Vegeta put away the communicator and concentrated on a specific point in the sky. The Supreme Kai observed Vegeta in silence, wary of interrupting his focus. Nearby, Piccolo's gaze remained fixed on Vegeta. "Got it. I've finally pinpointed the location of New Namek." After a considerable amount of time, Vegeta triumphantly declared. The Supreme Kai, filled with excitement, asked, "Really? You found it?" "Indeed, Supreme Kai. Place your hand on my shoulder." "Like this?" The Supreme Kai quickly complied. Turning to Piccolo, he asked, "Aren't you coming, Piccolo?" "Humph. No need for me to join. You can go on your own." Piccolo replied dismissively, closing his eyes to meditate. At that moment, the previously silent Mr. Popo suddenly interjected, "Supreme Kai, please be cautious." "Understood." In an instant, Vegeta and the Supreme Kai vanished from sight. In a distant, unidentified galaxy, a green planet slowly revolved on its axis. This planet's diameter was approximately 10 times that of Earth, orbited by 3 small stars, maintaining a consistent surface temperature with perpetual daylight. The terrain was predominantly comprised of vast water bodies interspersed with islands, while the land was cloaked in a variety of flora and fungi, featuring scattered rare trees known as purple sunflowers. New Namek was the name given to this planet by a group of green-skinned extraterrestrials that appeared one day. The first village, also referred to as One-Star Village, was established by the Namekians on this new planet, safeguarding the One-Star Dragon Ball, thus earning its name. Within the village, industrious Namekians were engaged in various tasks. Some tended to the cultivation of purple sunflowers, while others constructed homes from clay, and some taught young Namekians the ways of knowledge. However, one young Namekian sat by the lakeside outside the village, lost in thought while gazing at the sky. Suddenly, an elder Namekian approached him and inquired, "Dondi, Are you once again thinking of your two friends from Earth? Oh, Elder Muley. Dondi quickly rose to greet him. Elder Muley gently replied, I understand you miss those friends. But you cannot afford to be so listless every day. Dondi lowered his head and murmured, I apologize, Elder Muley, that I promise not to be like this again, that I'm not saying it's wrong to miss your friends. Rather, you must. Just then, before Elder Muley could continue his admonition, Vegeta and the Supreme Kai suddenly materialized before the two Namekians, startling Elder Muley, who initially feared an invasion. You are? Mr. Vegeta. It has been a long time. Dondi exclaimed, recognizing Vegeta with excitement. What? So it's our benefactor, Mr. Vegeta. Greetings. Elder Muley and Vegeta exchanged pleasantries. Vegeta replied, Dondi, Elder Muley. It's been quite a while since we last saw each other after dealing with Frieza. Indeed, and greetings to you as well. Young Namekian, the Supreme Kai expressed his joy upon reuniting with his kin. Elder Muley remarked, Mr. Vegeta, we have yet to properly thank you for your assistance in defeating Frieza. That it was merely a trivial effort. Vegeta dismissed modestly. While it may have been trivial for you, it was a true salvation for our Namekian race. Please, allow us to treat you properly in the village. With a broad smile, Elder Muley took Vegeta by the arm, leading him toward the village, while Dondi exchanged a knowing glance with the Supreme Kai, chatting amiably as they followed. In the heart of the village, the Namekians prepared a lavish feast of green foods for Vegeta and the Supreme Kai. Mr. Vegeta, how do you find the food? Is it to your liking? Elder Muley asked with a beaming smile. That it's decent, quite enjoyable, Vegeta replied, lifting a plate filled with an assortment of green plants to his mouth. After a few bites, he noted it resembled a salad. However, I thought you only consumed water? Vegeta queried, puzzled. Indeed, we primarily require hydration, but these dishes were specially crafted during our time on Earth, combining Earth's vegetarian cuisine with our own. Elder Muley replied proudly that it is truly delicious. Your efforts are appreciated. It is indeed a way for us to express our gratitude by hosting you. By the way, I am curious to know the reason for Mr. Vegeta's unexpected visit, murmured Elder Muley, as everyone was intrigued by Vegeta bringing his Earth kin to the new Namek. The Supreme Kai interjected, Elder Muley, we have come here in search of a suitable candidate to succeed the position of Supreme Kai. Succession of the Supreme Kai? The Namekians were suddenly filled with curiosity. You see, my lifespan is drawing to a close. Hence, the Supreme Kai slowly elucidated the reason for his and Vegeta's arrival on the new Namek. Ah, so that is the case. Is there anyone among you willing to take up the mantle of Supreme Kai on Earth? Upon hearing this, Elder Muley pondered for a moment before addressing the other Namekians. As anticipated by the Supreme Kai, the Namekians fell into a contemplative silence, none stepping forward. Vegeta, what do you think? The Supreme Kai turned to Vegeta, his mood somewhat despondent. However, Vegeta paid him no heed, his gaze fixed on Dandy in the corner. Dandy, would you be willing to accompany us to Earth? Chapter 47. The Return of Shinron Porunga. What? Me? Dandy pointed to himself in disbelief. Is he the suitable candidate you speak of, Vegeta? The Supreme Kai regarded Dandy with curiosity, wondering what was so remarkable about this Namekian that warranted Vegeta's recommendation for the Supreme Kai position. Indeed, it is Dandy, Vegeta replied with a smile, declaring him the rightful successor to the Supreme Kai. This is wonderful. Dandy has been thinking of his friends on Earth, so let him go with you to assume the position of Supreme Kai, Elder Muley proclaimed after a moment of contemplation. Elder Muley, is this truly the case? Dandy, do you consent? The Supreme Kai inquired excitedly. Through his divine sight, he discerned Dandy's exceptional qualifications, placing him among the elite of his kin, second only to Elder Muley himself, marking him as a prodigy of the Dragon Clan. Elder Muley, do you permit my journey to Earth? If so, I shall gladly accept, Dandy exclaimed, his spirits soaring, showing no signs of sorrow at the thought of leaving his homeland. Go forth. Dandy, you are indeed a genius of our Dragon Clan. You will undoubtedly excel in the role of Supreme Kai. Elder Muley beamed, praising Dandy, who possessed considerable innate talent. Previously, the former Elder had unlocked his potential, making his current abilities nearly rival those of Elder Muley. I shall strive diligently to become a commendable Supreme Kai, Dandy vowed, patting his chest. Thank you, Elder Muley. The Supreme Kai expressed his gratitude respectfully, feeling a considerable weight lift from his heart that at last there would be a successor to the position of Supreme Kai, allowing him to face his teacher in the afterlife with dignity. Well, Your troubles have finally been resolved. Supreme Kai, Vegeta remarked as he observed the Supreme Kai, whose face was now adorned with wrinkles from smiling. Vegeta, I must thank you once more for your assistance. You have been an immense help. No need for such formality, it was merely a side endeavor, Vegeta waved dismissively. The Supreme Kai looked puzzled. A side endeavor. Elder Muley, I have one more matter I wish to discuss with you. Vegeta turned his attention to Elder Muley. Mr. Vegeta, what is it that you require? I would like to borrow your Dragon Balls. In an open area within the village, a multitude of Namekians had gathered. They looked up at the pitch-black sky, where a colossal green dragon, towering hundreds of meters, stood majestically. Speak your wish. Owner of the 7 Dragon Balls, within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes, boomed the immense Shenron Porunga. Mr. Vegeta, we have enhanced the wish-granting capabilities of the Dragon Balls. Resurrecting many individuals is no longer an issue. Elder Muley chimed cheerfully that is that so. However, there are currently no deceased individuals in need of resurrection. Vegeta stated his first wish to reinforce Earth's core to its utmost limits. The Earth had become exceedingly fragile, where even a being with a combat power exceeding 10,000 could inflict irreversible damage. During the invasion by Cooler and his son, the battles were fought in the skies. Vegeta had also taken care to avoid harming Earth during his confrontations with Son Goku. His second wish was for Shenron to create a gravity training chamber with adjustable gravity multipliers. The higher the multiplier, the better, ideally exceeding 100 million times. Currently, Bulma and Dr. Brief could only manufacture chambers with up to 3,000 times the gravity, which would soon prove insufficient for Vegeta's needs. After a considerable wait, Shenron Porunga finally produced a massive, entirely white oval-shaped apparatus that matched Vegeta's request, boasting an internal space of approximately 1,000 square meters. However, it could only reach a maximum of 100,000 times the gravity. Shenron explained that his powers were limited and could not meet Vegeta's expectation of 100 million times. For his third wish, Vegeta chose not to make a request, but instead posed a question to Shenron Porunga. Shenron Porunga, are you aware of the evil dragons? In response to Vegeta's query, Shenron Porunga remained unusually silent. Vegeta pressed, do you not know? Or is it something you cannot disclose? It cannot be disclosed, Shenron Porunga replied slowly. Then, if I were to wish for you to tell me, would that be permissible? Vegeta persisted. Shenron Porunga responded, I am sorry, but that exceeds my capabilities. You may choose another wish, I understand. I shall forego my third wish. Very well, farewell. With that, Shenron Porunga hurriedly vanished. Vegeta contemplated Shenron Porunga's earlier reaction, concluding that the evil dragons indeed existed. Coupled with the overwhelming aura he sensed on planet Vampa, it became evident that the world he inhabited was a fusion of the Super Universe and the GT Universe of Dragon Ball. It seemed that formidable adversaries awaited him in the future. But that only adds to the excitement. A mysterious smile crept across Vegeta's face. Mr. Vegeta, what has come over you? You ask me. I am uncertain myself. The surrounding Namekians exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his demeanor. With his wishes granted, Vegeta prepared to return to Earth accompanied by the Supreme Kai and Dandy. Dandy, once we reach Earth, make sure to study diligently how to become a competent Supreme Kai. Understood? Elder Muley advised with a hint of reluctance. Dandy nodded, responding, Elder Muley, I understand it. I almost forgot to give you this. Vegeta suddenly remembered something and produced a universal capsule, pressing the button and tossing it. A peculiar mechanical device appeared on the ground. Mr. Vegeta, what is this? Elder Muley inquired, gazing curiously at the unusual object. This is an interstellar communicator. You can use it to contact us on Earth while you are on the new Namek. Vegeta explained as he operated the communicator, tuning it to connect with Bulma on Earth. The interstellar communicator had previously appeared in the original storyline during the Namek saga, when Bulma used it to contact Master Roshi at Kame House upon arriving on Namek. However, the Namekians did not bring this communicator when they migrated to the new Namek, as it required someone to calibrate it for use. Excellent. This way, we can frequently stay in touch with Dandy. The Namekians rejoiced. All right, let us depart. Farewell, everyone. With a flash, Vegeta, along with the Supreme Kai and Dandy, departed from the new Namek, taking the newly crafted gravity chamber with them. Chapter 48. The honeymoon journey begins at the Earth Temple. Piccolo remained in place, not having left. Damn it. What kind of nonsense are Vegeta and that old man up to? They've been gone for so long. Piccolo expressed his impatience, curious about who would succeed the Supreme Kai. At that moment, Vegeta appeared at the temple accompanied by the Supreme Kai, Dandy, and a colossal circular object. "Supreme Kai, you have returned safely," exclaimed Bobo, who had remained frozen in place, hastening towards the Supreme Kai to offer his greetings. "Bobo, allow me to introduce you to Dandy. He is the next Supreme Kai." The Supreme Kai smiled as he made the introduction. "Hello, Dandy. You may call me Bobo." "Greetings, Mr. Bobo," Dandy replied in kind. "You are Dandy?" Piccolo gazed at Dandy in astonishment. "Indeed, Mr. Piccolo," Dandy affirmed. Piccolo chuckled. "Heh, old chap, you have quite the discerning eye. Dandy is indeed an exceptional talent from the Dragon Clan." "Dandy, Gohan will be thrilled to know you have come to Earth," Vegeta interjected, observing the amiable exchange before he made his way back to Bulma's residence in West City. Taking the gravity chamber with him, days passed, and finally, Dr. Brief completed the adjustments on the spaceship. Bulma also loaded the various supplies she had procured onto the ship, which had been outfitted with a small gravity chamber as per Vegeta's specifications. The special gravity chamber that Vegeta had brought back, however, was too large to fit inside and had to be placed in the courtyard, where it would be studied by Dr. Brief for further improvements. Once aboard the spaceship, Bulma gently pressed the ignition button. The engine roared to life, accompanied by a slight tremor. The vessel ascended slowly, piercing through the atmosphere as it ventured into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Thus began the celestial honeymoon journey of Vegeta and Bulma. In the northern galaxy, within an unknown star system, a small spacecraft raced through space, its 3 occupants casting anxious glances behind them, as if they feared a monstrous pursuer would catch up at any moment. "Captain, it seems we have escaped the encirclement of those monsters," one of the tall, oddly featured aliens exclaimed in frustration. "Curse it! How could we encounter such formidable beasts? My cargo," another alien lamented. "Never mind, Captain. The fact that we managed to escape safely is already a blessing," chimed in the other 2 crew members, eager to console him. "That I had thought that with Frieza gone, our transport business would improve. But who would have guessed that we would attract the attention of those interstellar pirates? We are left with nothing," the alien captain cried in despair, while his companions continued their attempts at consolation. Suddenly, a strange sound reverberated through the ship's interior, as if the vessel had collided with something outside. Yet the space ahead was empty. Thud! The peculiar noise echoed again, this time more distinctly, as if it were emanating right beside them. Bang! A sharp sound resonated from above the trio. The 3 aliens gazed up in terror. Frozen and shocked, a gaping hole had appeared above, through which a head, entirely covered in metallic plating, emerged. Its eye sockets glowed ominously red. Coldly fixating on the 3 with its hands, it gradually enlarged the opening to accommodate its body. "A monster! Oh my God! Don't come any closer! Spare us, please! Captain, I don't want to die!" The 3 aboard the ship screamed uncontrollably. Unable to fathom how the creature had appeared outside their vessel, they had detected no other ships. Could it be traversing space using its own body? Regardless of their thoughts, their fate was sealed as the figure fully squeezed through the hole. Silence enveloped the spaceship. Moments later, the craft abruptly turned around. Heading back in the direction from which they had fled, the star system returned to its previous tranquility, as if the events that had just unfolded had never occurred. "Vegeta, wake up," Bulma urged, shaking her husband awake. "Ugh, what is it, my dear wife?" Vegeta mumbled groggily, still half asleep. "Get up quickly for breakfast. After last night's activities, aren't you hungry?" Seeing Vegeta's eyelids droop again, Bulma swiftly patted his face. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Are you trying to kill your dear husband?" After receiving Bulma's affectionate attention, Vegeta fully awakened, gazing at her with an expression of innocence, as if he were the aggrieved party. "What? I barely touched you. Are you so fragile?" Smack, smack. Bulma applied a firmer strike to Vegeta's thigh this time. However, due to Vegeta's well-toned muscles, her hand was left stinging red instead. "Ouch, that hurts," Bulma exclaimed, blowing on her reddened palm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Oh dear. Let me see." Vegeta leapt from the bed, rushing to examine Bulma's hand. "Look, this is all your fault." Bulma held her palm before Vegeta, her tone somewhat reproachful. "I'm sorry, my dear wife. It was all my mistake." Vegeta blew gently on Bulma's hand, his gaze filled with tenderness. "Just know that. I woke up early to prepare breakfast for you, and this is how you repay me." Bulma turned her head away, feigning anger. "My dear wife, I was wrong. I was wrong. please forgive me just this once." Vegeta pleaded earnestly. I might forgive you, but how will you compensate me?" Vegeta inquired. "Compensate? Indeed, I demand compensation. And how would you like me to compensate you?" Vegeta asked curiously, pondering what Bulma could possibly lack. "Well, I haven't quite decided on what compensation I want yet." Bulma pondered. "I'll let you know once I think of something." Whatever you say goes. I will comply." Vegeta responded dismissively, his mind wandering elsewhere. "Now get up and come eat the breakfast I prepared with great care." Bulma urged him once more. "Wait, I've thought of a way to compensate you right now." Vegeta suddenly grabbed Bulma, who was about to leave, and said, "What? Tell me how you plan to compensate me. Bring your ear closer." "I will whisper it to you," Vegeta said with feigned mystery. "Is it really necessary? It seems like a hassle, especially since it's just the two of us on the ship." Bulma looked at Vegeta with confusion, but still leaned in closer. "My method of compensation is," Vegeta whispered softly. "Vegeta, can you repeat that? I didn't catch it." I said, "Meet compensation." As soon as Vegeta uttered the final word, he swept Bulma into his arms and onto the bed. Wait, breakfast is going to get cold. Vegeta, please, be gentle. Cough, cough. The two have started again. Chapter 49. Spania Star, one of the prominent commercial planets in the northern galaxy. Here, various alien races converge, their spaceships weaving through the planet's orbit, creating a distinctive panorama. Renowned for its unique geographical position and open trade policies, it boasts a thriving commercial atmosphere and a rich tapestry of cultural exchanges, thereby attracting extraterrestrial beings from diverse star systems for trade. The planet's surface is adorned with towering skyscrapers, vibrant neon lights, and the cacophony of merchants calling out in myriad languages. Aliens of various races traverse the bustling streets, their appearances strikingly diverse. Some closely resemble humans, while others are distinctly non-human. Some are exceptionally tall and robust, while others are diminutive and agile. There are those with unique biological traits, such as translucent skin and luminescent eyes. Their attire is equally varied, ranging from vividly colorful garments to simple, unadorned outfits. In every corner of the planet, an array of shops and stalls can be found. These establishments brim with specialties and novelties from across the cosmos, including flame crystals from the fire planet and frost flowers from the ice planet. From ores to living organisms, from artworks to technological marvels, everything one could desire is available here. Different alien races engage in various transactions, and even in the face of disputes, they can call upon the galactic patrol stationed on Spania Star to adjudicate fairly. However, beneath the surface of Spania Star's prosperity lies a hidden, less savory reality. The black market here offers a dazzling array of contraband goods, from rare ores to ancient artifacts, from powerful weaponry to forbidden technologies, and even human trafficking to planetary smuggling. Almost anything can be found. Many wanted criminals and interstellar offenders congregate here, peddling their plundered resources. Such illicit dealings are commonplace in the black market, where power and wealth serve as the only currency, if one possesses sufficient strength and financial resources. Nearly any desire can be fulfilled. In the central business district of Spania Star stands a skyscraper known as the Zeta Group at this moment, within a lavishly decorated room on the top floor. Several aliens with strikingly similar skin tones and attire are gathered. Brother, although the pressure from the Frieza clan has lifted following their annihilation by the Saiyans, it has resulted in a severe shortage of personnel responsible for occupying planets. Without sufficient planets to sell, our business revenue will significantly diminish. The only female in the room, named Maki, spoke up. Maki, I am fully aware of this, that a temporary decline in revenue is not a grave concern, replied an alien with a thick beard, seated comfortably on a black leather sofa, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Maki. Maki attempted to continue, only to be interrupted by the bearded man's dismissive wave. There is no but. I said that a temporary decrease in revenue is not an issue. Remember, our goal is to make the Zeta Group the dominant force in the entire galaxy. Will you let such trivial gains and losses cause you to waver? How can you follow me, to be my right hand, if you are so easily shaken? The bearded man questioned her, his brow furrowed. Yes, I apologize, brother. I was narrow-minded, Maki responded, her tone filled with obedience and respect towards her elder brother. Her recent fixation on planetary sales was largely due to her losses at the casino, having spent her savings on debts, leaving her finances rather tight. Otherwise, she would not have dared to retort against her brother, being so preoccupied with business income. Humph, Maki, do not think I am unaware. You have been to that galactic casino again. The bearded man glared coldly at Maki Dada. And no, I, Maki, who had initially intended to protest, fell silent under her brother's piercing gaze. The galactic casino had the backing of the Galactic King, and she knew better than to think of orchestrating a heist with Aoe and Jiasi. Brother, if you do not allow me to go, I will not join in the heist with Aoe, boomed Aoe, a massive figure beside her, grinning widely. Haha, I doubt you have the guts for that. By the way, where is Jiasi? It has been quite a while. Why has he not yet arrived? The bearded man glanced at the clock on the wall, his curiosity piqued. Brother, I do not know that I am unclear as well. Both Maki and Aoe shook their heads in response. What could he be up to? Maki, please contact Jiasi and inquire about his whereabouts, the bearded man said, his brow furrowed in concern, as he found it unusual for his brother to miss a meeting. He was typically more compliant than the other two. Alright, I will do so immediately. Just as Maki stood up, the door swung open, and a small alien, resembling the others in skin tone and attire, entered. Brother, I have arrived. The diminutive figure greeted respectfully with a nod before taking a seat. Jiasi, where have you been? Why are you so late? The bearded man inquired, perplexed. I apologize, brother, I could have arrived on time. But while passing the Galactic Patrol Station on Spania Star, I overheard some news. Jiasi replied, his expression somber. What news? You managed to gather information from the Galactic Patrol? The bearded man asked, his curiosity piqued. Brother, as you know, since the Frieza clan was annihilated by the Saiyans over the past few years, we have essentially monopolized most of the lucrative businesses, even collaborating with interstellar pirates, Jiasi explained. Indeed, with the absence of Frieza's oppressive presence, the interstellar pirates have become increasingly active. The bearded man nodded, acknowledging the shift. Although this disruption affected transportation across various planets, it had little impact on the Zeta group, as they were also involved in black market dealings. The Galactic Patrol has been quite busy lately, capturing interstellar pirates. With their equipment and manpower, dealing with these pirates should be child's play. However, during one pursuit, they encountered a formidable adversary, resulting in the complete annihilation of their entire squad, Jiasi recounted slowly. What? While the individual strength of those Galactic Patrol officers may be lacking, their technological weaponry is quite advanced. Did not a single one escape? Maki exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that an interstellar pirate with Frieza's level of power has emerged? Chapter 50. Interstellar pirates in the past, when Frieza was still alive. The Galactic Patrol had foolishly provoked him, leading to nearly catastrophic consequences, almost resulting in Frieza assaulting their headquarters. Ultimately, it took the intervention of the Galactic King to negotiate peace with Frieza, allowing him to engage in planetary real estate business throughout the cosmos. Moreover, Frieza had the backing of a certain slumbering cat, which he did not wish to anger. If that cat were to be disturbed, it would have been the end for the Galactic Patrol. Henceforth, wherever Frieza was present, the Galactic Patrol would tread carefully. Years ago, upon hearing of the destruction of the Ice Demon Frieza's clan by the Saiyans, the Galactic Patrol celebrated heartily. They chose to turn a blind eye to the Saiyans who had eradicated Frieza's clan. Now, as the Galactic Patrol aimed to regain their former glory and fulfill their duty as guardians of the galaxy, they unexpectedly encountered a formidable foe that a powerful group of interstellar pirates, whose origins remain unknown, had managed to eliminate the Galactic Patrol officers on a mission. This shocking turn of events prompted the Galactic King to urgently mobilize personnel to defend the Galactic Patrol headquarters and protect himself and other high-ranking officials. According to what you said, Jiasi, the Galactic King must be trembling with rage right now. Ha! The bearded man laughed heartily. Brother, you may be onto something. Maki and Aoe chimed in. Indeed, that old octopus. The Galactic King must be turning red with fury. Should we intervene? Jazz inquired with an air of indifference towards the man sporting a bushy beard. That band of interstellar pirates must possess a plethora of valuable items. However, the Galactic Patrol will undoubtedly not let them escape. He chuckled. Let us wait until they engage in battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Bulma arrived at the planet Spani. After securely docking their spacecraft, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the diverse array of goods available on this planet. She eagerly pulled Vegeta along to indulge in a shopping spree through the commercial center of Spain. After an extensive shopping excursion, the duo made their way to a particularly renowned upscale restaurant for a meal. Vegeta, do try this delicacy. It is absolutely delightful, Bulma urged, savoring a dish just served by the waiter, her taste buds instantly overwhelmed by its exquisite flavor. Is that so? Let me have a taste. Once they had feasted to their heart's content, Vegeta and Bulma strolled leisurely down the bustling commercial street of Spain. Suddenly, a massive screen atop a nearby building began broadcasting an urgent announcement. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. A serious-looking alien male clad in attire reminiscent of a terrestrial suit appeared on the screen. A gang of interstellar pirates has been reported near the 27th star system of the Lyra constellation, that we advise everyone to avoid that region. These pirates are exceedingly powerful, and the Interstellar Public Transport Group has temporarily suspended all flights to the 27th star system of Lyra. Please steer clear of that area if you are piloting a private spacecraft. The Galactic Patrol is currently mobilizing their forces and will soon be dispatched to apprehend these pirates. Rest assured. The host continued to repeat the alarming news with fervor. The 27th star system of Lyra. That sounds somewhat familiar. Vegeta pondered, gazing at the prominent headline on the screen, feeling as though he had encountered it before. Vegeta, have you forgotten? That is the star system where Namek is located, or rather, the old Namek. Bulma reminded him, noticing his contemplative state. Namek? Oh yes, I almost forgot, Vegeta exclaimed. Indeed, you mentioned that Namek feared retaliation from Frieza's minions, which is why that group of Namekians utilized the Dragon Balls to relocate to New Namek. Bulma explained slowly. How peculiar. That region is considered to be on the fringes of the galaxy, a remote and desolate area. How could there possibly be interstellar pirates there? Vegeta mused, feeling as though he was overlooking something significant. Vegeta, what is the matter? Why are you lost in thought? Bulma inquired curiously. Observing his distraction. Oh, it's nothing. Let us continue shopping. He replied. Shopping? Haven't we already completed our purchases? We were just about to head back to the spacecraft. Is that so? Then let us return to the ship. Vegeta declared, lifting Bulma effortlessly into his arms as he soared towards their docked vessel. The Galactic Patrol is a law enforcement agency directly overseen by the Galactic King, tasked with maintaining order throughout the 7th universe. Many years ago, they were known as the Galactic Police Force, having had certain connections with the Great Kaioshin of that time. They assisted the Kaioshin in imprisoning a notorious cosmic criminal within the galactic prison. Currently, there are 38 elite officers and over 100 regular officers on duty. The Galactic Patrol strictly enforces laws prohibiting time travel. However, due to the vastness of the universe, their numbers are insufficient, leaving many areas beyond their jurisdiction. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, within a large conference room, the Galactic King, whose appearance resembles that of an octopus, addressed the gathered officers. Ahem, esteemed colleagues, the gang of interstellar pirates in the 27th star system of Lyra poses a grave threat to the peace of the cosmos. They have not only brazenly plundered passing spacecraft, but have also murdered our officers sent to apprehend them. The Galactic King exclaimed with indignation. They show utter disregard for us, the Galactic Patrol. We must bring them to justice. Justice must be served. Justice must be served. The officers below raised their fists in fervent agreement. The Galactic King nodded at the enthusiastic response from the officers and declared, Excellent. We, the Galactic Patrol, are the executors of justice, guardians of cosmic peace. We are the nemesis of all evil, executors of justice, guardians of peace, nemesis of evil. The officers, invigorated, shouted the slogans with increasing fervor. Next, I will call out the names of the officers. After a day of preparation, we will gather to head to the 27th star system of Lyra to apprehend the interstellar pirates. The Galactic King adjusted his slightly askew crown and continued. Ahem, quiet down. I am about to announce the names. The officers fell silent, their expressions serious as they focused intently on the Galactic King. Courage, Rossetti, Rupert. As the names were called, the officers stepped forward with solemn expressions, a sense of honor shining in their eyes as if being called was a mark of distinction. Piers and Gak. Chapter 51. A turbulent turn of events. The 27th star system of Lyra is a collection of several planets, including the 4th planet, Namek, the old Namek. Namek is situated at a considerable distance from Earth. Even with the swiftest spacecraft of the Namekians and Saiyans, the journey would take approximately a month. However, After being modified by Dr. Brief, the spacecraft piloted by Son Goku managed to reach Namek in just about 6 days to in the early stages of Namek's evolution. Its primitive atmosphere was already highly conducive to plant growth. Thanks to the alternating illumination from 3 suns, the process of photosynthesis among the green vegetation was vigorous, leading to the development of a modern atmosphere. The greenhouse effect from carbon dioxide and constant sunlight maintained a stable and comfortable surface temperature. Although the crust comprises several tectonic plates, the movement of these plates is exceedingly slow, resulting in minimal seismic activity and volcanic eruptions. Beneath the surface lies a wealth of natural resources, particularly rich deposits of geothermal energy and heavy metals. In terms of energy, vast reserves of combustible mud are buried around 100 meters underground. This substance, akin to coal, possesses energy content 900 times greater than that of coal, due to these abundant natural resources. This bountiful planet has been occupied. Presently, the surface of Namek is covered by a massive fortress constructed of metal. This colossal fortress extends several enormous mechanical arms, akin to the tentacles of an octopus, which firmly grasp Namek. The metal fortress dispatches countless robots to extract the planet's energy. These robots transport the harvested resources back to the fortress, where they are processed through internal energy furnaces to convert them into the necessary kinetic energy and materials. Much like a colony of ants, the presence of worker-type robots necessitates the existence of soldier-type robots as well. The primary duty of the mechanical soldiers is to guard the metal fortress and participate in the plundering of passing spacecraft, escorting the looted resources and captives back to the fortress. With worker and soldier robots in place, there must also be a queen responsible for production. Deep within the core of the metal fortress lies a massive mechanical device, which is primarily responsible for manufacturing the worker and soldier robots. Various metals and resources acquired through extraction and plundering are fed into this device, which can rapidly produce robots in a short span of time. However, hundreds of meters beneath this queen device lies an immense underground chamber filled with bizarre and peculiar machines and metal equipment. The center of this chamber is a colossal supercomputer, in front of which a hunched figure is tirelessly tapping away at the keyboard. After a considerable amount of time, the figure finally paused, excitement gleaming in their eyes as they gazed at the supercomputer's screen. Haha! At last, it is nearing completion. Once this device can be mass-produced, do not mention those so-called cosmic patrol officers. Even those detestable Saiyans on Earth will not be my match, no matter how strong they become. Haha! Cough, cough, cough. The hunched figure, laughing heartily, suddenly succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. No, before that, I must first transform this body of mine. Son Wukong, Vegeta, I shall undoubtedly bring about your demise. A spacecraft glided slowly through the vastness of space. Vegeta, what troubles you? Bulma inquired, observing the suddenly distracted Vegeta who had halted his meal. It's nothing, really, Bulma, concerned, pressed on. Are you certain? You've seemed preoccupied since earlier, hardly touching your food. I just have this nagging feeling that I've forgotten something important. But what could it possibly be? Vegeta furrowed his brow, staring at the large chicken leg in his hand. Then cease your pondering and eat up. Look how long it's been since you exited the gravity chamber without replenishing your strength. Vegeta smiled amiably, replying, all right, my dear wife has spoken. I shall comply. That is more like it. You just… Bulma suddenly covered her mouth, her complexion turning pale. Bulma, what's the matter? I'm fine. Before Bulma could finish her sentence, she hurried towards the restroom, mouth covered. Could it be a sign of morning sickness? Vegeta quickly followed her to the restroom, where he found Bulma, pale-faced and retching. Gently, he patted her back until she had composed herself. Bulma, could it be that you are pregnant? Oh dear, I intended to surprise you. I didn't expect. Bulma's expression was tinged with disappointment, surprised by the onset of morning sickness during their meal. This is already a surprise. A monumental one. I am to have a son, Vegeta exclaimed excitedly. At last, my lineage is sprouting, but it's only been a few months. How do you know it's definitely a son? Bulma gazed at Vegeta, puzzled by his exuberance. I just know it's a son. By the way, let us return to Earth at once. Return to Earth now. Our honeymoon has only just begun. Bulma hesitated, reluctant to cut their journey short. Alas, for the sake of you and our child, we must hasten back to Earth for a safe pregnancy. Fine, let us return then. Although Bulma initially intended to refuse, she acquiesced upon realizing Vegeta's deep concern for their unborn child. However, you cannot use instant transmission to take me back. I wish to travel by spaceship and enjoy the scenery of space along the way. Very well, that shall be arranged. Thus, Vegeta and Bulma concluded their honeymoon, joyously preparing to return to Earth and nurture their child. Meanwhile, the cosmic situation grew increasingly tumultuous. In an unknown galaxy, a massive floating island drifted through the void of space, crowned by a towering castle. This floating isle was, in fact, a repurposed mechanical spacecraft, its exterior merely resembling a stone island with a castle. Within the castle, a faction of the Zeta group convened to discuss matters. Alec, my brother, the Galactic Patrol has begun assembling their forces. It seems they will soon head towards the 27th main star system of the Vega constellation. Marky reported respectfully to the bearded Alec Doe. Is that so? It appears we shall soon be entertained. Alec chuckled, relishing the prospect of watching a confrontation from a distance. Alec, how shall we negotiate with those interstellar pirates? The massive Oyer queried. You needn't worry about that. The opportunity to trade will present itself naturally. Alec assured. Alec, he has arrived. The usually silent Jas suddenly spoke, noticing an image on the nearby monitor. Upon seeing the figure with green hair, Alec exclaimed, "Ah, it's Granola. Let him enter." Chapter 52, Movements of Various Factions Welcome. Welcome, dear Granola, Alec greeted with a broad smile. Granola ignored Alec's cordiality, his demeanor cool as he inquired, "Speak. What is this mission?" "Ah, truly the renowned bounty hunter. Your directness is admirable," Alec replied. "If you have no task for me, I must return to Cyril." That Granola's expression remained unperturbed despite Alec's praise. "That of course, there is a mission. I would never summon you for naught," Alec chuckled. "Then spare me the idle chatter and present the task directly." "How audacious, Granola!" Bang! Jas, who had been watching Granola intently, suddenly sprang into action, delivering a sweeping kick that knocked Granola down, then swiftly applying a hold that restrained Granola's arm, pinning him to the ground. Ugh! Granola struggled against Jas's grip. But no matter how he fought, he could not break free. "Release him, Jas," Alec commanded, prompting Jas to let go. "Dear Granola, your mission is to venture to the 27th main star system of the Vega constellation and negotiate with that notorious band of interstellar thieves." "What? You mean those ruffians who give the Galactic Patrol headaches? What do you intend to trade with them?" Granola rubbed his arm, confusion etched on his face. "That is not your concern. Simply deliver this item to their leader," Alex said, producing a small box from his person and tossing it to Granola. "What is this? Am I merely to be a courier?" Granola caught the box and quickly had his robotic companion, Odomir, inspect it. However, Odomir could not discern any issues. It was not a bomb or anything of the sort. "Courier? Well, one could say that, but rest assured, your due compensation will arrive upon the task's completion." Alex smiled broadly at Granola. Very well. I shall prepare and then proceed to the 27th main star system of the Vega constellation. Take your time to rest. The Galactic Patrol has yet to engage with them." "Understood." Granola turned and departed the floating island of the Zeta group, box in hand. "Alec, is it truly necessary to treat him with such courtesy?" Marky inquired, intrigued. Oyer added, "Indeed, Granola is rather arrogant. Jas should have taught him a lesson. Alas, some matters are best left to others. Our own siblings should not intervene. And other mercenaries are notoriously inefficient." Alec replied with a sigh. "We must acknowledge that Granola possesses significant abilities. For now, we require his services." Marky nodded in agreement. "You are correct, brother. There are many situations where we cannot act ourselves, and we need individuals like Granola to carry out our bidding. However, when he no longer serves a purpose, that will be the moment for his removal." At the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, in a certain lounge, a rather diminutive patrol officer, resembling Ultraman, paced anxiously. "What to do? What to do? What to do?" he muttered repeatedly, his expression fraught with tension. "Gak. Why are you so spineless?" He halted before a mirror, pointing at his reflection, exclaiming, "Gak Tiramong Tampabos, you are a super elite officer of the Galactic Patrol. Will you truly shrink away from this mission?" Gak continuously rallied himself in front of the mirror, using words of encouragement to bolster his resolve. "The Galactic King has specifically summoned you for this task. You should feel honored. How can you be afraid? You must showcase your capabilities, show those who underestimate you that Gak is no pushover." Go for it, Gak. As Jack was fervently motivating himself, a sudden knock echoed from outside the lounge. His heart raced, and in a flurry, he hastily arranged the items around him, striving to appear more composed. Jack, the assembly time is approaching. Are you in there? Came the familiar voice from outside. Taking a deep breath, Jack endeavored to keep his voice steady. Coming, he quickly opened the door to find Jacob's familiar face awaiting him. Jacob was one of the few friends Jack had among the Galactic Patrol, having endured many arduous trainings and battles together. What are you doing? Hurry up, we need to gather, Jacob urged, his eyes revealing a mixture of concern and worry. As if sensing Jack's unease, Jack nodded, donned his gear, and stepped out of the lounge, heading towards the assembly point alongside Jacob. Along their way, they encountered other teammates, all wearing grave expressions. Jack felt the palpable tension in the air. Aware that this mission could be perilously dangerous, suddenly, Jacob inquired, Jack, are you afraid? What? Who? Are you talking about me? Jack feigned nonchalance, pointing to himself. Jacob chuckled, don't pretend, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Noticing Jack's silence, Jacob patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, don't worry, we will complete this mission safely. Besides, you still owe me a chocolate cream cake, Jack replied with a smile. You remember that cake from last time? It's been ages. Of course, it's my favorite. All right. After this mission, I'll buy you another chocolate cream cake, Jack said with a hint of resignation, though his spirits lightened considerably. They walked side by side down the corridor, their strides synchronized and firm. Jack felt a sense of inexplicable comfort in Haska's company at the assembly point. The Galactic King delivered a stirring speech. He informed everyone that this mission was to protect the peace of the universe and the galaxy. A noble and formidable undertaking. Listening to the King's words, Jack felt a surge of ambition. Are you ready, team? The King called out. Jack and his teammates responded in unison, ready. Their voices reverberated throughout the assembly ground, seemingly declaring their determination and courage to the universe and the galaxy. That I wish you success in this operation. Let us depart. With the commander's command, the Galactic Patrol set off. Chapter 53. Pixa star outside the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation. The Galactic Patrol had arrived at the temporary base for this mission. After a high-level discussion, it was decided that the patrol would immediately launch a surprise attack on the band of interstellar thieves. As the order to attack was conveyed, the Galactic Patrol swiftly entered a state of emergency. Once the location of the interstellar thief stronghold was confirmed, they piloted dozens of spaceships, forming a web-like formation, heading towards the fourth planet of the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation. The fourth planet of the 27th main star system? Wasn't that inhabited by those green-skinned Namekians? Jack inquired curiously inside one of the spaceships. Indeed, according to the headquarters information, that is correct. However, have you forgotten that Frieza was eliminated on this very planet? Jacob replied, his expression grave. What? This planet? What a coincidence. Then doesn't that mean those Namekians? Jack continued. After Frieza was defeated, the Namekians also vanished, likely leaving this planet, Jacob explained. According to earlier intelligence, these interstellar thieves seem to have turned Pixa star into a mobile fortress, setting their sights on the natural resources of this planet. Pixa star? What is that? Jack asked, bewildered, having never heard of such a planet. Pixa star, as per the records, was once a computer chip that, over an extended period in the cosmic graveyard of abandoned spaceships and satellites, absorbed everything it could utilize from the universe. Eventually, it managed to reproduce and grow, continuously feeding on energy sources. Now, it has transformed into a colossal machine planet capable of devouring entire planets. The metal fortress you see now is that very Pixa star. Jacob elaborated on the situation regarding Pixa star. Such a terrifying entity exists in the universe. Why hasn't headquarters issued an order to eliminate it before? Jack pondered, gazing at the massive metal fortress on the screen. That's because the former Pixa star did not actively invade planets. It typically only collected space debris or visited desolate, dying planets. This time, it seems the interstellar thieves have somehow taken control and invaded a planet rich in natural resources. Jacob remarked, frowning as he reviewed various materials about Pixa star, muttering to himself, Jack, how could you not know such widely recognized information? Quite the slacker. According to headquarters intelligence, the last attackers who killed several of our team members were said to be a metal being. Jack asked, puzzled, a metal being? Like the giant ones from the 77950 series of the galaxy? Jacob replied solemnly. No, they are of similar size to us. Headquarters has analyzed that this metal being possesses formidable strength, potentially rivaling Frieza. Jack exclaimed in dismay. This is a joke, right? To have power akin to Frieza, are we here to meet our doom? The strength of our galactic patrol has significantly improved. Had it not been for the Galactic King advising us against provoking Frieza, we might have already captured him. Besides the Galactic King and a select few high-ranking officials, the rest were unaware that Frieza had a powerful figure backing him. So, are you suggesting that we will definitely defeat this band of interstellar thieves? Jack asked uncertainly, not feeling optimistic about their chances. Jacob smiled mysteriously. Of course. Besides, we're bringing a secret weapon this time. What secret weapon? The Annihilation Cannon. At this moment, the planet Pixa had detected the approaching ships of the Galactic Patrol. The entire metallic fortress seemed to transform into a colossal steel behemoth, with every component quietly whirring into motion. Within the fortress, an immense number of mechanical soldiers were assembling, clad in heavy armor and equipped with various formidable thermal weapons. Their gazes were cold and merciless, as if no force could impede their relentless advance. As the Galactic Patrol ships drew nearer, a gigantic warship laden with mechanical soldiers emerged from the metallic fortress, heading straight toward the Galactic Patrol vessels, signaling that battle was imminent. The ships of the Galactic Patrol streaked through the dark cosmos like brilliant shooting stars, casting dazzling beams of light. Continuous barrages of fire and energy waves from the Galactic Patrol vessels struck the massive warship of Pixa. Yet it suffered little damage, akin to a colossal iron beast charging directly into the ranks of the Galactic Patrol. In the next moment, countless mechanical soldiers surged forth from the warship like an unstoppable tide, launching an assault on the Galactic Patrol vessels. The mechanical soldiers unleashed torrents of fire from their weapons, transforming the battlefield into a sea of flames. However, the Galactic Patrol was not to be outdone. They swiftly mounted a counterattack. Explosions of fire and energy intermingled, creating radiant beams of light. The mechanical soldiers of Pixa clashed fiercely with the ships of the Galactic Patrol, although the sheer number of mechanical soldiers was daunting. They were still outmatched by the advanced weaponry of the Galactic Patrol. Under the relentless onslaught from the Galactic Patrol, the mechanical soldiers began to falter. Yet, as these mechanical soldiers resorted to self-destructive attacks, the Galactic Patrol also sustained considerable losses. The eruptions of fire illuminated the pitch-black void of space, tracing sorrowful arcs reminiscent of fireworks blooming in the night sky, beautiful yet fleeting. After what felt like an eternity, the mechanical soldiers on the battlefield were nearly eradicated by the Galactic Patrol. The metallic fortress ceased deploying mechanical soldiers, seemingly abandoning this tactic of overwhelming numbers, just as the Galactic Patrol believed these interstellar marauders were at their wits' end. A silvery figure burst forth from the metallic fortress, racing toward the Galactic Patrol in the vastness of space, its speed leaving the onlookers in awe. Everyone be cautious. That creature is the one who slaughtered our colleague last time. The urgent voice of the Galactic Patrol commander echoed through the ships. With a resounding crash, the metallic being collided with one of the ships, piercing it instantly and transforming it into a brilliant explosion, claiming the lives of all aboard. Quick, distance yourselves from that monster. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, several more ships fell prey to the metallic entity's onslaught. Activate that weapon now, or we will all perish here. The commander's anxious voice resonated through the communicator. Yes, initiate the Annihilation Cannon immediately. Behind the ranks of the Galactic Patrol, a massive warship emblazoned with the Galactic Patrol insignia was gradually adjusting its cannon. Target locked. Commander, the officer declared. The commander bellowed. Fire. A wave of energy, powerful enough to obliterate a planet, surged forth toward the metallic being. Chapter 54. The arrival of future Trunks and Son Gohan in the year 767 of the Age of Peace, at Bulma's residence of Capsule Corporation in West City. Suddenly, a peculiar flying vehicle appeared in the air, gently descending into the courtyard of Bulma's home. A boy with purple hair leaped from the craft, surveying his surroundings, turning to the young man with short black hair who followed him. He exclaimed, Gohan, we've returned to West City 20 years in the past. Trunks, this time machine is truly miraculous. If it weren't for those towering skyscrapers in the distance, I would have thought we were. The short-haired youth gazed around, somewhat wistfully, letting out a deep sigh. Indeed, these two were none other than future Trunks and Son Gohan. who had traversed 2 decades through time via the time machine. As future Trunks and Son Gohan engaged in conversation, a figure suddenly appeared before them. "Trunks, you've come." "Father," future Trunks beamed at Vegeta, his heart swelling with joy that he thought to himself, "Indeed, this version of my father is different. He is nothing like the one from my future." After being resurrected, the Vegeta of this timeline had learned from Trunks about the events of the past timeline. Initially, he found it hard to believe in the incredible strength he possessed in the past. "Why is it that we both bear the name Vegeta and are princes of the Saiyans, yet you are so vastly more powerful than I? Where did it all go wrong? Was it possible to transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek? That scoundrel Frieza fell at your hands, and even Kakarot could not match you. Furthermore, you have discovered the path to further enhance the Super Saiyan form. Meanwhile, I cannot even best my son Trunks." How outrageous! All these thoughts made the Vegeta of the future feel utterly inadequate. No. If the Vegeta of the past could grow so formidable, then I, the Vegeta of the future, can certainly do the same. Just you wait. Vegeta of the past, I shall surpass you. With determination, future Vegeta motivated himself, diving into intense training, leaving the Bulma of the future in utter disbelief. The Bulma of the future envied her past counterpart, who had a husband with such emotional intelligence. Their married life must have been incredibly warm. "You are Son Gohan, right?" Vegeta inquired, eyeing the short-haired youth clad in the same martial arts uniform as Son Goku. Noticing that his left arm was intact, it seemed he had made a wish with the Dragon Balls. Gohan nodded, smiling as he replied, "Yes, Uncle Vegeta, I am Son Goku's son, Son Gohan. You've come as well. Seeking to meet this timeline's Kakarot?" Gohan answered, "Yes, if given the chance, I would like to see my father again, due to the unfortunate demise of Son Goku from a heart disease in the future timeline. The Dragon Balls had been unable to resurrect him. After Gohan was slain by the androids, he met Goku in the afterlife, and they trained together for a while. You will have your chance. And who knows, you might even meet Kakarot again in the future timeline." Gohan's excitement surged as he asked, "What do you mean, Uncle Vegeta? Is there a way for me to see my deceased father in the future timeline?" "Indeed. However, you must find the fortune teller, Baba, who is the sister of the old martial arts master. Once you locate her, you will surely find a way to meet Kakarot." Vegeta slowly explained, "Baba should not have perished at the hands of the androids. She may be hiding in the realm of the king of the underworld. However, Kakarot will only have a day's time. You will know when the time comes." Gohan's spirits dipped slightly as he remarked, "Just one day, but that will suffice. All right, your arrival is quite timely. Come, let us share a meal together." Vegeta beckoned future Trunks and Son Gohan to follow him into the house for dinner. "Trunks, your mother from this timeline misses you dearly," Vegeta said, patting future Trunks on the shoulder, gazing at his grown son with pride. As they entered the dining room, a voice exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, isn't that my great-grandson?" It was Bulma's mother, Panchi, Trunks' grandmother. Panchi rushed over, embracing future Trunks and affectionately stroking his hair, exclaiming, "You look just like Trunks. How did I not notice before? Grown-up Trunks is quite handsome." Future Trunks looked astonished at Vegeta, then at the grandmother who was studying him intently. Vegeta chuckled, "Trunks, I've already explained everything about you to them." Just then, Bulma appeared, cradling a small infant, and upon seeing future Trunks, joyfully exclaimed, "Big Trunks, my good son, you finally arrived?" I'm here," future Trunks stammered, his gaze drawn to the baby in Bulma's arms. "Big Trunks, would you like to hold little Trunks?" Bulma gazed at the somewhat dazed Trunks and gently handed him the infant cradled in her arms. This, Trunks received baby Trunks, and the two Trunks locked eyes. An inexplicable feeling washed over him. Was he truly holding himself? It was astonishingly reminiscent of his own childhood. No, this is indeed Trunks as a child. I still recall the times he would wet the bed. Nearby, Son Gohan chuckled as he observed the two Trunks, teasingly remarking on the situation. Trunks, his face flushed, exclaimed, "Gohan, please don't bring that up." "Ha!" The others burst into laughter at his words. With a curious expression, Bulma turned to Son Gohan and inquired, "You must be Gohan, right?" "Yes, Aunt Bulma," he replied. "Apart from your hairstyle and the scar on your face, you are strikingly similar to Son Goku." Bulma sighed, contemplating the hardships Gohan must have endured in the future, which left him marred with scars. Really? The Bulma from the future has said the same thing." Gohan responded with a playful grin while scratching his head. Indeed, regardless of the timeline, my eyes have always been sharp, Bulma boasted, inviting everyone to take a seat and enjoy their meal. Trunks, after we eat, I shall assess your strength to see if you have been training diligently. And you too, Gohan, Vegeta declared, his gaze piercing as he regarded Trunks and Gohan. Several hundred kilometers away in the wilderness, Vegeta, Trunks, and Gohan stood on a vast plain. This place is expansive enough. The surrounding hundreds of kilometers are desolate lands. Making it perfect for our contest, Vegeta stated, pointing at the wilderness before turning to the two. So, who will go first? Or shall you both attack together? Trunks and Gohan exchanged hesitant glances, pondering, is father, Uncle Vegeta, being overly confident? While we may not individually match his strength, confronting him together may not be as simple. Although Gohan had heard from Trunks about Vegeta's prowess in this timeline, he remained skeptical that Vegeta could contend with both him and Trunks simultaneously. Moreover, both Gohan and Trunks had significantly enhanced their abilities since then. Vegeta chuckled at Gohan's expression. Do you doubt my ability to handle both of you at once? Not, but Trunks and I both. Gohan began, only to be interrupted by Vegeta. No buts. Trunks, you go first. Gohan, you hold back for now. Understood, father. Trunks and Vegeta took their positions in the open wilderness, while Gohan observed from a distance. Father, be cautious. I will unleash my full strength. Trunks stated calmly. Oh, is that so? Let me witness how much you've improved. Trunks, as Vegeta's words fell, both transformed into Super Saiyans almost simultaneously. The battle commenced with a rush. Trunks surged toward Vegeta like a bolt of lightning, his punches slicing through the air and creating sonic booms. Vegeta, prepared for the onslaught, sidestepped the strike and countered with a swift kick. Trunks rolled gracefully upon landing, quickly adjusting his stance for the next barrage. Two golden figures weaved through the wilderness, their speed and power reaching astonishing heights. Each collision sent shockwaves through the air, as if the very atmosphere trembled in response. Gohan watched intently from afar, his face reflecting astonishment. As time passed, their battle intensified, with each attack becoming increasingly rapid and powerful. Trunks delivered a punch aimed at Vegeta's chest, while Vegeta retaliated with a spinning kick, attempting to propel Trunks away. Their strikes collided midair, unleashing a fierce burst of energy. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly altered his attack direction, targeting Trunks' waist with a kick. Taken by surprise, Trunks lost his balance and leaned backward, seizing the opportunity. Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Trunks' abdomen. In pain, Trunks bent over but refused to yield, struggling to rise again. Vegeta offered no respite, launching another relentless assault. His fist rained down upon Trunks like a barrage of raindrops, each strike resonating with a sharp sound. Although Trunks fought valiantly, he could not withstand Vegeta's onslaught and was gradually pushed back. Finally, with a decisive punch, Vegeta sent Trunks flying backward, who returned to his normal state and crashed heavily onto the ground. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta's strength surpasses both Trunks and me, Gohan thought gravely, realizing that unless he and Trunks joined forces, they would not stand a chance against Vegeta. Vegeta turned his gaze toward Gohan and called out, Gohan, you and Trunks should team up? Gohan widened his eyes in disbelief. Uncle Vegeta, you intend to face both Trunks and me simultaneously? Enough chatter. Transform into Super Saiyan quickly. Trunks, you too. Vegeta commanded, tossing a Senzu bean to Trunks to restore his energy. Thank you, father. Upon consuming the bean, Trunks felt his strength and injuries fully recover. Observing Vegeta, who had just engaged him in a fierce battle, Trunks marveled at the man's unwavering composure. It was nothing short of incredible. As if he had not just fought at all. Gohan, let us join forces. Otherwise, individually facing father would be futile, Trunks suggested, having just experienced Vegeta's formidable power, which exceeded his expectations. All right, but Uncle Vegeta, you better be careful, Gohan declared. With that, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Seeing this, Trunks hastily followed suit, achieving his own transformation. Haha, don't hold back, you too, Vegeta chuckled, relishing the prospect of a good fight, as he had not engaged in one earnestly for some time. Ever since marrying Bulma and the birth of baby Trunks, Vegeta had not devoted himself fully to training. He had embraced a balance of work and rest. After returning from space, he had given Son Goku a thorough beating for his persistent meddling before gifting him a gravity chamber, ensuring that Goku would no longer disturb him. Nevertheless, Even without relentless training, Vegeta's strength had not waned. In fact, it had improved. Clearly, a balance of work and play has its merits, he mused, and the integration of yin and yang is also quite beneficial. The arrival of adult Trunks and Gohan ignited a spark within Vegeta, who felt the urge to stretch his muscles a bit. After all, constantly battling that insufferable cockroach had grown rather monotonous. Come, let me experience the thrill of battling two Super Saiyans at once, simultaneously, at Mount Pozu, Son Goku. Since the recent clash between Vegeta and Trunks, the fluctuations in energy were unmistakably from Vegeta and that boy Trunks from the future. Has he returned from the future? But there was another powerful presence akin to Trunks. It seemed to be a Super Saiyan as well. Goku pondered, intrigued by the possibility of another Super Saiyan emerging from the future. However, there was something eerily familiar about this energy. Lost in thought, he scratched the back of his head, muttering, "Whose energy is this? It feels so familiar." At that moment, young Gohan noticed his father's unusual demeanor and quickly asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Goku was jolted from his reverie by Gohan's voice and turned to him in disbelief. "That's right. This energy, why does it resemble Gohan's so closely?" Chapter 56. Vegeta versus Future Gohan and Future Trunks. What is this aura? Upon hearing Goku's words, young Gohan was left utterly perplexed, his expression akin to that of a bewildered cartoon character. Why can't I comprehend what my father is saying? Indeed, this aura bore a striking resemblance to that of Gohan. Had you not been standing beside me, I would have thought you had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goku hastily attempted to clarify for young Gohan, yet the more he explained, the more confused Gohan became. Suddenly, a towering figure materialized beside the father and son duo. Ahem, that aura must belong to future Gohan, Goku remarked, glancing at the newly appeared figure. Hey, Piccolo, you've arrived. Uncle Piccolo, are you suggesting that the future version of me has resurrected and crossed over into our timeline? The astute young Gohan, whose intellect surpassed that of his father, immediately grasped the situation upon hearing Piccolo's words. Piccolo chuckled. Indeed, Gohan, it is you from 20 years into the future, currently teaming up with future Trunks to confront Vegeta. Future me? Can he already transform into a Super Saiyan? Young Gohan's voice was tinged with envy. Although he had been training diligently under the guidance of his father and Uncle Piccolo, rapidly enhancing his abilities, he was hindered by his mother's insistence that he return to his studies. She envisioned him as a well-educated scholar or perhaps even a distinguished doctor or professor, rather than a mere martial artist like his father, Goku, who seemed perpetually engrossed in training and combat. From Chi-Chi's perspective, Goku, as the head of the family, neglecting to earn a living was already troubling enough. Chi-Chi herself was the daughter of the Ox King and had once been a princess of sorts, possessing a certain level of wealth and personal savings, supplemented by her father's support. Even with two voracious eaters in the household, she had little to worry about regarding sustenance. Chi-Chi's sole aspiration was for her son Gohan to achieve greatness and bring pride to their family. She fervently hoped he would not follow in Goku's footsteps, for if he did, he might struggle to find a wife, let alone a girlfriend. Truly, it was a mother's heart that poured out its utmost effort for her child. Yet, Goku continued to drag Gohan to train daily, impeding his studies. Not only was he unmotivated, but he also wished to pull Gohan into the life of a martial artist. Young Gohan remained ambivalent about whether to heed his mother's wishes and pursue academia. Although he did not harbor a dislike for learning, he still possessed a Saiyan's blood that coursed through his veins, igniting a keen interest in training and combat. Even today, he had secretly snuck out to train with Goku. Upon hearing that his future self could transform into a Super Saiyan, much like his father, Gohan felt an overwhelming curiosity about his future self and yearned to meet him to discuss how he should balance his studies and martial arts. Turning to Goku, young Gohan asked, "Father, may we go and see?" "Of course, it's been ages since I've sparred with Vegeta. Let us go together. What about you, Piccolo?" Goku's expression was one of sheer excitement. After all, Vegeta was engaged in battle with two other Super Saiyans. He was eager to join the fray, relishing the opportunity to test his skills against formidable opponents. Piccolo, unusually cheerful, replied, Let us go. I too wish to see Gohan from 20 years in the future." "Then let us depart. Place your hands upon us," Goku instructed. In a flash, Goku transported Piccolo and young Gohan to the scene of the action. A moment later, "Goku, where have you taken Gohan this time?" Chi-Chi's furious voice echoed throughout the surrounding area, startling numerous creatures in the vicinity. On a massive boulder in the wilderness, Goku, young Gohan, and Piccolo materialized. The trio immediately turned their gaze toward the battlefield, where Vegeta, Trunks, and future Gohan were entangled in fierce combat. That is that me in the same martial arts uniform as father? How impressive! Young Gohan gazed in awe at future Gohan, who was coordinating a relentless attack alongside Trunks. Could it be that I too can become this formidable? Gohan marveled at the strength displayed by his future self, realizing that he had indeed trained diligently in the future. Piccolo looked on with pride at the determined expression of future Gohan on the battlefield. He truly is a remarkable fighter, Goku remarked with a grin. No wonder he is my son, a natural martial artist, he then added, with a hint of envy. Yet Vegeta, despite the opportunity to face me one-on-one, insists on contending with two opponents simultaneously. In the midst of the battle, Vegeta immediately sensed the arrival of Goku and the others and cast a fleeting glance before re-engaging with Trunks and future Gohan. Swoosh! Swoosh! The synergy between future Gohan and Trunks was remarkably seamless as they launched a coordinated assault on Vegeta. Their strikes were as fierce as a tempest. Yet Vegeta remained unfazed. He effortlessly evaded their attacks and retaliated with a swift counter, pushing them back. Unperturbed, future Gohan and Trunks quickly recalibrated and prepared to strike again. They understood that against a formidable opponent like Vegeta, they had to give it their all to have even a slim chance of victory. Taking a deep breath, future Gohan concentrated his energy into his fists, creating a brilliant glow. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a powerful blow towards Vegeta. Trunks, not to be outdone, swiftly maneuvered to Vegeta's side, attempting a fierce spinning kick to knock him off balance. Vegeta smirked, effortlessly dodging Gohan's strike and delivering a heavy punch in return. Anticipating this, future Gohan executed an agile roll in midair, deftly avoiding the blow. Trunks' kick, too, was easily countered as Vegeta seized his leg and flung him aside. Seeing this, future Gohan rushed forward to catch Trunks, but Vegeta was relentless, charging at them with a devastating punch aimed at their chests. In unison, future Gohan and Trunks spat out blood, their bodies hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, undeterred, future Gohan and Trunks rose once more, steeling themselves for another attack. They charged at Vegeta, their offensive now more ferocious and unyielding. Future Gohan delivered a rapid whirlwind kick aimed at Vegeta's midsection, while Trunks followed up with a powerful punch to Vegeta's chest. Bang! Bang! Future Gohan felt the gratifying impact of his leg connecting and exclaimed, "Yes, I hit him." Chapter 57. Impatient Goku indeed. The simultaneous strikes from future Gohan and Trunks had landed squarely on Vegeta. However, to their astonishment, Vegeta appeared entirely unscathed, as if their powerful blows had not affected him in the slightest. How is this possible? Our attacks clearly struck him. Why is Uncle Vegeta showing no reaction? Future Gohan and Trunks exchanged incredulous glances, their minds racing with disbelief. Though they recognized Vegeta's superior strength, they had not anticipated his effortless dominance even in the face of their relentless assault. "I don't even need to dodge. Just take it," Vegeta taunted, as if playfully toying with them, reminiscent of a seasoned martial arts master amusing himself with children. Don't blame me for lacking martial ethics. Young ones, despite being struck by their powerful blows, Vegeta remained as steady as a rock, not even flinching. Are we not all Super Saiyans? How can Uncle Vegeta be this formidable? Future Gohan could hardly believe his eyes, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Trunks, equally astonished, stared at Vegeta, having thought that his training with Gohan had made him significantly stronger. Yet, it became apparent that even when combining their strengths, they were still no match for their father. What's wrong? Are you two feeling intimidated? Vegeta gazed at future Gohan and Trunks with a serene and confident smile etched upon his face. A sense of helplessness washed over future Gohan and Trunks, as they realized they were no match for Vegeta. Despite their relentless efforts in combat, their current strength appeared utterly feeble in the presence of Vegeta. Observing the somewhat dejected expressions of future Gohan and Trunks, Vegeta scoffed. "Humph, is this truly your limit? How disappointing, considering you still bear the blood of Saiyans." He then turned his attention to Goku, who was watching from a distance, and called out, "Kakarot, do you wish to engage in a match?" Upon hearing Vegeta's call, Goku's eyes widened in surprise. With palpable excitement, he replied, "Absolutely. Vegeta, I've been longing for this. Then hurry up and come over. I'm on my way." With that, Goku instantly appeared before Vegeta, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he looked at future Gohan and Trunks. He hurriedly asked, "Gohan, Trunks, which one of you will face me first?" Future Gohan, visibly excited, gazed at Goku and stammered, "Dad. You." Goku chuckled. "Ha, Gohan, from 20 years later, you've trained impressively. I can hardly wait to spar with you." He then turned to Trunks and added, "And of course, Trunks, I've always wanted to challenge you as well. What about me, Kakarot? Don't you want to spar with me again?" Vegeta fixed his eyes on the fidgety Goku, who was acting like an eager monkey. I want to face those two first. As for you, we'll save that for another time. There will be plenty of opportunities later." Goku, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head while explaining to Vegeta. Vegeta slowly remarked, "You really think that's how it works? But if you wish to face them, that's fine." "Really? Then Vegeta, you should take a break," Goku suggested, eager for Vegeta to rest after agreeing to his proposal. Vegeta scolded, "Foolish Kakarot, I haven't finished speaking." He then produced 2 Senzu beans from his pocket and tossed one each to future Gohan and Trunks. "Quickly consume these to restore your stamina and injuries." Realizing the oversight regarding their stamina after battling Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, "Oh right, I completely forgot about that." After future Gohan and Trunks consumed the Senzu beans, their conditions were restored to optimal levels. Vegeta then calmly stated, "Next, Kakarot and the 2 of them will join forces to attack me." "What? Uncle Vegeta, you'd add? I sent this a bit too." Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks were taken aback by Vegeta's declaration. Was he really planning to engage in 3 consecutive battles without a break? Moreover, Vegeta hadn't consumed a single Senzu bean thus far. How could he possibly be unscathed? He seemed as vigorous as ever, as if he hadn't fought at all. "Isn't this cheating? Vegeta, you promised me a match with them," Goku said, his tone tinged with mild reproach. Vegeta certainly knew how to play. He intended to take on all 3 Super Saiyans at once. However, this idea stirred Goku's competitive spirit, thinking to himself, yes, if all 3 Super Saiyans attack together, perhaps this time I can finally unleash some frustration on Vegeta." Thus, he resolved to proceed with the plan. Vegeta, noticing the glint of mischief in Goku's eyes, understood his intentions. "Thinking of taking the chance to land a blow on me? Let us see if you can even manage that." Meanwhile, Piccolo and young Gohan observed the 4 Saiyans intently, curious about their discussion. After a while, young Gohan turned to Piccolo and asked, "Uncle Piccolo, what are Dad and Uncle Vegeta talking about?" "Well, Vegeta wants Goku and the others to team up and spar with him," Piccolo replied, his keen senses allowing him to overhear their conversation from a distance. In the original story, after merging with Kami, he possessed the ability to hear and see anywhere on Earth as long as his line of sight wasn't obstructed. Akin to having eyes and ears capable of observing the world, such a remarkable skill to witness the struggles of humanity was certainly desirable. Has Uncle Vegeta really become this powerful? Does he truly believe he can handle 3 Super Saiyans at once? Young Gohan marveled, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Though I find that guy Vegeta utterly detestable, I must admit that I respect his strength," Piccolo said, furrowing his brow as he regarded Vegeta, whose prowess continuously astonished him. "Uncle Piccolo, do you think Dad and the others can win against Uncle Vegeta?" young Gohan inquired. Chapter 58. 3 Super Saiyans versus Vegeta. Piccolo did not immediately voice his opinion. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "I believe that even if Goku and the others were to double their strength, they still might not match Vegeta. He is undoubtedly hiding a greater power." Piccolo's acute perception and seasoned gaze led him to conclude that Vegeta possessed even more formidable strength than he displayed. "No way. That's impossible," young Gohan exclaimed, incredulous if that's true. Just how terrifyingly powerful has Vegeta become? Piccolo turned to his beloved pupil, speaking in a serious tone. "Gohan, nothing is impossible. Perhaps one day you too will attain strength rivaling Vegeta." Young Gohan gazed at the distant Vegeta, then looked down at his own small hands, murmuring, "Really? Is that true? Uncle Piccolo, can I really become that powerful in the future?" "Of course. I believe in you, Gohan. Your talent is exceptional. In fact, your father Goku's potential may not even match yours," Piccolo said with a smile, confident that young Gohan would surpass Goku in martial arts achievements. He even envisioned the possibility of Gohan catching up to Vegeta, fantasizing about the prospect of Gohan taking down Vegeta on his behalf, to which Vegeta would retort, "What have I done to deserve this? Why does everyone want to hit me? When will it end?" On the battlefield, Vegeta glanced at the still grinning Goku and asked, "Kakarot, have you made your decision? Are we fighting or not?" Goku quickly replied, "Yes, I agree with your proposal, Vegeta." Vegeta smirked coldly. "Very well, let us begin. Gohan, Trunks, I won't hold back this time." Trunks and future Gohan exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. It seemed the unfortunate Trunks was destined to face Vegeta in 3 consecutive bouts. A daunting task indeed. With a flash, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his aura surging with newfound strength. Thus, the 4 Super Saiyans prepared to engage in an unprecedented confrontation. 4 golden figures stood amidst the wilderness, the energy waves they generated radiating outward in the distance. Piccolo and young Gohan observed the scene with serious expressions. Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks stood spaced apart on the desolate plain, their gazes resolute and fervent, locking onto the formidable figure of Vegeta. Goku donned his orange martial arts gi, emblazoned with the character on his back, standing tall and athletic. His eyes shimmered with a golden light, reflecting the battle fervor inherent in Saiyan blood. Future Gohan stood nearby, exuding an aura of calm and wisdom. Dressed similarly in an orange gi marked with the character on his back, his garment fluttered gently in the breeze, as if symbolizing the unwavering conviction soaring within him. Trunks, in contrast, wore a black tank top and gray cargo pants, having left his sword behind as he prepared to spar with his father. With his striking purple hair complementing a visage reminiscent of Vegeta, he exudes an undeniable charm. His expression is one of cold indifference and resolute determination, his eyes glimmering with an indomitable light, as if no obstacle could ever sway his resolve. Facing them stands Vegeta, clad in his familiar blue and white battle attire. His gaze is brimming with confidence and a fierce fighting spirit, suggesting that even combined, the 3 adversaries before him would not compel him to unleash his full power. Arms crossed, a hint of disdain plays at the corners of his mouth, as if the outcome of this confrontation was already etched in his mind. "Come on, don't waste my time," he declares, and with that, the clash between Vegeta and the trio of Super Saiyans, Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks, commences. The battle ignites with Goku launching the first strike, drawing in a deep breath. He rapidly gathers his energy. Whoosh! In an instant, he transforms into a flash of golden light, hurtling towards Vegeta with blinding speed. His fist, infused with a powerful surge of energy, seems capable of tearing through the very air itself. Future Gohan and Trunks follow closely behind, their attacks equally swift and brutal. Yet, Vegeta's prowess far exceeds their expectations. With a subtle smile, he vanishes from sight, reappearing just in time to evade their onslaught. In one fluid motion, he delivers a swift kick towards Goku, while simultaneously launching punches at future Gohan and Trunks. Caught off guard, the trio is struck simultaneously, sent hurtling backward. Goku performs a mid-air roll and lands deftly on the ground, clutching his chest where Vegeta's kick landed. Gritting his teeth in pain, a flicker of seriousness crosses his eyes. He realizes that Vegeta's strength surpasses them by a considerable margin. This battle would prove far more arduous than they had anticipated. Yet he would not concede easily. Future Gohan and Trunks quickly regain their composure, preparing to attack once more. Having learned from their previous encounters with Vegeta, they understand that against such formidable strength, they must exert their utmost effort, without a hint of complacency. The 3 share a resolute glance and nod in agreement. Goku inhales deeply, energy coalescing within him once again. His gaze sharpens, seemingly penetrating Vegeta's very being. He exhales, transforming into a golden flash, charging towards Vegeta with immense force. Goku leads the assault, with future Gohan and Trunks providing support from the flanks. Together, the trio of Super Saiyans unleashes a barrage of attacks, more fierce and rapid than before. Bang! 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 In mere moments, the 4 Super Saiyans exchange hundreds of blows, their figures soaring from the ground to the sky, stirring the air of the wilderness into a tempest. Gradually, a tornado begins to form, centered around the 4 warriors. Boom! The violent waves of energy surge outward, threatening to engulf the surrounding wilderness. Even Piccolo and young Gohan, watching from a distance, hastily erect their energy shields. Truly, the Saiyans are the universe's foremost warriors. And these Super Saiyans possess a power that inspires sheer dread. Piccolo gazes in awe at the chaotic battle overhead, while young Gohan, visibly tense, observes the clash, thinking to himself, This is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. I aspire to become a Super Saiyan too. Clenching his fists, he feels the Saiyan blood within him boiling with excitement. Thud, bang, boom. The tremendous sounds echo from above, as if the very sky is on the verge of fracturing. Kamehameha Wave, Burning Impact. Kamehameha Wave, Chapter 59. The terrifying strength of Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. Three powerful energy blasts surge towards Vegeta. With a light chuckle, he makes no attempt to evade. Instead, he gathers energy into his fists and strikes at the oncoming waves. Bang, bang, bang. With three deft punches, Vegeta effortlessly dissipates the trio's formidable blasts. What? How is this possible? His father's strength remains as terrifying as ever. Vegeta's display leaves Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks utterly bewildered. It seems almost ludicrous that he could casually extinguish three powerful energy waves with mere punches. To any observer, it is nothing short of astonishing, akin to a surreal dream. Young Gohan watches in wide-eyed astonishment at the Golden Warrior soaring above, murmuring, "Uncle Piccolo, will I truly be able to become as strong as Uncle Vegeta in the future?" Piccolo, equally dumbfounded, contemplates, "Is Vegeta toying with me? He shattered three such potent blasts with a mere flick of his fists." Countless thoughts race through Piccolo's mind. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's recent actions, momentarily finds himself at a loss for words. He knows Vegeta is stronger than him, stronger than anyone present. Yet he never anticipated Vegeta's power to be this immense. Goku feels a wave of realization wash over him, recognizing the sloth in his own training. In comparison to Vegeta, the past 3 years of his training seem like a waste. Future Gohan feels a tumultuous wave of emotions, as if the most outrageous rumors he had ever heard have been validated before his eyes. The Vegeta from his timeline was not as formidable. So why is this Vegeta so powerful? After meeting his demise at the hands of the androids, he had trained alongside his father in the afterlife for years. Later, upon being resurrected through the Dragon Balls, he and Trunks diligently trained in Bulma's gravity chamber in this timeline, hoping to grow stronger and better protect Earth and its inhabitants from danger. Although he feels slightly weaker than Trunks, in his original timeline, he was the second strongest warrior on Earth after Trunks. However, upon arriving in this timeline, Trunks, while surprised by Vegeta's current strength, finds it within the realm of acceptability. In fact, he feels a swell of pride for having such a powerful fathered a son. Trunks is elated. Who wouldn't he want a father of immense strength? Vegeta looks at Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks, who seem paralyzed, and bellows, "What is this? Is this all you three are capable of? The battle isn't over yet. Why are you standing around like statues?" His words shatter the trio's silence. Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks take deep breaths, slowly exhaling. They exchange determined glances and nod in unison. Boom, boom, boom. They continued to launch a new wave of attacks. This could not persist any longer. This time, they must endeavor to uncover a flaw in Vegeta's defenses. Their assaults appeared utterly feeble in the face of Vegeta's formidable strength, and a direct confrontation was futile. The trio needed to devise a different strategy. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in Son Goku's eyes. He realized he must find Vegeta's weakness, for without it, their combined efforts would be insufficient to conquer him. With a swift motion, he transformed into a golden specter, darting around Vegeta at an incredible speed. Seeking to identify any vulnerabilities, future Gohan and Trunks followed closely behind, their collaboration intensifying the ferocity and precision of their strikes. They understood that this was their only viable approach. They had to give it their all. 3 golden figures circled Vegeta relentlessly, causing the air around them to grow increasingly turbulent. They continued to unleash wave after wave of attacks, seemingly inexhaustible. Yet, Vegeta's power was overwhelmingly superior. No matter how hard they tried, they could not elicit a single crack in Vegeta's defenses. He stood before them like an unyielding mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of despair. A creeping sense of helplessness surged within Son Goku. He knew they were truly outmatched by Vegeta. This battle had surpassed the limits of their combined strength, and they could no longer persevere. Future Gohan and Trunks also felt the weight of this despair, their eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. They gazed into Vegeta's calm and confident demeanor, recognizing that there was no longer any necessity to continue this fight. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange, Son Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks were sent flying by a powerful punch from Vegeta. They crashed heavily to the ground, returning to their normal states, Utterly unable to rise again, Vegeta calmly declared, "Enough. This contest ends here. Your strength is still far too lacking. I have yet to even reveal my true power." Lying on the ground, Son Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks panted heavily. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Son Goku immediately struggled to rise and looked at Vegeta with fervent eyes, asking, "Vegeta, are you referring to Super Saiyan 2? Indeed. Just how powerful is Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta, could you let us witness it? I beg you, just a glimpse," Son Goku pleaded with a pitiable expression, casting furtive glances at Trunks and future Gohan. "Yes, Father, let me see just how formidable Super Saiyan 2 truly is. Open our eyes. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta, please allow us, these feeble Saiyans, to witness it." Trunks and future Gohan chimed in eagerly. Son Goku began to shout, "Exactly, Vegeta, don't be so stingy. Stop keeping it a secret." Vegeta looked at the reckless Son Goku in exasperation, wanting nothing more than to deliver a swift kick to his face. "Fine, enough noise, quiet down. Make sure to watch closely," Vegeta admonished the incessantly chattering trio, preparing to transform into Super Saiyan 2 to demonstrate his prowess. "Watch closely. Allow me to show you what Super Saiyan 2 truly is." With a resounding shout, Vegeta's aura surged violently, the air around him seeming to boil as steam erupted outward. Chapter 60. The Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta with a battle power of 30 billion. As Vegeta's hair stood more rigidly upright, the golden flames enveloping him shifted from a burning hue to a jetting form. Lightning crackled and danced around him, swirling in a chaotic display. In his Super Saiyan 2 state, Vegeta exuded an even more austere presence, a crooked smile adding to his arrogance. The expressions on Son Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks were equally captivating. Son Goku gazed at Vegeta with excitement, exclaiming, Is this really Super Saiyan 2? Such an overwhelming aura. Words failed to capture the transformation of Uncle Vegeta. It was simply astonishing. Future Gohan swallowed hard, recognizing that the aura emanating from Vegeta now was entirely different from before. "Father is incredible. Super Saiyan 2 is so powerful. I can feel goosebumps all over." Trunks admired Vegeta with an expression of pride. Meanwhile, in the distance, Piccolo and young Gohan stood in awe. "How impressive. This aura is unprecedented. Sending shivers down my spine." Piccolo clenched his fists, his body trembling in response to Vegeta's might for young Gohan. He was utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless, his mind racing with thoughts of how strong he could become if he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 like Vegeta. Vegeta stretched his body, relishing the surge of power within him. Status panel, appear. Vegeta finally summoned the long-forgotten attributes panel. Character, Vegeta race, Saiyan battle power, 36 billion, Super Saiyan 2100 times multiplier. Transformation skills, Great Ape Transformation. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3 requires a baseline battle power of 1 billion. Only by achieving a baseline battle power of over 1 billion can one master Super Saiyan 3. Unless an opponent of Majin Buu's caliber appears, none will stand a chance against me. However, I must hasten to master Super Saiyan 3, but I need a balanced opponent to truly push myself. Cell? Even if he absorbs Android 17 and 18 and transforms into Perfect Cell, he might not be my match. Broly? No way. I would be annihilated. Who else could it be? Son Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks observed Vegeta, who seemed lost in thought, their expressions filled with curiosity. "Father, Uncle Vegeta, what's wrong? Is something amiss?" Future Gohan and Trunks inquired in unison. Upon hearing their questions, a brilliant idea sparked in Vegeta's mind. How could I have forgotten this? The perfect opponent is right in front of me. A smile crept onto Vegeta's lips as he contemplated this new notion. I believe that would be quite entertaining. Ha! Son Goku, noticing Vegeta's amused demeanor, quickly asked, "Hey, Vegeta, what's got you laughing like that?" Vegeta snapped back to reality, glaring at him and shouting, "Foolish Kakarot, who's laughing like an idiot?" "Who? You. It's you," Son Goku retorted, blissfully oblivious to Vegeta's intent to unleash Super Saiyan 2 upon him. "All right, Kakarot, stand still. I'm going to show you just how hard the fists of Super Saiyan 2 can hit." Vegeta clenched his fist, preparing to strike Son Goku. "No. Don't. I yield," Son Goku quickly pleaded. Retreating, the two began a playful chase, though Son Goku would likely find it impossible to escape Vegeta's grasp. With both able to teleport, where could Son Goku possibly run? Vegeta. I'm sorry. Future Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances. shaking their heads at their father's antics, thinking how these two were even more childish than they were. At Goku's home on Mount Payas, dinner is ready. Everyone, come and eat, Chi-Chi announced, bringing forth the last dish of meat. Wow, Chi-Chi, the spread today is quite lavish, Son Goku exclaimed, his bruised face lighting up with excitement as he gazed at the sumptuous feast laid out before him. You silly fool. Goku, I sent that future Gohan coming. A family banquet deserves to be a bit more extravagant. Chi-Chi gazed tenderly at future Gohan, her eyes lingering on the scars etched upon his face and body. A wave of sorrow washed over her heart. How much suffering had this child endured in the future? It was evident that he had endured untold hardships, and surely his studies had suffered as a result. Thank you, Mama. It smells so delicious. Future Gohan expressed his gratitude to Chi-Chi, his heart swelling with emotion. How long had it been since he had shared a meal with family like this? It seemed that ever since his father's passing. Such moments had become a rarity. This thought stirred a sense of envy within him as he glanced at young Gohan. What's wrong, future me? Young Gohan asked, sensing the weight of future Gohan's gaze. His brow furrowed in confusion. What future me? Gohan, you should call me brother, Chi-Chi interjected, guiding young Gohan. Why, Mama? He is me, and I am him, young Gohan replied, bewildered as he posed the question to Chi-Chi, struggling to understand why he should refer to his 20 years later self as brother. Listen, even if you are the same person, he is older than you, so you must call him brother. Okay, I understand, Mama. Young Gohan relented, yielding to Chi-Chi's wishes and addressing his future self as brother. Haha, it's all right. Mama, we are both Son Gohan, so we can call each other whatever we like. Future Gohan chuckled heartily. Meanwhile, Son Wukong had been busy stuffing his mouth with food, mumbling through bites. Yura, let's eat. All right, let's eat and chat. Thus, the Son Wukong family of four commenced their family feast. As future Gohan enjoyed his meal, he engaged in conversation with Chi-Chi about future happenings, while young Gohan and Son Wukong occasionally chimed in. Upon hearing about the time future Gohan had broken his arm, Chi-Chi immediately grasped his arm, inspecting it closely. Tears cascaded from her eyes, fearing that future Gohan might bear a disability. Future Gohan reassured her that the dragon had restored his arm and that there was no need for concern. Only then did Chi-Chi relent, though her eyes remained red and swollen. Future Gohan hastily offered her a tissue, softly comforting her. Son Wukong and young Gohan bore serious expressions, unable to fathom the extent of future Gohan's tribulations. Outside, perched upon a large rock, Piccolo sat in meditation that he exhaled gently, murmuring, Well done, Gohan. Uncle Piccolo is proud of you. Chapter 61. Son Gohan and Son Gohan. After the family feast, young Gohan wandered alone to a small river behind the house. He sat by the bank, gazing at the shimmering water illuminated by the moonlight, lost in thought. After a while, a figure appeared behind him. What's wrong? Are you troubled? It was future Gohan, who had noticed young Gohan's hesitance at the dinner table. Sensing that he had something on his mind, but was unsure how to express it, brother, young Gohan exclaimed, surprised that this future version of himself could perceive his inner turmoil. Future Gohan chuckled. Are you wondering how I know you're troubled? Yes. Future Gohan settled beside young Gohan and began to speak slowly. You are me, and I am you. How could I not know what I am thinking? Young Gohan's expression shifted to one of realization. That makes sense. Then you must know what I am currently worried about. I would venture to guess it relates to Mama, future Gohan replied. Exactly, future Gohan laughed. Then you are likely torn between following Mama's hopes for you to become a scholar or pursuing the martial path you yearn for. Young Gohan nodded vigorously. At that spot on, he had wrestled with this dilemma for a considerable time. Torn between two divergent paths in life. Should he heed his mother's aspirations and become a learned scholar, or should he follow his heart and become a martial master like his father? Son Wukong, the clash of ideals and dreams left this young man paralyzed in indecision. Actually, no matter which path you choose, it is the right one, future Gohan said, a hint of wisdom in his voice. Young Gohan furrowed his brow, puzzled. I don't quite understand what you mean. Future Gohan gazed at the starry sky, listening to the chirping of insects in the grass around them. He continued, I truly envy you. You have parents who are alive, a harmonious family, and a world at peace. In the future, I lack the freedom to choose. I can only train relentlessly to defeat the androids, to protect everyone in the earth. At one point, I resisted becoming a scholar, wishing to emulate my father as a powerful martial artist. But when the time came for me to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Earth and its people, I suddenly found merit in becoming a scholar as well, one who need not fight every day. However, reality did not grant me the luxury of choice. I could only train diligently each day, striving to eliminate the androids, to restore peace to the Earth. In the end, I perished at their hands, failing to protect the world. Thankfully, Trunks fulfilled that mission for me. Future Gohan recounted his journey of self-discovery to young Gohan. You see, the future has regained peace, so you can resume your studies and strive to become a scholar. Future Gohan fell silent for a moment before responding. Yes, that is possible, but some opportunities, once lost, lose their significance upon retrieval. Moreover, I have long since resolved to become a martial artist like my father, diligently training to enhance my abilities, to become martial artist Gohan. Hearing Future Gohan's answer left young Gohan in a contemplative silence. After a while, he finally spoke. If you are martial artist Gohan now, do you hope that I will one day become scholar Gohan? No, while we are both Gohans. You are you, and I am I. Future Gohan's words, akin to a riddle, left young Gohan perplexed, not understanding. What I mean is, although I have become martial artist Gohan, you do not have to become scholar Gohan. You can have your own aspirations. Whether scholar or martial artist is entirely up to you, or even choose neither path, for your future holds infinite possibilities that you am. Young Gohan fell into deep contemplation once more after hearing Future Gohan's explanation. After some time, he seemed to grasp the essence of the message. He fixed an unwavering gaze upon Future Gohan, filled with determination, and declared, "Indeed, since my future is filled with infinite possibilities, I shall become both a scholar and a martial artist." Huh? Future Gohan stared at young Gohan in astonishment, taken aback by how differently this version of himself thought. I want to have both fish and bear's paw, to become a powerful martial artist with profound knowledge. Young Gohan's youthful face radiated confidence, and he believed wholeheartedly that he could achieve this at that moment. A hearty laugh echoed nearby. Ha! Just as expected of Gohan. I believe you can certainly achieve that. It was Piccolo, and both Future Gohan and young Gohan recognized his voice immediately. Also, Future Gohan, do not confine yourself. You too have a future filled with infinite possibilities. Piccolo beamed at the two Gohans, feeling that regardless of which Gohan it was, both could become the individuals they aspired to be. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Future Gohan and young Gohan exchanged resolute glances, each reflecting an unwavering determination. The next day, West City. At Bulma's house in the training room, Future Gohan and Trunks stood in astonishment, watching Vegeta demonstrate a series of moves. After showcasing the technique, Vegeta paused and inquired, "Well, did you two remember the moves?" Trunks wore a somewhat stiff expression on his face, hesitantly inquiring, I remember, but isn't this action from Dad a bit?" Future Gohan, equally awkward, asked in an uncertain tone, "Uncle Vegeta, will this really make us stronger?" Clearing his throat, Vegeta retorted, "Of course, do I look like I'm joking?" He had just demonstrated the entire sequence of movements with a rather embarrassed demeanor. "Once you master this, your power will rival that of Super Saiyan to me," he explained. "Moreover, if you encounter an overwhelmingly powerful enemy in the future, you can use this technique against them." Vegeta gradually elucidated to the two, secretly thinking, if this isn't enough to win, they can always come to me for assistance in this timeline. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Future Gohan felt that this was indeed a remarkable move. He turned to Trunks beside him and said, "Is that so? This technique could serve as a fantastic trump card. Trunks, let us repeat the movements Uncle Vegeta just showed us." Again, Chapter 62. Goku's Sudden Illness, A Shift in History. On May 12, year 767 of the age, in the southern capital, situated on a vast, temperate island in the south, it stood as one of the four thriving metropolises of Earth. Aside from the central capital, at a few hundred kilometers to the east, there lay an inconspicuous little island, the venue for the internationally renowned World Martial Arts Tournament, attracting martial artists from across the globe. Additionally, southwest of the southern capital, another small island served as the location where androids 19 and 20 made their appearance in the original series. At this very moment, atop the only mountain on this small island, the planet's mightiest warriors had gathered, Goku and his two sons, Piccolo, Trunks, Krillin, Tan, and Yamcha. Goku surveyed the surroundings but noticed Vegeta was absent. Curiously, he turned to Trunks and asked, "Trunks, Whereas Vegeta, Trunks replied with a hint of embarrassment. Dad said he's too busy training to participate in this incident with the androids. Goku nodded, saying, I see. It seems the android's strength isn't too impressive. Vegeta probably thinks it lacks challenge. Young Gohan gazed down at the clusters of houses at the foot of the mountain, remarking, this island is quite large. Krillin sighed, indeed, if a battle ensues, it could endanger the innocent civilians on the island. Tan, with a serious expression, added, we must do our utmost to prevent that from happening. Yamcha proposed, perhaps we could lure the androids to a remote area to avoid harming the civilians. However, Trunks interjected, saying the androids lacked energy signatures, making it difficult to even find their shadows. At that moment, future Gohan spoke up, actually, we brought a secret weapon from the future that can assist us in handling this situation. With that, he produced an object resembling a Dragon Ball radar from his pocket. The others quickly gathered around, intrigued by the radar-like device. Krillin eagerly asked, what is this? It looks just like the Dragon Ball radar. This is a radar detection device created by Bulma from the future, capable of detecting androids as long as they are within a 10-kilometer radius. This radar can locate them. Future Gohan briefly explained the purpose of the radar. This is fantastic. We can swiftly fly over the island and search for them. The others exclaimed with excitement, I think it's about time. Let us hurry and search for the androids on the island. After reaching a consensus, they prepared to head towards the town at the foot of the mountain. However, just as they were about to leave, Piccolo noticed that Goku seemed unwell. His breathing was rapid, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Goku, what's wrong? Piccolo asked with concern. Goku took a deep breath and slowly replied, I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell. Hearing their conversation, the others quickly surrounded them. This is, Dad. Your heart is starting to undergo changes. Future Gohan felt a pang of dread upon seeing Goku's complexion. He recognized it as a sign of his father's heart condition worsening. Future Gohan anxiously asked, Dad, what about the special medicine Trunks gave you? Goku clutched his left chest and responded slowly. It's at home that I thought I was fine these past 3 years, so I didn't take the medicine. I assumed that since I've grown stronger, I wouldn't fall ill. As Goku spoke, he appeared to sway slightly, prompting future Gohan and young Gohan to immediately support him. Future Gohan turned to Trunks, saying, Trunks, I'll leave this situation to you. I'm taking Dad back to Korin Tower. Trunks patted his chest in assurance. No problem, Gohan. I'll handle the androids. Young Gohan, deeply concerned for his father's health, quickly added, I'll go back with you, brother. Thus, the two Gohans took to the skies, carrying Goku towards Korin Tower, while the others, under Trunks' lead, searched for the androids using the radar. Yet, despite thoroughly scouring the island, they found no trace of the androids. Krillin, puzzled, asked, what's going on? It's already afternoon, and we still haven't seen any sign of the androids. Trunks, equally baffled, stared at the radar, muttering, could there be an issue with the radar? No, I tested it with Android 16 earlier. Yamcha suggested, could it be that the androids suddenly changed their minds and chose not to appear on this island? We could try searching elsewhere, Tien inquired. That's possible, but with Earth being so vast, where should we begin? After a moment of contemplation, Trunks finally spoke. It seems we'll have to check that location. Hopefully, we won't come up empty-handed. Piccolo, who had remained silent until now, curiously asked, Trunks, where are you referring to? The secret laboratory of Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin, confused, asked, you know where it is? Why didn't we go there directly before? Trunks sighed and explained, Dr. Gero's lab is near North City, over 10,000 kilometers away from here. The androids don't have any energy signatures, so I worried that by the time we arrived, they would have already left. Besides, Uncle Goku advised against going straight to Dr. Gero's lab to eliminate them, saying they hadn't done any harm yet, and there was no need for total extermination. As for my dad, he said we should use these androids to hone our skills, to maintain our determination to grow stronger. After hearing Trunks' words, Krillin wore a look of utter disbelief, inwardly cursing. What on earth is Vegeta thinking? Piccolo glanced at Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, whose expressions were grim, and stated, we don't have time to chat. We need to set off immediately. If you three feel it's too dangerous, you don't have to come. As soon as he finished speaking, Piccolo soared towards North City. Chapter 63. Android 16's Proposal. The fate of Androids 17 and 18. In North City, hundreds of kilometers northeast. Amidst a secluded mountain range, Trunks and the others had arrived at an unremarkable rocky mountain after traveling thousands of kilometers. Dr. Gero's secret laboratory is located within that mountain, Trunks pointed out. This area lay in the frigid northern region, with icy winds continually sweeping across the group. Krillin rubbed his somewhat numb hands and said, "Let us hurry down. It's a bit too cold here." "Wait, I'll take the lead, and you all follow behind me." Trunks is among the most formidable individuals, and it is only fitting that he leads the way. Bang! This alloy door is indeed remarkably sturdy. Let's blast it open with a key blast. Despite Krillin and the others kicking and colliding against the door, they failed to create even the slightest crack. "Allow me." Trunks extended his right hand, and a shockwave erupted from his palm. Boom! The massive alloy door was instantly obliterated by the shockwave, twisting and collapsing to the ground. Trunks boldly stepped inside, gazing at the experimental facility that resembled the one from his future timeline. He surveyed his surroundings before swiftly approaching several devices that resembled stasis pods. Number 17 and 18. Trunks noted the numbers on the stasis pods and peered through the windows to see the faces of the androids within. He let out a long breath and spoke softly. "Fortunately, it seems that for some unknown reason, both number 17 and number 18 have yet to be activated. Trunks, are these the androids you mentioned?" "Number 17 and number 18? Piccolo inquired solemnly. "Indeed, those are the very androids. But there is also a number 16 here." Trunks nodded affirmatively, turning to glance at a stasis pod that stood apart. "What? There's a number 16 as well? Didn't you say there were only 2 androids?" Krillin exclaimed in surprise. "Correct, I encountered number 16 in the future timeline, but he is not a villain." Trunks hastily recounted his experiences with number 16 in the future timeline to Krillin and the others. Piccolo, incredulous, asked, "So, according to your account, this android number 16 is a good person who loves nature and animals?" "Precisely. I spent a considerable amount of time with number 16 in the future timeline. And he truly is a good individual." Trunks nodded and added, "Though number 16 does tend to be somewhat reserved and often prefers solitude." Tien, curious, asked, "How do you intend to handle these 3 androids? Are we to destroy them outright?" Krillin gazed dreamily at number 18 in the stasis pod, her exquisite beauty captivating him. Hearing Tien's words, he quickly protested, "Destroy them, but they have not committed any wrongdoing yet." According to Trunks, they are merely unfortunate victims who were forcibly transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. Yamcha countered, "Yet, they killed so many people in the future timeline, including me, Tien, Piccolo, and you. You've mentioned the future timeline. It is not our current reality, and we can give them a chance, right, Trunks?" Krillin explained, turning to look at Trunks. With a deep sigh, Trunks finally replied, "Sigh. I actually intended to release number 16 first. As for numbers 17 and 18, I believe it should be a collective decision. Moreover, even if all 3 were to awaken, they would not pose a threat to me, particularly since I possess the remote control that can detonate the bombs inside them." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Yamcha found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was the strongest among them. Since he had spoken, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Yamcha and Tien could only sigh in resignation, ceasing their opposition. With a click, as Trunks pressed the activation button on number 16 stasis pod, the internal pressure began to release, and the pod's door slowly opened. Out stepped a tall man with a striking orange mohawk. His gaze somewhat dazed as he surveyed his surroundings, taking in Piccolo and Krillin. His eyes finally settled on Trunks, curiously observing him. "Number 16, hello, I am Trunks. Do we know each other?" After a long period of dormancy, number 16's speech system seemed to be only partially revived. Of course, if you insert this USB drive into your body, you will understand everything. Trunks produced a small USB drive from his person and handed it to the still slow-reacting number 16. "What is this?" Number 16 questioned, looking perplexed at the USB drive in his hand before glancing back at Trunks. Trunks smiled and said, "Once you access the information on the USB drive, you will comprehend the situation very well." Number 16 did not hesitate much longer, taking the USB drive and inserting it into a specific spot on the back of his head. In an instant, an array of information and memories flooded his mind. After a brief moment, number 16 regained his composure, looking at Trunks with a broad smile. "That I see now. We have been friends for quite some time." "Trunks, indeed, you and I have long been friends." Trunks responded, equally cheerful. The USB drive trunks provided to number 16 contained the memories of the future timeline's number 16, allowing this timeline's number 16 to grasp everything instantly. Trunks then asked, "So, number 16, how do you think we should handle numbers 17 and 18? Number 16 turned his gaze towards the stasis pods of 17 and 18, slowly walking forward. After observing the two androids through the window for a while, he finally spoke. "I am uncertain whether they will exhibit the same ruthless killing and destruction as in the future timeline." Krillin quickly interjected. "So, are we to eliminate them?" "No, I suggest we release them." "What?" Tien and Yamcha were immediately taken aback by this statement. They silently wondered if this number 16 intended to ally with the two androids against them. Number 16 continued calmly. "Do not worry. I will ensure that they do not harm you or the Earth in any way." Piccolo, who had been silent for some time, suddenly spoke. "But if they turn out to be as cruel and bloodthirsty as the androids from the future, what will you do then?" Chapter 64. Android Infighting. Number 16 takes action. Upon hearing Piccolo's inquiry, number 16 answered steadily, "My strength surpasses that of both of them, and should that be the case, I will eliminate them without hesitation, especially with Trunks present." Piccolo, acknowledging number 16's confidence, found no reason to oppose. Indeed, with the powerful Trunks here, the androids would pose no significant threat. Tien and Yamcha, seeing that Piccolo had no objections, fell silent. Krillin let out a long breath, finally feeling at ease. With a hiss, as the pressure in the stasis pods of numbers 17 and 18 was released, the doors began to open slowly. A handsome boy with black hair and a red scarf, along with a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty, emerged from the stasis pods, both curiously surveying their surroundings. Their eyes scanned the gathered individuals, seemingly searching for something. Number 16, noticing their curiosity, asked, "Number 17, number 18, are you looking for Dr. Gero?" Number 17 looked at number 16 with curiosity and asked, Who are you?" Number 18 also regarded the tall figure of number 16 with intrigue, saying, "He seems to be another android, though he appears to be an older model. Indeed, I am android number 16. These individuals are my friends." Number 16 replied with a smile. "Friends? Number 16, are you mistaken? They are not friends of Goku, whom Dr. Gero wants us to eliminate. Are they?" Number 17 frowned, questioning number 16, as their database contained extensive information on Goku, including details about his family, friends, and mentors. However, who is that purple-haired individual? There seems to be no information about him in the database. It's as if he suddenly appeared. It's quite perplexing. Indeed, but number 17 interrupted number 16, coldly stating, "That's fine. Do you know where that old fool Dr. Gero has gone?" "I am not aware of Dr. Gero's whereabouts. I have only just awakened not long ago that on the 17th." Observing the 16th, there was still no sign of Dr. Gero, so the matter was no longer pursued. Muttering to herself, she remarked, "Well, that old fool will surely come looking for us. But as for what to do now, I am at a loss at that moment." The strikingly beautiful 18th proposed, 17th, "Why don't we take a stroll in the nearby city and purchase some lovely outfits?" The 17th glanced at her own attire, which had long since faded, and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, this outfit has begun to lose its color, and I would also like to visit the arcade." Then she added, "By the way, how about we go and eliminate Son Wukong?" The suggestion of the 17th to join forces with the 18th to vanquish Son Wukong caused Piccolo and Tien Shinhan to furrow their brows, their expressions turning grave as they stared at the two androids. That's a splendid idea. After we deal with Son Wukong, we can track down that old fool Dr. Gero and finish him off too. The 18th beamed at the 17th's proposal, her face alight with excitement. The 17th then turned to the 16th beside them and asked, 16th, do you wish to join us?" "No, I shall not accompany you." The 16th replied. Although he was created by Dr. Gero, he felt no obligation to carry out his orders to kill. Since synchronizing with the memories of his future counterpart, the 16th had come to understand the catastrophic consequences of allowing androids to run rampant on Earth. Furthermore, the 16th had a deep love for peace, nature, and small creatures, and would never condone the actions of the two androids before him, which mirrored the destructive behaviors of their future counterparts. Humph, what a dull fellow. "If you choose not to come, that's your choice. The 18th and I shall go," the 17th scoffed, turning to leave with the 18th. "Halt, 17th and 18th, you cannot depart from my side. In an instant, the towering figure of the 16th blocked the path of the 17th and 18th. 16th, what do you intend to do? The 17th frowned at the obstruction, while the 18th regarded him with curiosity. I have stated that you cannot leave. From now on, you must stay by my side, the 16th said, his expression serene as he regarded the two androids. The 17th, growing increasingly impatient, raised his voice. What do you truly want? I invited you to join us, yet you refused. Now you demand that we follow you. Do not presume that just because we are both androids, I will hesitate to eliminate you. I shall say it once more. Step aside. The remaining patience of the 17th was wearing thin, facing the contrary stance of the 16th. The 16th maintained his impassive demeanor, slowly responding, eliminate me. Perhaps you might want to try. 17th. Of course. 18th. You are welcome to join him in attacking me. What? You? How audacious. The 17th, already on the brink of fury, exploded with rage. Clenching his fists, he lunged at the 16th. 16th. Watch as I reduce you to a cripple. Boom, bang, crack. However, in mere moments, the 17th found himself pinned to the ground by the imposing 16th, unable to move an inch. The 18th looked on in disbelief, astonished by the strength of the 16th. It was known that the 17th's power surpassed that of the 18th. Yet, seeing him subdued so effortlessly revealed the 16th's superior strength. In a wonder Dr. Gero had never activated the 16th before. Nevertheless, the 18th was confident that, together with the 17th, they could certainly overpower him. Ugh, how infuriating. 16th, release me. The 17th, feeling humiliated under the weight of the 16th, realized he had yet to exert his full power, yet was outmaneuvered with cunning. 16th, if you possess the ability, release me. Let us move to an open area, where I can engage you in a proper contest. With his face pressed against the ground, the 17th glared at the 16th, shouting, very well, let us proceed outside. The 16th released the 17th and turned to walk toward the laboratory exit. Once freed, the 17th immediately sprang to his feet, his expression dark as he glared at the retreating figure of the 16th. Chapter 65. Android 16 versus Android 17. The 17th clenched his fists tightly, murderous intent radiating from his gaze. Yet, he obediently followed the 16th until they reached a desolate area far from the laboratory. The 18th trailed behind, but chose not to launch an immediate attack alongside the 17th. She understood her brother's temperament. He would not readily accept help unless he first encountered hardship. Only after he had tasted defeat would she be able to assist him in overcoming the 16th. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha also arrived near the clearing, eager to witness the internal conflict among the androids and to see if the towering 16th could contend with both of the other androids simultaneously. Trunks, however, did not join them to watch. He believed the 16th could handle the 17th and 18th on his own. Within the laboratory, Trunks scanned the surroundings and quickly located the hidden entrance to the basement beneath a piece of equipment. He kicked open the iron door and jumped down into the underground chamber. Moments later, Trunks emerged from the basement, extending his right hand and launching a wave of energy downward. He then soared out of Dr. Gero's laboratory, unleashing several energy blasts at the facility until the entire mountain was reduced to rubble, before flying back toward the others that eye in the distance. Upon hearing the explosions, Piccolo and the others cast curious glances toward the laboratory. Realizing it was Trunks' doing, they turned their attention back to the three androids. Bang! Bang! The two androids had already begun their fierce confrontation, their forms intertwining in the air, accompanied by the sound of slicing winds. Boom! Suddenly, a dull thud resonated through the arena as the 17th was sent tumbling backward, crashing violently against a massive boulder. The impact shattered the stone into countless fragments. Not only is his strength superior to mine, but his speed also surpasses my own. A flicker of surprise crossed the 17th's eyes. He had barely registered the 16th's movement. He merely felt an overwhelming force before he was uncontrollably hurled away. Shall we continue? 17th. The 16th regarded the 17th coldly, his voice laced with disdain. Anger flared in the eyes of the 17th upon hearing this. His strength had been feared even by the Creator, Dr. Gero, and he had always held himself in high esteem. To be so dismissed was utterly unacceptable. Humph. That was merely a warm-up. Now the real battle begins. The 17th rose from the debris, brushing off the dust. Oh, then let us resume, the 16th replied, appearing entirely unfazed. At a cold smirk crossed the 17th's face as energy surged within him, converging towards his hands. Behold my technique. Explosive wave. The 17th gathered the surging energy into a massive wave and directed it toward the 16th. The 16th's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting the 17th to unleash such a potent attack. However, he remained unperturbed, allowing his own energy to swell in preparation for the incoming strike. Boom! The colossal energy wave collided with the 16th, producing a deafening explosion. The surrounding air was violently disturbed, as if a storm were brewing. The 16th was propelled backward by the force of the energy wave, but after flying just a few meters, he regained his balance. He glanced at his chest, where a charred mark had appeared, yet he sustained no significant injury. What? How is this possible? You withstood my attack and are still standing. On the 17th. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the 16th. If he were to unleash his attack upon the ground beneath him, it would suffice to pierce through the very earth itself. Your technique is indeed formidable, 17, yet it falls short of what is required to defeat me. The artificial being 16 stated coldly. Not far away, the android 18 wore a grave expression as she observed 16. Seemingly having underestimated his prowess, it appeared that she would need to intervene sooner rather than later, lest 17 suffer a severe beating. In the distance, the Earth warriors watched the spectacle unfold. Yansha chuckled. Haha, this android 16 is truly powerful. It seems that android 17 is not his match. He couldn't help but be awed and astonished by the strength of the two androids. Tien frowned, his expression serious as he remarked. Indeed, however, Android 17's strength is already quite impressive compared to ours. It seems that the enemies appearing on Earth are growing increasingly powerful, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals, that we must rely on extraterrestrial beings to save the planet. Thankfully, we have the immensely powerful Trunks. Heh. Krillin grinned widely. Meanwhile, Trunks and Piccolo remained silent, watching the clash of the two androids. In the midst of battle, 17 coldly declared, I never expected you to withstand my attack. But this is merely the beginning. Humph, prepare yourself. With a disdainful snort, Android 17 vanished from sight in an instant. His speed was astonishing, appearing before 16 almost in the blink of an eye as he delivered a fierce punch. Anticipating this, 16 swiftly evaded the blow, extending his right hand to precisely grasp 17's fist. Not bad in terms of strength, but your speed leaves much to be desired, 16 replied nonchalantly. Surprised, Android 17's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that his assault would be so effortlessly deflected. Attempting to retract his fist, he found that 16's grip was akin to that of an iron vice, rendering him immobile. Humph, do not think you have won just yet, Android 17 sneered, delivering a powerful kick towards 16's abdomen. Thud. Despite the impact, 16's body did not budge, nor did he loosen his grip on 17's fist. With his left hand, he swiftly seized 17's ankle and forcefully pulled him closer. Thud! The two androids were now almost body to body, rendering 17 unable to move. Leaning back slightly, 16 then propelled his forehead towards 17's face. Bang! Bang! Ah! Before long, 17 began to howl in agony, his teeth gritted in pain, and a substance, whether blood or oil, trickling from his nose. That moment, a figure darted forward with lightning speed towards Android 16. Chapter 66. 18 joins the battle. The formidable Android 16. This figure was none other than Android 18, who had been observing from the sidelines. Seizing the opportunity while 16 was preoccupied, she launched a surprise attack. Bang! Caught off guard due to his entanglement with 17, 16 was struck by 18's kick to his side, sending him flying backward to crash heavily against a small mountain. This is bad, exclaimed Piccolo and the others from a distance. Unable to believe that 18 would choose this moment to strike and successfully knock 16 away. Gradually rising to his feet, Android 16 maintained a calm demeanor, clearly unscathed by the recent blow. He gazed at 18 with a smile, saying, 18, I never imagined you would resort to a sneak attack. Humph! 18 retorted with a cold laugh. In battle, strategy, and wit are paramount. A surprise attack is merely a tactic. Android 16 chose not to respond to her, instead turning his attention back to 17, who had now wiped the blood from his nose. glaring fiercely at him. Point 17. Do you wish to continue this fight alone? Or would you rather join forces with 18 to confront me? 16 inquired calmly. 18 This 17's expression shifted dramatically. Ever since his transformation into an android, he had regarded himself as a formidable warrior, unwilling to acknowledge that he might need 18's assistance to escape 16's grasp. Yet, the reality of the situation compelled him to temporarily set aside his pride and dignity to team up with his sister against the powerful 16. As long as I can defeat you, what does it matter if I join forces with 18? Android 17 retorted coolly. Android 16 ceased his words, fully aware that the outcome of this battle had already been decided. Only by vanquishing both Android 17 and 18 could he earn their respect and compliance. The howling cold winds swept across the landscape, stirring up dust and debris that danced between the three. As if rallying for the impending clash, bang, the battle was set to ignite as Android 17 and 18 simultaneously launched their attacks. 17 surged towards 16 with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch, while 18 attempted another surprise assault from the opposite side to divert 16's attention. Reacting swiftly, Android 16 skillfully dodged 17's strike, simultaneously countering with a swift kick that sent 18 staggering back. Yet, this was merely the commencement of the confrontation, with even fiercer exchanges yet to come. 17 renewed his assault, vanishing and reappearing before 16 to deliver a punch aimed directly at his chest. 16 chuckled lightly, easily sidestepping the attack and capturing 17's arm in a firm grip. Concurrently, 18 charged from the other side, targeting 16's waist with a swift kick. However, 16's reflexes were equally impressive. He evaded her strike and retaliated with a punch that sent her reeling back. Bang, bang, bang. The three androids engaged in a fierce and relentless skirmish, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds. They fought from the ground into the air and then back down again. Yet, despite the combined assault of the twin androids, they failed to inflict significant damage upon 16, leaving them both astonished. Although they were all androids, 16 was an older, fully mechanical model. How could he possibly be so vastly superior to the newer models? Nevertheless, even in the face of this disparity, 17 and 18 refused to relent, continuously seeking openings. They adapted their tactics and coordinated their efforts, attempting to uncover any weaknesses in 16's defenses. 16, undeterred by their onslaught, remained composed and unflustered, seemingly able to effortlessly counter their attacks while responding with his overwhelming strength. In the distance, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha watched in disbelief, their own inadequacies rendering them unable to perceive the rapid movements and techniques of the three combatants. Only able to hear the deafening sounds of collision and the rush of air. Even Piccolo could barely comprehend the scene, while only Trunks could fully grasp the unfolding battle between the three androids. Explosive wave, unlimited energy blast, Adadadada. Android 17 concentrated his energy, unleashing a powerful energy wave directed straight at 16. Meanwhile, 18 released a barrage of small energy blasts, densely covering the area surrounding 16. Boom. The continuous explosions sent shockwaves coursing through the battlefield. Ha ha, 16. Let us see if you can survive this. 17 laughed heartily. After a considerable time had passed, the smoke that enveloped hundreds of meters dissipated slowly, revealing the towering figure of Android 16. He appeared merely dusted with grime, sustaining no apparent injuries. With a slight smile, he gazed calmly at 17 and 18 from a distance. He began to speak. Is this the extent of your combined efforts? Then I suppose it is time for me to reveal my true abilities. Brace yourselves. Upon hearing 16's words, 17 and 18 exchanged incredulous glances. He hasn't even shown his true power yet. Was 16 truly jesting? Hiding at a distance, Krillin, Tin Shinhan, and Yamcha were astounded by the extraordinarily arrogant words of Android 16. Piccolo, with a sullen expression, gazed towards the three androids in the distance, each of whom possessed strength far surpassing his own. They could effortlessly eliminate him, rendering his 3 years of arduous training seemingly meaningless. The era when the formidable Demon King Piccolo could dominate the earth and leave Goku on the brink of defeat was long gone. Could it be that he truly had no choice but to compromise with that old man? Furrowing his brow, Piccolo directed his gaze towards the temple, his mind racing with thoughts of his previous conversation with the Supreme Kai. Beside him, Trunks remained calm as he observed the androids, harboring considerable confidence in 16's capabilities. Having engaged in battle with 16 during a future timeline, he believed that even if 17 and 18 teamed up, they would likely stand no chance against 16, not to mention his own presence bolstering their ranks. How infuriating! 16, you are far too arrogant. Android 17 felt humiliated by 16's words, especially after he and 18 had united to confront him. For 16 to claim he and T exerted his full strength was a blatant insult. Android 18 also wore a dark expression as she regarded 16. His strength eclipsed that of her and her brother. She could not fathom why, despite all being androids, there was such a vast disparity in their power. How had the ancient Dr. Gero managed to create such a formidable being as 16? Chapter 67. The android incident concludes. Outside West City, Android 16 remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before vanishing without a trace, when he reappeared, he was positioned behind 17 and 18, his movements swift and ghost-like. With his immense hands, he effortlessly seized the napes of 17 and 18, propelling them violently towards the ground. The sheer force of the impact reverberated through the earth, proclaiming 16's absolute power. In an instant, 17 and 18 found themselves suppressed, their bodies colliding intimately with the ground. The violent shock inflicted varying degrees of injury upon them, rendering them incapable of breaking free from 16's iron grip. No need to struggle any longer, DS androids. I may not kill you, but that purple-haired boy will show no mercy. With his strength, even confronting me would be a matter of merely 1 or 2 moves. 16 explained their precarious situation to the subdued 17 and 18, elaborating on the fate of their counterparts in another timeline, as well as the reasons for keeping 17 and 18 close. Firstly, to better supervise them and prevent any reckless behavior. Secondly, to safeguard their lives, for powerful warriors abound on the current Earth. Thirdly, because they each harbored a bomb within them that needed to be disarmed promptly. Listening to 16's account, 17 and 18 glanced up at Trunks hovering above, who regarded them with a cold demeanor, as if poised to eliminate them at any moment, coupled with 16's words. A wave of fear surged within the siblings, causing them to swallow nervously. Do you understand what I am saying? 17 and 18. 16 inquired. The siblings exchanged a glance and reluctantly nodded in agreement. They understood. They would remain by his side. Yes, we won to run off on our own, 17 and 18 assured, their voices tinged with resignation and compliance. United, they could not contend with 16, let alone the more formidable purple-haired boy in their midst. Thus, the trio of androids 16, 17, and 18 followed Trunks to Bulma's residence in West City, observing that matters had been resolved. Piccolo soared towards the temple. He needed to engage in a serious discussion with the Supreme Kai regarding their fusion. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha also departed, returning to their respective dwellings, their faces adorned with smiles, relieved that the android crisis had finally been quelled. Meanwhile, Krillin silently watched 18's silhouette until it vanished from view, his heart brimming with mixed emotions of longing and anticipation. Eventually, he turned and flew towards the Kame house. Thus, the android incident reached a flawless conclusion. Kame House Town is a vibrant and bustling locale. Nestled within a vast plain, surrounded by lush fields and rolling hills. At the heart of the town lies a grand plaza, a favored gathering place for the townsfolk to relax and unwind. In the center of this plaza, a fountain sparkles under the glow of lights, with droplets dancing and creating melodious sounds. Surrounding it are rows of benches for people to rest and converse. Here, one can frequently witness the jubilant figures of children, chasing and playing, their laughter resonating, infusing the town with boundless energy. However, behind the facade of peace and prosperity lies an unprecedented crisis, quietly approaching. On a small hill outside Kame House Town, a towering monster gazes greedily at the townspeople below. Its eyes glimmer with an insatiable hunger, as if it sees delectable prey. This creature resembles a gigantic insect, its green skin adorned with clusters of black spots, and a tail ending in a sharp stinger that thrashes restlessly. Indeed, this monster is none other than Cell, an evil bioengineered being created by Dr. Gero. Possessing the cells of numerous formidable warriors, not only can it execute the signature techniques of these masters, but it can also absorb the essence of humans to amplify its own strength. Initially, the optimal plan was to absorb androids 17 and 18, allowing it to evolve into its perfect form. However, With the future timelines 17 and 18 having been vanquished by Trunks, it was forced to ambush and kill Trunks, subsequently regressing to an egg and using a time machine to return to the present timeline. After a year in its larval form, it spent another 3 years underground evolving into its bipedal state, marking the beginning of Cell's first form, now capable of absorbing human essence to enhance its power to swiftly surpass 17 and 18. It chose Kamehouse Town as its debut stage, being the nearest settlement to its emergence. Gazing at the distant town, Cell muttered, "Goo, splendid. This town harbors at least 10,000 humans. Such numbers will rapidly bolster my strength." Pausing, it continued, "Yet, to truly reach a level capable of defeating 17 and 18. This is still insufficient." Shaking its head, a cunning smile crept upon its lips. "Never mind, I shall first absorb the humans in this town. 17 and 18, do await my arrival." It cackled maniacally, its laughter brimming with arrogance and confidence. As though 17 and 18 were already within its grasp, suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air. "What has you so pleased? Pray tell, let me in on the secret, Cell." This unexpected voice struck Cell like a bolt from the blue, causing it to jump in alarm in a panic. It scanned its surroundings, desperately seeking the source of the voice. Who is it? Show yourself," Cell cried out, a tremor of fear lacing its tone. Its gaze swept across the area, tumultuous waves of anxiety swirling within. Who could possibly know its name in this timeline? It was believed that no one, even in the future timeline, was aware of its name. Yet, at this moment, someone had called out to it directly by name. Chapter 68. Cell's astonishment. "You fool, what does a dog bark for?" Looking up, wouldn't that provide the answer? The voice echoed once more, laced with a hint of mockery. What? This time, Shara distinctly heard the voice emanating from above him, prompting him to hastily glance upward. There, suspended in midair, stood a man clad in a blue and white battle suit. "You are Vegeta. What are you doing here?" Shara gazed at Vegeta in shock, his mind racing with doubt. What is happening? How did Vegeta end up here? Shouldn't he be in West City? Moreover, this version of Vegeta seems somewhat different from the data I have. Vegeta let out a cold chuckle and slowly replied, "Why shouldn't I be here? I'm curious about why you are here." Sharu watched as Vegeta gracefully descended from the air, a glimmer of tension flickering in his eyes. He refrained from responding to Vegeta's inquiry, his thoughts consumed with recalling the data gathered by Dr. Gero, trying to ascertain Vegeta's true power. Contemplating whether he could contend with Vegeta, he realized that if not, retreat would be his best strategy. According to the data, this timeline's Vegeta has yet to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan, which means his strength should be slightly inferior to mine. This is excellent. If I can absorb his essence, I shall no longer have to waste time siphoning the essence of ordinary humans. Sharu secretly plotted this scheme, a cunning and malevolent grin gradually spreading across his face. Vegeta, observing Sharu's foolish smile, asked, somewhat exasperated, "I'm asking you a question. What exactly are you doing here?" His voice bore an edge of impatience. Unfazed, Sharu coldly regarded Vegeta and threatened, "What am I doing? Instead of concerning yourself with my activities, you should be more worried about being absorbed by me." In response, Vegeta merely smiled slightly and shook his head. "Since you refuse to answer my questions, I suppose I must send you to hell." His voice carried a chilling undertone. Suddenly, Vegeta moved. Whoosh, his speed was astonishing, and in an instant he stood before Sharu. With a swift punch, he pierced Sharu's abdomen. "What? Just you?" Sharu, intending to retort, was caught off guard as Vegeta's fist struck his abdomen, an overwhelming force surging through him. Ugh! How is this possible? Sharu stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his abdomen, terror and incredulity filling his eyes that he muttered repeatedly, "No, it can't be. Vegeta, how can you be so powerful? Nothing is impossible." Sharu glanced back over his shoulder, only to discover that Vegeta had not pursued him. A surge of joy welled up within him. As long as he could temporarily evade that troublesome Vegeta, he could absorb enough humans before returning to deal with him. The next time we meet, Vegeta will mark your demise. Sharu laughed maniacally, for he had never before felt such fear or contempt for a single individual. Is that so? Does this count as our next encounter? Suddenly, Vegeta's voice reverberated in Sharu's ears. "What, Vegeta?" Sharu immediately halted in his tracks, terror-stricken as he scanned the surrounding woods that he could not fathom how, despite having used the solar flare to temporarily blind Vegeta, and having suppressed his own energy while fleeing, Vegeta had managed to locate him. You fool, still searching for me. Didn't I tell you to look up more often? Vegeta's voice came once again from above. Trembling with fear, Sheru hesitantly lifted his gaze. And there he beheld the very person he dreaded the most. Did you truly think you could escape? Vegeta mocked, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Sheru did not respond to Vegeta's taunt. Instead, he turned and continued his flight into the distant woods. However, Vegeta denied him any chance of escape, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a punch that sent Sheru crashing to the ground. Did you really think you could escape? Vegeta reiterated, malice flashing in his eyes. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Sheru struggled to rise, roaring in fury. If I were in my perfect form, Vegeta, how could you possibly stand a chance against me? How dare you? Sheru began to rage uncontrollably, his cries reverberating through the air. Not quite. Even if you were in your perfect form, you would still be no match for me, Vegeta replied slowly. His current strength easily sufficient to dispatch Sheru in his first form. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his power would surge 50-fold, reaching over 18 billion in battle strength. Even Lightning Sheru would fall effortlessly before him, let alone the ordinary perfect form Sheru. What? I am the ultimate android Sheru, created by Dr. Gero. How could I ever be defeated by a filthy monkey like you? Sheru bellowed, his eyes wide with rage as he vehemently countered Vegeta's assertion. Ultimate, my foot. Go die, bang, boom. Vegeta did not afford him the opportunity to continue his insolence. He unleashed a powerful energy blast, reducing Sheru to ashes. The Sheru's remnants scattered in the air, ultimately vanishing from sight. Realizing that Sheru had no chance of survival, Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief. He murmured to himself, I thought I had forgotten something earlier. Now that S taken care of. Before his words had fully escaped, Vegeta vanished from the spot, teleporting away. Meanwhile, the people of West City remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired, continuing their tranquil and harmonious lives. The town still exuded an air of peace and serenity. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks returned to Capsule Corporation with 3 androids. At that moment, he was engaged in discussion with Bulma regarding the proper arrangements for these androids. Mom, when do you think we should dismantle the bomb inside Android 16? Trunks inquired. Bulma's gaze lingered on the computer screen, her fingers dancing lightly across the keyboard. She responded, Your future blueprints have been examined by your grandfather and me. There shouldn't be any significant issues. We can arrange for the bomb to be removed from 16 tomorrow. Trunks nodded, a relieved smile spreading across his face. That's wonderful. Thank you, Mom. Bulma shook her head slightly, a flicker of regret in her eyes. It's a pity. Dr. Gero was a genius, but he chose a path of darkness. Dr. Brief nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting the same sentiment of loss. Indeed, Dr. Gero's achievements in machinery, artificial intelligence, and bioengineering are unparalleled. Suddenly, Bulma recalled something and turned to Trunks. By the way, Trunks, aren't we going to dismantle the bombs in the other 2 androids as well? Trunks appeared hesitant. I am indeed conflicted about whether we should also remove the bombs from their bodies. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, clearly weighing the pros and cons of dismantling the bombs in the other 2 androids. Bulma asked in confusion, Why not? Isn't dismantling 1 and dismantling 2 essentially the same? She believed that if they were to do it, it would be more efficient to do it all at once. Trunks frowned in thought, about to explain. However, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly appeared before them. He cast a glance at Trunks and said, Dismantle them all. Trunks, I understand your concern. You fear that without the bombs, they may become unmanageable. Yes, that is correct. Father, Trunks nodded in agreement. Vegeta flashed a confident smile. Don't worry. With their level of power on Earth now, even if they wish to rebel, they wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Chapter 70 Vegeta's arrangement in the original storyline. The androids posed significant challenges to Super Saiyans like Vegeta and Trunks. However, the current Vegeta and Trunks had long surpassed their counterparts from the original timeline. These androids posed no threat to them whatsoever. There was no need to worry about any disasters stemming from them, especially considering that the androids 17 and 18 in this timeline were starkly different from the cold-blooded killing machines of the future. Then let us proceed as Father suggests, Mom. Trunks took a deep breath, aligning himself with Vegeta's perspective. In this timeline, with his father's formidable presence, they truly need not be concerned about any potential issues. Bulma smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, your father is the strongest. Now, Trunks, what suggestions do you have for the future arrangements of these androids? Trunks scratched his head, pondering for a moment before responding. Android 16 from the future timeline chose to live in seclusion in a remote wilderness after assisting us in rebuilding Earth. As he has a fondness for nature and small creatures, I believe this timeline 16 would make a similar choice. He paused before continuing. As for the other two androids, perhaps they could join 16 in finding a suitable place to live. Bulma nodded in agreement. That works. I will provide them with a sum of money to ensure they can live comfortably. At that moment, Trunks seemed to recall something and curiously said to Bulma, "Mom, I've noticed that ever since Android 18 awakened, Uncle Krillin has been acting a bit strange." Bulma contemplated for a moment before breaking into laughter. Haha, perhaps Krillin has fallen for that beautiful android. Android 18. Trunks was taken aback by this revelation. Stammering, he asked, "Mom, Uncle Krillin likes an android?" Bulma, while sorting through her materials, explained to Trunks, "What is so surprising about that? After examining the data, I discovered that although 17 and 18 are androids, their internal organs function normally, just like those of regular humans." Trunks wore an expression of disbelief. Could it be that? Bulma looked at her son, this young man who had just reached adulthood, and smiled. Indeed, Android 18 can conceive and bear children just like any normal woman. Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Enough of this and that. Trunks, you're an adult now, and you should consider finding a girlfriend. Back in the day, when Goku was your age, he was already married to Chi-Chi. Bulma teased with a smile, concerned about her son's romantic life, believing that at Trunks' age, he should be experiencing love rather than solely focusing on fighting and training. However, this topic was indeed somewhat beyond Trunks' comprehension. From a young age, he had been trained for battle, to save the Earth. Matters of romance were foreign to him. Trunks hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Casting a pleading glance towards Vegeta, with a light cough, Vegeta resignedly remarked, "Bulma, please refrain from worrying unnecessarily. Each generation has its own fortune. Moreover, if Trunks truly wishes to find a girlfriend, he ought to return to his future timeline first." With that, Vegeta turned and departed from the laboratory. Mom, I'm heading to train with Dad. Trunks quickly seized the opportunity to escape Bulma's inquiries, following closely behind Vegeta. Dad, wait for me, Trunks called out, while Bulma, observing Trunks' hasty retreat, could only shake her head in exasperation. Dr. Brief, witnessing the scene, smiled knowingly. He wholeheartedly agreed with Vegeta's sentiment about each generation's fortune. Just like himself and his wife, Bikini, they never interfered with Bulma's freedom, sighing in resignation. Bulma redirected her focus to the research materials before her. In the spacious living room of Bulma's home, Vegeta was engaged in conversation with Trunks, so that Kakarot fellow fell ill before encountering the androids. Trunks nodded, recalling the day's events. Yes, Gohan and Little Goten took Uncle Goku back to the Capsule Corporation. Trunks recounted every detail of the day's occurrences to Vegeta, including the battle with the three androids, and how he decisively destroyed the cell embryos in the basement, thereby eliminating a potential threat to the world. Vegeta nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting a sense of approval for Trunks. Truly, he was the most prudent of Saiyans, always approaching matters with caution. Yet, the conversation soon shifted to a topic of great concern for Vegeta. By the way, how is your training with Gohan on that technique coming along? Trunks scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he admitted, not once have we succeeded. He explained that he and Gohan had practiced over 100 times, yet had failed to achieve success even once. After a moment of silence, Vegeta responded, "You both need to practice more. That technique may prove invaluable in the future timeline." Vegeta himself could not impart much experience, as he too was merely guiding them based on memory. If you succeed, that would be ideal. If not, then there's nothing that can be done. How about this, Trunks? Since Gohan is worried about Kakarot, I will send you to train with him on that special technique. After deliberation, Vegeta decided it was best for future Gohan and Trunks to master the technique sooner rather than later, so he could have a worthy adversary to engage in full-fledged combat. Well, all right then, though Trunks was somewhat perplexed as to why his father placed such importance on this seemingly peculiar technique, he nodded in agreement with Vegeta's decision. Thus, Vegeta transported Trunks to the Capsule Corporation, using instant transmission, allowing him to continue practicing with future Gohan. This scene left young Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Ox King feeling utterly bewildered. They watched as Trunks and future Gohan struck what appeared to be a bizarre dance-like pose, culminating in loud shouts. However, after a few attempts, their interest waned, and they dispersed, leaving future Gohan and Trunks to persist in their practice. Trunks and future Gohan were completely absorbed in their training, continuously adjusting their steps, breaths, and movements in pursuit of the perfect synchronization. Gohan, your index finger needs to align. Trunks pointed out a mistake in future Gohan's gesture earnestly. Trunks, your energy must be in harmony with mine. Future Gohan countered, noting that Trunks' energy was too overpowering and needed to match his own. Trunks, your pace is too swift. Slow down. Gohan, it's your pace that is too slow. It's clearly you who is too fast. The two of them engaged in a back-and-forth correction as they practiced. Though progress was slow, they remained steadfast in their belief that persistence would eventually lead to mastering this powerful technique. Meanwhile, Vegeta had already immersed himself in rigorous training within the gravity chamber. Chapter 71. The Lord of Planet Pixa. The fusion of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai in the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation. The fourth planet, old Namek, floated quietly in the cosmos. The surface of this planet was entirely enveloped by a colossal metallic fortress, its terrain marred by countless mechanical excavation marks. Numerous craters of varying sizes dotted the verdant surface, a clear indication of overexploitation of resources. Inside the immense metallic fortress, at the control center of planet Pixa, a figure was relentlessly typing away at a giant computer. My metallic legion continues to grow stronger, and those so-called cosmic patrols dare not tread lightly in this star system, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with boundless ambition. However, if I could find another planet rich in fuel mud resources, my power would ascend to new heights. His gaze was deep, as if envisioning a magnificent future. Regarding that last encounter with the Zeta group, I should have them send over an interstellar encrypted communicator to inquire if they can locate a planet abundant in fuel mud resources. He picked up a palm-sized box from the desk behind him. It was the interstellar encrypted communicator sent by the Zeta group. He swiftly connected it to the giant computer and typed in a lengthy sequence of numbers. Shortly thereafter, a video call window began to materialize on the screen. With a crackle of electromagnetic waves, an alien with blue skin and a beard appeared in the window. This man was none other than Alec, the leader of the Zeta group. Mighty Lord of Planet Pixa, you have finally reached out to me, Alec said, a broad smile gracing his face, his tone dripping with flattery. Humph, spare me the pleasantries, the Lord of Planet Pixa coldly interrupted him. I need to find a planet rich in fuel mud resources. Do you have any leads? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Alec's eyes, though he feigned reluctance. Lord of Planet Pixa, to be frank, planets abundant in fuel mud are exceedingly rare. Apart from the one you currently occupy, I have yet to discover any others. Yet, in truth, he had already discreetly uncovered the location of a second fuel mud planet. The Lord of Planet Pixa, growing impatient, interjected, I am not interested in your excuses. As long as you can assist me in locating a planet rich in fuel mud, I may consider the cooperation you mentioned last time. Upon hearing this, Alec's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily assured, I will immediately dispatch someone to search for a planet abundant in fuel mud and will inform you of the location as soon as it is found. However, our cooperation at that time, the Lord of Planet Pixa, observing Alec's eager demeanor, sneered, rest assured, as long as you can locate a planet rich in fuel mud, our collaboration will be established. Is that so? Splendid. Mighty Lord of Planet Pixa, I genuinely wish to work with you. Alec replied, his tone filled with respect. Such a powerful metallic legion could easily sweep across the cosmos. For someone with formidable strength, Alec was keen to align himself with them in pursuit of his dream of cosmic domination. A formidable ally was indeed indispensable. Then it is settled. I await your news. The Lord of Planet Pixa responded coldly, subsequently terminating the communication. As the screen faded to black, Alec's smile faded, replaced by a chilling glint in his eyes. Humph. Just a mere space pirate who fortuitously occupies planet Pixa. Does he truly believe himself to be so formidable? The Temple of Earth. Since the incident involving the artificial beings, Piccolo had remained within the confines of the temple. The Supreme Kai was acutely aware that Piccolo's presence here was undoubtedly due to his current inadequacy and strength. It was not merely that he could not compare to the likes of Goku or Vegeta. Even the mechanical puppets created by the evil scientists on Earth could effortlessly overpower him. The disparity in power was too great, and Piccolo's present abilities were severely out of sync with his potential. He needed to enhance his strength post-haste, or he would soon be relegated to a mere bystander in the grand scheme of things. Piccolo, have you made up your mind? The Supreme Kai gazed at him with a sense of nostalgia, recalling the time when he had separated the evil within him. Stop dilly-dallying. If you haven't made up your mind, I wouldn't have spent so many days here discussing all this with you. Piccolo replied, his expression tinged with impatience that indeed, the Demon King Piccolo is a man of his word. Let us commence. A faint smile appeared on the aged visage of the Supreme Kai. Once we fuse, my persona must take precedence. Piccolo furrowed his brow, not wishing to become a mere vessel for the Supreme Kai's consciousness. The Supreme Kai reassured him, fear not, I shall adhere to your wishes. You are younger and stronger than I. It is only fitting. Place your hand upon my chest, he instructed. Piccolo nodded and placed his hand on the Supreme Kai's chest. Nearby, Mr. Popo and Dend watched with concern. One had served the Supreme Kai faithfully for many years, while the other was the Supreme Kai's sole disciple, personally trained to succeed him. Supreme Kai, Master, Mr. Popo and Dend felt a pang of sorrow as they observed the impending fusion. Piccolo has indeed changed. His malevolent heart has dissipated, and this fusion may well be irreversible. The Supreme Kai turned to Mr. Popo and Dend, softly saying, Popo, I truly appreciate your care over the years, and Dend, I believe you will become an exceptional Supreme Kai. The earth is entrusted to you. Upon hearing these words, both Popo and Dend fell into silence. Come, Piccolo, the Supreme Kai called out, his voice resonating as he erupted in a blinding light, with a flash. The radiance enveloped the area, rendering everyone momentarily blinded, shrouding them in a white haze. After a brief moment, the Supreme Kai's presence had vanished from the temple. Only Piccolo, now exuding a tremendous aura, remained, alongside the astonished Mr. Popo and Dend. Piccolo clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him. This power, he sensed a significant increase in his strength, and his mind was filled with an abundance of profound knowledge. He even found himself endowed with abilities akin to those of the Supreme Kai, capable of perceiving events unfolding on Earth from within the temple, just as Piccolo was acclimating to his newfound powers. A figure suddenly appeared in the temple. Well, so you two have finally fused. Should I call you Piccolo or Supreme Kai? Chapter 72. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. A battle-ready Piccolo, Vegeta. Piccolo regarded the sudden appearance of Vegeta with a mix of excitement and calm, his expression turning icy as he coolly inquired, What brings you here, Vegeta? Vegeta chuckled. Of course, I am here to congratulate you on your successful fusion with the Supreme Kai. Piccolo scoffed at this remark. Humph, we were always one and the same, he continued. Now speak. What is your true purpose in the temple? Piccolo did not believe that Vegeta had come merely to extend his congratulations. As expected of the astute Piccolo. I am here to train. Piccolo's brow furrowed in confusion. Train? In the temple? With your strength, Vegeta, is there really a need to train here? Are you jesting with me? No, you're here to use the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Following his fusion with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo's intellect had sharpened considerably, granting him access to all of the Supreme Kai's memories, including knowledge of the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. He was aware of its harsh conditions. Even Goku had not lasted long within its confines before fleeing. Indeed, I seek to borrow the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. If you please, Vegeta confirmed Piccolo's suspicions with a nod. Humph. Even if I were to deny you access, would you simply turn around and leave? Piccolo retorted, deliberately challenging Vegeta. No, I have no habit of retreating, Vegeta replied, unfazed by Piccolo's tone. Exasperated by Vegeta's audacity, Piccolo sighed. Then you may as well go ahead and use it without asking me. Vegeta smiled. Regardless, you are half the owner of this temple, so it is only courteous to inform you. Piccolo found himself at a loss for words, turning to Mr. Popo, saying, Popo, please escort Vegeta to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Very well, Supreme Kai. Mr. Popo nodded respectfully to Piccolo. You need not refer to me as Supreme Kai. I am still Piccolo, Piccolo insisted, frowning. Despite his fusion with the Supreme Kai, his dominant consciousness remained that of Piccolo. Understood. Vegeta, please follow me, Mr. Popo replied, albeit somewhat dejectedly, as he guided Vegeta toward the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Thank you for your assistance. As Vegeta followed Mr. Popo into the palace of the temple, he suddenly turned to glance back at Piccolo, who was seated at a distance, and said slowly, With your power increased so significantly, do you not wish to find an opponent to spar with, Piccolo? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Piccolo's shoulders twitched slightly. Vegeta chuckled lightly before stepping into the palace. Following Mr. Popo to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Mr. Vegeta, the chamber is equipped with a bathroom, toilet, food, and a bed. Mr. Popo opened the door to the chamber and gestured for Vegeta to enter. Furthermore, one can only remain inside for 2 years of one's life, which equates to just 2 days outside. If one exceeds this time limit, they may become trapped within indefinitely. Mr. Popo's tone turned serious as he added, "Thus, I shall notify you before the time limit approaches to prevent you from losing track of time." Vegeta nodded, smiling. "Thank you. I will keep track of the time." Then, Mr. Vegeta, please train diligently. Vegeta stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. Gazing at the endless expanse of white surrounding him, the temperature within this space fluctuated dramatically, soaring above 50 degrees Celsius during the day and plummeting to around minus 50 degrees at night. The air was thin, and gravity was several times that of Earth. However, for Vegeta, this increase in gravity posed no challenge. Exiting the rest area, he surveyed the boundless otherworldly space. Taking a deep breath, he murmured to himself, "Next, I must focus on enhancing my foundational combat strength, striving to reach 1 billion. Only then will I unlock Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's primary objective in coming here was to immerse himself in training, free from the distractions of mundane concerns. Furthermore, he aimed to boost his fundamental combat prowess to guard against the possibility of being outmatched by the fused forms of future Gohan and Trunks. Although future Gohan and Trunks were considerably weaker than him, the exact strength of their fusion remained uncertain in Vegeta's mind. Thus, he felt compelled to expedite the enhancement of his foundational battle power. Otherwise, if he were to falter against their combined might, it would be an immense embarrassment. Subsequently, Vegeta produced a small capsule emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo from his pocket. He tossed it to the ground. Boom! As the smoke dissipated, a gravity chamber materialized on the ground. This gravity chamber was crafted by Dr. Brief, based on the research from the gravity chamber previously brought back by Vegeta. The latest portable gravity chamber could achieve a gravity multiplier of approximately 50,000 times. This would prove immensely beneficial for the current Vegeta, providing him with ample opportunity for training over an extended period. Well then, let us commence today's training. Just as Vegeta prepared to enter the gravity chamber, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open and a tall figure strode in, radiating a fierce battle intent as he gazed at Vegeta. "Piccolo, you have indeed arrived," Vegeta remarked, recognizing that Piccolo had overheard his earlier words. Now, Piccolo had significantly enhanced his power and undoubtedly sought a worthy opponent for a match. However, on Earth, there were only a few individuals who could qualify as his rivals. Goku remained unconscious due to his heart condition, and future Gohan and Trunks were busy practicing their fusion technique. Moreover, with Vegeta present, there was no need to seek challengers elsewhere. Additionally, Piccolo was eager to test his strength against Vegeta, curious to gauge the disparity between himself and the mightiest warrior among them. "Vegeta? Humph, don't you want to see just how much stronger I have become, Vegeta?" Vegeta nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, let us dispense with idle chatter and begin." With that, Vegeta gracefully leaped to an open area far from the resting zone and the gravity chamber. "Come on, Piccolo, show me the extent of your current power." Vegeta crossed his arms, observing Piccolo with an expression of calmness. Piccolo regarded Vegeta's nonchalant demeanor, feeling as though he was not being taken seriously. He promptly discarded his cloak to the side, stretching his limbs as he approached Vegeta. His energy gradually intensified, and as he closed the distance to within 10 meters of Vegeta, he suddenly shouted, "Aha!" and launched himself toward Vegeta like a green cannonball. Chapter 73. The Wrath of Piccolo. The Suppressed Vegeta Boom. The instant Piccolo initiated his assault, an explosive shockwave erupted. He extended his right hand, channeling a formidable surge of energy, then thrust it toward Vegeta. Special Beam Cannon. A dazzling wave of energy erupted from Piccolo's palm, hurtling straight toward Vegeta. In the face of this unexpected attack, Vegeta remained unperturbed. He calmly assessed the trajectory of the energy and executed a leap at an almost impossible angle, deftly evading the potent strike. Upon landing, Vegeta immediately counterattacked. He swiftly closed the gap to Piccolo, unleashing a flurry of punches at astonishing speed. Each punch was imbued with immense energy, compelling Piccolo to defend with all his might. Piccolo quickly summoned energy from within, forming a robust energy shield to absorb Vegeta's relentless barrage. However, Vegeta did not relent. He followed up with a fierce kick, aiming to shatter Piccolo's defenses. Observing this, Piccolo promptly adjusted his stance, sidestepping the kick with remarkable agility. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a rapid knee strike, forcing Vegeta to retreat repeatedly. Vegeta, recognizing Piccolo's ability to push him back, remarked, "Not bad." Humph. Piccolo merely grunted in response. Suddenly, Vegeta leaped into the air, his feet together, executing a kick at an almost impossible angle toward Piccolo. This kick generated a powerful gust, as if it could tear through the air itself. Piccolo, noticing this, swiftly leaped backward while extending his arms to conjure an energy barrier to block the impending attack. Yet, Vegeta's kick shifted direction at the last moment, sweeping towards Piccolo's side with an astonishing angle. Piccolo reacted swiftly, tilting his body to cleverly evade the kick, though the gust of wind tore at the hem of his clothing, demonstrating the potency of the strike. Upon landing, Vegeta did not grant Piccolo a moment's respite. He unleashed a series of precise punches, each aimed at Piccolo's vital points. Yet, Piccolo, drawing from his extensive combat experience, was able to evade these attacks with minimal movements. Not to be outdone, Piccolo raised his hands above his head, palms open, gathering energy swiftly. He then thrust his hands toward Vegeta. Light of destruction. An enormous wave of energy erupted, engulfing Vegeta within its brilliance. Faced with this overwhelming force, Vegeta quickly summoned his own energy, erecting a solid energy shield to ward off the wave. Simultaneously, he utilized the wave's momentum to execute a remarkable backflip, distancing himself from the attack's range. Phew, that was a close call, Vegeta thought, realizing that battling against a Piccolo who had significantly strengthened himself posed a considerable challenge. It seemed that defeating Piccolo without transforming into a Super Saiyan would not be an easy feat. From a distance, Piccolo observed Vegeta being pushed back, feeling a surge of triumph. Yet, he noticed that Vegeta was maintaining his base form throughout their battle. Instantly, he felt belittled by Vegeta's apparent lack of urgency. How could Vegeta choose to fight him without transforming into a Super Saiyan? Having already grown stronger through fusion, Piccolo couldn't help but feel slighted. "What are you doing, Vegeta? Why aren't you transforming into a Super Saiyan to fight me?" "I find it unnecessary," Vegeta replied coolly. "If I were to become a Super Saiyan, there would be no contest. It would simply be a one-sided affair, leaving little room for enjoyment. This way, it is far more engaging." After fusing, Piccolo was able to apply pressure on Vegeta in his base form, which suited Vegeta just fine. Having a rival of equal strength would also serve to hone his skills, while it was merely a balance of power in their base forms. Such opponents were indeed rare. Goku, future Gohan, and Trunks all possessed battle powers vastly inferior to Vegeta's in their base forms, leaving Piccolo as the most suitable challenger. Unnecessary? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback by Vegeta's words, a wave of anger surging within him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Fine, I will show you whether it is necessary or not." With that, Piccolo clenched his fists, shouting, "Aha!" Instantly, his aura surged dramatically. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his stature grew even more imposing. The immense energy he radiated caused the already thin air around them to feel almost like a vacuum. Hiss. Piccolo seems to be genuinely angry, but his power has escalated even further, Vegeta observed, surprised that Piccolo could grow stronger still. That it appeared he would need to exert all his strength this time, though he resolved to continue facing Piccolo in his base form. Piccolo stabilized his surging energy and taunted Vegeta. "Vegeta, you will regret not transforming into a Super Saiyan to fight me." With a whoosh, Piccolo shot toward Vegeta like a green bolt of lightning. His speed doubled compared to before. Bang! Piccolo's fist struck Vegeta with the force of a cannonball, as if it aimed to shatter space itself. Thud! Vegeta crossed his arms in front of him to block the blow, but before he could retaliate, Piccolo's other fist swung toward his face, as if intent on delivering a lethal strike. Bang! Just as the fist was about to connect with Vegeta's head, he quickly raised his foot to kick Piccolo's fist away. Whoosh! Vegeta successfully blocked Piccolo's punch and used the momentum to propel himself away. Phew! That was close. "Piccolo, were you trying to kill me?" Vegeta said, somewhat exasperated as he regarded Piccolo from a distance. However, Piccolo remained silent at that moment. Piccolo had already positioned 2 fingers against his forehead, gathering a formidable amount of energy between them. Hmm? That action is... Oh no. Vegeta realized Piccolo's intention and hurriedly began gathering energy in his own hands. Yet, Piccolo's technique had already reached its peak. Light of the Spirit, with a forceful thrust of his right hand. Piccolo unleashed a formidable energy beam, encircled by a spiraling aura, shooting directly towards Vegeta's position. Gallic Gun. Vegeta promptly retaliated with his own Gallic Gun. The two powerful energy waves collided with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves reverberating through the air. In this fierce exchange, Vegeta was unexpectedly pushed back several meters, while Piccolo remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. This stark contrast illustrated that, in his base form, Vegeta was no match for Piccolo, at least in terms of raw power. Wow. Piccolo, your wave is impressively strong, Vegeta remarked, somewhat taken aback by Piccolo's might that he realized that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he couldn't hope to surpass Piccolo in a short span. However, this suited Vegeta just fine. It was a form of pressure training. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would eliminate any challenge. That aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo inquired with a smirk. Observing Vegeta's slight disarray, that I told you, it's unnecessary, Vegeta insisted, opting to battle Piccolo in his base form, which only served to reignite Piccolo's fury. You? Very well. I won't hold back any longer, Piccolo declared darkly, resolved to unleash his full power and teach Vegeta the consequences of arrogance. Suddenly, Piccolo sprang into action, darting towards Vegeta like a fleeting shadow, his hands clawed and aimed at Vegeta's throat. Vegeta swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike, a cold smirk gracing his lips as if to challenge. Is this truly your strength? Piccolo's eyes widened with anger, realizing Vegeta was deliberately provoking him to unleash his full potential and exert pressure on him, thereby catalyzing his latent power. Very well, I will let you experience the terror of death. Vegeta, Piccolo inhaled deeply, summoning his inner energy, preparing to unleash a more ferocious assault. With his hands clasped together, a tremendous force began to coalesce in his palms. Vegeta, sensing the potency of the impending attack, narrowed his eyes, understanding the gravity of the situation, and quickly readied himself to counter Piccolo's onslaught. In an instant, Piccolo thrust his hand forward, releasing a beam of energy aimed directly at Vegeta. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta transformed into a blur, evading the attack, and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Piccolo's chest. Anticipating the move, Piccolo dodged, countering with a kick aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! Vegeta was struck in the abdomen, the force propelling him several meters into the air. After tumbling through the air, he finally stabilized his descent. Ugh! Vegeta grimaced, noticing that his battle armor had been shattered by Piccolo's fierce kick. Seems like Piccolo truly intends to go all out, Vegeta thought, a slight smile forming as he observed Piccolo hurtling towards him. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted, "Ha!" Golden flames erupted around him, though his hair remained black, merely standing more upright than before. Upon closer inspection, the aura surrounding him appeared more as a mere outline, lacking the pronounced brilliance typical of a Super Saiyan transformation. Piccolo halted, puzzled by Vegeta's apparent transformation. Vegeta, what is this? He questioned, confusion evident on his face. Was this truly a Super Saiyan transformation? It didn't seem to fit the usual characteristics. Nevertheless, Vegeta's aura had undeniably intensified, bringing him closer to Piccolo's level. Although Piccolo was baffled, he chose to focus on the escalating battle. This state is new for me. Piccolo, you are fortunate to witness it first, Vegeta declared, while inwardly contemplating. I must restrain my power, otherwise I might inadvertently transform into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo scoffed, finally forced to unleash greater strength. Come on, Vegeta, let us battle with no holds barred. Vegeta smirked internally, thinking that if he truly fought unrestrained, Piccolo wouldn't last around. Bring it on, Piccolo. In a flash, the two engaged in a flurry of blows, exchanging hundreds of strikes with astonishing speed and ferocity. Each attack seemed to carry the weight of thunder, reverberating with ear-splitting roars as if threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. Piccolo grew increasingly emboldened, feeling his strength surge within him. He varied his attack patterns, launching rapid punches and kicks aimed at Vegeta's vital points, while also conjuring energy blasts to breach Vegeta's defenses. His onslaught was relentless, akin to a tempest, leaving spectators breathless. Yet Vegeta remained composed, a steadfast mountain amidst the storm, and no matter how Piccolo attacked, he could not disturb Vegeta's resolve. With agile movements, Vegeta evaded Piccolo's strikes. Countering with thunderous blows that seemed poised to pierce through Piccolo's guard, their battle escalated to a fever pitch. Any observer would only perceive two blurred figures colliding, separating, and then colliding once more. Piccolo suddenly let out a furious roar, leaping into the air, charging towards Vegeta. In the midst of his approach, he conjured a colossal energy sword, intending to cleave Vegeta in two. Vegeta's brow furrowed in concern. He sensed the immense power behind Piccolo's attack and knew he couldn't afford to underestimate it. Quickly, he adjusted his stance, gathering energy in his right fist to meet Piccolo's impending blow. Boom! Their attacks clashed mid-air, producing a thunderous explosion. The energy sword met Vegeta's fist, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Their figures flickered in and out of visibility amidst the brilliance, embroiled in a fierce contest of strength. Bang! Bang! The two forces collided, dissipating each other. But in that moment, Piccolo's left arm elongated like rubber, transforming into a blade aimed at Vegeta. Yet Vegeta evaded with astonishing speed, pivoting to deliver a punch straight to Piccolo's chest. Though Piccolo managed to shield himself with his arms, he was still pushed back several steps. Unyielding, he inhaled deeply and charged at Vegeta once more. Their attacks clashed again, each exchange more exhilarating than the last. With both combatants displaying remarkable speed and ferocity, Piccolo continually altered his approach, launching energy spheres at Vegeta, while simultaneously striking with rapid punches and kicks aimed at his vital points. Yet Vegeta seemed to predict Piccolo's every move, effortlessly dodging and countering with explosive force. Bang! After yet another exchange, the two fighters momentarily distanced themselves, glaring at one another. Piccolo gathered energy in his hands before compressing it into a luminous orb, launching it towards Vegeta. Vegeta, behold my technique. Explosive demon wave. Vegeta spread his arms wide, channeling a powerful, lightning-like energy in his palms, responding with his own assault. Here it comes. Ultimate flash. Boom. The two immensely potent waves collided. Echoing with a cacophony of thunderous roars. As Son Gohan awakened, he found himself in Bowsy Mountain, a serene valley situated merely a few kilometers from his home. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a tranquil glow upon the clearing in the valley. In this peaceful space, future Gohan and Trunks were diligently practicing the fusion technique taught by Vegeta. Young Gohan observed with keen interest, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Their movements were fluid and harmonious, as their two index fingers gently touched, followed by a simultaneous exclamation. Fusion! Ha! With a resounding pop. Whoosh! As the sound echoed, both future Gohan and Trunks radiated a dazzling light, which soon coalesced into a singular form. Boom! As the brilliant luminosity faded, a figure clad in peculiar extraterrestrial attire emerged. Who is this? Young Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the person before him. Did it work? The figure spoke with a strange voice, a peculiar blend of future Gohan and Trunks tones, sounding quite awkward. Young Gohan furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired, Are you the fusion of my brother and Trunks? Indeed. You may call me Gohanks, the fusion of future Gohan and Trunks. Gohanks beamed at young Gohan. However, young Gohan frowned, expressing his confusion. But it seems your fusion hasn't quite succeeded. Gohanks paused, intrigued, and asked, What do you mean? Is there a problem? Young Gohan, noticing Gohanks' corpulent form, couldn't help but grimaced. He hesitated before saying, It's just that I feel like you seem a bit overweight. What? Overweight? Upon hearing this, Gohanks hurriedly dashed towards a nearby stream. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble. Huff, puff. After only a few strides, Gohanks was left breathless. He gazed into the water's reflection and was taken aback. Who is this hefty figure? Gohanks stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his own reflection that he discovered he had transformed into a rotund, corpulent being, his body appearing as if it might burst at any moment. No. How could this happen? Gazing at his fleshy form, Gohanks could scarcely accept that this was indeed his body. In despair, he cried out, No. Heavens, how could this be? Why am I such a big fatso? Beside him, young Gohan looked on helplessly at the lamenting Gohanks, sighing in resignation. Reluctantly, Gohanks had no choice but to endure the agonizing wait for the fusion to automatically dissolve. After a lengthy 30 minutes, his form dissipated into a beam of light with a soft pop. Gohan successfully separated into Future Gohan and Trunks once more. Future Gohan touched his face and turned to Trunks, saying, "Trunks, let us try again." Trunks, equally perplexed, examined his own body and nodded in agreement. Fusion, huh? X2, however. The outcome of their second fusion was scarcely better than the first. This time, Gohan emerged as a gaunt figure, resembling a mere skeleton, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. How is it, young Gohan? Gohan asked tremulously, his voice laced with unease. Young Gohan, exasperated, held his forehead and slowly replied, "Sigh, this time you're far too thin, What?" Upon hearing this, the skeletal Gohan's eyes instantly lost their luster. He sat dazed on the ground, as if the very world had crumbled around him. Young Gohan, recognizing the futility of further words, sighed and said, "Well, I'll go home and do my homework." With that, he turned and walked away, reasoning that he might as well return home since he couldn't be of any assistance though. Gohan nodded glumly. Just as young Gohan reached his front door, he spotted his mother, Chi-Chi, hanging laundry. He was about to greet her when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in his father's son Wukong's aura within the house. Young Gohan's heart raced, and he rushed into the bedroom. Finding son Wukong standing by the window, gazing at the view outside, Dad, young Gohan exclaimed excitedly. The weight in his heart finally lifted. Although son Wukong had taken the special medicine brought from the future during his illness, young Gohan still harbored deep concern that he couldn't bear to imagine what their lives would be like if his father never awoke again. Son Wukong turned, a smile illuminating his face. "Gohan, you're back. Dad, you're finally awake. We were so worried about you," young Gohan said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Son Wukong scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. "I'm sorry to have worried you. How long have I been asleep?" "Almost 6 days. Da-da-da, so I've been out for that long. No wonder I feel so hungry," son Wukong remarked, patting his flat stomach. Young Gohan suddenly recalled how anxious his mother had been over the past few days and quickly said, "Oh, I need to tell Mom." Without hesitation, he dashed out of the bedroom to find Chi-Chi busy with her chores. Mom, Dad's awake." Young Gohan excitedly tugged at Chi-Chi's hand, leading her to the bedroom. Upon seeing son Wukong alert and lively, Chi-Chi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Wukong, you're finally awake. I was so worried." She embraced son Wukong tightly, tears glistening on her cheeks. "Don't cry, Chi-Chi. I'm really hungry right now. Is there anything to eat?" son Wukong said, somewhat oblivious to the emotional moment. Yet, having been his wife for many years, Chi-Chi was accustomed to son Wukong's lack of emotional intelligence. With a chuckle through her tears, she replied, "Of course, I'll prepare a splendid feast for you right away." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Chi-Chi," son Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chi-Chi turned to young Gohan and said, "Gohan, go call your brother and Trunks back. We need to have a grand meal to celebrate your father's recovery." "Okay, Mom, I'll go right now." Young Gohan nodded and swiftly ran outside. And Gohan, don't forget to invite your grandpa as well," Chi-Chi added. "Got it, Mom." Moments later, young Gohan returned with future Gohan, Trunks, and Ox King. The group joyfully prepared an elaborate feast to celebrate son Wukong's recovery. Chapter 76. The Elder Mu Lee's Plea for Help. The group heads to New Namek. After indulging in their hearty meal, Trunks animatedly recounted the various events that transpired during son Wukong's illness when suddenly, the communicator rang urgently. "Mom, what's the matter?" Trunks exclaimed upon recognizing Bulma's call and promptly answered. "Trunks, it's bad. Elder Mu Lee from New Namek is calling." Bulma's voice on the other end was laced with urgency, hinting at a grave situation. "New Namek? What's happening?" "Isn't Dad in West City?" Trunks inquired, puzzled, recalling his father mentioning a recent trip to New Namek to find a new Supreme Kai. "Vegeta left West City a day and a half ago. It seems he went to the Sacred World, and I can't reach him on his phone," Bulma replied anxiously. "What? Did Elder Muli mention anything during the call?" Trunks quickly asked. "He said New Namek is being invaded by extraterrestrial mechanical soldiers, and many Namekians have been captured." Then the line went dead, Bulma recalled, her voice trembling with concern. It appears New Namek is indeed under attack, and the enemy has swiftly subdued the Namekians." Trunks furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply before articulating his analysis. The expressions of Goku and the others nearby mirrored his concern, their brows knitted tightly in seriousness. Bulma, filled with worry, inquired, what should we do next? Mom, I think I should go directly to the shrine to explain the situation to Dad. Trunks understood that, under such circumstances, he could only seek counsel from his father, Vegeta. All right, you all be careful, don't worry, Mom. Trunks reassured Bulma, and after ending the communication, he turned to the others. Uncle Goku, Brother Gohan, we need to head to the shrine to find my father and have him use instant transmission to take us to New Namek. Future Gohan turned to Goku with curiosity, asking, Dad, can't your instant transmission take us to New Namek? My instant transmission isn't as powerful as Vegeta's. I can't cover such long distances. Goku scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and added that he was unsure of New Namek's location. Uncle Goku, please take us to the shrine first using instant transmission. Trunks suggested that, all right, just place your hands on my shoulders. Goku rose and moved to an open space. With future Gohan and Trunks placing their hands on his shoulders at that moment, the young Gohan also wished to join them, but was pulled back by Chi-Chi, who insisted he stay at home. The young Gohan could only watch them helplessly, cheering them on. Dad, brother, Trunks, you must come back safely. Goku and the others nodded, and with a flash, the three of them vanished from sight at the shrine. Mr. Popo and Din were startled by the sudden arrival of Goku and the others. However, upon hearing about the dire situation on New Namek, Din immediately grew anxious. He was about to rush into the palace to find Vegeta when he collided with Piccolo, who had just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. What's the rush, Din? Piccolo asked, puzzled. Din hurriedly relayed the events unfolding on New Namek. What? New Namek is under attack. Piccolo stared at Din in disbelief. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Future Gohan quickly affirmed Din's account. Piccolo took a deep breath. We must head to New Namek at once. He could hardly fathom that his homeland was once again under siege. Future Gohan explained urgently. So we need to find Uncle Vegeta and have him use instant transmission to take us to New Namek. Piccolo nodded. Right, I'll go get Vegeta now. With that, he turned and headed towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon reaching the entrance, Piccolo unhesitatingly pushed open the door and stepped inside first. Future Gohan and Trunks gazed curiously at the interior of the chamber. Goku, meanwhile, stared at the vast, white expanse, seemingly lost in thought. Why are you all here? Vegeta, seated in a meditative pose, opened his eyes in surprise to see Goku and the others. Piccolo urged him, Vegeta, quickly use instant transmission to take us to New Namek. New Namek? What is the purpose of going there? Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that Cooler had been resurrected and was invading New Namek just like in the original story? Trunks hastily explained. Dad, New Namek has been attacked by aliens. We need to hurry and provide assistance. He relayed the urgent message from Bulma to Vegeta. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta inwardly mused. Mechanical soldiers. So it truly is that Cooler character. I never imagined he could survive being pushed into the sun. A cold smile crept upon Vegeta's lips as he felt both curious and resigned about this seemingly inevitable event. His Gallic Gun should have been more than sufficient to obliterate Cooler. Especially since Cooler had been cast into a blazing furnace. Logically, he should have perished beyond recovery, yet Cooler had miraculously survived. It seemed that in the world of Dragon Ball, certain events would unfold regardless of any attempts to alter them. Very well, I shall take you all. With that, Vegeta transported Goku, Piccolo, Future Gohan, and Trunks instantaneously to New Namek. Wow, Vegeta, your ability to transport so many people over such a vast distance is truly impressive. Goku exclaimed, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings with genuine admiration for Vegeta's prowess. Although he possessed the ability to perform instant transmission himself, he could not manage to transport so many people over such long distances like Vegeta could. Is this New Namek? Future Gohan wondered aloud, examining his surroundings, as it was his first visit to this planet. However, it appeared quite similar to his previous impressions of Namek. Trunks also surveyed the environment, realizing that it bore no difference from New Namek in his own timeline. Meanwhile, Piccolo sensed the presence of his kin and eagerly soared into the distance. Hey, Piccolo, wait for me, Goku called out, hastily following suit. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, wait for me. Trunks, I'm going ahead. Chapter 77. The Survivor, carked in a village on New Namek. Remnants of destruction lay scattered everywhere. Bang, 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 boom. A battalion of mechanical soldiers rampaged through the village, wantonly demolishing structures as if searching for something. In the basement of a dilapidated house, a Namekian boy, about Den's age, trembled in hiding. What should I do? What should I do? The other elders have all been captured. The Namekian clutched a Dragon Ball, roughly the size of a basketball, recalling the words of Elder Muley, who had instructed him to conceal himself with the Dragon Ball. Kark, you hide here with the Dragon Ball while I contact Mr. Vegeta on Earth. Remember, no matter what happens, do not come out. As Kark reminisced, a sorrowful expression crossed his face as he murmured, Elder Muley said he would contact Mr. Vegeta, but so much time has passed, and no one has come to our rescue. Elder Muley hasn't returned either. Could he? Unbeknownst to Kark, he had already been exposed to the mechanical soldiers. These soldiers appeared to be outfitted with detection devices akin to those previously wielded by Frieza and his minions. Thus Kark's hiding place had long been revealed. Boom! Crash! A powerful energy blast obliterated the crumbling structure, reducing it to rubble. The violent tremors left Kark, concealed in the basement, engulfed in despair. Oh no. Am I going to be killed too? Thud! Thud! The heavy footsteps of the mechanical soldiers drew nearer, causing Kark to tremble in fear. Soon, he felt that the soldiers were merely a few meters away from his hiding spot, and it was only a matter of moments before they would discover him and end his life. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, the heavy footsteps came to an abrupt halt, followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds. After a brief interval, the entire village seemed to descend into silence, reminiscent of the days when peace and tranquility reigned, allowing everyone to live in harmony. Just as Kark was lost in his thoughts, a chilling voice resonated from the ground above. Come out. There is no danger here anymore. Upon hearing this, Kark instantly speculated that it could be Mr. Vegeta, as mentioned by Elder Muley, come to rescue him. Filled with hope of salvation from New Namek, Kark quickly emerged from the basement, clutching the Dragon Balls. Upon surfacing, he had yet to discern the identity of the figure before him. But he exclaimed with excitement, Mr. Vegeta, you've come to save us on New Namek. Thank you so much. However, as Kark finally recognized that the person standing before him was a member of his own race, identical in appearance, he noticed two others who looked remarkably similar, seemingly Saiyans of the same lineage as Mr. Vegeta. One of them, sporting a crab-like head, cheerfully introduced himself. Hello, I am Son Goku, and this is my son, Son Gohan. The other, bearing scars on his face, nodded in acknowledgement toward Kark. At this moment, Kark found himself momentarily stunned, gazing at his kin in confusion. You are a member of my race from Earth? Indeed, the individual before Kark was Piccolo, who had rushed to their aid. However, Piccolo was taken aback that he was mistaken for that rascal Vegeta, which left him utterly speechless. Here he was, urgently arriving to rescue his kin, only to be confused with Vegeta. Piccolo recalled the year he spent training in the hyperbolic time chamber battling Vegeta, thinking he had fused with the Supreme Kai and should be on par with these Saiyans. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself unable to defeat even Vegeta in his base form, let alone the overwhelming power Vegeta exhibited when transformed into a Super Saiyan. This realization left Piccolo feeling disheartened as he grappled with the notion that he couldn't even overcome Vegeta's normal state. His motivation to train waned, and he contemplated retreating to a secluded mountain to hide away. However, Vegeta intercepted him, insisting that they continue training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Firstly, Vegeta desired a sparring partner, or a punching bag, to match his base form. Secondly, it would provide an opportunity for them to exchange insights on their training and assess their progress. Ultimately, Vegeta simply wanted a training partner to pummel. After enduring a year and a half serving as Vegeta's sparring partner or punching bag, Piccolo experienced significant growth in his abilities that he could now easily overpower his former self from the time of his fusion with the Supreme Kai. Even when battling against Son Goku in his Super Saiyan form, Piccolo felt confident that he could hold his own. When news of the invasion of his homeland, New Namek, reached him, he was filled with an eagerness to return and save his kin. Yet, his own kind looked to Vegeta for salvation, which left Piccolo feeling despondent. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo slowly replied, Yes, I am indeed a Namekian from Earth. You may call me Piccolo. Kark hastily introduced himself and recounted the invasion of their village. Upon hearing Kark's words, Piccolo fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, a figure appeared on the horizon. Approaching the group. It was none other than Trunks, who had arrived belatedly. Huh, Trunks, where's Vegeta? Son Goku inquired, noticing that only Trunks had arrived without Vegeta. Trunks responded awkwardly. Dad said that the task of rescuing new Namek was left to us. Then he returned to Earth. Son Goku expressed his frustration. How cunning. That Vegeta knows how to hide away and train by himself. Kark, disheartened at the realization that the savior he longed for, Mr. Vegeta, had not come, felt as if all his energy had been drained, akin to a deflated balloon. Piccolo scoffed coldly, "It's better this way. I alone am sufficient to save new Namek. With me here, those who invaded new Namek are hardly a concern. I don't even need Son Goku and the others to assist. I can handle those invaders myself. Kark, stay here with Son Goku and the others. I will go rescue our kin and eliminate those invaders." Piccolo cast a grim gaze towards the horizon, where his keen eyesight discerned a massive metallic fortress looming in that direction. What is that? Piccolo suddenly noticed a silver figure racing towards their location. "Uncle Piccolo, what's wrong?" Future Gohan asked curiously as he observed Piccolo's furrowed brow. "Nothing, just a certain individual approaching us," Piccolo replied, his expression darkening upon hearing this. Son Goku and the others quickly focused their energy sensing on Piccolo's line of sight, but detected no approaching presence. Son Goku queried, Someone's coming towards us? But why can't I sense any energy fluctuations?" "Exactly, Uncle Piccolo. We haven't sensed anything within a 10-kilometer radius," Future Gohan echoed, confirming the absence of any nearby energy signatures. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, fixating on the silver silhouette. Slowly, he remarked, "Perhaps that individual is not flesh and blood." "What could it be?" Son Goku and Future Gohan exchanged astonished glances at Piccolo's words. At that moment, Trunks spoke gravely. "Uncle Piccolo, are you suggesting that this being is akin to the androids on Earth? A cybernetic entity? How is that possible?" Future Gohan exclaimed, equally taken aback by Trunks' deduction. After all, Earth was light years away from new Namek. Furthermore, the androids on Earth had long since reformed. Moreover, Future Gohan and Trunks had heard nothing of androids existing on extraterrestrial planets in their timeline. As Future Gohan and Trunks were engulfed in concern, Son Goku appeared unfazed. Regardless of whether the approaching entity was an android or not, he was eager for a fight, having been bedridden for nearly a week due to his illness. He felt he was on the verge of stagnation. Besides, he had yet to battle an opponent of the android type, which piqued his curiosity. "Gohan, Trunks, you two needn't worry too much. I will defeat whoever it is," Son Goku declared enthusiastically, his gaze fixed on the increasingly near silver figure. Future Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, resigned to the situation with a sigh. Turning to Son Goku, Piccolo spoke gravely, "Old son, do not intervene. I shall handle this foe. I wanted to understand the consequences of invading new Namek." No sooner had he spoken than Piccolo transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards the silver figure. Boom! In an instant, Piccolo collided with the silver entity. Bang! As Piccolo's fist connected with the metallic figures, he immediately felt the hardness of the opponent's fist, resembling a special alloy, causing a jolt of pain to shoot through his hand. "Oh ho ho! I thought someone had destroyed my mechanical soldiers. That it turns out to be you." Piccolo, the Namekian from Earth, the metallic being, clad in silver, grinned mockingly at Piccolo. Who are you? How do you know my name?" Piccolo exclaimed, astonished at the metallic figure before him. "Oh ho ho ho! Who am I? You dare to ask who I am?" The metallic being, upon hearing Piccolo's words, erupted into a maniacal laughter in the distance. Son Wukong and his companions approached, equally perplexed by the metallic creature's remarks. Future Gohan wore a bewildered expression, pondering how this entity could possibly know that Uncle Piccolo hailed from Earth. Trunks and Son Wukong exchanged glances at the metallic figure, feeling an unsettling familiarity to that moment. The metallic being also noticed the distant group, its rage igniting upon spotting Son Wukong and Trunks. It bellowed towards them. "Son Wukong, and that purple-haired brat. So, you two stinky monkeys have also come to this planet from Earth. What? How does it know my father and Trunks' names? Who exactly is this being?" Future Gohan was engulfed in confusion, questioning the identity of this creature. The metallic being's gaze shifted to Future Gohan, scrutinizing him intently. Yet, it found no record of him in its memory, although he appeared to be another Saiyan monkey. At this juncture, Trunks, recalling the metallic being's voice and its vaguely familiar appearance, seemed to recognize its identity. With astonishment, he exclaimed, You are cooler? What? He is Cooler. Impossible. Wasn't Cooler vanquished by Vegeta? Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and the others echoed in disbelief at Trunks' assertion. The purple-haired brat is correct. I am indeed Cooler. Where is that damned Vegeta? Has he not arrived? The metallic Cooler fixed a sinister smile upon the group, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings that it yearned to know if the Saiyan monkey, Vegeta, who had nearly left it in tatters, was present. Since its transformation into a metallic form, it had incessantly longed to journey to Earth and exact a brutal revenge on Vegeta. Of course, it also harbored a vendetta against these individuals and every human on Earth. However, due to the restrictions imposed by a certain individual, it could not venture too far. Otherwise, the metallic Cooler would have already descended upon Earth to wreak havoc rather than serving as a subordinate to that individual. For it was the prodigious Cooler of the universe's most formidable Frost Demon clan. Now, it had been reduced to a mere pawn, manipulated at the behest of that individual. Yet, the root cause of all this lay with those Saiyan monkeys. And that accursed instigator, Vegeta, Chapter 79. Piccolo versus Metal Cooler. Trunks declared with unwavering confidence, I can handle you without my father's intervention. Although he had been defeated by Cooler previously, his training during this time had propelled his strength to new heights, making him more than capable of dealing with Cooler. Metal Cooler gazed at Trunks in astonishment. What? You are Vegeta's son. No wonder. It then sneered. Oh ho ho ho. The arrogant Saiyan monkey. I shall sever your head and present it to Vegeta as a greeting gift. As the words left Metal Cooler's mouth, it surged forth like a silver bolt of lightning towards Trunks. Bang! However, it was abruptly halted in its tracks by Piccolo's imposing figure. Cooler, do you underestimate me? Piccolo glared at Metal Cooler, a fiery rage bubbling within him. You, a Namekian like you wishes to challenge me? Metal Cooler retorted with equal fury. What are you, a worthless Namekian, to stand against me? Cooler. How laughable. Ha! Piccolo, observing the once furious Metal Cooler now laughing heartily, couldn't help but question whether Cooler had lost its sanity, fluctuating between rage and uncontrollable laughter. Suddenly, Metal Cooler's red eyes began to flicker rhythmically, as if receiving some signal, causing it to freeze in place. Piccolo and the others exchanged puzzled glances, realizing the creature seemed quite unhinged. Just as the battle was about to commence, Metal Cooler regained its composure, fixing a grim stare at Piccolo and the others, and slowly proclaimed, I had intended to toy with you, but since the order has been given, prepare to descend into hell. Piccolo, unfazed, retorted with a cold scoff. Kill us? You should be more concerned about your own life. Bang! The battle was set to ignite, with Piccolo launching the first attack. He vanished from sight, reappearing before Metal Cooler, delivering a powerful punch aimed at its chest. Metal Cooler reacted swiftly, crossing its arms to block the blow. The tremendous force of impact caused the ground to tremble, and the air around them swirled violently. Undeterred, Piccolo quickly repositioned himself, channeling a formidable energy wave with one hand. Masenko, the energy wave carved a dazzling arc through the air, hurtling towards Metal Cooler. In response, Metal Cooler displayed a flicker of disdain. Explosive light beam. It raised its arm, a beam of energy emanating from its palm, colliding with Piccolo's attack. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the two energies clashed, unleashing a tempestuous wind. Metal Cooler was pushed back several steps, while Piccolo stood firm, a triumphant smile gracing his face. It seems your power is not as formidable as I expected. Piccolo taunted. Metal Cooler remained silent, but its gaze grew colder. A subtle smirk appeared on its lips. A low humming resonated from its metallic body, as if gearing up for the impending conflict. Refusing to back down, Piccolo gathered energy once more, preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon Metal Cooler. However, before he could strike, Metal Cooler suddenly launched an attack that vanished from sight, reappearing behind Piccolo and delivering a crushing punch to his back. Piccolo was propelled forward but quickly regained his footing, retaliating with a swift counterattack that forced Metal Cooler back a few steps. Piccolo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Metal Cooler's speed and strength could augment so rapidly. The ensuing battle erupted into a fierce exchange of attacks. Piccolo utilized his agility and potent energy waves to relentlessly assault Metal Cooler, while the latter relied on its resilient mechanical form and powerful energy beams to defend and counterattack. Explosive Demon Wave, Death Beam, bang, Destruction Ray, Demon Flash, bang. The clash was intense, their silhouettes intertwining in the air, energy beams and energy waves colliding and exploding. The ground beneath them lay in ruins, the air thick with the scent of smoke and dust. Piccolo darted like the wind, weaving around Metal Cooler, each strike infused with force. Energy waves sliced through the sky like lightning, aimed directly at Metal Cooler. Yet, the metallic being stood resolute, its unyielding form absorbing Piccolo's assaults time and time again. Metal Cooler was equally unrelenting, its energy beams shooting forth like arrows towards Piccolo, each strike precise and swift. Piccolo, leveraging his nimbleness, dodged each attack while seeking opportunities to counter. With each passing moment, Piccolo grew more emboldened, experimenting with various offensive strategies in search of a flaw in Metal Cooler's defenses. However, Cooler seemed impenetrable, its mechanical form impervious to harm. Realizing that mere physical blows would not suffice to inflict significant damage on Metal Cooler, Piccolo inhaled deeply, pressing his right index and middle fingers against his forehead. Soon, immense energy began to coalesce at the tips of his fingers. The atmosphere around him surged with newfound power. Fixing his gaze on Metal Cooler, Piccolo thrust his hand forward. Special beam cannon. His fingers unleashed a spiraling column of formidable energy, tracing a direct path towards Metal Cooler. Upon witnessing this, Metal Cooler's eyes widened with a flicker of trepidation. 10-finger death beam. He swiftly raised his arms, all 10 fingers simultaneously unleashing beams of energy, attempting to shield himself from the assault of Metal Cooler. Bang! Pop! However, the might of the magic killing cannon was far beyond what Metal Cooler could fathom. The beam effortlessly pierced through the energy barrier, striking directly at Metal Cooler's chest. Boom! With a resounding crash, Metal Cooler's body was penetrated by the beam, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, Piccolo's heart swelled with joy. Gohan, look at Uncle Piccolo. He has become incredibly powerful. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo managed to severely injure that guy Cooler in a single blow. Both future Gohan and Trunks stood in shock, gazing at Piccolo, whose aura had intensified beyond measure. Chapter 80. Self-repair? Infinite energy? The tenacious Metal Cooler Piccolo's strength was astonishing. Nearby, Son Goku wore an expression of utter astonishment, unable to believe how much stronger Piccolo had become. It seemed that Vegeta indeed possessed remarkable skills. Piccolo's power had surged significantly after training with him. At that moment, Piccolo believed he had dealt a crippling blow to Metal Cooler and scoffed. Oomph! With such strength, you think you can eliminate us? Yet, just as he prepared to approach and assess the results, he was taken aback to see Metal Cooler rising once more. It was as if Metal Cooler's legs had a mind of their own, propelling him upright with a sudden force. Everyone could clearly see a massive hole in Metal Cooler's chest, transparent from front to back. Strangely, the metallic components around the gaping wound began to writhe, as if in a bid to repair the damage. In no time, the hole vanished completely, and Metal Cooler returned to his original form. Piccolo stared in disbelief at Metal Cooler, a sentiment echoed by Son Goku and the others observing from a distance. Ah, what is this? Piccolo was stunned. He had not anticipated that Metal Cooler's body possessed the ability for automatic repair. This indicated that his previous attack had not inflicted any substantial harm. Metal Cooler's body could indeed mend its own injuries. Son Goku's expression grew grave as he regarded Metal Cooler. It was the first time he had encountered such a being. The capacity for self-repair, seemingly without the energy drain typical of regenerative techniques, was remarkable. Future Gohan and Trunks furrowed their brows, contemplating how they might confront such a formidable adversary. Metal Cooler regarded Piccolo with a chilling gaze, a sinister glint in his eyes. Surprised, are we? Did you think my declaration of intent to eliminate you was mere bravado? With a wicked grin, Metal Cooler continued. You have no idea what kind of formidable opponent you face. But fret not, before I extinguish your lives, I shall ensure you experience the depths of suffering. Upon hearing Metal Cooler's words, Piccolo let out a cold laugh and replied slowly, in that case, I shall unleash my full strength. He removed his cloak and hat, stretching his limbs, taking a deep breath. He expelled a cloud of stale air, adopting a combative stance while defiantly gazing at Metal Cooler. Come on, let us commence our second round. Oh ho ho ho. Audacious Namekian, you seek your own demise. Boom, Metal Cooler vanished in a flash, launching another assault at Piccolo. This time, the ferocity of his attack was even more brutal, as if intent on obliterating Piccolo, aware that Metal Cooler's mechanical body was impervious and capable of self-repair. Piccolo understood that despite their prolonged battle, the enemy showed no signs of fatigue. That it was as if he possessed inexhaustible energy, reminiscent of the artificial beings created by Dr. Gero. Although Piccolo was taken aback, he refused to relent. If Metal Cooler could repair his damaged form, then he would aim to annihilate him entirely. If he shattered him to dust, surely there would be no chance for recovery. Piccolo recognized the resilience and regenerative capabilities of Metal Cooler's mechanical body, rendering conventional attacks ineffective. Thus, he began to dart around Metal Cooler with remarkable speed, appearing above him one moment and behind him the next, seeking a vulnerability. Although Metal Cooler reacted swiftly, Piccolo's agility caused him to become somewhat flustered. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Piccolo suddenly materialized before Metal Cooler, channeling a powerful energy wave in his hands. Magic flash. However, Metal Cooler seemed prepared. Swiftly raising his arm, that a beam of energy erupted from his palm, colliding with Piccolo's energy wave. A tremendous explosion ensued, sending shockwaves through the air. Utilizing the force of the blast, Piccolo was propelled away from Metal Cooler, realizing that this surprise attack had been ineffective. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, inhaling deeply to gather energy for an even mightier assault. Just then, Metal Cooler launched a counterattack. He vanished and reappeared in front of Piccolo, delivering a crushing left hook to Piccolo's abdomen, followed by a rising dragon punch aimed at his chin. Bang! Boom! Ugh! Piccolo was struck by the two powerful blows, his body arching backward, but in a moment of desperation, he quickly rolled back. Then, with a powerful kick, he propelled Metal Cooler back several meters. Whoosh! Immediately after, Piccolo sprang toward Metal Cooler. Bang! Boom! Crash! The two engaged in a flurry of blows, the cacophony echoing for miles around. Why does this guy seem just like those androids created by Dr. Gero, with energy that doesn't diminish? Future Gohan pondered solemnly, observing the clash. Though Uncle Piccolo was still able to hold his own against Metal Cooler, even managing to suppress him at times, he knew that against an opponent with seemingly boundless energy, Piccolo would eventually succumb to exhaustion. Indeed, aside from its mechanical exterior, Metal Cooler is indistinguishable from those androids. Moreover, this Metal Cooler is far more formidable than those androids on Earth. Trunks furrowed his brow, fixating intently on Metal Cooler, estimating that even the combined efforts of androids 16, 17, and 18 would fall short against him. Even he would find it challenging to defeat Metal Cooler. Hearing future Gohan and Trunks, Son Goku chuckled. Don't worry, I believe Piccolo can defeat Cooler. After training in the Hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo's strength had reached a level where he could contend with Super Saiyan Goku at full power for hundreds of rounds. Of course, Piccolo still couldn't overpower Super Saiyan Goku in his full power state. Presently, Piccolo's strength was comparable to Super Saiyan Goku in his second transformation. Piccolo had nearly attained the power level he possessed during the Majin Buu saga in the original story. Bang! Boom! Following another collision with Metal Cooler, Piccolo adeptly leveraged the impact to distance himself from him. Huff! Huff! Continuing in this manner is not a solution. While my strength surpasses that of Metal Cooler, he relies on the infinite energy within his body and his impenetrable form. Eventually, I will be worn down. Chapter 81. How are there still so many Metal Coolers? Piccolo gazed grimly at Metal Cooler, his mind racing with thoughts on how to defeat him. Oh ho ho ho. What is this? Are you feeling overwhelmed and contemplating retreat? Metal Gula cast a sinister grin towards the somewhat breathless Piccolo. That it understood that Piccolo possessed a slight edge in strength, yet swiftly overcoming it was an impossibility. As long as they remained in this stalemate, Piccolo's stamina would inevitably be depleted, and he would soon find himself as helpless as a fish on a chopping board, awaiting his fate. Piccolo, aware that this impasse was unsustainable, resolved to alter his tactics. Thus, he began to employ his ki blast to disrupt Metal Gula's movements, relentlessly unleashing them in hopes of exposing a flaw in his opponent's defenses. Although Metal Gula appeared somewhat flustered by Piccolo's ki blasts, it revealed no vulnerabilities. Its mechanical form seemed capable of precisely calculating the trajectory of each energy wave, effortlessly evading them. Piccolo felt a twinge of frustration, yet he refused to surrender. He recognized the necessity of perseverance. Otherwise, he would concede defeat. Consequently, he continued his assault while simultaneously searching for a weakness in his adversary. That moment, Piccolo's attention was drawn to Metal Gula's eyes. He noticed that, despite the cold red glow emanating from them, there was something unusual about them. Metal Gula instinctively guarded its face, seemingly indifferent to attacks on other parts of its body. Could it be? A spark of inspiration ignited within Piccolo, prompting him to experiment with a new strategy. He swiftly adjusted his stance, channeling a powerful energy into his hands. Then, with a sudden leap, he launched an assault aimed at Metal Gula's eyes. Metal Gula, taken aback by the unexpected target, instinctively raised its hand to shield itself. However, Piccolo's attack was executed with astonishing speed. He successfully breached Metal Gula's defenses, delivering a formidable blow directly to its EYEN. Electromagnetic noise erupted from Metal Gula as it hurriedly covered its eyes. Retreating backward. Now was the moment. Explosive demon wave. Piccolo gathered all his energy before his chest, compressing it into a sphere of energy. He then thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful energy blast toward Metal Gula. The immense projectile struck Metal Gula with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, a surge of energy enveloped Metal Gula and the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Boom! The earth trembled. At that moment, the entirety of New Namek seemed to freeze. Save for the rampant energy that engulfed the scene, a violent explosion erupted, sending shockwaves into the air, prompting Piccolo to hastily retreat to avoid the blast's aftermath. Once the dust settled, the site of the explosion was devoid of Metal Gula's presence. Only a cloud of ash danced in the wind, indicating that Metal Gula had been utterly reduced to nothingness by the force of Piccolo's ki wave. Piccolo stood still, exhaling slowly. A triumphant smile graced his face. He had emerged victorious in this fierce battle. Fantastic. Uncle Piccolo has won. Indeed, future Gohan and Trunks gazed at Piccolo with delight, astonished by how swiftly he had dispatched Metal Gula. That Piccolo's performance had exceeded their expectations, proving him to be a prodigious warrior of the Namekian race. Well done, Piccolo. I can hardly wait to test my skills against you, Goku exclaimed excitedly as he approached Piccolo, with Piccolo's newfound strength. Goku was genuinely intrigued. He chuckled. There will be a time for that. But for now, we must focus on eliminating those intruders on New Namek. Although Piccolo maintained a serious demeanor, internally, he was elated, feeling he had finally caught up with Goku and the other Saiyans. No longer a relic of the past, future Gohan inquired. So, Uncle Piccolo, shall we proceed to the Metallic Fortress? Precisely. I intend to eradicate all those who have invaded New Namek. Piccolo's expression darkened as he gazed toward the distant fortress. Whatever enemies remained there must be expelled from Namek. Suddenly, he noticed a silver wave approaching from the direction of the fortress. What is that? Goku and the others exchanged puzzled glances, sensing that Piccolo had observed something significant. What is it, Piccolo? Have you spotted the enemy again? Gradually, Piccolo's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. How is this possible? Piccolo refrained from answering Goku and the others, for the sight before him was unsettling. He could hardly fathom the sheer number of adversaries. Goku, noticing the bewildered look in Piccolo's eyes, squinted toward the fortress and, indeed, discerned a silver wave hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. No, that is not a wave. It is. Goku soon realized that the approaching silver mass was not a wave at all, but a legion of silver metallic beings. The overwhelming numbers made them appear like a moving silver tide from a distance. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly and slowly uttered, "Those beings are Metal Gula." What? Metal Gula? Wasn't it defeated by Uncle Piccolo? Future Gohan and Trunks were bewildered, wondering if Piccolo was jesting. Yet upon seeing Goku's grave expression, they quickly turned their gaze toward the fortress. Upon closer inspection, they were astounded. How is this possible? Why are there so many Metal Gulas? Future Gohan stared in shock at the swiftly approaching silver wave. Trunks furrowed his brow, his knowledge of androids leading him to ponder. Could they be clones? The Metal Gula that Uncle Piccolo just dispatched was merely a copy. Goku took a deep breath, his expression serious as he addressed the group. We must give it our all from here on out. Otherwise, we may not survive this encounter. Chapter 82. The Assault of the Metal Gula Legion. Piccolo, I have Senzu beans here. Eat one to replenish your strength. Gohan and Uncle Goku, you should take one as well. Trunks hurriedly produced the Senzu beans given to him by Vegeta and distributed them among the group. Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks, be cautious. If things get too overwhelming, retreat to my side. I can teleport us to a nearby planet. Goku advised gravely. Though Saiyans are naturally combative, sometimes retreating is necessary when faced with insurmountable foes. Rest assured, Dad, I will act within my limits, future Gohan. Having experienced the fatalities inflicted by androids 17 and 18, understood that reckless bravado was futile. I understand, Uncle Goku. Trunks nodded in agreement with Goku's counsel. Piccolo exhaled deeply, silently consenting to Goku's plan. Now, let us unleash our full potential and fight. As Goku's words echoed, he transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. Future Gohan and Trunks followed suit, also achieving Super Saiyan forms. After consuming the Senzu bean, Piccolo felt rejuvenated. Boom! As the silver tide drew nearer, the group could hear a growing roar. Suddenly, the wave of silver appeared to surge like a tsunami. All around them, metal Gula figures emerged, surging toward the group. The overwhelming flood of silver quickly engulfed Goku and the others inside the metallic fortress. At the heart of the control room, a figure intently stared at the massive screen displaying the battle between Goku's group and the Metal Gula Legion. Huh? Goku, I haven't even had the chance to come to Earth to find you yet. You have come right to my doorstep. He laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Isn't this akin to having a path to paradise yet choosing not to tread it, while boldly barging into hell without invitation? This time, you all shall remain on this planet." But where is that fellow Vegeta? Is he still on Earth? Never mind. Let me first deal with Son Goku and his companions, and then I shall take my time to deal with him. Beep, 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 beep. At that moment, a video call window suddenly popped up on the screen. The colossal computer emitted a feminine voice. Master, Eric from the Zeta group is initiating a video call with you. Eric. That annoying fellow. Connect the call. Very well, Master. ZZZZ. After a burst of electromagnetic waves, Eric's figure appeared on the screen. Esteemed Lord of Planet Pixa, it has been a long time. I have missed you dearly. Eric said respectfully. The Lord of Planet Pixa coldly replied. Speak your mind, and do not waste my precious time. Despite being met with disdain, Eric maintained a grin and slowly said, Your Excellency is indeed quite the impatient one. Thus, I shall get straight to the point. About the collaboration you promised last time, should we not put it on the agenda? Is this trivial matter worth your special attention? The Lord of Planet Pixa scoffed, displaying his indifference towards the copper-smelling Eric. How can this be considered trivial for me? You are the immensely powerful Lord of Pixa, commanding a formidable metal army, and wherever you go, you are indeed invincible. Even those cosmic patrolmen dare not speak out. Eric began to flatter him profusely with an endless stream of praise. Therefore, I wish to offer my humble services to assist you in ruling the entire galaxy. And then, the Lord of Planet Pixa's eyes glimmered with interest. Then you shall undoubtedly be the rightful ruler of the galaxy. However, before that, you must dispatch a metal army to support me in launching the first strike towards cosmic dominance. Eric rambled on about the beautiful future he envisioned and the obstacles on the path to becoming the supreme ruler of the universe. Listening calmly to Eric's description, the Lord of Planet Pixa chuckled coldly. Hee. You wish for me to send a metal army under your command to eliminate all obstacles to galactic supremacy, including those cosmic patrolmen. Seeing that his persuasion had taken effect, Eric nodded respectfully. Indeed, just as you have said. However, before Eric could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. The Lord of Planet Pixa snorted. Enough. Whether or not I desire to become the galactic overlord is not something you should advise me on. But, Eric attempted to interject. There are no buts. You are merely a petty cosmic merchant. It is already a privilege for you to serve me, and you dare to seek collaboration with me. What a delusion. The Lord of Planet Pixa's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he stared at the screen, evidently having developed a desire to eliminate this insufferable man. Your Excellency, Eric furrowed his brows, seemingly wanting to explain further. No more nonsense. As a token of appreciation for helping me locate this planet, I shall spare you. But should you continue to pester me, I will dispatch the metal army to eliminate you. Upon delivering this ultimatum, the Lord of Planet Pixa abruptly terminated the communication and proceeded to observe the battle between the Metal Gula army and Son Goku's group. He was somewhat taken aback. I did not expect that merely 3 years have passed, and Son Goku and his companions have significantly strengthened. Yet, compared to my metal army, they remain insignificant. The sinister smile crept across the Lord of Planet Pixa's face. Even if I were to concede the point that they could defeat my metal army, I still have 2 capable allies. However, what astonished me was that this planet possesses Dragon Balls, magical orbs that can grant wishes. Thus, establishing a kingdom to dominate the galaxy is no longer a problem. The deranged laughter of the Lord of Planet Pixa echoed throughout the metallic fortress. Chapter 83. The Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta with a battle power of 10 billion. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, a floating island drifted through space, atop which stood a castle. That damned fellow, how infuriating! Eric exclaimed as he hurled the communication computer to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Just a mere creator of mechanical puppets. Yet he acts so arrogantly. How dare he treat me, Eric, with such disdain? In the past, even Frieza treated me with courtesy. Beside him, Maki and Oyer remained silent, intimidated by their brother's furious demeanor. Only the youngest, Jiaz, coldly inquired, "Brother, shall I take care of him for you?" Eric, as if hearing a joke, sneered, "You wish to eliminate him? You, Jiaz, do you harbor some misapprehension about your own strength? That fellow does not even regard the cosmic patrolman. Are you merely seeking death?" "Brother, I apologize," Jiaz stammered, gradually lowering his head. Within the Earth's divine temple, inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the door to the gravity room slowly opened, and Vegeta emerged after nearly 6 months of training since sending Trunks and the others to New Namek. Looking at his invigorated physique, Vegeta felt he was in peak condition. The panel appeared. With a soft command from Vegeta, the long-awaited attribute panel reappeared before him. Character: Vegeta Race, Saiyan Battle Power, 1. 107 billion transformation skills. Great Ape, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3 excellent. I have mastered Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta beamed at the panel before him, thrilled at the significant leap in his power. Let me feel the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Aha! With a mighty roar, Vegeta's aura surged violently. The air around him boiled, sending steam shooting outward. The already sparse air in the hyperbolic time chamber was nearly vacuumed within a radius of several dozen meters due to Vegeta's pressure. Vegeta's hair began to lengthen, gradually cascading down to his waist. His eyebrows vanished, replaced by pronounced brow ridges. Amid the jetting golden aura, streaks of crackling lightning danced around him. Phew! As Vegeta reigned in his aura, the surrounding air gradually calmed. In his Super Saiyan 3 state, Vegeta appeared increasingly proud, particularly with his elevated brow ridges giving him a more ferocious appearance. What? It seems there is no issue with energy leakage like in the original, where Son Goku experienced such a flaw. As Vegeta sensed his own transformation, he discovered that his Super Saiyan 3 state felt remarkably perfect. There was no energy leakage or rapid depletion of stamina, as seen in Goku's case in the original. It appears the benefits of being a traveler are quite remarkable, allowing me to master full-power Super Saiyan 3 directly with perfection. Vegeta summoned the panel once more, excitement blooming on his face as he scrutinized the data. Battle power: 442.8 billion, Super Saiyan 3,400 times multiplier. Vegeta could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid. With my current battle power, besides Broly and the Gods of Destruction, no one else stands a chance against me. Suddenly, an idea struck Vegeta, and he murmured to himself, "No, perhaps I can test my mettle against Broly now." Immediately, Vegeta reverted from Super Saiyan 3 back to his normal black-haired state. This will be my first time using this technique. It should be feasible. Vegeta extended his right hand, palm facing upwards, gradually coalescing a luminous sphere of energy. He then hurled the energy orb into the air. Remarkably, the sphere suspended itself midair, resembling a miniature moon. Excellent. The next step is to transform into the Great Ape. Vegeta widened his eyes, fixating intently on the artificial moon above. Thud, 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 thud. Under the radiance of the Blutz waves, Vegeta's heart began to pulsate violently. His visage morphed slowly into that of a gorilla, his eyes turning crimson, with pupils vanishing entirely. His body sprouted a dense coat of fur, growing increasingly towering. In an instant, he reached a height of over 20 meters, embodying a colossal black beast. Roar, thud, 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 thud. The Great Ape Vegeta appeared to lose his sanity, incessantly pounding his chest, producing resounding echoes. However, after a brief moment, he halted, examining his own form to his surprise, while he had not lost rationality. He found himself compelled by primal instincts to thump his chest. It turned out that Vegeta had retained his intellect, merely influenced by the innate tendencies of the ape. Thus, the next endeavor is to transform into a Super Saiyan while in Great Ape form. Roar! As the Great Ape Vegeta bellowed, the fur upon his body began to transition from gray to golden yellow. Boom! The aura surrounding Great Ape Vegeta surged, and his fur stood on end, and a magnificent golden giant emerged, radiating golden flames that swirled around him, identical to the golden Great Ape from Dragon Ball GT. It could also be referred to as a Super Saiyan ape. Indeed, with the tenfold amplification of the Great Ape transformation followed by the Super Saiyan transformation, my battle power should now reach a staggering 500 times its normal state. Boom! Boom! Vegeta unleashed 2 straight punches into the void before him, resulting in a cacophony of booming sounds. Now, let us proceed to transform once more and see how Super Saiyan 2 fares. Roar! The aura of the golden Great Ape Vegeta intensified again, the flames surrounding him turning into jets. Lightning danced amidst the golden flames, coursing around the golden Great Ape. Even the fur of the golden Great Ape appeared frizzy, unmistakably indicating the form of Super Saiyan 2. Hiss. Ha! In the Super Saiyan 2 state, Great Ape Vegeta slowly opened his massive mouth, exhaling a cloud of murky breath. Splendid. My current battle power has surged to 1,000 times its normal state. No sooner had he spoken than Great Ape Vegeta clenched his fists, emitting low growls from his gaping maw. Chapter 84. Vegeta ascends to Super Saiyan 4. Roar! Ha! With a thunderous roar, the aura surrounding Great Ape Vegeta surged once more. As he bared his fangs, the fur atop his head began to grow rapidly. It continued until the hair reached his waist, at which point it ceased to lengthen. Great Ape Vegeta exhaled 2 streams of hot air from his enormous nostrils, sending them forth into the distance. At this moment, Great Ape Vegeta had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his aura having multiplied beyond measure. Is this the state of Super Saiyan 3 as a great ape? Aside from being less agile than Super Saiyan 4, his battle power had undoubtedly reached the level of Super Saiyan 4, but when transformed into a regular great ape, his battle power was 10 times the norm. And upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, it would amplify by 4,000 times, rendering it comparable to that of Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta murmured. Next comes Super Saiyan 4. With a whoosh, the golden Great Ape Vegeta began to emit a dazzling light, enveloping his massive form. Gradually, the body of the golden Great Ape began to shrink until it neared Vegeta's original stature. A golden beam shot skyward, instantly causing the Hyperbolic Time Chamber's otherworldly realm to tremble. After a considerable while, the surroundings gradually stabilized. The radiant glow enveloping Vegeta's form slowly dissipated, finally revealing him. At this moment, Vegeta had undergone a transformation, his stature becoming even taller and more imposing. His thick brown hair cascaded down his shoulders, his upper body adorned with deep crimson fur, while a deep red tail swayed casually behind him. Unlike in the original, he did not magically don a pair of trousers. He remained clad in his usual battle attire. His eyes transformed to a striking green, framed by dark red eyeliner. Coupled with Vegeta's haughty expression, he exuded an aura of alluring ferocity. This the Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta reveled in a transformation that felt entirely distinct from before. In this state, he was a paragon of physical prowess and speed, achieving perfection in all aspects. Particularly in his control over ki, he could manage it as seamlessly as in his black-haired state, without the burdensome drawbacks seen in Super Saiyan forms 1 through 3. Whoosh! Whoosh! Vegeta lightly threw 2 punches forward, creating gusts that howled into the distance. Feeling the surging power within him, he quickly summoned a panel. Battle power, 4.428 trillion. Super Saiyan 4, for 1,000 times enhancement. This is a staggering 4,000 times, a terrifying 4,000 times. It propelled Vegeta's battle power into the trillions. Ha! Observing his current battle power, I can't help but worry for my future adversaries. Vegeta erupted into exuberant laughter, feeling that his power ranked within the top 5 in this universe. Broly, I must seek you out for a sparring session sometime, but not just yet. Vegeta was quite intrigued by the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Eager to engage in a true test of strength with the so-called strongest solitary Saiyan, Vegeta relinquished his Super Saiyan 4 state, reverting to his black-haired normalcy. He then ambled into the bathroom, quickly freshening up before lying down on his bed, stretching languorously. I wonder how they are faring on New Namek. I'll ponder that after I wake up. Vegeta soon fell into a deep slumber, considering relaxation and rest to be of utmost importance at present. On New Namek, in a vast wilderness, a cataclysmic battle unfolded, pitting Goku, Piccolo, future Gohan, and Trunks against thousands of metallic copies of Cooler. The battlefield erupted with shockwaves, Energy blasts and ki waves, resembling a dazzling fireworks display. Kamehameha, special beam cannon, instant transmission, explosive wave. Facing the relentless tide of metallic cooler replicas, Goku and his companions unleashed their ultimate techniques. Yet, aside from the destroyed heads of some metallic coolers, those whose bodies were damaged quickly restored their forms. Piccolo, with a grim expression, exclaimed, "Goku, Gohan, Trunks, this won't do. If we don't target their heads, they'll swiftly recover from the damage we inflict." "Uncle Piccolo, what should we do then?" "Right. Piccolo, do you have a plan?" Future Gohan and Goku, having never before encountered foes capable of automatic self-repair, were at a loss. Even Trunks, well-versed in androids, found himself perplexed. Although the three Super Saiyans possessed greater battle power than the metallic coolers, unless they obliterated their heads, the coolers could quickly restore their bodies, aided by their internal infinite energy cores. If this continued, their stamina would inevitably be depleted, leading to their eventual demise. "You three form a triangular formation around me, and I will support you from the center." Piccolo devised a plan in a moment of urgency, albeit a clumsy one. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to have Goku use instant transmission to flee. Yet, this was Piccolo's homeland. Could he truly stand idly by while it suffered? "All right, I've got it." Yaha! Son Wukong brandished his fists and charged towards the metallic Gula replicas, his punches so swift that they left only a trail of afterimages in their wake. Each strike was accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, and with unparalleled precision, he shattered the forms of the metallic Gula before him. The metallic Gula replicas retaliated by unleashing laser cannons and energy waves at Son Wukong. Yet he deftly evaded their numerous assaults. Meanwhile, future Gohan and Trunks exhibited astonishing prowess, their seamless cooperation causing the opposing metallic Gula replicas to falter one after another. Future Gohan displayed combat skills not inferior to Son Wukong's, instantly repelling the surrounding metallic Gula replicas. Trunks, wielding his sharp sword, weaved through the ranks of the metallic Gula replicas, each swing cleaving a replica in two, further aided by the shockwaves unleashed by Piccolo from a distance, effectively eliminating numerous metallic Gula replicas. Aware that his strength was the weakest among the four, Piccolo opted for ranged support. With Son Wukong, future Gohan, and Trunks engaging in close combat, Piccolo focused on delivering finishing blows to the metallic Gula on the verge of repairs. However, this strategy merely served to buy time. Eventually, their stamina would be exhausted by the relentless metallic Gula, unless they had an uninterrupted supply of Senzu beans. Chapter 85. The elite forces of the Lord of Bixta start inside the control room of the metallic fortress. The Lord of Bixta Star glared at the monitoring screen with a dark expression. He was taken aback that Son Wukong and his companions had momentarily withstood the onslaught of the metallic Gula Legion. I never expected that Piccolo would prove to be quite clever. While he had previously doubted the capability of the metallic Gula Legion to defeat Son Wukong and the others, he was surprised that Piccolo's slight tactical adjustment had allowed them to temporarily withstand his metallic Gula Legion. This was indeed beyond the Lord of Bixta Star's expectations. Yet he considered it inconsequential. He understood that although he was not a martial arts master or a tactical expert, he possessed a genius mind. Since employing a horde of lowly minions proved ineffective, he would simply dispatch elite soldiers with formidable combat strength. "Miss Hong. I am here, Master." The computer before the Lord of Bixta Star emitted a mechanical, rigid female voice. "Let those two fellows take action." "Understood, Master," Miss Hong replied respectfully. Moments later, two figures, one stout and one slender, soared out of the metallic fortress. Observing their trajectory, it was clear they were heading towards Son Wukong and his companions. At that moment, the metallic Gula replicas engaged in battle with Son Wukong, and the others seemed to have received some command. Suddenly, they ceased their attacks and retreated from Son Wukong and his companions. The four, who had been locked in a fierce struggle, now stood bewildered as the metallic Gula replicas refrained from launching further assaults. "What's going on? Are they not attacking anymore?" Son Wukong scratched the back of his head in confusion. What is this situation?" Future Gohan and Trunks exchanged puzzled glances, equally mystified by the peculiar behavior of the surrounding metallic Gula. Future Gohan turned to Piccolo and asked, "Uncle Piccolo, do you have any idea what they're up to?" "I am not sure either. Could it be that they have some sort of scheme?" Piccolo's expression was equally grim, as he too had expended considerable stamina during the recent battle and currently lacked Senzu beans for replenishment. He longed for the fighting to cease. Yet the metallic contraptions around them were behaving strangely. Just as Son Wukong and his companions were left baffled by the bizarre actions of the metallic Gula replicas, they suddenly noticed two figures soaring towards them from the horizon, their speed so swift that they arrived above the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Son Wukong and the others finally discerned the appearance of the newcomers. Notably a rotund man who bore a striking resemblance to Earth's humans. Standing alongside the stout figure was another metallic Gula, identical to the ones surrounding them. However, this particular metallic Gula seemed slightly different from the ones below. Though it was difficult to pinpoint exactly how to at that moment, it glared menacingly at Son Wukong and his companions, its eyes brimming with murderous intent as if it yearned to rend them to pieces. "Gula, is that fellow Son Wukong?" the stout man inquired, extending his chubby finger towards Son Wukong and questioning the nearby metallic Gula. The metallic Gula cast a glance at the stout man, responding with noticeable impatience. "Indeed, ha! Gula, there's no need to wear such a grim expression. It's just that they previously sent you flying into the sun." The rotund man spoke with a cheerful demeanor, creating an impression of camaraderie with Gula. However, the nearby metallic Gula clearly detected the sarcasm in his words and turned to glare icily at the stout man. "Fat fool, don't pretend as if you know me so well," it retorted coldly.